Sup, my fellas, don't forget to leave feedback, and enjoy the story. The world is ruled by 3 types of people, 2 of them are talented and rich. A 2-headed dragon vomited acid. In the comments, people discuss the stream. The man's cloak fluttered due to gusts of wind. Holding magical attributes in their hands, wizards cast spells. The sphere on the staff caught fire. Viewers were amazed at the equipment and level of the Abyss Guild. Magic projectiles hit the monster in the chest and head. Commentators were sure that such a combo did a lot of damage. The guild members opened their mouths in joy. A person appeared behind them. The viewers were really looking forward to her appearance. Lysol spread her arms. Thanks to the roulette of the god's skill, many cards appeared around her. Giant wings appeared behind her. The 2-headed dragon noticed her. A notification said that a random skill was being prepared. Viewers were sure that Nika would appear. The warrior with an axe opened his mouth in shock. The monster bared his fangs to attack the squad. The Snow White map lit up. The 3rd type of people who rule the world are those who have been blessed with good fortune. The huge statue of the goddess of victory pierced the dragon with a spear. Her body lit up. The monster lost 1 head. The commentators were shocked. Taking advantage of the enemy's confusion, the magicians immediately sent many fire projectiles at him. The boy frowned and waved his hands. The viewers realized that he was signaling the tanks to retreat because the guildmaster was about to deliver the decisive blow. On the man's neck was a gold necklace with red stones. A huge magic circle appeared in front of him. Merlin determinedly knitted his eyebrows. The commentators were delighted at his appearance on the battlefield. From the magic circle appeared the head of a fire dragon. The guildmaster swung his staff. A powerful wave of fire flew out of the dragon's mouth. It illuminated the living head of the raid boss. Lightning flashed in the air. One of the monster's heads was burned to ashes. The guild members raised their eyebrows in surprise. One of the viewers said that the Abyss Guild was the first to defeat this dragon. The dead monster lay on the ground. A notification said that the dungeon master was defeated. People surrounded Lysol. The commentators asked what equipment she had and what the guild would do next. The warrior in armor raised his eyebrows in amazement. The viewers were upset that the stream was over. The screen showed the inscription "End of recording Abyss Guild raid on a 2-headed dragon." The main character was sitting in virtual reality glasses. System windows appeared in front of him. Opening his mouth in shock, he asked what $300 a day meant. Frowning in displeasure, Hyunwoo asked if a 30% risk of not returning alive from a raid wasn't cheap. The voice on the other end of the line said that no one was forcing him to go there because they had no shortage of young people eager to do everything right. Putting his hand on his belt, the guy replied that he was not refusing, but asking to offer a higher price for his work. Hearing that the broker was only offering the price that the guild itself would set, the young man's eyes widened in irritation and ordered him not to hang up. Someone opened the door behind him. Smiling, the man asked if everything was okay here. Coming out of the rest room, the player apologized for the noise and was indignant that he would have to work as cannon fodder for a whole month. His friend expressed a desire to go on such a raid at least once. Passing by the virtual reality capsules, a club employee said that among God Wars players, those who can somehow earn a living in raids are less than 15 million out of almost 2 billion. Closing his eyes, the man asked his friend not to be upset, because he, unlike the others, was not devoid of talent. Looking away, the protagonist thought that it was true because he had talents in this game. People tried unsuccessfully to hit the orc with arrows. Unlike other games, God Wars did not have an auto-aim. The magician hit the monster's head with a fireball. His past as a baseball player gave him a big advantage in this game. In the past, while at the stadium, Hyunwoo grabbed his shoulder. He had to give up on a career in baseball after an injury. Hyukju smiled. The guy thought that he was not given to understand how humiliating such a compliment sounded for a man who was a fairly famous pitcher. Putting his bank card on the table, the young man wished his friend good luck. Pitifully frowning, the computer club employee doubted that he would succeed because his predecessors had captured everything. Imagining a man with a staff behind his client, the man remembered that he had been pumping up his character, Midas, for 5 whole years. Smiling, Hyukju remembered how his friend had scattered cards on the floor when he first got the character and decided to invest all his savings into the Gacha class card. Frowning, the player said that he still regretted it and thought that this was his only chance. He had to provide for his family. A little girl was standing next to a man in a wheelchair. Putting his hand in his pocket, the protagonist asked what his friend was so enthusiastically reading. The club employee replied that it was a fantasy novel in which the main character died as a result of betrayal and went back in time to take revenge. Walking outside, Hyunwoo wished him a good shift. The man asked if he needed an umbrella. Holding his hand out to the rain, the guy replied that it was nothing to worry about. Covering his head with his hand, the young man walked forward down the street. The player put his hands in his hoodie pockets and thought that a novel where time travel is used to take unnecessary revenge is stupid, because if you go back in time, you need to invest in stocks successfully. The wheels of the car were spinning at a tremendous speed. The streamer looked back, the headlights illuminated his face. The truck driver opened his mouth in fear. The protagonist's eyes widened in horror. There was a loud thud, a bright light flashed in the air. The truck crashed into a pole and flipped over. Heavy rain soaked his sneakers. Shocked, Hyunwoo sat on the ground in front of the truck. The car that fell in front of him began to smoke. Passers-by tried to understand what was happening and wanted to make sure that no one was hurt. Closing his eyes, the guy realized that he almost died. Someone asked to call the emergency services. The pole with wires shook. One of the wires broke. The young man thought that luck was definitely not about him, although the fact that he managed to survive could be called luck. A part of the pole fell behind him. The exposed wire sparked. Numerous lightning bolts appeared in the air. Frightened people leaned over the victim. The player's eyes lit up. He thought that he was dragging out a miserable existence without money and talent. Lightning ran through his body. The streamer decided that, as strange as it may sound, luck smiled on him for the first time in his life that day. In 2034, the long-awaited virtual reality game God Wars was released. Huge dragons flew over the squad of adventurers. The name of the game translates as War of the Gods. Many newspaper clippings with articles about the game appeared just a few years after its release. It had a huge impact on sports, entertainment, and culture, and one day the number of users reached almost 2 billion. Advertising for this game was on street screens. A considerable number of people existed on the money received from working in God Wars. The main character was lying with his eyes closed. Someone was trying to shout to him. The doctor leaned over him and asked if the patient was awake. Jumping out of bed, Hyunwoo screamed. The doctor informed him that he had a first-degree burn and that he could go home after paying the bill at the reception. Kicking a rock lying on the road, the guy cursed his luck. Walking down the street, he thought he had managed to dodge a truck, but he still got electrocuted and he had to empty his already meager savings. Squinting, the young man sighed in displeasure. Looking at the sky, the player decided that he should be grateful because all he had in this terrible world was his body, which he did not want to lose. Approaching the door, the streamer hoped that his family was okay. Putting his hand to the sensor, the protagonist heard that his biometric data was not registered. Raising his eyebrows in surprise, Hyunwoo asked what this meant. He put his hand on it again and thought that it had worked just yesterday, but the voice repeated the same words. Gritting his teeth in dissatisfaction, the guy decided that he would move out of the rented apartment as soon as he earned at least a little money. Someone opened the door. Smiling widely, Hyorin saw that her uncle had returned. Taking her in his arms, the young man asked if she had behaved well. The girl confirmed this. Raising his eyebrows, the player asked where her dad was. Tiwoo was sitting on a wheelchair in the center of the room. Looking at his brother, the man said that he had been informed about the hospital and asked what happened. Slamming the door, the streamer replied that nothing terrible had happened. The older brother frowned in concern and asked if everything was okay. The protagonist confirmed it and added that he wouldn't have been able to come here if he had something serious. Pointing at the door, Hyunwoo said that their ID was broken because the sensor wasn't accepting his biometrics. Raising his eyebrows in surprise, Tiwoo said that it couldn't be because if the sensor was broken, it wouldn't work at all, but the system was giving some kind of response, which meant everything was working. Hearing that the ID system was using the same biometric algorithm as God Wars capsules, the guy raised his eyebrows in fear. Sweating, the young man asked if this old sensor was using the same data as the game. The man confirmed it and asked if his brother didn't know that. The player smiled nervously. Running towards the door, he said that he urgently needed to go to the capsule cafe. There was a colorful sign hanging on the building. Putting the phone to his ear, the streamer said that he entered all the information correctly and asked why he was denied access due to some biometric discrepancy. He was called a hacker and advised to hire a lawyer. The protagonist demanded that he return access, but the phone screen said that the call with the support service was ended. Hyunwoo put his hand to his head in frustration. Biometrics are unique data of a person's biometric signals. They were impossible to fake, so this became the only reliable way of identification. Falling on the couch, the guy thought that this was simply unbelievable. Squinting, he wondered why the sensor stopped recognizing his data. Until yesterday, everything was fine. A memory popped into his head, how he had to walk home in the rain. Remembering how he was electrocuted, the young man opened his mouth in shock. With wide eyes, the player wondered if this was all because of this. A notification appeared on his phone that the raid date was set. The streamer was upset that this was happening right now, when he couldn't even log into the game. The mage summoned a clot of fire in his hand. The main character thought that he had spent a huge amount of money on leveling up his character. In the hospital, his body was bandaged. It was all over. Tennu was holding his daughter in his arms. Resolutely knitting his brows, Hyunwoo realized that he shouldn't give up. Clenching his fists, he decided that stopping playing God Wars was not an option. Getting up from the couch, the guy thought that he would have to forget his dream of getting at least some rank and becoming a simple miner in the mines. If he worked hard, then at least it would be enough to live on. Leaving the cafe, the young man thought that he needed to provide for his family. The capsules were in a row. The player asked Hyukyu to set up one of them for him. Sitting down on the gaming chair, the streamer remembered that he had one card to create a hero. Frowning, the protagonist was upset that he would have to do this again. A notification appeared against the backdrop of space, asking if the user was ready to participate in the War of the Gods. It was believed that the World of God Wars was much better than the real one, but in fact, they had a lot in common. Standing in front of the character creation window, Hyunwoo called out the name of his previous avatar. It was impossible to play this game without money. The notification asked if the user wanted to spend the character creation card. The guy squinted in displeasure, confirming the request and thinking that the cost of one character was $880. Bills fell from the sky. In this game, all things cost an incredible amount of money. All because there is a demand for a beautiful life that people lack in reality. The character creation card began to melt into thin air. A window appeared in the air, asking the user to choose a god to worship. The guy decided to diligently hunt and level up. Raising his eyebrows, the young man thought that everything seemed so easy in words, and realized that he did not put in enough effort last time. A lot of blue cards appeared around his body. It was a random selection of cards from the first quest. The player burst into tears, regretting spending so much money to get one mage. Purple particles appeared in the air. There were only two ways to win in Gacha. The first was to be very rich, the second was to have incredible luck. The cards depicted different classes of characters. The protagonist thought that he could guess the content of any card because he had spun the gacha many times. He extended his hand, deciding that his choice did not matter because he just wanted to be a miner. Suddenly, Hyunwoo looked to the side. To his right, a golden Archmage card was shining. Light particles were flying around it. Touching it with his finger, the guy thought that he was hallucinating. A notification said that the War Dragon accepted him into his army and that the user was assigned the Archmage class. Many people appeared around him. Seeing his status window, the young man couldn't believe his eyes and imagined a man in a white cloak, remembering that the third-ranked player Asmo spent hundreds of thousands of dollars on the Archmage class. The player's mouth dropped open in surprise, not understanding how he managed to get this class. Gritting his teeth, the man was upset that he got a warrior and not an Archmage. His friend patted him on the back and said that legendary classes like Archmage are only for the rich. Looking down, the streamer decided that if this was true, then he no longer needed mining. Smiling happily, the main character decided to quickly level up and go on a raid. Pressing the button to confirm the training quest, Hyunwoo assumed that this was just a temporary system error. Seeing a new quest window in front of him, the guy thought that he would get some bad class like a mage or a warrior if he logged out and back into the game. The young man's eyes widened in amazement. He had to wipe them with his hand. Looking at the quest description, the player realized that he was not only given an incredibly expensive card, but also the ability to see hidden text in the quest description. The blue notification said that the reward for completing the quest would be the title of Master of Training. The streamer was shocked that such a title was hidden in a training quest that many did not even pay attention to. Raising his eyebrows in surprise, the protagonist read that the title can be obtained if you hold out in battle for 71 minutes. The window hanging in the air said that this title gives 10 points to all stats. Clutching his head, Hyunwoo decided that this was impossible, because this title allows you to rise 2 levels at once, because for raising 1 level usually only 5 points are given. The man asked what was happening to him. His friend suggested that he was also banned and that he would have to recreate and level up the character. The guy dropped his hands and realized that he had never heard of the title of Master of Training, despite his 5 years of experience in the game, most likely due to the fact that no one had figured out how to get it, because even a particularly curious person would not want to spend more than 70 minutes in the tutorial. A notification appeared in the air that the fourth wall was collapsing. The young man thought that if he could see the hidden text in the tasks, then he did not get the Archmage class by accident. Pressing the record button, the player decided to record his tutorial on video. People began to look around. In God Wars, you can only achieve a good class with money or great luck. Many generously paid for cheats. Clenching his fist, the streamer hoped that this was not a dream. The training task began. Finding themselves in a clearing, people were surprised, not understanding what it was. Seeing a crowd of angry orcs in front of them, someone asked how they would be able to defeat such opponents at the very beginning. Another player said that these monsters do not need to be defeated. Looking ahead, the protagonist thought that this was impossible for the first level and realized that surviving here for 71 minutes would not be so easy. A green circle hung above the orc's head. Suddenly, a red eye appeared in its place. Raising his eyebrows in surprise, Hyunwoo realized that he was seeing their aggression indicator. Red eyes appeared above the monsters' heads. A golden inscription God Wars hung above the mountain. The status in the game depends on the social status. Everyone starts the game with their own dream and goal, but soon everyone comes to the same conclusion. Rock fragments flew into the air. Many thought that this game was too difficult and that it was a waste of money. Blood gushed into the air. The boy who fell to the ground screamed. The moment of truth, when the new player truly encounters reality, is contained in the training mission. The player's body, hit by the orc, disintegrated into particles. The woman, with her mouth open in fear, read that the tutorial will only end when the monster beats the player to death. Jumping up, the veteran of the game shouted that they just need to die to start the main quest. The orcs ran after the guy. Looking back, he could not understand how this could be. Blue particles were reflected in his pupils. In front of the evil monsters hung windows of their statistics. Several monsters looked around. Looking back, the orc bared his fangs. Squinting, the young man understood how the aggression indicator worked. A green circle hung in the air, meaning calm and no intention to attack. The player ran forward. The indicator changed color to red. The streamer stopped. The monster jumped into the air to attack him. The protagonist saw the enemy's hand in front of him. Running to the side, he was surprised that many years of studying the orc's behavior scripts were so useful now. Looking back, Hyunwoo noticed that the indicator had turned green again. The condition for receiving the title was to survive for 71 minutes. The timer showed 60 minutes and 30 seconds. Pushing off the ground, the guy thought that this should be pretty easy, because he had access to the enemy's characteristics, the aggression indicator, and 5 years of thoroughly studying the orcs. People tried to run away from monsters. They did not have such knowledge. Clenching his fist, the young man realized that he would cope with the task. The timer hanging in the air said that there was 1 more hour left. Blue particles appeared around. The player decided that the title of Master of Training would belong to him. An hour later, the streamer covered his face with his hand. Opening the virtual reality capsule, the protagonist tried to figure out what to do now. Grinning, he realized that this was not a dream after all. Hyunwoo pressed the replay button. Tears of joy flowed down his cheeks in the recording. Falling to his knees in front of the expired timer, the guy rejoiced at the victory. Pausing the video, the young man remembered that he died rather shamefully when the orcs rushed him, but he managed to get the title of Master of Training. A system window with a description of the title appeared in the air. The Archmage card turned out to be real and not a system error. The player clutched his head, thinking that he was about to be kicked out of the server due to an elevated heart rate. The God Wars moderators cared about the health and safety of the players, so a system of disconnection due to an elevated heart rate was introduced. Approaching the capsule, Hyukju asked what happened in the game. Holding the VR glasses in his hands, the streamer did not know what to answer. Closing his eyes, he said that he did not feel well because he had to start the game over. Smiling, the club employee asked why he had to start over if he had a pumped-up mage character. Seeing the detached face of his friend, the man asked if he had really been banned and asked him for forgiveness. Putting on the glasses, the main character decided to immerse himself in the game again. Such a legend can divert suspicion. Hyukju clasped his index fingers. Looking to the side, Hyunwoo thought that no one should know his secret. For a while, he saw the legendary Archmage card, after which aggression indicators appeared above the orcs. If the developers find out about these abilities, they will not leave him alone, and from then on he will be pursued everywhere by a pack of hyenas hunting for cheats. A bright flash appeared in the sky. Apparently, this ability was obtained thanks to yesterday's incident and was a gift from heaven. Frowning, the guy remembered his family and decided that this was his only chance for a better life, so he needed to use his abilities to the maximum for the sake of his family. Joyful people walked along the streets of the city. Squeezing and unclenching his fingers, the young man realized that there were less than 100 such legendary rank archmages in the whole world. Clenching his fist, he decided to level up and go on a raid at the first opportunity. Thinking that for this he needed to go to the Travelers Guild, the player looked to the side and noticed something strange. There was a question mark under the tree. Approaching it, the streamer realized that this was the beginning of some kind of quest. The protagonist opened his mouth in surprise. A glowing dog was sleeping on the ground. A scroll appeared in the air. A legendary quest is a task of the highest rank that can exist in God Wars. Shocked, his eyes widened. Hyunwoo realized that this blinding light could only come from a legendary quest, which he only knew about from rumors. Putting his hand to his chest, the guy decided to calm down. He clenched his fist in triumph. Imagining the legendary scroll in his hands, the young man realized that he could cover all his expenses for a month in advance with it. Falling to his knees, the player thought that he simply adored this game built only on luck. Reaching for the dog, the streamer opened the description of the task, requiring him to bring a revival medicine for a sick puppy, probably a hidden quest that is activated when certain conditions are met. Seeing the system window in front of him, the protagonist realized that other people only see a lost sick puppy. After petting the dog, he decided that he would have just walked by like everyone else if he didn't have the ability to see hidden information. Hyunwoo smirked, happy that he found this quest. Standing up, he thought that he should first visit the Explorers Guild, since they were responsible for most of the quests in this area. Looking away, the young man decided that he didn't want to deal with these people, but he had no other choice. The title of the game was A Fire. Although in God Wars there is a large variety of quests, the higher the rank, the less often you can stumble upon them. Moreover, they can be done a limited number of times. A group of adventurers gathered in the forest. The characters are also limited to a certain number of quests that they can give per day. Because of this, people who received quests in advance began to exchange them for in-game currency. The emblem of the Travelers Guild appeared in the air, and they began to set up camps near the quest givers in order to monopolize them. People pointed at the player due to the inability to control all the in-game characters, and because other players would not sit silently, they headed to the first city. The man went outside the walls of the settlement. Since the first city was a place where new players had to learn the basics, those who once left it could not return, which meant that there would be no veterans who could provoke conflicts. Coins fell from above, gradually increasing their strength. The Travelers Guild began to expand their services in various fields, capturing the trust of newcomers by giving them free items at the very beginning. A 5-star review appeared on the phone screen. The guild improved its image by helping with hunting, resource extraction, etc. Soon people began to appear who spoke flatteringly about the guild. The player approached the building with the coat of arms. The developers stated their unwillingness to interfere with in-game social processes. Thus the Travelers Guild turned into a real business. Scratching his head, the protagonist thought that these people were the reason why he did not want to create a new account. Smiling, the man said that they had 3 different courses. Pointing to the board, he said that the basic course allows you to get a quest without unnecessary waiting. The advanced course allows you to not only get a task, but also use the item loan service. The elite course includes the help of a group formed from guild members until the very end of the quest. Raising his hand, the guild worker said that you can pay with real currency as well as in-game gold or items. Smiling slyly, the man asked which course interested the client the most. Frowning, the protagonist decided to stop at the basic one. There were people who tried to deceive the Travelers Guild, but they were all forcibly sent to collect resources needed to create items. The man worked in the mine. The Travelers Guild began to provide services in the real world. There was only one way to escape from their oppression, which spread outside the game. You just had to hand over the character. Handing over the papers, the man said that this was a list of quests in a document and asked the client to take them and go to the specified location. A clear sky hung above the house. Squinting, the red-haired warrior clarified whether the client received the quest Hayden's order. Standing in front of him, Hyunwoo confirmed this and said that he needed to confirm the task. The guy clicked on the inscription 10 Goblin Skin. Suddenly, many tabs opened in front of him. Frowning, the young man was surprised by how much information there was about Hayden's quests and decided which one to take. A hidden quest related to the legendary one appeared on the blue window. Smiling widely, the player decided to cheat a little to get all the other quests. The man did not understand why his client was looking at the sky. Not far from the house was a forest. There were dead goblins lying on the clearing. A notification about a level increase appeared. The streamer thought that he could deal with the goblins even without magic skills, since his stats were quite high. The protagonist threw a stone into the air. A notification appeared that the god he served had noticed his rapid growth and granted him an opportunity. Many cards appeared in the air in front of him. Gacha is a free skill given out every time a character reaches a new level, but good items are very difficult to obtain. Waved his hand, Hyunwoo decided that chance was nothing to him now. Multicolored cards lined up in a row. Squatting down, the guy realized that out of 100 cards, 90 were common and that there was not a single card of a unique rank among them. Pointing at the purple card, the young man decided that he was lucky that he got an attack spell that time. A rare rank card with an image of a fireball appeared in the air. All preparations were complete. It was time to take the last hidden quest. People were standing on the porch of the building. Noticing the client, the red-haired man shuddered. Approaching him, the player smiled and said that he had completed the task. The guild member praised his abilities. Scratching the back of his head, the streamer said that it did not deserve praise since he could barely defeat even one goblin. Raising his eyebrows, the man thought that he was a newbie since he had trouble killing one goblin. He wondered why the client was able to do it so quickly. Pointing his finger to the side, the protagonist decided to go get the reward. While the client walked away, the guild member decided that very soon this newbie would become another wallet for them. Hearing that he managed to get all the goblin skin, he raised his eyebrows in surprise. The old man noted that the adventurer even managed to get goblin melancholy, which has a very low chance of dropping. His companion opened his mouth in shock. Raising his hand, Hyunwoo said that he bought 30 goblin skins since no one was selling 10 pieces. Gritting his teeth, the guy added that the quest required 10 skins, and for some reason the old man took all 30 from him. The man froze in fear as his client began to complain about not being warned in advance that all of his skin would be taken away and asked how they planned to compensate him for the 20 units stolen. Sweat was running down the guild member's face. The young man narrowed his eyes. His mouth dropped open in surprise when the man explained that there was nothing they could do to help with this because there was no compensation for this case. Standing in front of the house, the guild member explained that the contract stated that if the client did not read the information well enough, then all responsibility lies with the client. Frowning in displeasure, the player asked if he really had to deal with this on his own, and the answer was yes. Raising his hand above his head, the streamer realized that he had to deal with this problem himself. He lowered his head and cursed. Turning away, the protagonist called himself unlucky and said that he just lost 20 units of goblin skin. The man thought that a little more and he would have had problems. Grinning, Hyunwoo realized that now nothing was blocking his path. Some time ago, he was kneeling, his entire body was covered in leaves. The guy handed the old man the goblin's melancholy. A bottle of a revival potion sparkled in the air. Crying with happiness, the young man thought that he finally managed to do it. The player ran to the tree where the dog was sleeping, intending to complete the legendary quest. A question mark hung over the puppy's head. The streamer poured the potion into his palm, hoping to get a worthy reward for completing the legendary quest. The dog licked the potion from his hand. Smiling, the protagonist wanted to become a real rich man. An exclamation mark appeared above the dog's head. A notification informed that the wolf, having lost its name, would be loyal to the user as its master. Seeing that the title of Divine Creature Master had been unlocked, Hyunwoo raised his eyebrows in shock. Beads of sweat were running down his tense face. Upon learning that the pet could not be exchanged, the guy fell face down, regretting the lost riches. The puppy smiled happily and barked. Looking at it, the young man asked if it was really a wolf cub. Taking it in his arms, the player decided that appearance was not so important and hoped that it had good characteristics. Holding the happy beast in his hands, the streamer saw that it could be given a name. Turning it over in his hands, the main character decided to call it Lucky. The dog lit up. A notification informed that the nameless wolf received a new name and a new life. Hyunwoo closed his eyes, resisting the bright light. Suddenly, a golden system window was reflected in his pupil. A window appeared above the glowing puppy's head. Notifications reported that the user's heart rate had suddenly accelerated and that a forced exit from the game had been activated. The guy walked forward. Someone greeted him and asked how he was doing. Looking back, the man said that his friend could have said hello. Holding a can of soda, his colleague said that their friend was depressed because his mage account was banned. The guys did not understand what he would do now. Because all his savings had gone to this account, the young man walked out the door. There was a malicious smile on his face. The puppy in his hands turned out to be a Fenrir. A wolf with a blue mane ran forward. It was the strongest divine creature in God Wars. It had no equal in close combat. Smiling, the player thought that his luck never ends because such a chance only comes once in a lifetime. The phone in his pocket vibrated. Putting it to his ear, the streamer said that he would bring his niece a chicken. Hyorin shouted into the phone that something bad had happened to her father. The main character's eyes widened in fear. There was a sunset behind the hospital building. The girl was standing in front of the intensive care unit. There were tears in her eyes. Hyunwoo ran up to her. Taking her in his arms, the guy asked what happened. The nurse approached him and said that Tiu had a heart attack and hypotension, but there was no reason to worry now. The doctor added that he had a pacemaker installed, which would need to be replaced periodically. The young man raised his eyebrows in excitement, hearing that his brother would need rehabilitation. He froze in one place. The woman asked if he had ever been to a cardiologist. The answer was negative. Night had fallen. Only a few lights were on in the hospital windows. The player was sitting in the dark hallway. Hyorin was sleeping on his lap. Frowning, the streamer realized that in the end, it all came down to money. Clutching the blanket in his hand, the main character thought that he couldn't hesitate and that it was time to level up the Archmage as quickly as possible and earn money with the help of Fenrir, selling people cheats and getting artifacts. People gathered at the hunting grounds of the beginner level. Smiling widely, the people turned their attention to the puppy. Lucky was standing next to his owner. Looking at him, Hyunwoo thought that he didn't even pay attention to the fact that Fenrir looked like an ordinary puppy. Completing the quest to heal him gave him an excellent opportunity to get a companion who would distract enemies and freed him from the need to call partners into battle. The monsters pounced on the owner of Fenrir. The man took a step beyond the line. The guy will be able to leave the first city and move on if he levels up a little more. The difficulty will be much higher at the next level, but the rewards will be many times more valuable. A glowing scroll appeared in the air. A random skill card came from the War Dragon. By clicking the confirmation button in the map opening window, the young man decided to play roulette again. Many blue windows appeared in front of him. Dozens of cards soared into the air. Some of them were of a certain color. Smiling, the player realized that his doubts were in vain. A unique rank card lit up in front of him. A description of telekinesis appeared in the air, which gave the ability to move objects at a distance and was available only to telekinetic mages. The weapon and potion rose into the air with the help of magic. This skill could be used in battle in order to trip up or remotely block the enemy's movement. Reaching out to the glowing card, the streamer realized that the magic school restriction did not apply to him since archmages can learn any skills. Putting his hands on his waist, the protagonist decided that everything was going very well and assumed that Lucky was bringing him luck. Running deep into the forest, Hyunwoo decided to hunt. In the dark forest there were goblins. They were cutting up a hare. Hearing a strange sound, one of them raised his head. The puppy bit his neck. The monster bowed his head, trying to throw him off. Seeing that his brother was bitten, the monsters took up weapons. They rushed forward. The dog stood on the chest of the defeated enemy. Using a spell, the guy summoned a fireball in his hand. The projectile immediately hit the goblin on the head. Waves of fire flew around the young man. There was a satisfied smile on his face. Raising his paws, Lucky barked joyfully. Watching the pet jump around him, the player decided that the goblins were too easy for him, and remembered how they seemed like pretty tough enemies back in the early days of the game. Raising his eyebrows, the streamer realized that the hunt was not difficult yet, so he needed to go further into the thicket. Closing his eyes, the protagonist asked if his teammate knew to sit and give a paw. The darkness thickened under the tree canopy. Two crows were sitting on a branch. Suddenly, the bird raised its head. Hyunwoo opened his mouth in shock. A drop of sweat appeared on his tense face. A red warning appeared in front of him that there was 1 hour left before the boss appeared. The party of adventurers gathered in front of huge snakes. The boss raid is the treasure of the game, in which you can get an incredible reward for defeating a strong monster. Broken weapons lay on the ground. Due to the high difficulty of the raids, only the strongest players can challenge the boss. The man held gold in his bloodied hand. It was often compared to the starry sky. Everyone can see it, but only a select few can take possession of it. A broadcast appeared against the background of the gold. Streamers received incredible income, starting with the items they received for the raid, ending with broadcasts that show the entire process of the battle. Looking at the timer, the guy realized that he still had a lot to do to become a ranker. Opening a system window in front of him, he decided to write to the support service and buy something tasty. The young man brought his finger to the send button, but stopped. Raising his eyebrows, the player thought about trying to defeat the boss on his own. The sky above the forest turned red. No one was visible in the area. All the monsters were killed. The streamer's eyes widened. He lowered his hand, wanting to be greedy just once. Lucky looked up at him. Lowering his head, the protagonist remembered Hyorin and thought that he had tried to be law-abiding until now. Clenching his fist, Hyunwoo realized that there was no guarantee that his life would get better. He was tired of giving others opportunities. Now he had a chance. With a determined frown, the guy wanted to do it alone. Among the many videos, there was one that captured a battle with a monster. The young man had watched videos of the Goblin Champion raid many times, so he already knew the mechanics of its attacks. He thought that he had never participated in a solo raid before, but right now he had the opportunity to do it and win. The puppy smiled happily. The timer hanging in the air had 55 minutes left. Looking at it, the player said that today they need to hunt the boss. The dog barked. The streamer was sitting on the ground. Next to him, the inventory was open. The protagonist wiped his forehead. The timer above his head expired. The sky was red. Looking ahead, Hyunwoo heard a rustle in the bushes and asked the pet to stay behind. The monster took a step forward. His red eyes lit up. The boy frowned. A huge goblin in a mask came out of the bushes. Without wasting a second, the monster rushed forward. The young man jumped back to avoid the blow. The monster stepped on a pillow of hay. His feet fell through. There was a deep hole under the hay. The player threw a bottle of orange liquid down. The bottle broke on the Goblin Champion's head. Looking up, the monster let out a disgruntled cry. The streamer swung a fireball. A wave of fire enveloped the monster's head. This boss changed his fighting style depending on his health level. This was the first serious opponent for beginners who had previously fought only with ordinary mobs. Some time ago, the main character clicked on the trade window, buying oil and a shovel. He dug a deep hole. Even a person with a lot of resources would not attack the Goblin Champion alone. After firing a few more fireballs, Hyunwoo thought that all he needed to do to win was to find a way to disrupt the enemy's attack pattern. Flames engulfed the monster's body. The monster grabbed the edge of the pit with its claws. The goblin looked out of it. Lucky grabbed his hand and growled. The monster lost its balance and fell back to the bottom of the pit with very little health left. The monster dug its claws into the ground. The boss suddenly jumped into the air, its movement pattern changing. The Goblin Champion was high above the ground. He swung his clawed paw. The puppy grabbed him by the throat with its teeth. The monster fell to the ground. The monster looked up in fear. The boy summoned flames in his hand. A fireball appeared among the mountains. Black smoke rose into the sky. Seeing that the title of the winner of the Goblin Champion was unlocked, the boy smiled widely. Hugging the dog, he shouted that they won. Looking at the defeated enemy, the player decided that everything was much simpler than he thought because it was just a monster from the first city. Closing his eyes, the streamer thought that it would be great if this was shown live because then he would have good sponsors. Many system windows appeared around him. Looking at the notification that the War Dragon gave him a chance after winning, the protagonist realized that he suddenly had a lot of worries and that he needed to open his cards first. Lucky looked behind the owner in surprise. Looking back, Hyunwoo saw a bright pillar of light. He opened his mouth in surprise. A champion goblin mask appeared in the air. The phone screen said that it cost 1 million. Sitting at the table, the guy calculated that it was $900 and thought that raid items were incredibly expensive. Scratching his chin, the young man decided that it would be nice to put it on himself, but now he had to think about rent and medical bills. Hearing the ringing, the player leaned towards the phone. Putting it to his ear, the streamer heard that it was an agent from an insurance company offering him compensation for the electric shock. The main character's eyes widened in surprise. He stood up. Looking forward, Hyunwoo said that he felt terrible since that moment and that his mind was clouded. Smiling widely, the guy confirmed that he was having a very hard time now and offered to call a little later. Putting the bank card on the table, the young man asked his friend to load $300 worth of gold into the game. Standing behind the counter, Hyunwoo asked if he had managed to sell any artifacts. The player replied that this was not the case. Some time ago, he, talking on the phone, said that he was going crazy after the incident, that he constantly saw poles with wires and trucks. The insurance agent promised to check the information about the hospitalization and pay compensation if it was confirmed. The streamer happily clenched his fist. Heading towards the capsule, the protagonist explained that he had played on pity and received a solid insurance. The man said that it was not nice to do so. Getting into the capsule, Hyunwoo thought that he shouldn't have done this, but he needed money for a month to focus on leveling up the hero. God Wars began loading, stars appeared around, the guy decided that he had no second to lose. Clouds thickened over the goblin forest. Monsters, holding weapons in their hands, rushed into battle. A fireball blew off the head of one of them. The monsters tried to defend themselves with wooden shields. A hooded mage stood on a tree branch. Looking at the monsters, he asked if they were really going to defend themselves with a shield. Holding his staff in front of him, the young man asked if they would like this. His staff turned into a bow. An ice arrow pierced the shield. Raising his weapon, the player decided that the magic arrows were more like a bullet and that they worked best against enemies behind a shield. While the streamer was shooting his bow, one of the goblins climbed a tree. In his hand was a sharp sickle. The monster swung his weapon to hit the enemy. Lucky grabbed his hand. The monster fell to the ground. The protagonist praised his pet and thought that such help made him feel safe. A scream was heard among the dense trees. Hyunwoo decided to go to the hunting grounds of the next level. On the ground lay a set of goblin equipment of rare quality. A description of the equipment appeared. Sitting in front of it, the guy realized that he managed to get a lot of loot from the goblins. Scratching his chin, he noticed that there was not a single unique item like the champion mask, which does not give a bonus for a full set. After petting the dog, the young man decided that unique items could only be obtained during a raid, and wished that one of these artifacts would fall into his hands from the sky right now. Someone was running through the forest. Hearing a scream, the player turned around. A man ran out of the bushes, calling for help. Behind him was a man with a mace. The stranger hit the boy on the back. His eyes turned white, his health bar dropped to almost zero. Waving his hand, the bandit asked if his comrade had managed to catch up with the prey. Looking back, Chen confirmed it. Approaching the body of the dead player, the man was surprised that mages had so little health that they could be killed with one blow. He grabbed another victim by the hair. Trembling with fear, the boy asked if the kidnappers really thought they would get away with it. The bandits opened their mouths wide and laughed loudly. The bandit stuck out his tongue and said that he didn't care because a newbie wouldn't be able to get in touch with anyone at that level. He slapped the victim and asked him to watch his words. The protagonist watched the beating from a tree. With his hand on the branch, Hyunwoo realized that these were newbie killers who didn't leave the first city even after reaching level 12 and enjoyed killing new players. Frowning, the guy thought that he was annoyed by those who enjoyed bullying the weak. Deciding that it would be unwise to interfere in their affairs, the young man looked back and told his pet that it was time for them to go. Lucky frowned menacingly as he looked at the ground. The player looked at him in surprise. Watching the dog's reaction, he remembered that the two of them had managed to kill the champion goblin. The bandit put his hands behind his head while his friends laughed. The streamer wondered who was stronger, this gang or one goblin champion. Birds were flying in the sky. The adventurers gathered in a clearing. Smiling, the bandit said that they had a lot of loot today. Chen swung his mace. Opening his mouth in fury, he decided to start with the one closest. The mace flew towards the sorceress girl. A fireball flashed in the protagonist's hand. The man's eyes widened in amazement when he saw it approaching. The flaming projectile hit him on the head. The girl screamed in fear. The gang leader's mouth opened in shock. Standing in front of the body of his fallen comrade, The bandit asked who did this. Approaching them, Hyunwoo announced that the topic of today's stream would be hunting rookie killers. Raising a clenched fist, the guy called himself a great mage on air. Covering his face with his hand, the man realized that they were being filmed. His friend said that he should hide his nickname, not his face. Grinning, the young man thought that he was just joking, because such people are always so afraid to appear on the broadcast. A bright flash knocked one of the bandits off his feet. The bandit looked back and noticed that his comrade was thrown far back. Raising his eyebrows in amazement, the man realized that their opponent first used a fireball, and then an ice arrow, and the only class that owns 2 or more schools of magic is the Archmage. Seeing a man in a hood and with a staff in front of him, the bandit assumed that this was a twink of some rich man. He immediately rushed to run into the forest. A shadow appeared above his head as the player decided to teach him a lesson. Lucky grabbed the bandit by the shoulder. The man fell to the ground. The streamer approached him. The stranger asked if he really was a great mage. The main character shuddered in surprise. Gritting his teeth, the bandit promised to remember his nickname. Smiling widely, Hyunwoo asked him to remember the nickname and sign up. A bright flash appeared in the forest. A notification appeared above the trees that the enemy's karma level had been lowered. The bandits were lying on the ground, cards were hanging above their heads. The system window said that the number of items that the user can use had increased. Smiling widely, the guy was happy that he had increased his status and received items, teaching a lesson to those who make a living by killing other players. Putting his hands on his belt, the young man thought that earlier it seemed to him that receiving items depended only on luck, but now everything was clearer to him. A red card lit up in his eyes. He wanted to check if he got good items. Cards with an image of leather armor and goblin pants of the champion appeared in front of him. These were unique items that gave a set effect if you had a mask. Raising his eyebrows, the player decided to put them on himself. His red cape was replaced by goblin armor. A smile appeared on his face when the notifications informed him that the set effect had been activated and all stats had been increased by 25 points. Summoning a status window in front of him, the streamer remembered that on his previous account, he had only managed to cross the 100 intelligence threshold at level 15. Smiling happily, the protagonist decided that people might think it was just a game bug after seeing his stats. He flinched in fear when Lucky raised his head and howled loudly. Looking at the pet, Hyunwoo said that this was too much, even considering his good mood. His eyes reflected the blue window. The puppy frowned. The system informed him that the divine creature had received a new skill and asked the user to select it. The guy raised his eyebrows in surprise. Several cards appeared in front of him, among which was a legendary one. The young man reached out his hand to it. Seeing that it was indeed a legendary one, his mouth opened in shock. The dog's ear twitched. A bright aura appeared around him, and a description of the treasure hunter skill appeared, allowing him to find hidden treasures. The player raised his eyebrows in surprise. Scratching his chin, he decided that treasures meant items. Looking away, the streamer remembered something. The man who was called the luckiest, the guildmaster of the Immortal Guild, was sitting on his divine creature. Wapo's channel had many videos. All of his content consisted of finding hidden dungeons. Few could believe in his incredible luck. Looking at his pet, the protagonist wondered if all his luck was just in the treasure hunter. The heroes ran forward. Jumping into the air, Hyunwoo praised his companion and offered him to try out his hunting skill. Frowning decisively, Lucky barked. The puppy jumped into the thicket of the forest. Mushrooms and rare plants growing on the ground began to glow. Having grabbed the mushroom, the guy concluded that all these items could be sold for a good price. He called the pet a priceless treasure. The dog continued to run forward. Suddenly, the guys stopped. Seeing a huge hole under the tree, the young man assumed that there could be something there too. The heroes leaned over the hole. Strange smoke appeared from there. A notification said that this was the secret refuge of the goblin shaman. The player's eyes widened in amazement. Covering his mouth with his hands, he realized that this was indeed a hidden dungeon. A description of the quest appeared. Thick bushes grew behind the tree. Even in the first city, the streamer had never stumbled upon a hidden dungeon, and now he was lucky enough to become a pioneer. Gritting his teeth, the main character realized that he could live comfortably for a whole month if he sold this information. Hyunwoo furiously knocked his hands on the tree trunk. Lucky raised his eyebrows questioningly, not understanding what was wrong with his owner. Putting his hand to his head, the boy decided that he could not call himself an honest gamer if he sold this. Looking at the hole, he decided to clear this dungeon himself. There was a doorway inside the cave. In the dark room were armed goblins. Skulls were impaled on a sharp stake. A level 16 goblin shaman sat on the throne. Red-eyed monsters stood in front of him. A pair of someone's eyes appeared in the thick smoke. Someone jumped up from their place. Lucky pounced on one of the goblins. The monsters bared their fangs furiously. The puppy raised his head and howled loudly. A fireball flashed in the air. Several projectiles hit the enemies right on the enemies. The goblin shaman gritted his teeth in displeasure. Determined to clear this dungeon, the young man stood in front of a group of enemies. The boss's face was in close-up on the recording. Smiling, the player decided to conquer the secret dungeon that appeared near the first city. The heroes rushed forward. The dog pounced on one of the goblins standing in front. Smiling confidently, the streamer thought that the goblin shaman had little stamina, but in fact, the boss was attacking while his minions distracted the adventurers. The goblin rose from the throne and used dark magic. Jumping up, the protagonist decided to defeat him, guessing the right moment. After hitting the staff, the boss's health bar dropped almost to the middle. Squinting, Hyunwoo thought that he had never experienced the true power of such high stats. He jumped back from the throne. The guy swung the fire staff. The fireball hit the goblin shaman in the chest. His health dropped almost to the minimum. The smoking monster gritted his teeth. Frowning, the young man realized that he would have to dodge again. A clot of dark energy appeared in the monster's hand. Lucky jumped forward. The puppy bit the boss on the leg. Swinging his staff, the player realized that the pet had interrupted the use of a spell, which greatly helped buy time. Tongues of flame appeared in the air. Another fireball crashed into the body of the goblin shaman. The monster fell on the throne. His lifeless body continued to smolder. A notification reported the victory over the boss. The streamer happily spread his arms in front of the dog running towards him. Hearing someone's voice, the protagonist turned around. The dead monster rose from the throne, steam coming out of its mouth. Opening his mouth wide, the boss said that he had come to kill a man. Flashing his fiery eyes, the revived goblin screamed that the War of the Gods was about to begin. Opening his mouth in surprise, Hyunwoo asked what that meant. The monster's body turned to ashes. Its burning body fell back onto the throne. Looking at it, the guy decided that it was a bug. Having opened many system windows in front of him, the young man decided to ignore the talking goblin and look at the loot. Having opened the inventory, he wanted to sell the replay and see what they got from the boss. Having taken the goblin shaman's staff from the inventory, the player decided that this unique weapon could be sold for decent money. Smiling, the streamer read the weapon's characteristics and thought that they were pretty good. The blue window said that this item cannot be sold. The main character looked down in disappointment. Having tried to break the staff in half, Hyunwoo asked why he needed this stick at all and said that God Wars is just a disgrace, the likes of which humanity has never seen. A notification appeared that the main quest was created. The guy's mouth opened in amazement. Looking away, he could not believe that this was the main quest. The scientist who developed this game, the creator of the most immersive virtual reality world, crossed his arms over his chest. In an interview, he was asked why he needed new technologies to create games. Sitting at the table, Minsu answered that he just wanted to write a story and never expected to make money on this hobby. A wave of bright energy turned into a flash. Soon after the interview, the developer died. Users explored the world of God Wars in search of a story, but over the past 5 years, no one has found it. Realizing that this was the main quest, the young man raised his eyebrows in surprise. Spreading his arms in front of the description of the quest, the player could not believe that this was not a dream. Clouds floated above the city. Other people were looking for the main quest in all corners of the virtual world, and this turned out to be in a place where no one expected to find something important. Complaints that the game did not have a main plot came very often. Raising his hand to his chin, the streamer remembered that some were still looking for this quest in the first city. The people from the Travelers Guild were standing in the forest. If they hadn't occupied this place, then maybe someone would have managed to find this quest. Squinting, the protagonist realized that he had managed to do it and decided not to tell anyone about it. Raising his head, Lucky howled. Petting him, Hyunwoo said that thanks to him, he managed to find a treasure that others could only dream of. A notification appeared in the air that the user had not opened the random skill card given by the War Dragon. Seeing it, the guy remembered that he had gained a new level. Closing his eyes, he decided to figure it out quickly in order to quickly start the main quest. Opening his eye, the young man saw something bright in front of him. A golden card hung in the air. It said that the polymorph skill allows you to turn into a slain monster. People were walking along the streets of the first city. Pointing his finger at the notification, the player remembered that the NPC he needed was a person who users met when they were about to leave the city. His house was a secret entrance to a dungeon created by the system specifically for each player. Stopping in front of the building, the streamer decided that he should not be afraid of meeting members of the Travelers Guild here. The main character entered the house. With his ears sticking out, Lucky barked. Someone took a step forward, saying that his guest was being too loud. Crossing his arms over his chest, Yun asked if the traveler had really come here to leave this city and go to a big and unknown world. Hyunwoo frowned silently. Looking at the NPC, he asked if he knew anything about the nameless god. The man opened his mouth in surprise. An exclamation mark appeared above his head. The guy's eyes widened, realizing that the quest had appeared. Standing in the middle of the room, Yun explained that nameless gods are those who lost the War of the Gods and left the throne. They ceased to be gods, and their names are forgotten. The blade of the sword was destroyed. Before their defeat, the nameless gods left their legacy for the future generation somewhere in this world. Raising his eyebrows, the man asked if the traveler really wanted to find these treasures that were left by the nameless god. Grinning, the young man smelled the legendary treasures. Raising his hand, the player asked where they can be found. Taking the ring from his finger, Yun replied that he also tried to follow in their footsteps but could not reach the end. Holding the ring out to the traveler, he hoped that he would be able to do it. After giving the jewelry, the man asked the adventurer to find Sacin in the city of VGA and show her this ring, and then she will tell you herself. Taking the ring, the streamer smiled, happy that the main quest has finally begun. Raising his hand, Yun said that was all he knew. He asked if the traveler was ready to leave this city and step into the big world. A system window appeared in front of him, asking for confirmation. Happy that he would be able to leave the first city, the protagonist opened his mouth wide and answered in the affirmative. A magic circle appeared under his feet. Putting his hands on his waist, the man wished him luck. A bright pillar of light appeared above the roof of the house. A wave of energy rose high above the clouds. One statement that absolutely all users agreed with was that the real game of God Wars begins after leaving the first city. There were many people in the square. Colorful flags hung on the houses. Joyfully raising his fist, the warrior shouted that he finally left the first city. His comrade said that he had to pay a fortune to the Travelers Guild. Raising his eyebrows in surprise, the man asked them to look over there. Holding out a fruit, the merchant asked the travelers not to pass by his shop with the highest quality products. The passers-by listened to the elf playing the lute. The knights looked around happily. A clear sky hung over the city of VGA. The protagonist tried to get through the crowd. Walking down the street, he heard whispers of people discussing him. Someone suggested that some professional had created a second account. Hyunwoo left the main road. Walking down the alley, the guy thought that the additional effects of Yun's ring were no worse than the legendary ones. It even had a set effect with a second ring. Pursing his lips, the young man wondered if such rewards would await him as he progressed through the main quest. Covering his mouth with his hand, the player decided that it was too good to be true. Raising his head, Lucky barked. The streamer asked him not to stick his head out because they needed to be careful. Ropes were stretched between the houses. The protagonist decided to go to meet the necessary NPC. It was quite dark in the gateway due to the shadows of the houses. Hyunwoo approached the door. There was a notice hanging above it with the name of the house owner written on it. After making sure that this was the right door, the guy went inside. Hearing someone's voice, he looked to the side. A knife blade appeared from the shadows. Spreading his arms, Sacin asked how someone managed to enter her house, hidden by magic. The young man opened the inventory in front of him. Taking out a ring from it, the player said that Yun told him to find her and give the ring. A notification about the completion of the quest appeared. The streamer smiled and decided to move on to the next task. Grinning, the girl said that it was impossible for her friend to send such a weakling to her. She said that she does not waste her time on those who are only good for catching goblins. The main character's eyes widened in shock, not understanding what was happening. Putting her hand in front of her, the girl ordered him to prove his worthiness and kill 10,000 orcs. The notification announced the creation of a new quest of the main scenario. Hyunwoo's mouth dropped open in surprise. Gritting his teeth, he couldn't believe that he had to kill 10,000 orcs. Leaning forward, the boy called it stupid. The sorceress asked if he was too weak to do it. The young man trembled with indignation. He was kicked out the door along with Lucky. Clenching his fist, the player thought that this was pointless because killing 10,000 orcs would take weeks, if not months. He didn't have that much time. Suddenly a quest description appeared in front of him, according to which he needed to restore a fragment of a nameless god. The streamer realized that he didn't have to kill 10,000 monsters at all. A group of adventurers fought a monster in a clearing in the forest. The warrior put a shield in front of him to block the enemy's attack. A huge orc swung 2 axes. Looking at him, the archer decided that she needed to inflict as much damage as possible while the tank held back the enemy. The protagonist watched them from the cliff. Kneeling down, he realized what the point of this quest was. He didn't need the mobs themselves, but their loot. One of the orcs had a shard hidden in it, the drop rate of which was 1/100%. But Hyunwoo could see all the hidden information and could find the monster that had the item he needed. Looking at the group of adventurers, the guy decided that the problem was only that other people were already targeting the orc he needed. Lucky watched the owner closely. The young man said that it would be bad to just go up and take this monster by force because they were the ones targeting him first. Hearing someone's voice, the player raised his eyebrows in surprise. The tank froze in place and began to disintegrate into particles. The archer, her mouth wide open in fear, remembered that Dichel had not logged out of the game for a long time. Her friend realized that the system had thrown him out by force. The orc swung his axe. The streamer watched what was happening in the gorge, standing on the edge of the cliff. Grinning, he thought that his problem could resolve itself if he was lucky. Dark particles appeared in the air. Yaren's body also began to disintegrate into a blue window. Seeing that the enemy was approaching them, the girl asked what they should do without the main damage dealers. The monster jumped up and swung his axes. The girl closed her eyes in fear. Suddenly, an explosion sounded in front of her. The main character asked the viewers to pay attention to the screen. The squad member looked up and saw him on the cliff. Hyunwoo put his hand to his forehead and said that they had stumbled upon a group in trouble. The girl raised her eyebrows in surprise, wondering if this stranger was broadcasting. She raised her hand and asked for help. The boy smiled widely and asked if everyone had heard her plea for help. He jumped off the cliff. Summoning the goblin shaman's staff in his hand, the young man decided to rush into battle with his pet. A weapon appeared in the protagonist's hand. He jumped down. Lucky ran after him along the cliff. The dog jumped onto the shoulder of a huge monster. Red blood sprayed in the air. The ogre screamed in pain as Lucky bit him. The monster threw the dog off his shoulder. A fireball flew towards the ogre. Hyunwoo held a bow in his hands. The monster's HP dropped to half. The protagonist smiled and thought that he was not very surprised by how much damage he was doing to the orcs, and that people were so addicted to games and willing to spend a lot of money precisely because of this pleasant feeling of triumph. Hanyu took a step forward. The monster swung his hand. The protagonist frowned, looking at the blade of the weapon. He jumped back, avoiding the attack. Small fragments appeared in his hand. Hanyu pulled the arrows onto the bowstring and thought that he had managed to survive in this game for 5 years without a drop of luck. The projectiles flew forward. The arrows ended up near the monster, and the protagonist thought that he had achieved this only thanks to his perseverance. The ice arrows pierced the orc's body. His eyes turned white. Hanyu raised his hand, creating a fireball. He threw it into the distance, and immediately a powerful explosion thundered. The monster was left without a head, while the remains of his body burned. The protagonist turned to the two girls and the system reported that he had defeated the monster. The young man in armor and holding a shield shouted that he had been stuck for a while. Suddenly, his eyes widened in shock and his mouth fell open. There were players standing in the middle of the forest and the young man asked what had happened. The sun was shining in the blue sky. The protagonist awkwardly scratched the back of his head when the players thanked him for his help. He replied that newbies should stick together. Hanyu smiled and thought that now was the time to dump these noobs. He imagined a sword against a red flag and thought that in God Wars, the one who attacked the monster first gets most of the loot, and according to this rule, he might not get anything now. Hanyu raised one finger and said with a smile that he would be right back. He looked at the players and added that he was currently broadcasting live, pretending to receive donations from subscribers. The players looked at him in silence as Hyunwoo asked the imaginary spectators if they wanted to see the loot from this orc. The protagonist turned around and said that according to the rules of the game, most of the loot goes to these players because they started this fight. The young man crossed his arms, looking at his partner. Hyunwoo froze with a surprised look on his face when the player told him to take the loot. They stood opposite each other, and the players said that they were giving up the loot because the protagonist saved them from the orc. Hyunwoo smiled contentedly. He gave a thumbs up and said that it would be impolite to refuse since that was Korean culture. The protagonist looked into the imaginary camera and told the non-existent spectators that the players were so kind that they did not skimp on the loot for him. There was gunpowder on the ground, left over from the monster's body. Hyunwoo reached out, collecting it. The system reported that 3 items had been added to the protagonist's inventory. The inventory contents appeared on the blue screen. Hanyu smiled and thought that was not bad. He walked forward, thinking that he was lucky that the players agreed to give him the loot. The player in red raised his hand and called out to the protagonist. There were white clouds floating in the blue sky, and the player asked what Henu's nickname was. The player smiled and said that their meeting was fateful and he wanted to recommend the protagonist to his friends. Henu turned around and thought that he hadn't streamed today, but he would definitely start someday and said his nickname. A building with an arch was visible. The protagonist put a stone shard in someone's hand. Sakhaline looked at the artifact and said that Henu was too lucky. The girl closed her eyes and sighed. Henu replied with a smile that luck was also an ability, and the system reported the task was completed. The protagonist was surrounded by blue screens, and the system offered to open a random ability card. Henu agreed, and a bright grid immediately appeared. The protagonist opened his mouth in surprise. The red screen showed information about an ability called Long Cast. Henu thought with a smile that this skill was ideal for fighting large monsters. Sakhalin looked at the item in her hand in confusion. She frowned and looked silently at the protagonist, who asked what the shard was for. Henu opened her mouth in shock when the girl asked if he knew why it was difficult to find the nameless god. Sakhalin clenched her hand into a fist and replied that the reason was because magical restrictions were set so that only former adepts of this god could follow his trail. The protagonist's eyes widened in shock, and the girl asked what he thought he could do to bypass these restrictions. Henu sweated and suggested that he could pretend to be a former adept. A ring made from the shard of the nameless god appeared on the girl's hand, and she confirmed it. The system provided information about a unique artifact. The protagonist looked down and thought that he was curious about a place called the Altar of the Nameless God. He walked up to Sacin, who asked him what he would do next since it was a dangerous path. Hanu looked at her and said that no danger would stop him. Sacin looked at the protagonist silently. The system announced a new chapter in the main quest. A blue screen appeared above the girl with information about the secret altar. The system reported that the reward for the quest was a random legendary skill card. Hanu's mouth opened in shock. He looked at the screen. Hanu raised one finger and thought that this quest was insanely difficult, and that this was the first time he saw a legendary skill as a reward for the quest. Standing in the middle of the street, the protagonist said that with Lucky, finding the location of the altar would be easy, and even hunting orcs, which gives a unique card as a reward, would take a lot of time for other players. Lucky walked next to Hanu, who asked what revealing his secret even meant. The protagonist jumped in fear when the dog suddenly barked. Lucky closed his eyes and sat up. Hanu smiled, and a drop of sweat rolled down his cheek. The sunset was visible. The protagonist asked Lucky if he would find the altar, and the dog confirmed it. In the suspicious forest, there was a small lake among the trees. Hanu looked down and asked if this was the entrance to the altar. Lucky frowned, looking at the owner, who was confused because of the hole in the floor. Hanu sat up and said that it was expected from a lousy RNG game that the entrance would be very difficult to find, and he would have passed by if not for his attentiveness. A blue glow appeared in front of the protagonist's face, and he said that he wanted to look at the information about this dungeon. The system reported that the altar is of the legendary rank and is dedicated to a god, and there is a reward for defeating the orc zombie. Hanu introduced the monster and suggested that the boss would be stronger than a normal orc and that only those who were at least level 20 could enter the dungeon. The protagonist touched his chin thoughtfully. He stood up and called Lucky. Hanu shouted with a smile that they would hunt something else. The dog opened his mouth in shock. The protagonist put his hands on the back of his head and said that beating the boss alone at his current level would be a difficult task for him. Hanu smiled and added that if the dungeon was recommended for level 20, then they could come back when he reached it, because there was no need to complicate things. Lucky watched his master silently. Hanu turned around, grinning as he took out his weapon. Bright stars were visible in the sky. The orc swung his fist. He slammed his hand on the ground and the players standing around screamed in fear. Hanu turned around, hearing a player asking a healer to use his abilities, while the healer accused the damage dealer of being weak. The youths attacked the orcs, cursing loudly. The protagonist remembered rubbing the back of his head awkwardly and thought about how when he first started playing in a team 5 years ago, he had a hard time keeping up with his teammates. He imagined a man reaching up and thought about how it wasn't long after that the scumbags with money started buying up abilities and clothes, and the gap between their abilities began to widen. Hanu looked straight ahead and thought about how he hated those rich guys back then. The protagonist smiled and guessed that the others were looking at him the same way now. The orc put his sword on his shoulder and Hanu said that it was an easy target for him. A blue light began to concentrate in his hand. The protagonist pulled an arrow onto the bowstring. He frowned and shouted loudly, "Ice arrow." The projectile rushed towards the monster. The orc's mouth opened wide in pain as the arrow pierced his shoulder and exploded. A fireball was approaching the monster. Hanu threw the projectile. The orc stumbled as the fireball slammed into him. The protagonist smiled as he saw the system message about leveling up. Two people were standing next to each other, discussing that there was a mage who was single-handedly slaughtering orcs in a suspicious forest. Players were walking around the city, saying that mage was called a combo killer because he killed monsters with one combo. A knight, sitting with a can of beer in his hands, said that young man had the class of Archmage, and someone shouted that mage was just lucky to be born into a rich family. The knight smiled, saying that it was even curious what kind of item could be obtained if you killed that mage or Archmage. The protagonist sweated, saying that his ears were itching a lot lately. The ogre roared loudly. The monster ran towards Hen, who decided that he needed to concentrate. The protagonist created a fireball in his hand. He grabbed his weapon, grinning. Then he threw a projectile at the ogre. Hanu looked at the fallen monster and smiled happily. Suddenly, he looked down in shock when he saw a blue glow. The protagonist's face showed happiness when the system reported that he had reached level 20. Hanu began to play with Lucky and Joy. Holding the puppy in his arms, the protagonist turned away and said that if only the game had been this easy for him 5 years ago, the 10 great guilds would have already been at his feet. A blue screen appeared in front of Hanu when he decided to check his ability card. The protagonist put his finger on the yes option, agreeing to open the card. Many different cards appeared around Hanu. He smiled and said that he had not received anything useful since level 11. Suddenly, the protagonist and Lucky opened their mouths in shock. There were many capsules in the building, and someone shouted that he had received a unique item. People turned around, reacting to the loud scream. The blonde boy pointed at himself and yelled that he had received a unique ring. Another player rubbed his neck and said that no one had found a unique item in a long time. Hanu lowered his head when the player asked if he wanted to order something too. The protagonist, whose face was pale, said that he did not need anything. The player froze, sweating from awkwardness. The protagonist was sitting in a capsule, asking his comrade to set it up. The boy turned pale, thinking about Henu refusing free food. A green tree was visible. The system provided information about a skill called Dragon Supremacy. Henu put his hands on his chest, saying that it was very difficult for him to maintain a mournful expression in front of people when all these riches were always pouring out on him. The protagonist imagined a fight with orcs and thought that a long cast increased magic damage, and Dragon Supremacy increased all types of damage for all types of enemies. Hyunwoo imagined himself emitting a golden light and concluded that every player who fought by his side would receive a damage buff of 10%. The warriors surrounded the huge monster. The protagonist chuckled and said that he would be much more useful than the average player even if he just came to the raid and stood there motionless. Hyunwoo looked at Lucky and added that he would just join a guild for a quick profit if he was content with little. He imagined himself inside a car, saying that he would have enough money to send Hyrin to art school and take her there. Hyunwoo imagined a tall building and said that they would also move to a big house where everyone would have their own private room. Lucky smiled when the protagonist said that the dog did not even understand what he was talking about, but was happy with him. Hyunwoo walked to the entrance of the dungeon. An inventory screen appeared in front of his face. The protagonist put on a black ring. He knelt down and thought that he should use this artifact to enter the hidden dungeon. Henu stuck his hand into the hole and thought that it was deep inside. He spread his fingers wide. Suddenly, the ring on his finger began to shine brightly. The protagonist frowned tensely when the system reported that he sensed the magical barrier of the dungeon. Then, a message appeared on the blue screen stating that the ring from the fragment of the nameless god helps to pass through the barrier, and now Henu can enter. The ground suddenly collapsed, and the protagonist screamed in fear. A crooked staircase led down. A system notification appeared above the entrance. The protagonist grinned contentedly. Stalactites were visible in the cave. The orc slammed his hand on the ground, attacking Lucky. The monster turned around, looking at Henu. The protagonist threw a fireball. The orc fell and the system reported a level increase, and the protagonist said that if this were a stream, he would definitely have been donated. Henu suddenly turned around and sighed. There were huge doors in front of him, and he assumed that this was the boss's abode. The doors slowly opened. The protagonist covered his nose with his hand. The system reported that they were weakened by a terrible stench. In the distance, a mass resembling dirt was visible, and the system said that all stats were lowered by 10%. The monster with shackles on his hands slowly rose. Henu opened his mouth in shock, covered in sweat. Next to the orc zombie, his huge health bar was shown. The monster screamed loudly. He swung his hand, and the protagonist shouted that this was 30 times more HP than a normal orc. Henu dodged the enemy's attack. He turned around, his eyes widening in fear. There was a seam on the monster's shoulder, and the protagonist thought that this orc was very tenacious. The monster slammed his hand on the ground and Henu realized that the orc was very slow. He ran away and assumed that the boss's speed was inversely proportional to his health. The protagonist turned around and said that he was afraid for no reason. Fire appeared in his hand. Henu swung his hand and decided that with such speed, he had a few seconds after casting the spell. The protagonist threw a fireball and ran to the side. The enemy's health bar dropped a little. The orc's face was burning, and Henu concluded that it might take a long time. He looked at the huge enemy and decided that despite this, he could kill him without any problems. Green fog swirled around the destroyed columns. Lucky fell to the ground, breathing heavily. The system reported that Henu had received 3 new titles, as well as a rune, and defeated the zombie orc. The protagonist stood with a spear on his shoulder, saying that it was time for them to go get the reward. A light was visible in the window. The voice said that it was incredible, because no one would have thought that the hero would find a trace of a nameless god. The guy bowed his head down and, breathing heavily, was about to explain himself to Lady Sakhalin, but the girl interrupted him. She was standing by the bookshelf, taking out the right book. The girl noticed that he, moreover, did it in such a short time. Hyunwoo knitted his brows and opened his mouth wide, about to explain what was going on. Sakhalin threw a book with a blue cover at him, saying that this skill book was a gift to him. The girl pointed at him with her finger and raised her eyebrows, saying that this might be too generous for him. The protagonist picked up the book and frowned, saying that it was not that. He really liked the rapid progress, but he wanted her to listen to him. Sakhalin interrupted him, asking if he was interested in the last words of the rotting orc. Hyunwoo knitted his brows and opened his mouth wide in surprise. The girl sighed heavily, calling him a simpleton. Here are the events that happened. The protagonist and Lucky were sitting by the windows of the system. The guy noticed that this was a good title for the boss. The effects were simply incredible. The monster behind Hyunwoo stood up and opened his mouth wide, inside of which there was a bright red light. He called the guy a parasite. The hero opened his mouth wide and widened his eyes, screaming in fear. The creature looked down at the protagonist, saying that now he understands why the parasite is here. Hyunwoo frowned, looking at him and saying that first the shaman, now this orc, they still can't die silently. He asked where the notification about the cutscene was. Lucky bared his teeth, taking a wary pose. The orc asked if the guy really wanted to get a weapon that could destroy even a myth. The protagonist opened his eyes wide, a drop of sweat dripped down his face. Lady Sakhaline raised her eyebrows and looked at him, asking the hero to relax. Hyunwoo's eyes widened and his eyebrows raised, pressing his hand to his chest. The girl sat on the red chair and crossed her legs. She leaned her head on her hand, saying that since he was interested in this weapon, she would tell him everything she knew if he did her a favor. Sakhaline asked the hero how he felt about it. The system reported that a new chapter of the main quest had appeared. In the status window, there was the quest name, Assassin, rank, main quest, level, above 20th, description. NPC Sakhaline asks the hero to hunt down an orc assassin, reward, Sakhaline's ring. The system reported that the quest was accepted. In the system window, information appeared that it was possible to receive the quest Cursed Forest after completing the current quest, as well as the title Almighty class information after completing the current quest. The protagonist was surprised in his mind by the Almighty class. He thought that the mythical item actually existed. There were 3 people sitting at the table, and above them was a poster stating that this was a God Wars press conference with the producer, developer Minsu, and Junhoon. A man in the crowd in front of them raised his hand, asking if it was true that there was an item above the legendary rank in the game, and if he could make an official statement as a developer. Minsu clasped his hands in front of him and smiled, saying that he didn't know maybe there was such an item. People's mouths dropped open in surprise. The developer's answer was reported in the newspapers, but it wasn't a credible answer. In addition, after this interview, no one could find the mythical item. The red-armored hero spread his hands in dissatisfaction, looking at his allies behind him and saying that there was no item. This news was surrounded by rumors and seemed like a bluff, but it really could affect not only the protagonist but also his family. The guy walked forward. He saw a stone wall with hanging branches of a plant. Hyunwoo frowned, saying that everything would turn into a disaster if he just went and told the public about it. Lucky was sitting on his chest under his cloak. The guy understood that he would not be able to cope with the consequences of publicizing this kind of information. It would even affect reality, but if he approached it wisely and prepared, then everything would be different. Lucky opened his eyes wide and barked. The protagonist looked ahead. He had the hood of the cloak on his head. He said that everything was fine. He understood that the puppy was stuffy, but he needed to be patient for a little while. For now, he needed to complete the quest. There were magnets hanging on the white refrigerator. The hero took the phone in his hand. Hyunwoo laid his chest on the table and stretched his arms out in front of him, looking at the phone screen and wondering how hard this quest was. He repeated the word Orc Assassin in his mind. The phone screen was open to information from a player who decided to share how to defeat the Orc Assassin in God Wars. A team of 5 or less people is required. Supports are recruited into the team only if they are able to hold back the onslaught of the monster. If players follow these tips, they can easily kill it. The hero realized that defeating the monster will take some sweat, but the reward is so-so. Despite this, the reason so many people try and defeat it is because defeating the Orc Assassin in God Wars is the line that separates newbies and higher ranks. In the system window, there were notifications about recruiting players for a party to defeat the Orc Assassin. The players stood in front of a giant Orc Assassin, which was illuminated by the bright light of the full moon. Hyunwoo closed his eyes and furrowed his brows, thinking that this was like a minimum requirement for career advancement, something like winning a school basketball competition in elementary school. They say that you should list as many of your skills as possible on your resume. The guy raised his eyebrows and thoughtfully rubbed his chin, thinking that this was a monster with an unreasonably high raid difficulty. In any case, after reviewing this information, the hero concluded that it was currently impossible to kill an orc killer alone. Hyunwoo frowned and pursed his lips in displeasure, holding his phone in his hand. She was sitting at the table, wondering if he would have to find a party this time. The protagonist's older brother rolled into the room in a wheelchair. He asked the guy what he was looking at. The hero noted that there was nothing special there, he was just working. Tiwoo raised his eyebrows and smiled. He opened his mouth, asking if this was true. Hyunwoo raised his eyebrows in surprise and looked at his brother. The hero asked him not to say that, because he was in a good mood lately. Because work was going well, there was no need to be so serious. Tiwoo raised his eyebrows and smiled good-naturedly. The guy frowned, saying that it was better for him to laugh and smile. The brother closed his eyes and sighed heavily. The hero asked why he was sighing like that now. Tiwoo said that he was wondering if his brother would ever get married. Hyunwoo widened his eyes and frowned, stunned by such words. The protagonist stood up from his chair and smiled, saying that he was worrying too much. It was better for him to take care of Hyorin. The brother agreed with his words. Hyunwoo raised his eyebrows, thinking that everything was really going well lately, just selling hidden information and a couple of game items. You don't have to worry about money for a few months, But a ton of dust is still not a mountain, and since he decided to play alone, he can handle it himself. The guy opened his mouth, telling his brother that he was going out. The protagonist put his hands in his sweater pockets, walking down the street and thinking about whether he really had nothing better to do than ask to join a party with some newbies. He looked at the bright orange sign ahead. The protagonist thought that he could handle it with Lucky. The dog pushed off with his paws, jumping up. Hyunwoo smiled widely and spread his arms out to the sides, asking if the puppy was waiting for him. Lucky barked happily, jumping on his chest. The protagonist said that it was time for them to go hunting. The guy raised his eyebrows. He stroked the puppy on the head, thinking that his nickname was not the rarest in the game. But if he started looking for a party, then they would find out about him. But the protagonist did not want to reveal his identity yet. Lucky happily opened his mouth and widened his eyes. The protagonist looked at the puppy on his chest, saying that he only had him. The boy picked up the puppy and held it out in front of him, saying that there was a question mark above it. Lucky's eyes widened in surprise. There was a bright question mark above his head. Hyunwoo opened his mouth wide and raised his eyebrows. A status window appeared in front of him. The system reported that this was overflowing energy. Lucky would evolve after killing 444 monsters. After evolution, new skills would be learned and stats would be increased. The boy mentally screamed in surprise. Hyunwoo opened his eyes wide, looking at the status window, thinking that now was the time for Lucky to evolve like other divine creatures. But evolution was not driven by experience. The protagonist opened his eyes wide, remembering articles on the internet and thinking that players were saying that the requirement for divine creatures to evolve was killing 5,000 monsters. The boy wondered if all this was wrong. Hyunwoo raised his eyebrows, guessing that about 400 finishing moves would be just enough if he defeated 5,000 monsters. But this was also valuable information, so he would need to sell it to the community later. Lucky looked at his owner in surprise. The protagonist smiled widely and, running up to the puppy's chest, hugged him tightly, saying that he was just a lucky charm. Hyunwoo smiled widely, saying that of course he needed to help Lucky evolve as quickly as possible. He was already tearing orcs to pieces, and what would happen when he evolved? Then they would go with him to the orc killer together. The protagonist opened his eye wide, in which there was a money symbol. The guy said that this would be a great opportunity to get a unique skill as a reward. The protagonist ran forward, asking if Lucky could do it. The puppy ran after him, barking happily. The guy was hiding behind a green bush. He put his hand on it, thinking that it would not be possible to finish off 4 monsters quickly, but they still had to do everything possible. The protagonist was tracking an orc standing nearby. He decided to start with this monster. The orc frowned, looking away. The guy stood up, saying that while the matter was at hand, it was worth trying the skill received from Lady Sakhalin. The hero put his hand forward. A bright flame appeared in his palm. He said that this was the 3rd legendary skill after Polymorph and Dragon Superiority. Hyunwoo looked at the bright flame and smiled, saying that up until this point he had cast it at half strength, but perhaps today he would cast it seriously. The system window contained information about the Dragon's Eye, skill rank, legendary, effect. The hero can see the weak points of the target, and when he hits them with a magic attack, he makes a critical hit. This skill is available to all players of the mage class. Hyunwoo raised his eyebrows and smiled, offering to see how good the Dragon's Eye was. The hero introduced the man in the game form under the number 23. There is no auto-aim in the game, so it is true that the accuracy skill is important, but in reality only the basic minimum is necessary, because it is not so important where to hit. The main thing is to hit the monster, but this is not relevant for him anymore. The orc frowned and bared his teeth. The system reported that the effects of the Dragon Eye skill were activated. The protagonist looked to the side. A bright stream of energy was coming out of his eyes. The system reported that the effects of the long-range cast skill were activated. The guy looked at the orc's back. He mentally aimed the sight at his head and guessed that it was about 39 to 40 meters. Hyunwoo frowned and assumed to pose like a baseball player, holding a fireball in his hand. The guy thought that if he hit the weakest point from the longest distance, he would be able to increase the damage to the maximum. The passive effects would overlap each other. A bright explosion thundered. The system reported that the hero hit the target from the maximum distance. The damage was increased. The guy managed to hit the weak spot of the monster with mania. Critical damage was inflicted. Hyunwoo smiled happily. Lucky barked. The status window showed that the orc was defeated in 1 hit. The hero received a title and a rune. The main character raised his eyebrows and smiled, asking if he really one-shot him, what was the power of this hit, and besides, he received a title. The guy smiled, looking at his clenched fist. The hero put his hands on his hips and looked at the puppy, asking what he thought about it. Lucky began to bark. The guy asked what was the matter. He said that he completely forgot about it. Next time the puppy will finish off. Lucky frowned, looking at him. The guy raised his eyebrows in surprise and covered his mouth. He looked at the main character sitting on the couch, holding his head with his hand. The guy guessed that Hyunwoo had a rough day today. Hyukju came closer and put his hand on his shoulder, asking if everything was okay. The guy looked at him, saying that everything was fine. The protagonist raised his eyebrows and pointed his index finger, asking if Hyunwoo had visited the suspicious forest recently. He just heard that the stench had decreased slightly. The protagonist raised his eyebrows in surprise and opened his mouth. He mentally repeated his words. Hyukju leaned his hands on the mop and looked away, saying that maybe the smells would depend on the weather from now on. Hyunwoo raised his eyebrows, wondering if it was because he killed the boss of the hidden dungeon. The protagonist wondered if the main quest could affect the world like this. In front of the book with hieroglyphs, an iron chain was broken. The protagonist opened his mouth and looked down, thinking that if things continued like this, other players would notice that someone was clearing the main quest in parts, which meant he needed to deal with the orc killer quickly. Hyunwoo leaned against the back of the sofa and smiled, asking if there were still people who played with their sense of smell turned on. Hyukju closed his eyes and smiled, saying that it was true. The guy stood up, asking if there were such weirdos in the suspicious forest. Lucky ran forward quickly. He bit into the neck of the giant orc, blood spurted out. The monster opened its mouth wide and screamed. The protagonist smiled and clenched his hand into a fist, saying that he had finally achieved 444 finishing moves. The system reported that Lucky's body was overflowing with divine powers. Bright streams of energy appeared around the puppy. The system reported that Lucky was evolving. The dog waved his tail. The dog's body became larger. Hyunwoo raised his eyebrows and smiled widely. Lucky transformed into a wolf. He threw his head back and howled. The system reported that Lucky was receiving a new power from God. The system asked him to choose a new power for Lucky. The wolf jumped on the guy's chest. The hero smiled happily and spread his arms out to the sides. Hyunwoo smiled widely, saying that he got the luckiest dog in the world. Lucky licked his face. Many cards appeared in the air around them, one of them shone brighter than all the others. The guy raised his eyebrows and opened his mouth in surprise, saying that he seemed to have made a mistake with his nickname. His name should not be Lucky, but a cheat code. The protagonist frowned, looking up and thinking that he couldn't believe that this skill had appeared here, because with it he would most likely be able to kill the orc assassin alone. There was a dark night sky above the trees. The heroes were sitting by the fire and actively discussing something. They were discussing Heitz's party. Two guys and a girl were standing nearby. One of the heroes asked if he was talking about the guild that had signed a contract with a new rising star. It looked like the three of them had come to hunt the orc assassin. The red system window showed that the orc assassin had appeared. The guy opened his mouth and reached for the weapon on his back, saying that the monster was here. He asked who they were in line for and how many more groups were waiting. A guy in a yellow robe ran up to him. He raised his hand, saying that it looked like someone was trying to kill the monster alone. The hero asked who it could be. There were dark clouds above the high mountains. There are a few rules that everyone must follow during a team game. The orc assassin opened his mouth wide and raised his sharp double-sided axe to strike. Damage dealers should not attack until the tanks aggro the monster. The protagonist frowned. He knelt down on one knee. A flame was burning brightly in his palm. The guy opened his mouth, giving a command to Lucky. What will happen if there is a skill that can forcibly aggro an enemy in the middle of a fight? Lucky opened his mouth wide, making a loud sound. The system reported that Lucky is challenging the orc assassin. The monster froze in place. The status window showed skill information. Mortal battle, skill rank, legendary, effects. A divine being challenges an enemy. The selected enemy cannot attack anyone except a heavenly beast. Hyunwoo frowned and smiled. The orc assassin turned around and raised his axe over his head. He had a skeleton mask on his face, opened his mouth wide and screamed. The loud sound caused birds to fly away from the treetops. The protagonist looked at the monster's back, aiming for his head. The guy used a fireball. A bright explosion thundered on the battlefield. The system reported that he hit the target from the maximum distance. He received increased damage. The hero hit the monster's weak spot with magic, so critical damage was received. A life bar appeared above the orc killer's head. His health was just over half. Hyunwoo frowned, thinking that it would not be long before the third phase. The bright light of the fire illuminated the trees. The protagonist suggested going to look at the one trying to kill the orc killer alone. The girl turned to him, saying that most likely that player would fail. The guy opened his mouth, saying that he probably thinks he has a chance, but he himself doubts it, because it is impossible to survive the third phase, the killing mode, on your own. A bright fireball flew forward. The hero struck the giant monster's head. A bright explosion was heard. The orc assassin bent his knees and bowed his head. Bright streams of red energy were around his body. Hyunwoo frowned and shouted the start of the third phase. He told Lucky to run. The wolf opened his mouth wide and barked. The higher the player's level, the more important the role of the tank becomes, because it is incredibly difficult for a ranged DPS player to effectively fight against strong monsters. But if they have mechanics that can distract the enemy while they deal damage, then they do not need to rely on tanks, no matter how high their level. The orc assassin's body turned red, he raised his sharp weapon above himself and frowned. The monster slashed with an axe near Lucky, leaving cracks in the ground and lifting rocks into the air. Lucky ran towards the forest to hide. The orc assassin opened his mouth wide and screamed, looking after him. The protagonist mentally aimed the crosshair at the monster's head, thinking that he might be serving the ball of his life. Hyunwoo frowned, thinking that he was doing it so desperately, with every fiber of his being, just for one moment. The protagonist swung, raising his leg. The guy suddenly threw himself forward. Bright streams of fiery energy appeared in the air around his body. The protagonist waved her hand. The fireball flew forward, leaving a bright trace behind it. The guy hit the giant monster's head. A bright explosion was heard behind him. The system reported that he managed to defeat the Ork Killer. The protagonist received a new title, the Defeater of the Ork Killer. The monster covered its brightly shining red eyes. The system reported that he received a new title, the Defeater of the Ork Killer alone. The task was completed. The protagonist gained a new level. Hyunwoo smiled widely, thinking that he had succeeded, and now he needed to escape from here. There was a blue sky above the tall, light buildings. Sacin turned around and raised her eyebrows, saying that she didn't think the guy would get over it that quickly since he wasn't even hurt. The protagonist stood by the door, his mouth wide open, trying to catch his breath, a smiling Lucky in his hand. The guy knelt down and put the dog on the floor. He smiled, saying that Lucky was a good boy. The girl folded her arms across her chest and turned away, saying that since this task was not that difficult for him, it meant that he was not yet worthy of learning the truth about the almighty class. But nevertheless, he deserved a reward. Sacin raised her hand and moved her little finger to the side. The ring on her finger shone brightly. Bright streams of energy removed the ring from her finger. The protagonist raised his eyebrows and opened his mouth, taking her ring in his hand. He opened his palm. There was a bright ring in it. The system reported that this was Sacalin's ring, which gives plus 20 to all characteristics, plus 5 to attack damage, plus 25% to the regeneration speed of HP and MP. Sale and exchange of the item is impossible. Hyunwoo opened his mouth in surprise, thinking that this was simply unbelievable. The hero knelt down and smiled, showing the ring in his hands to Lucky, who was standing next to him. Sacin raised her eyebrows and held her hand out, telling him to stop cooing and get down to business. Hyunwoo raised his eyebrows and widened his eyes as he looked at her. The girl raised her hand and opened her palm. Bright streams of energy appeared around it. She said that in the time when the gods sent their creations to fight each other, countless hordes clashed in battle, each fighting in the name of their god. Images of fighting heroes appeared in the streams of bright energy. Legendary feats were accomplished in that war. Sacin held out her palm, on which was the image of a knight. The girl said that among the heroes, there was one whose greatness no one has ever surpassed. The protagonist raised his eyebrows in surprise and his mouth fell open, looking at this. In her palm was a golden image of a hero in armor and holding a sword. She spoke of how the one who was called invincible, in the name of his god, he won and did great things in every battle. He instilled fear in his hearts, and in his allies, he inspired respect and admiration. Sacin frowned, saying that despite all his efforts, her war could end, and he soon realized that no amount of victories would end the war of the gods. The girl clenched her hand into a fist, developing the image of a knight. Sacin folded her arms across her chest, standing in front of the main character. The boy's mouth opened in surprise. Hyunwoo frowned, wondering if this meant that complete victory could not be achieved with the legendary artifact. The girl raised her eyebrows and looked down, saying that after that, the hero began to search for an artifact superior to the legends, an almighty weapon that would end the war. Sacin opened her mouth and looked at the boy in front of her. The girl frowned, looking ahead. The system reported that the hero had received the title, the one who knows about the class almighty. Hyunwoo opened his mouth and raised his eyebrows. The girl was talking about how it was a weapon of destructive power that could even hit one of the gods. Sacin raised her eyebrows, asking if he wanted to know more about it. The protagonist smiled widely and clenched his hand into a fist, saying that it was so, and better in all details. The girl folded her arms over her chest and turned away, saying that for this he must complete another task for her. The guy froze in place, thinking that he knew it. Sacin raised her eyebrows and smiled, saying that he needed to go to the cursed forest and exterminate 1,000 zombies. The system reported that a new chapter of the main quest was opened. The guy furrowed his brows and opened his mouth wide, thinking that this was expected. He needed to find some monster that had a quest item in its loot. The system window showed information about the quest Cursed Forest, rank, main quest, description. The hero needs materials to explore the Cursed Forest. He needs to defeat 1,000 monsters. The main character opened his eyes wide and froze in a stupor, asking what it was. He paid attention to the last sentence in the quest description. The guy raised his hand, telling Lady Sacin that he had one question: why exactly 1,000 monsters? Couldn't there be less? The girl raised her eyebrows and smiled, asking if he really didn't want to do this. Hyunwoo smiled and closed his eyes, saying that everything was fine. Inside, he was screaming with discontent. He was thinking that he hated this game. The windows of the building with the orange sign were brightly lit. The hero frowned tiredly and picked up his game glasses, thinking that killing 1,000 zombies would take a long time. Hyukju raised his eyebrows and picked up his phone, telling the protagonist that his phone was ringing. There was one missed call from Tiwoo on the phone screen. Hyunwoo put the phone to his ear, hoping that nothing happened. Hyorin answered the call. The guy widened his eyes and opened his mouth, asking what happened. The girl smiled and picked up the certificate, saying that she received it today. The hero raised his eyebrows in surprise. Tiwoo closed his eyes and raised his eyebrows, asking if his brother was busy. It was just that Hyorin brought home a certificate from kindergarten. She got it for a drawing. She said that she wanted to tell her uncle about it quickly, so he dialed him. The protagonist smiled widely, saying that Hyorin was like that, asking if she had won the kindergarten drawing contest. Hyukju looked at him in surprise. Tiwoo raised his eyebrows, saying that she had won the city contest. The girl came closer, asking when her uncle would arrive. The brother said that she had won first place in the city, and her work would also be sent to the regional drawing contest. Hyukju smiled and clapped his hands. Hyunwoo raised his eyebrows in surprise. He smiled widely and brought the phone to his ear, saying that since that was the case, they would go out today. The hero asked his brother to tell Hyorin that there would be fried chicken for dinner tonight. The girl raised her eyebrows and smiled widely upon hearing this. She began to connect her index fingers. Tiwoo laughed, saying that she was embarrassed. The hero asked why. The brother replied that now Hyorin doesn't know what sauce to ask for, regular or sweet and spicy. Hyunwoo raised his eyebrows and smiled. The guy covered his face with his hand, thinking that this was really an event for them, since he hadn't been able to treat his child to something delicious for so long. The hero asked why she should be embarrassed, since he could buy her all the sauces. Hyolin's eyes widened and she reached for her phone. The guy smiled and turned off the call, thinking that 1,000 monsters were no problem, and for now he should go home. Hyukju raised his eyebrows, thinking that the guy was just a saint, since he was in trouble because of his banned account, but he still did everything he could for his family. The hero picked up the phone, saying that a new video was released on WARS TV. The events took place the next day. A bright light fell on the orange sign of the building. Hyunwoo entered the room, wishing good morning to Hyukju. The guy was sitting at the table with his phone in his hands. The hero smiled and raised his eyebrows, wishing him a good morning. The main character smiled and leaned his hand on the counter, asking what kind of interesting video it was. Hyukju tilted his head, saying that a video came out on WARS TV yesterday and everyone was talking about it. Hyunwoo raised his eyebrows, asking what it was. The hero picked up the phone, saying that some rich kid, armed to the teeth, single-handedly took down a big boss. The guy closed his eyes and spread his arms out to the sides, saying that because of the donation, the whole game was ruined. Now any loser can become a superhero and ruin the game for everyone else. It's like trying to run away on foot when you're being chased in a sports car. The hero asked who that player killed. Hyukju said it was an orc killer. Hyunwoo frowned and froze in a stupor from hearing the words. The blonde girl smiled, saying that she was with the WARS TV viewers. She raised her eyebrows, saying that she wanted to comment on the videos that were uploaded today. No one was surprised, because killing an orc killer alone is a clear example of what kind of slag this donation game has turned into. On the screen was a battle between a monster and Lucky. The commentators showed a photo of a puppy, saying that judging by what they saw, one can conclude that the game used its divine creature as a tank, so users are confused whether this is considered a solo victory or not. There were comments under the video. A user wrote that he did not expect anything else from a donation game. Below was a response to his comment, where the user wrote that anyone can do this if they have money. Another user suggested that the loot that fell into the monster would pull the cost of a car. The main character drew attention to 15,562 views, not understanding why there are so many of them. The guy raised his eyebrows, thinking that he wasn't trying to get into trends, he was even trying to avoid it. The hero looked at his phone with displeasure and raised his eyebrows, thinking that if he knew there would be such a boo-hurt, he would have uploaded the video himself. He saw that the orc fangs were in first place in the top-selling items. The hero sat down on the couch, thinking about trying to upload another video under the guise of a leak. Hyukju frowned and wrung his arms over his chest, saying that these donation sharks are ruining the game for everyone. The guy raised his eyebrows, saying that the player didn't kill a person, so there's no need to be so angry. Hyunwoo raised his eyebrows and smiled, saying that he might be a good guy. Hyukju raised his eyebrows in surprise, asking if he was the one who said that those rich kids would be run over by a truck and electrocuted. The protagonist smiled awkwardly and looked away. Hyunwoo stood up, saying, "Judge not, lest you be judged, for with what judgment you judge, you will be judged." Hyukju froze, not understanding what he was talking about. The guy told him not to think about it and asked him to set up a capsule for him, because he was going to play the game. The Cursed Forest is a scary place where any wrong move brings with it the possibility of being surrounded by monsters. Above the high mountains was a sky covered with gray clouds. The protagonist frowned, pulling back the arrow on the bow. He shot it forward, the arrow moved quickly, leaving a bright trail behind it. This is one of the most unpopular hunting grounds. The arrow hit the monster's neck. The system reported that the hero defeated a small orc zombie. Streams of wind lifted the protagonist's cloak. He looked at the bright sights among the tree trunks and thought that for him, with the dragon's eye skill, this is not so bad. The system reported that the rank of the ice arrow skill was increased. The guy looked to the side and raised his eyebrows, saying that so far only 74 out of 1,000. Lucky looked the other way. The hero said that they should have at least crossed 100, but Lucky's nose constantly distracted him from the task. The wolf sniffed. The system reported that Lucky smelled the smell of 20. The protagonist fell to the ground and stretched his hands forward, asking discontentedly, "Is it really again?" Lucky opened his mouth and stuck out his tongue. Hyunwoo smiled, tears appeared in his eyes. He asked the dog to stop doing this. The hero reached his hands to the black grass with bright fruits, saying that it was worth $20. The guy smiled widely, asking how it was possible not to collect it. If this continues, then it will not be him who will serve him, but he Lucky. The wolf opened his mouth wide, looking forward. The system reported that Lucky noticed something behind the grass 20. The hero raised his eyebrows in surprise, thinking that it did not look like he found an item or a plant. In the dark forest, near the trunk of a tall tree, the player's body was lying. Lucky came closer, the man sighed tiredly. The protagonist raised his eyebrows, asking what happened to him. The guy thought that he had never met such an NPC. The man with glasses raised his eyebrows, asking who the guy was. The hero opened his mouth slightly. The guy knelt down on one knee and pressed his hand to his chest, saying that he was a traveler from VGA. His name was Midas. He assumed that the man needed help to find a lost or stolen item, for example, or he needed an escort to get to the city safely. The man frowned in surprise and opened his mouth. Hyunwoo sat down next to him, saying that he would gladly do it for him, whatever he asked, and of course, completely free of charge. The protagonist smiled widely and opened his eyes, in which there were money symbols. The man froze in a stupor, looking at him. He opened his mouth, thanking him for the offer. His name was Yoshi. He felt awkward asking the guy, but he couldn't do it himself. An exclamation mark appeared above the man's head. The protagonist smiled happily and clenched his hand into a fist. Yoshi rubbed the back of his head, saying that this is exactly why he needed help, 100 damn zombie skins. The system window displayed the quest description: Yoshi's request, rank, unique, reward, album of random skill cards, rank unique. The man raised his eyebrows, asking if the guy could. Hyunwoo picked some black grass and gave a thumbs up. He smiled, saying he would do it. When asked what was the fastest way to level up a hero, the third rank Asmo player replied that it was simple. The guy smiled. You need to equip yourself with unique or legendary items and weapons, arm yourself with unique skills, in which case you will be able to attract the attention of monsters 10 to 20 levels higher. Then you just need to deal with the creature alone. The hero presented swords with bright stones, a bow with an arrow and a double-sided axe, which were surrounded by multicolored cards. A bright explosion thundered behind the orc. He opened his mouth wide. The system reported that the hero defeated the small orc zombie. A new level was received. Hyunwoo frowned and smiled. That's exactly what he was doing now. Lucky ran up to the guy. The hero was thinking that there were already 200, it was incredible, but the leveling was going like clockwork. The guy smiled and stroked Lucky, saying that he was doing well. He needed to take a break. The wolf looked at him pitifully. He smelled something again. The hero hugged him with his arms and looked away. Lucky barked and rushed forward. The system reported that Lucky smelled the scent of 20. The sky above the high mountains was covered with gray clouds. The protagonist wearily noted that he had already disobeyed his master Lucky. The hero said that when they fulfilled his request, they could look for him in the city of VGA. NPC Jack raised his eyebrows, saying that he would be very grateful to him. Behind him was a bow and arrows. Hyunwoo thoughtfully rubbed his chin. The system window showed the quest description: Jack's request, rank, rare, reward, album of random skill cards, rank rare. The guy frowned and rubbed his chin, thinking that the cursed forest is an unpopular place, but it is so strange that on the way between these two NPCs he did not meet a single player. Although this is not the first city, bright sights were visible among the dark tree trunks. Hyunwoo looked to the side, thinking that nevertheless, the Travelers Guild seemed to have tried here too, and even on the way to this forest he did not meet a single member of the Travelers Guild. The protagonist opened his eyes in surprise. He asked what was the matter. Lucky stood next to him, sticking out his tongue. The guy asked if it was really a pumping festival now. Above the dark mountains there was a cloudy sky. The city of VGA, above the light buildings with red roofs there was a blue sky with white clouds. Hyunwoo put the hood of his cape on his head and approached Jack. The guy folded his arms across his chest, saying that he had killed many zombies. He was clearly stronger than he looked. He handed him the reward. The protagonist smiled contentedly. There was a stone passage between the buildings. Hyunwoo picked up his cape and smiled. He looked at Lucky, saying that his paws must have gone numb. He offered to open their rewards before leaving. A maroon card with an image of a fiery silhouette appeared in front of him. Mastery of the element of fire. Skill rank, rare, effect, increase in damage dealt by the hero with any fire magic, acceleration of casting and reloading. This skill is available only to fire mages. The guy looked at the cards, saying that it was not so bad. Hyunwoo raised his eyebrows and smiled, offering to open the legendary card from Yoshi. Lucky barked happily. Streams of wind lifted the protagonist's cape. Rows of bright cards appeared in front of the guy. The system reported that the album of cards of random skills of unique rank is loading. Streams of wind came out from under the capsule. Hyukju opened the lid, saying that the guy sat there for a long time today without a break. The hero frowned and opened his eyes wide, asking why he was there for 4 hours and 44 minutes. He asked if he was okay. Hyunwoo pressed his palm to his face. The guy tilted his head, saying that his head was spinning, so could Hyukju please move away. The main character smiled widely, thinking that at this rate he would go crazy with happiness. The guy was holding a phone in his hand. The site was open for sale skill Ballista, the minimum cost of which was $12,999. The hero thought that he did not even imagine that he would be able to get this particular skill. Ballista, as the name suggests, increases the damage of magic attacks if you don't move and reduces the cooldown and casting time. The hero imagined a man in a robe. A bright stream of energy was concentrated in his hand, so you can get a huge effect just by standing behind and keeping your place. Hyunwoo raised his eyebrows and smiled, looking at his phone and thinking that he doesn't really want to sell this skill. In addition, it has excellent compatibility with the Dragon's Eye and long-range casting. The guy noticed the red icon next to the line, personal messages. He assumed that there were so many of them because of the video he uploaded of killing an orc killer alone. The main character raised his eyebrows, looking at the phone screen. The casting company wrote to him, offering to buy this video. The TV company wanted to get exclusive rights to the video with the orc killer. The hero thought that there weren't many videos of a single person murder on the internet, but there were so many people who wanted to buy it, they even offered something the hero didn't expect. Rising Star offered him $10,000 to sign an exclusive contract. Hyunwoo frowned and gritted his teeth, asking if $100 was a joke. He wondered who offered it. He took a closer look, realizing that there were 10,000 of them, not standing. Hyunwoo smiled and hit his forehead, saying that this was definitely a prank. The hero looked at the phone screen, realizing that this account was verified. This was the Rising Star channel. He imagined a microphone with the channel's logo. This channel puts quality over quantity, and not only do they have great videos, but even the ads are interesting, so it quickly gains new subscribers. The channel uploaded videos with bright covers. In addition, the main theme of the channel is stories about rising stars. The cover of the video showed a smiling guy who was showing a peace sign to the camera. Hyunwoo arched his eyebrows and thoughtfully rubbed his chin, thinking that if he signed the contract, he would not have to sell the ballista. The hero reached for the button, but stopped, saying that it was not cool to write with an offer to sell his video himself. A bright orange sign hung above the entrance to the building. The voice asked if the president thought the offer of $10,000 was too generous. In the middle of the metropolis, there was a road with cars driving on it. The president asked Secretary Kim if he knew where he graduated from. The guy raised his eyebrows, saying that the president graduated from the Wharton School of Business. The hero smiled, saying that he knew that the abilities of that streamer Archmage were greatly exaggerated. He reached the heights with the help of cheating skills and his divine being, so the hero is sure that the guy poured tons of money into the game. Yoonjin raised his eyebrows and smiled widely, asking if the secretary thought the same. The guy looked down, saying that he wondered why a player would burn through so much money. Kim raised his eyebrows, asking what he was talking about. The president said that if he bought the level up service from the Travelers Guild, he would sit and twiddle his thumbs while his levels increased by leaps and bounds. Yoonjin sat on the table in front of the secretary. He said that in that case, the question arises as to why the hero took a mortal risk against an orc killer alone. The guy raised his eyebrows, asking what the secretary thought about it. Kim raised his eyebrows, saying that he was not sure he knew the answer to that question. Yoonjin raised his eyebrows and smiled widely, saying that the guy wanted fame. The hero sat on the table, saying that a person who was so hungry for fame would not miss any opportunity to do so, buying premium, special offers from a well-known channel of their scale. The president raised his eyebrows, asking the secretary how he thought the player would react. Kim said that the guy would of course accept the offer. The guy asked what would happen after that. The secretary raised his eyebrows, not understanding what the president wanted to hear. Yoonjin smiled and folded his hands as if holding an imaginary cup. He said they would meet for lunch, or better yet, a toast to their acquaintance, and once they were closer, he would present him with a business proposal. Yoonjin held out his hand, saying that judging by how much money the hero had wasted, the guy must be at least a multimillionaire. The guy raised his eyebrows and smiled, saying that $10,000 was a small price to pay for the chance to pitch him their product. The secretary placed his fingers on the keyboard of his laptop, saying that they had received a message from him. Yoonjun raised his index finger, saying that he guaranteed that the guy would make up that a representative of some company was writing for him to make himself look important. The secretary said that the president was right. He had received a message from an Archmage. He introduced himself as an Archmage of Entertainment, saying that they had read their message. Yoonjun smiled, saying that he had not graduated from Wharton for nothing. He asked what their answer was. Kim raised his eyebrows, saying that they were writing that they would seriously consider the proposal. The hero stood up from the table and bowed his head, saying that they could begin then. Yoonjun smiled, saying that they would squeeze everything they could out of him. There was a dark, cloudy sky above the high mountains. The hero shouted, telling his opponent to attack. He aimed his sights at the orc zombie's head. The system reported that the ballista effect was activated. The protagonist raised his bent leg, attacking the zombie while standing still. The system reported that the damage of his magic skills would be increased as long as the protagonist remained motionless. A bright explosion thundered across the battlefield. The system reported that the guy had hit the target from the maximum range. The damage had been increased. Hyunwoo smiled widely. The system reported that he had hit the monster's weak point with magic. A critical hit had been dealt. He had managed to defeat the orc zombies. Lucky ran up to the guy, who was standing surrounded by the bodies of the defeated monsters. The system reported that the requirements of the main quest had been completed. There was an arch under the stone passage. Sakhaline raised her eyebrows, asking what his thoughts were while fighting 1,000 monsters. Hyunwoo raised his eyebrows. He was imagining the monsters, saying that the cause of the unbearable stench in the suspicious forest was the orc zombie at the altar of the nameless god, as he thought. The hero looked at the girl, asking what would happen if the cursed forest was also under the influence of the nameless god. Sakhaline closed her eyes and nodded, saying that it was great. The protagonist raised his eyebrows and smiled, thinking that only a fool hadn't figured it out before. Now she would give him a quest to kill the boss in the cursed forest. Sakhaline raised her eyebrows, saying that his next task would be to find out why the forest was cursed. The boy thought that he thought so, and then she would reward him for his hard work in clearing. The system announced that a new chapter had appeared in the main quest. Sakhaline closed her eyes and raised her hand, telling him to go. The boy opened his mouth wide and froze in place. The hero extended his hand forward, asking her to wait. Beads of sweat were pouring down his face. Hyunwoo pointed at himself, saying that he was not sure she understood, but killing 1,000 zombies was a lot of work. The girl raised her eyebrows, asking so what? The protagonist opened his mouth wide and grabbed his head with his hands, thinking that this was a system error. The boy reached for the door handle, saying that he needed to go out and come back again. Sakhaline closed her eyes and folded her arms across her chest, saying, okay. She said that it was obvious that he couldn't do it himself, so she would give him a little help. Bright streams of energy reached out to the book. The guy raised his eyebrows and looked at her. He picked up the book and smiled widely, thanking her for her help. Hyunwoo squatted down and smiled, asking Lucky to howl once. The wolf threw his head back and howled. The system reported the reveal of a unique skill card. The protagonist clasped his hands and brought them to his forehead, asking for something good to happen. The guy opened his eyes. A dual cast card appeared in his hand. Rank, unique, effect. The hero can cast 2 spells at the same time. The guy called this card a lucky cheat key. The lid of the capsule opened. Hyukju raised his hand and came closer. The guy smiled, saying that people on Jibei are going crazy. The protagonist raised his eyebrows, asking what happened. Hyukju frowned and opened his eyes wide, saying that a dual cast card appeared. The guy spread his hands, saying that the hero knew that none of these had been on sale for a long time, but today they appeared. Hyunwoo raised his eyebrows and smiled, thinking that someone else besides him had received one. He asked how much such a card cost. Hyukju replied that it cost 60,000. The protagonist's mouth opened wide in surprise. After the launch of God Wars, the prices for various in-game items were established quite quickly. The hero introduced a bow and arrow, a sword, and a shield. There were many types of items in the game. Skill cards were especially valuable since it was problematic to understand their value without studying each effect. The purple cards had fireballs on them. The cover of the video showed a girl in purple clothes holding a magic staff in her hands. But there were exceptions, for example, skills that were obviously good. The dual cast card was a hit. Its cost was $60,000. The protagonist raised his eyebrows, looking at his phone and thinking that if the card he received could be sold, he would be deep in thought for a long time. He received a new letter. The envelope icon had a red circle. The protagonist asked if the president was sure he wanted to send this. The metropolis consisted of tall buildings with large blue windows. Yoonjun asked what exactly he was asking about. Kim was standing in front of the table, saying that he meant a new video contract for the Archmage streamer. The protagonist raised his eyebrows and read the text, if the guy had the ability to sell them a video of a single kill of a wandering sorcerer, since they wanted to buy it for $12,950. Kim asked if the president was sure he wanted to send this text. Yoonjin confirmed this, asking him to send the message. The guy leaned back in his chair and put his hands behind his head, asking what he thought the chances were that he would successfully kill him alone with such stats. Kim rubbed his chin thoughtfully, saying that this boss was different in type and was made up of an orc killer. He didn't know if it was even possible. Yoonjin smiled, saying that the monster had his own characteristics. The hero asked, based on it, what did the secretary think the player would do? Kim smiled, saying that the guy would accept the offer. The president asked what would happen next. The secretary replied that the hero would probably start hunting for items. Yoonjin raised his eyebrows and closed his eyes, saying that according to his calculations, the hero would spend at least 50,000 on skills and items. The guy looked away, saying that in this way, a mutually beneficial cooperation would arise between them. The secretary came closer, asking the president why the amount was exactly that. Wouldn't it be easier to pay 15,000? Yoonjin smiled and waved his finger, saying that if you pay 15,000 to someone who he had previously offered 10,000, he will start to get cocky. But if you offer him an uneven amount, he will think that they are trying their best to get a higher amount for him. This company really wants to meet him halfway. The president smiled and spread his arms out to the sides. Yoonjin winked, saying that for him, a graduate of the Wharton School of Business, this is obvious. Bright pixels appeared on the hero's body. The system reported that he equipped the Ork Assassin set. Hyunwoo was wearing a red cloak. He looked to the side. The system reported that the set effect was activated. The guy looked at Lucky in front of him happily, thinking that he had always wanted to get the Ork Assassin set. The hero closed his eyes and raised his eyebrows, thinking that at least the equipment can always be sold, so it is better than buying skill cards. Hyunwoo hit his forehead with his palm, saying that he did buy skills though. The hero raised his hand. Next to it were bright pixels and 2 cards. The first card with the skill, Lightning Developers, rank, rare, effect, the hero can shoot 3 electric arrows. The second card is Fire Spear, rank, rare, effect, the hero can summon a spear made of fire. The protagonist hugged Lucky, wondering who would have thought that the day would come when he would spend money on skills. The guy hugged the wolf tightly. The hero knitted his eyebrows, tears flowing from his eyes. He said that they must defeat him together, no matter what. Lucky stuck out his tongue, looking at him. Hyunwoo frowned, imagining the falling gold coins and saying that he drained all the money he managed to save up, because this letter means that they are checking him. The message said that Rising Star wanted to purchase a video of a single kill of a rogue sorcerer for $12,950,000. This is a test to see if the streamer Archmage is worth the investment. The guy is sure that this is not their last task for him. The hero imagined a man in a black robe and a staff with a bright stream of energy. The man in the robe raised his staff higher. The hero thought that this is his chance to become a star, so he must do it. Hyunwoo frowned and looked away, thinking that he should at least kill the monster alone. A voice was heard in the dark forest. The guy looked away in surprise. The protagonist raised his eyebrows high, asking if they were members of the Travelers Guild. The hero looked at Lucky next to him, realizing that this is a divine being. The guy opened his mouth wide and frowned, assuming that this is the streamer Archmage. He put his hand out to the side, asking if there was a problem. The protagonist raised his hand, saying that there wasn't. Hyunwoo smiled and closed his eyes, saying that he was safe thanks to their guild's tireless work. The boys frowned and opened their mouths wide, wondering if he was messing with them, but the guild said not to mess with him because he could become a VIP. The boy smiled and reached into his pocket, saying that he didn't have much to thank them with, but he wanted to thank them for their work. He handed them 2 glass bottles of pink liquid. The heroes asked what it was. Hyunwoo looked at them and spread his arms, saying that it was a potion that relieved stress. The boy furrowed his brows and smiled. He imagined a drink with a straw, saying that he was sure they wanted coffee, but they didn't have that here, so he took something that tasted like it. The hero looked at his friend, asking if it was expensive. The man said he didn't know about it. The protagonist smiled and raised his hand, asking them not to refuse, because he was just really grateful that they were maintaining safety and order here. Someone was watching the heroes from the side, saying that there were guys from the Travelers Guild, and next to them, it seemed like a divine being, there was also a streamer Archmage. He was very friendly towards those non-humans from the Travelers Guild. Hyunwoo closed his eyes and smiled, raising his index finger. The guy raised his eyebrows, saying that it seemed like the rumor that the guy used their VIP services was true. Now it was clear. That's why he thought the hero was gaining levels too fast. He smiled, saying that if you get involved with him, you'll be finished, because if you cross him, the Travelers Guild will flay you alive. The protagonist closed his eyes and smiled widely. The boy kept smiling, thinking that this was exactly what he had hoped for. He had given them the potions in front of everyone to at least temporarily make them think that he was under the guild's protection. The boy waved his hand at them, thinking that 2 potions were a small price to pay for the opportunity to kill the wandering sorcerer in peace and quiet. Hyunwoo raised his eyebrows and looked ahead, saying that this would last a week at most, so he needed to destroy the sorcerer in that time. A loud scream was heard over the dark forest, causing birds to fly from the treetops. The heroes ran into the forest. The boy shouted that no one would have thought that a tank would die so quickly. The voice asked where they were going. There were orc zombies behind the players. The hero held a staff in his hand, shrouded in bright purple energy. A bright explosion was heard. Dark particles rose into the air. Among the orc zombies there was a wandering sorcerer. He had 2 heads and 4 arms, one of which held a staff with skulls on top. Henu used a lightning bolt, shocking the monsters, after which he formed a spear of fire and pierced the orc's head with it. The protagonist chuckled mentally, saying that it was worth the investment because zombies die with 1 blow. But soon he was upset because the system warned him about the mana level, which reached 10%. A moment later, the system reported taking a mana restoration potion, which the protagonist immediately drank. Looking at the bottle, Hensu said that using a double cast depletes his mana too quickly. At this time, Lucky was fighting zombies, and when he killed one of them, the system notified about the level increase, which surprised the protagonist. Now he was level 30. The guy almost cried looking at the bottle, because with the increase in level his mana was fully restored. Unexpectedly, the system reported about the dragon's gift of war. The protagonist immediately decided to open a random skill card to cheer himself up. Soon, a gleam from a unique quality card was reflected in his eye. Looking at the brightly burning card, the guy said that he did not need anything else for the sorcerer, but he would not refuse another spell. Throwing the bottle away, the guy grinned. He did not even really need a spell. Then he looked at Lucky and asked his opinion. The unique skill turned out to be strength. It increased physical strength and increased the range of all skills. Henu frowned indignantly at the skill he received, but soon he thought about it, trying to understand whether he needed this skill at all. Lucky carefully watched his master at this time. The protagonist looked at the card again. Suddenly, he read one of the parts of the skill effect and exclaimed, realizing that the skill also increased the range. A second later, the system reported the skill that had already been selected. At that moment, someone slashed at the zombie. Another zombie roared and rushed to attack. The guy happily asked his partner if this zombie was the last one left. He pulled the bowstring and said that there was no one else in the area. The guy, alarmed, reminded the archer that they were killed last time because the monsters simply ran up in huge numbers. The archer frowned slightly, saying that he had just checked the area with his eagle eye, and only this zombie remained within a radius of 50 meters. The monster with a wound on its body continued to move. Suddenly, an explosion hit it from behind. The warrior immediately screamed, saying that there shouldn't have been anyone else in the area. The archer immediately got nervous, saying that there was no one else within a radius of 50 meters. The group leader asked how that was even possible. Pointing to the forest behind, the archer said that this fireball flew from a distance of more than 50 meters. The events take us deep into the forest, where the protagonist looked into the distance in surprise, saying that it was surprising that the skill could hit a target at a distance of 80 meters. The protagonist grinned and said that this power skill was also compatible with the long-range cast skill, and the dragon's eye, and even with the ballista. Looking to the side, the protagonist saw a satisfied Lucky, who had killed a zombie. He smiled involuntarily. The power had also strengthened Lucky. Watching the pet, the protagonist realized that this skill really changed everything. Slightly thinking, the protagonist said that now his range was 100 meters, and if you take into account the increased abilities, then another 2 or 3 dozen meters. The guy involuntarily looked at Lucky, and he became slightly nervous, not understanding whether it would really be easy for him to defeat the wandering sorcerer now. At this time, one of the guys was taken by the throat. Owl frowned and asked the guy if he had killed the monster they were hunting. The guy raised his hands in fear, saying that he had only hunted within his zone. The archer, seeing this, told Owl to stop scaring passersby. Their companions felt awkward because of the commander's behavior. The archer, looking around, said that they were wasting their time because there was no one strong enough to kill a zombie with one attack. Suddenly, he noticed people in the distance saying that the streamer Archmage was going to try to kill the wandering sorcerer alone, after which the guys ran away, going to watch the stream. Owl and the archer looked at each other, shocked by what they heard. The protagonist himself was starting the stream at that time, after which he thoughtfully rubbed his chin, and with a smile on his face, he introduced himself. The mark appeared on the boss's head, which greatly angered the monster. The monster spread his arms to the sides and began to growl angrily. The protagonist grinned, saying that he had come to kill him alone, but he would do it in a very unusual way. Having formed a spear of fire, the protagonist said that he would kill this monster without receiving a single damage. Immediately after saying this, the protagonist swung the spear and threw it at the monster. The spear pierced the boss's head in an instant, which made him very angry. Henu grinned, realizing that the fight was just beginning. The boss enveloped his hands in mana. Then he directed the mana into the staff and poured it into the zombie. Then the monster screamed, and the eye sockets of the skull flashed, and the staff shifted at great speed. Lucky howled wildly when she saw this. Then she bit into the monster's throat, but he threw her back with one blow. However, Lucky did not receive serious injuries, calmly landing. He immediately rushed to attack and bit the monster's hand. At that moment, the system informed the protagonist about the activation of double casting. The protagonist, having formed an ice sword, decided to use this chance to kill the enemy. Using an ice arrow and an electric shot, the protagonist hit the monsters. Then he frowned, realizing that these spells would only help him with weak monsters. Using the dragon's eye, the protagonist determined the distance to the boss, and immediately pointed his hand at him. A moment later, the system reported the use of a ballista and a long throw. Henu concentrated the flame in his hand, telling the boss that he would show him red-hot, burning damage. A second later, a fireball hit the boss's head, making him scream in pain. Suddenly, a rustle was heard among the branches. Henu looked in that direction, puzzled. There, a guy from Owl's team was trembling with fear. Owl himself angrily asked the guy if he wanted to be caught. The guy immediately stood up, asking for forgiveness. The guys looked at the protagonist again and sighed, realizing that he had not paid attention to them. Owl, smiling, said that they simply could not pass by because the boss's items were expensive, so they only needed to deliver the final blow. The archer, wary, said that he could shoot at the last moment. At that time, the boss raised his staff, releasing mana. Owl saw this and grinned, telling the archer to be ready for the moment when the sorcerer would enter the third phase and cast a zombie summon. The zombie summon was the boss's ultimate, the essence of which was that he summoned all the zombies in the area. The zombies attacked only those players who would damage the sorcerer. The protagonist looked at the forest, realizing that the zombies were approaching. He involuntarily frowned, but a moment later he grinned, saying that he was already in the third phase. Looking at the boss, the protagonist said that he was able to inflict more damage than expected. The joyful protagonist suggested that the audience warm up. At the same time, he understood the intention of the guys hiding in the forest. The boss at this time grinned, anticipating his victory. Starting to approach the boss, the protagonist decided to use his ultimate. The archer in the forest grinned, saying that Henu was too naive. Owl suddenly exclaimed in surprise, because of the protagonist who ran to the boss. A moment later, Henu was in front of the monster, and holding an axe, he jumped straight at the boss. The boss roared after receiving the blow, and the protagonist, who saw this, rejoiced. Owl frowned, saying that if Henu continued to attack, they would not be able to attack. Looking closely at the axe, the guy tried to understand how the protagonist deals so much damage while being a mage. Soon, the system informed the protagonist about the murder of a wandering sorcerer. The guy wiped the sweat from his forehead while the system notified about receiving the title Sorcerer Hunter. After that, it reported receiving the title of single-handedly killing a wandering sorcerer. Then he waved his hand to the guys in the forest, thanking them for watching, and then asked them if they liked his ultimate. Looking closely at the silhouettes, the protagonist said that he also wanted to thank the members of the Explorers Guild who witnessed it. Owl gritted his teeth in fear upon hearing that the Explorers Guild was also there. His teammates became wary, saying that they thought the guy would be alone because he was going to kill the sorcerer himself. The guys turned around after some thought and ran away. The protagonist grinned, seeing this. The smile on his face did not fade. His trick with the scarecrows worked perfectly against the enemies. The events take us to the city. Sakhalin, seeing the protagonist come, greeted him. The guy, however, surprised her by immediately sitting down on the floor. Henu was shaking violently, saying that he almost screwed up, but thanks to his trick with the scarecrows, everything worked out. The guy clenched his fist, remembering that he was able to defeat the boss alone. The guy's lips stretched into a smile. Sakhalin, puzzled, asked the guy if he had done what she asked. Calling up the system panel, the protagonist said that he had done everything. Afterwards, he took out a small stone, saying that this was the reason why the forest was cursed. The system immediately notified the protagonist about the transfer of the cursed stone to the girl. Sakhalin herself was slightly surprised to see the stone. A moment later, a green flame flared up on her palm. The stone resisted it and released its mana. The protagonist, seeing this, was surprised. The girl squeezed her palm, after which, slightly sadly, she praised the protagonist for his efforts. Then the girl began to create small streams of mana, with which she enveloped the branches, and she gave one of them to the protagonist. This branch turned out to be Sakhalin's staff, which had a unique rank, while it gave unreal bonuses to almost all statistics. Henu, like a girl, was happy with the gift. However, Sakhalin herself, being sad, said that this fragment rejects mana and this means something. The protagonist, being happy, asked if the stone had an owner. The girl looked at the guy and said that it was precisely because he had an owner that the stone rejected mana. Slightly saddened, the girl said that she now needed to make a compass, so he would have to go to the mines and find the blacksmith Zuga. The protagonist was surprised to hear her words. The events take us to the real world, where the worker received a letter in the mail. The protagonist sent the worker a video of the boss's murder, expressing hope for an improvement in their relationship. The guy was slightly puzzled, not understanding the meaning. Yoonjun, who was sitting next to him, said that he was checking them. Then he thought about it, telling Kim that today's recording had probably changed compared to the video about the orc killer. First of all, the protagonist's characteristics had changed and new skills had been added, especially double cast. The guy said the last with a grin on his face. Lightly knocking on the table, Yoonjun said that the last price at the auction was hundreds of thousands of dollars until the seller suddenly removed the item from the list. The guy smiled and said that the seller had most likely been offered a higher price in a private message. Kim became nervous, asking if it could have been Hyunwoo. Flapping his hands, the guy said that it was him. The Archmage did not hesitate after their request and boldly invested $100,000. Yoonjun surprised Kim by asking what the Archmage wrote in the last part of his letter. The secretary replied saying that the guy said that he wanted to believe that the video he sent would show good results. Pointing to the video, Yoonjun said that these were not just words. Kim nodded and asked if this was a warning. Did he say that if the video was bad, there would be no deals in the future? The guy grinned, telling the secretary to change the previous video. Kim was puzzled when he heard him. Looking at the video again, Yoonjun said that if their guest was a savage, then they should treat him savagely. The events take us to the Dorito Mines, a hunting ground designed for level 40 players. However, there were no field monsters here and players had to find caves, which could be random dungeons that appear periodically, but this system did not allow inept players to improve. Such unfortunate players will not be able to enter the dungeon before others find it. Also, if a party of 6 people finds a dungeon that only 5 can enter, the player with the lowest level or contribution will be expelled. This was cruel to the players, but those who were able to advance became pro players. Previously, the protagonist walking through the dungeon was the one who would be expelled from the party without a second thought, but now everything has changed. The protagonist became wary when he saw a light in the distance. There, someone was using a pickaxe to mine metals. The system told the guy that he needed to use the cursed stone as a material to instruct Zuga to create a compass. The dwarf looked at the protagonist and asked him what business he had with him. The protagonist put his hand to his chest and introduced himself as an adventurer sent by Lady Sakhalin, and he needed to create a compass from a cursed stone. The dwarf sat on the ledge asking if he was telling the truth. Then he smiled, saying that working with that nasty girl was extremely difficult. The protagonist smiled nervously, saying that it was not so. Zuj, however, only chuckled, saying that he knew her character very well and it was obvious that she would ask for something ridiculous at any opportunity. Zuj, Henu sighed, saying that although it was problematic for him, the young lady had her reasons. Lifting the amulet, the dwarf told the guy to look at it. Handing it to the guy, the old man said that it was made of spiritual metal that could only be mined here. The item responded to the special magic of the owner, which was attached to the medallion earlier. The protagonist thoughtfully asked if he should find everything himself. The gnome stroked his beard and said that there was no need for that, because if he could be obtained, he would do it himself. The protagonist smiled widely. He was starting to like this NPC a lot. However, a moment later, the man smiled sweetly and asked the guy to clear 111 dungeons for his safe work. His words made the guy freeze. He was in shock. Soon, night fell on the street. The protagonist, standing on his face, said that he did not like Zuj from the moment he heard his name. Ruffling his hair, the guy tried to understand why it was necessary to clear so many dungeons. Raising his hand, the guy said that it did not matter because he just needed to film some content. The protagonist glanced at Lucky and asked if he was ready. However, at that moment he saw a sign above the animal's head. This exclamation mark stood out strongly in the middle of the night. The protagonist was surprised to see it, but then he raised Lucky, saying that he would cover him, and then he would just shut up and accept help. Soon they found themselves in the middle of a cave. Crouching, the protagonist used a buff on Lucky. The system immediately reported the use of the boost after Lucky swallowed a potion increasing strength by 20 points and health by 15. And when Lucky licked another potion, the system reported an increase in speed by 10. The protagonist chuckled and said that he was not sure if this was enough because the pet did not need to deliver the final blow to evolve. Unexpectedly, the system gave a quest for evolution, requiring him to kill 90 monsters alone. Lucky beamed with happiness after this. Summoning a flame, the protagonist decided to use skills because if Lucky cannot participate, he will not harm him. Soon monsters with pickaxes appeared in front of them. Lucky growled when he saw them. Then he bit one of them. and then the system reported the victory over the miner. The protagonist was shocked to see that Lucky was quite capable of resisting the monsters. The dog's eyes glowed brightly as he looked at the monsters. The remaining miner became nervous. However, when Lucky rushed at him, he could do nothing. Dispelling the flames, the protagonist praised Lucky. A moment later, their cries of joy were heard throughout the dungeon. After some time, the system again reported the victory over the miner. The protagonist smiled. This was the 99th kill. Unexpectedly, the system reported that Lucky had gained divine power, and then the dog's body was enveloped in golden mana, and a moment later, his body glowed brightly and began to change. At this time, the system asked the protagonist to choose new abilities for Lucky. The protagonist, shocked, looking at the cards around him, said to himself that he hoped for the best. And when he saw one of the cards, he was happy. It was a skill of incredible speed, a legendary skill that increased speed to insane speeds. The pet proudly raised its head shrouded in mana when the protagonist selected this skill. The events take us to the surface, where two adventurers tried to understand what the protagonist was doing hugging a divine being. Looking closely at the guy, they even saw how he was crying. The protagonist at that moment was in ecstasy, remembering how Lucky defeated the miner in 9 seconds. Unexpectedly, the guy saluted and swore allegiance to Lucky. Even the dog was surprised by his behavior. At that moment, Lucky smelled the hidden dungeon, and the system immediately reported it. Henu smiled, saying that he could not miss such a chance. The dungeon rank was unique and had a limit on entry. However, Henu picked up Lucky and immediately went into it. The guys standing aside said that this was a game of luck, because even such an eccentric as a divine being. Soon the protagonist entered a hidden dungeon. The events again transfer us to the real world. Kim approached Hyunjin and said that an hour had passed since the updated video was uploaded. Despondent, Hyunjin said that Hyunwoo's nickname was terrible because although Archmages were a rare class, they were not so rare that there were only a couple of them. Then he looked at the secretary, asking what the answer was. Kim looked at the statistics, saying that the speed of gaining views was not bad since the WARS TV channel was involved. Hyunjin extended his finger, saying that the guy most likely uploaded the video with the orc to this channel. Kim got a little nervous and asked if Hyunwoo could have spent his own money in time to spread the rumor. Entering his office, Hyunjin said that no matter how great a person was, no one at the beginning of their career could make their face appear on the cover of a famous magazine. Kim shook his head, trying to comprehend what was said. Hyunjin chuckled and said that the protagonist could appear in a gossip newspaper at any time, and his reputation would only increase from it. Hyunjin turned around and said that such an action could be expected soon. Suddenly, a worker ran into his office. Hyunjin was slightly surprised to see him. The worker immediately showed Asmo's comment, who could not recognize the staff. Asmo was a prince of Saudi Arabia, one of the richest people with a fortune of 1 trillion won. As a person who is the owner of a club and a professional gamer, he was the one who spent $1 million to get the Archmage class. Thus, he became known as the person who spent the most money in the game, and this also meant that he collects absolutely everything in the game. And when he buys new things, he shows them on stream with a smile on his face. Kim, looking at the comment, said that it was incredible that even Asmo had not seen this staff before. Hyunjin slammed the table, ordering Kim to tell the protagonist that they would change the profit distribution to 60-40, where 40 was their share. The guy's lips stretched into a smile, while Kim was sweating from excitement. Raising his hand, he said that in this case, they would have nothing left. Hyunjin grinned, saying that the Archmage could bring them something new. Then he looked at Kim, telling him not to worry. The events take us to the game store, to the protagonist, who had just gotten out of the capsule. Hyukju, seeing this, called the guy over. The protagonist grinned and asked him why he was coming to help so late. Hyukju, embarrassed, apologized. Then he picked up his phone, saying that a new trend had appeared. Hyunwoo, curious about this, asked what exactly it was, and when he heard that it was his battle with the orc, the guy smiled widely. Hyukju showed the video, saying that the views had long since exceeded 1 million. The protagonist froze in shock upon hearing this, and when he heard that Asmo had left a comment, he was even more shocked. But a moment later, upon learning that the guy had written that he had never seen such an item anywhere, the protagonist froze, realizing the horror of the situation. The sorcerer's staff was a reward that could be obtained in a hidden dungeon. In the entire game, only Henu had tried to pass it. The protagonist grabbed his face, realizing that he had completely failed. He hit the wall, alarming another visitor. The guy froze, realizing that he had left clues to the main quest. Sweating profusely, Henu tried to understand why Asmo had paid attention to him. Most likely, someone had asked Asmo to find out about his staff. Normalizing his situation, the protagonist remembered the group that was trying to complete the main quest. Suddenly the guy's eye opened. He quickly stood up, deciding that the Rising Stars channel would definitely count towards making a deal with him. As expected, there was a new message in his mail. After reading it, the guy grinned, after which he sighed, mentally saying that everything was fine as long as no one knew about the main quest. Becoming serious, the protagonist made up his mind. Abruptly leaving the booth, the protagonist decided to return to the game. Soon the protagonist stood in front of the boss of the hidden dungeon, a level 42 mole dog. Pulling the bowstring, the protagonist said that it would be difficult to defeat this boss if he were an ordinary player. After all, this boss constantly moves through holes, and the pattern of his attacks is impossible to predict. But when he re-enters the hole, there is a chance. The protagonist saw this and grinned. For him, who was able to see where the mole would attack from, this was no different from playing catch-a-mole. Henu, becoming serious, pointed his bow at the ceiling. Soon he saw the eye of a mole in the dark, and launched an ice arrow at it, which caused the system to report the victory over the mole. After that, it reported receiving the title of defeating the mole dog alone. Lucky and the protagonist smiled, realizing that it was time to take the dungeon card. Soon the system reported receiving a unique skill card. The protagonist began to look at the cards, trying to find a more suitable one for himself. Seeing the light shield, he was involuntarily surprised. The skill rank was unique and created a barrier with lightning passing through it. Looking at it, the protagonist said that since he had already received attack magic, he needed protection, and the light shield was not bad for Lucky. The dog stuck out his tongue, obediently waiting for his new skill. Henu thought, asking himself whether he should look for more skills with buffs. Looking at the cards, he involuntarily remembered something. Then the guy looked at Lucky and decided to take acceleration. Standing in front of Lucky, Henu thought about using marathon with this skill. Acceleration was a skill that summoned a wind fairy that increased the speed of movement. However, the skill was very expensive. Suddenly, the system reported the end of the game, and the guy's figure began to dissipate. After a while, the system reported entering the game, and the protagonist returned to Lucky. He closed his eyes, remembering the 6 million won he spent. Lucky, not understanding his grief, barked. Henu called up the system window with the skill characteristics. Then he grabbed the card, deciding to think of it as a future investment. A moment later, the system notified that the acceleration skill had been learned. The protagonist patted Lucky. After that, they both became serious. The protagonist called up the system window with the dungeon characteristics and began to study it. It was a low-ranking dungeon, such as you can find everywhere. If you compare them to track and field, then it is like a short-distance run. That is why many players use the location for the marathon. The marathon record was set by Sasaki Kajiro. He was the Emperor of the Sword, who, like the Archmage, had a legendary rank while he was in the top 10 players. Taking potions from the inventory, the protagonist thought that no one had yet been able to beat his record. Looking at Lucky, Henu realized that even for him, it would be almost impossible to beat the record. Taking the staff from RKU, Henu used the strength skill, and the system immediately reported its use. After the protagonist used acceleration on Lucky, then the protagonist gave the dog various potions increasing his characteristics, and the system immediately reported this. One of the daps seemed to float in the air. Henu decided to start recording. After turning on which he greeted the audience, the protagonist's voice was heard in the canyon, saying that today he would try to complete the marathon in the Dorito mines. His lips stretched into a smile when he said that he would do all this alone. Or rather, his dog would do it all. The protagonist waved his hand, telling Lucky to go forward, and he frowned, concentrating his mana. In an instant, he burst into the dungeon. All the monsters became worried when they saw him. Lucky activated the light shield and bit one of the monsters. The system immediately reported paralysis and victory over the enemy. Lucky got into a dash stance while the system reported victory over the miners. The protagonist involuntarily began to look around, saying that the speed was not bad. Suddenly, one of the monsters attacked him. The guy easily dodged, pretending to need help. Smiling, Hen said that he would not attack here and would even let the monster pass. Lucky soon appeared in front of the monster and attacked him like a hero. He grabbed the monster's neck, after which he rushed away with a wild roar. The protagonist smiled, saying that it was faster than he expected. The protagonist looked around and thought. Suddenly, a system window appeared in front of him, informing him that the dungeon had been cleared. Staring at it, Hyunwoo screamed. At that moment, Lucky appeared next to him and howled. The protagonist stared at the dog in shock. His quick attack skill should have worn off in 5 minutes, but the mana was still enveloping him. The events take us to reality. Hyukju thoughtfully asked Hyunwoo if something had happened to him. The protagonist clutched his head and said that he had taken a pill because he had been having problems with his heart lately. Hyukju smiled, telling the guy to take care of himself because if he got sick, no one would look after Hyren. The protagonist just threw it to the guy. In fact, Hyunwoo was very worried. He really managed to set a record for time, and he still had a recording. The protagonist sighed mentally, saying that he was lucky because there were fewer monsters than usual. The guy couldn't help but smile, imagining the reaction of the Rising Star Company. The events take us to another part of the city. Jidyu Yujin was sitting at the table boredly. Kim, looking at him, asked if it was worth giving another share of the proceeds. Wouldn't they suffer losses, while the other side would need it? Yujin raised his hand and said that he had already cast the line, and the Archmage might mistakenly think that he was being treated like a fish. Yujin looked at Kim when he said that they had already received an answer from him. The guy jumped up abruptly. Kim, slightly nervous, said that they had been sent 2 videos, one was on request, the other was a provocation. The guys immediately began to watch the video and were immediately amazed. At this time, the protagonist's capsule began to open. He began to warm up after leaving it. Looking around, Hyan tried to understand why no one was there. Deciding to go, the protagonist assumed that everyone was in the break room. Entering it, the guy asked why everyone was looking at their phones. However, seeing that it was his stream, he fell silent. The protagonist smiled widely upon seeing this. Hyukju ran up to him and said that the Archmage's new video was simply excellent. Hyunwoo, puzzled, asked what happened this time. Hyukju smiled widely, saying that Asmo had left his comment again. The protagonist involuntarily smiled. However, seeing the comment of the guy who said that he had never seen the ring, the protagonist froze in horror. He immediately began to tremble and almost cried. Very worried, the protagonist decided that Asmo was definitely targeting him. Hyukju became worried, asking the guy if everything was okay. But the protagonist, terrified that if Asmo continued to watch and comment on his video, a lot of people would target him, did not hear the guy. He understood that the players could simply attack him. Having calmed down a little, the protagonist decided that staying in one place would not be safe. He straightened up abruptly, telling Hyukju to fix him. After that, he assured the guy that everything was fine and asked for sweets. Climbing behind the cash register, Hyukju said that this was all that was left, and he held out the grape candies. The protagonist shuddered, asking the guy why he hadn't thrown them away yet. Hyunwoo, slightly embarrassed, said that the protagonist of the novel ate them all the time while playing. Then they headed to the capsules, and a couple of minutes later, the protagonist found himself in the Dorito mine again. Zuge greeted him when he saw him, after which he smiled, praising the guy for his work. The protagonist nodded to the dwarf, mentally scolding him for making him clear the dungeons. Holding out the pendant, the dwarf said that all he had to do was activate it. Raising his hand, the protagonist said that he would activate it as soon as possible, after which he turned around, deciding to go to Sakhalin, but she suddenly appeared behind him, which greatly surprised Henu. The girl did not pay attention to him, asking the dwarf why he called her here. The protagonist, watching the dwarf hand the pendant to the girl, thought that they actually get along well. The girl chuckled, sticking her hand into the subspace, from which she took out the cursed stone. Throwing it to the dwarf, she told him not to do stupid things. Catching the stone, the dwarf reminded him of the soul contract they had concluded, but the girl only frowned, telling the dwarf to stop chatting. The protagonist, seeing this, changed his mind. He closed his eyes, realizing that there are situations when people have to cooperate with each other despite their hatred. Watching the activation process, the protagonist thought about the rank of Almighty, an item capable of destroying even a god. The dwarf soon closed the lid of the pendant, after Zuge slightly poured his mana into it. In fact, in this game, all the NPCs tried to create a weapon against God to kill him. The dwarf suddenly pulled the pendant, which rushed towards the protagonist, frightening him. Sakhalin and Zuge simultaneously realized that the pendant points to the north, after which the dwarf handed the pendant to the girl. At the same moment, the system reported the end of the quest and an increase in level, after she reported receiving the title of Key Seeker and receiving a rune as a reward. The protagonist saw this and was shocked. A moment later, the system reported that the War Dragon was giving him a chance. Henu cried out in surprise. He immediately wished to receive the reward later. When he was handed the pendant, he asked the girl the reason for this. But seeing the characteristics of the pendant on the system window, the protagonist was very surprised. The pendant also increased all characteristics by 50 points while pointing to its original owner. Henu was worried, trying to understand how a unique item turned out to be better than a legendary one. Sakhalin narrowed his eyes and ordered the guy to go where the pendant pointed and check what was there. After that, she became serious, saying that she would not accept refusal. The system informed the protagonist about the update of new side quests in general. Soon she gave him a task, a swamp. He had to go north to the swamp where the pendant pointed. The protagonist stared at the girl, not understanding the importance of the quest, but the system told him that the reward would be a legendary skill book, and the protagonist was happy, without hesitation accepting the quest. He immediately bowed his head, telling Sakhalin that he would do his best to complete the mission. But when he found himself near Lucky, he hugged him, trying to calm down. Soon he raised his head, deciding to get a skill card as a reward. The system immediately reported that the war dragon was giving him a chance. A moment later, many cards appeared in front of them, because of which Hyunwoo involuntarily smiled. Among all the skills, he saw the Guardian card, which shone brightly among the other cards. The events take us to the Night City. The worker who was illegally forced to work at this time barely managed to tell Yoonjun that he had finished editing the video. The guy, seeing his condition, smiled and asked for forgiveness, after which he decided to look at the finished version of the video. At the beginning, the protagonist greeted the viewers, and pointed to Lucky, saying that he would clear the dungeon alone. Kim raised his hand and said that most likely the swordsman could not even imagine that his record would be broken by a dog. Yoonjun, smiling, asked how many views the video had. Kim smiled, saying that it was already more than 2 million. The divine being broke the record of that very swordsman. There is no better topic for discussion for people. Looking at the time of the video, Yoonjun said that it was good, considering the rush. The worker almost cried, saying that it was a miracle that they were able to do it in a day. After watching the video, he said that many were curious. At the end of the video, the protagonist thoughtfully said that he knew that many were interested in knowing what items he used. Yoonjun grinned and said that this video would definitely get 10 million views. This greatly shocked Kim and the worker. Guardian was a skill that made monsters follow you, a special skill that could only be learned by an Archmage, for example, using the technique of inevitable killing Asmo. The protagonist, looking at the skill, said that the skill itself was not so convenient to use. Although the Guardian had a legendary rank, the conditions for its use were difficult. However, Hyun only grinned, already imagining how he would use this skill. Monsters with a level significantly higher than the players could not be appointed as guardians, and it was also necessary to catch more than 100 monsters of the selected type in a limited time. In short, defeat 100 monsters. It was almost impossible to make a strong monster or boss that rarely appeared as your guardian. And the reason why the Guardian Asmo was able to become so famous was his ability to use player items, even legendary ones. The Guardian Asmo had a lot of legendary items, none of which ordinary users can afford. The protagonist stood up, deciding to choose a Guardian and use him as a tank so Lucky could better focus on attack. The guy was sad, remembering the skill of summoning a golem, which could replace the tank, but it was too expensive. Lucky nodded when the guy said that it was time for them to go. Using the skills of speed and strength, he told Lucky to go with him. Soon, system windows appeared near the dungeon, notifying about the exit from the dungeon and its clearing. Someone was watching the protagonist at this time. The man watching him was puzzled, asking who this guy was that they were spending so much money on surveillance of him. His subordinate asked the leader if 3 people were too many for one mage. The leader looked at the guy and said that he did not know what the customer was thinking, they just needed to do the job since they were paid. Then he looked at the mage in the distance, saying that the easier the job, the better for them. He was slightly surprised to see that the guy ran. The subordinate became wary, trying to understand if he was able to see them. The guys smiled creepily, realizing that the object that could make the Archmage run like that was not simple. Pointing at Henu, the guy asked if they should go after him right away or better to follow him quietly. The leader became nervous, telling the guy to wait. A moment later, he frowned and began to curse. He saw Henu looking at him, and then he jumped down with his subordinates, telling them to follow him. Henu sped up while the 3 assassins rushed after him. Gusts of wind were created because of his running. Suddenly, Henu stopped, telling Lucky to stop. The dog immediately turned around and stopped. The protagonist looked back and said that those guys would not catch up with them. Smiling widely, he remembered the effect of the pendant, and then he called up the system window with characteristics. The pendant gave him 50 points to speed and increased speed by 10%. Removing the pendant, the protagonist said that with it he did not need to worry about the chase because he could easily deal with pursuers. Stroking Lucky, he told him that his first was posted online. A moment later, Henu, like a madman, asked the dog if he would change his item after 10 million views. The dog, as if he understood something, barked. The protagonist began to get up, telling Lucky that he was the best. Looking into the distance, the protagonist decided to go to the next destination, which was a swamp in the north. At this time, someone was asking if the Archmage's video had already been uploaded. Many channels were overloaded and malfunctioned due to the flow of people. Some people started giving advice on how to find the video without delays. Lucky was on the cover of the video. However, this video turned out to be fake and people immediately expressed their dissatisfaction in the comments. Unexpectedly, one of the guys was able to find the original video, where Lucky howled loudly after the fight. Immediately in the comments, people began to discuss what happened. Looking at the time, someone said that the dog did it alone. People were happy looking at their phones. Someone even began to belittle the fencer, saying that he lost to the dog. Some guys noticed that the creature fought alone, standing in the middle of the supermarket. One of the guys pointed to the video, asking why it was 5 minutes long. Some in the comments suggested that it was a cookie video. At the end of the video, the protagonist appeared to everyone. With a smirk on his face, he said that he had prepared something for them. Taking out his staff, he said that if anyone recognized this item, he would tell about all the items he used. Asmo commented on this video saying not to mock them and just tell. A moment later, he donated him $10,000. The events take us to the game store, where many were discussing the protagonist's video. Watching the video, the guy said that he never thought that the Archmage would respond to the comment left by Asmo under the previous video. In addition, there was an item again that Asmo does not know about. The views were simply unreal. And while people were discussing this, the protagonist was sitting on the couch. He grabbed his head and was very angry. Hyukju at this time was discussing the video with others, but suddenly they noticed the state of the protagonist and became worried. The protagonist, trembling all over, said that his stomach hurt. Hyukju smiled slightly, telling his friend not to overexert himself. Some in the hall by this time began to leave, deciding to play. The protagonist tried to hold back a cry of joy. Now he was earning so much that he could not work. Sitting on the toilet, the protagonist decided to spend some money. Opening the investment app, the protagonist decided to invest in promoting his videos. The guy's lips stretched into a grin. The guardian tank was not very important to him. Therefore, now, being happy, he decided which skill he should buy. Having checked the price of the golem summon skill, the guy was surprised. The price he saw was too low, surprising him. He immediately bought it, despite the fact that he already had a keeper. But a moment later, he was notified that the product was sold out. The protagonist whined, saying that he did not need to think for so long. The events take us to Yoonjun's office. Kim, reading the reports, said that everything was going as they expected. Yoonjun, not being very pleased, said that because of this, they had unnecessary problems. Kim looked at him and asked what he was worried about. The guy sat down and asked what they were doing for the Archmage. Kim immediately began to recount everything they did. Turning over the sheet, Yoonjun asked if only they could do this, so it turns out that they were only temporary content providers who could be replaced at any time. Kim, hearing his words, became nervous. Sighing, Yoonjun said that they needed to show the Archmage their good faith so that he would renew the contract. The guy's lips stretched into a smile when he decided to use his method. Kim walked up to him and handed over the report. Yoonjun looked at it and chuckled. The swamp was a hunting ground for players above level 50, located north of the Dorito mines, a place where many players have difficulty. Stepping into the swamp, the player cried out. Walking through the swamp, the knight was dissatisfied. The water here usually reached his ankles, but in some places, the depth reached knee level. In addition, monsters lived in the middle of the swamps, which, although they were subject to slowdown, but not so much. But even this was enough for the protagonist. The monster suddenly stood up, and then Hyan concentrated the flame on his hand, and using a fireball, he hit the monster. The projectile hit him right in the throat. A moment later, the system notified about the elimination of the lizard and the increase in the rank of the fireball and ballista skill. The protagonist grinned upon hearing this. A moment later, the system reported receiving the title of one killed lizard. Hanu screamed like a girl when the lizard fell in front of him. However, the reason for the anger and fear was the new skin that he could ruin because of the mob. These items were the rags of the sorcerer, boots, equipment of a full set of 5 items gave 10% to damage. Lucky stepped into the swamp, and howled slightly, being sad. Hanu stroked his head, saying that they would soon leave. In fact, the protagonist was happy with this place. He would even kill 1,000 monsters here. Soon the couple reached a mysterious tree, or rather, its roots that formed a cave. The protagonist touched the branches, and the system immediately told him that this was the nest of the lizard, inside which there were about 2,000 monsters. The protagonist froze seeing this. He frowned, staring at the number showing the number of monsters. Suddenly the number on the system window disappeared. Hanu raised his hands and began to curse, saying that he would never kill so many in his entire life. After that, he grabbed his head, mentally saying that this dungeon was definitely for team play. Sighing, the protagonist decided to launch the Guardian. Soon, another lizard fell into the water, and when he died, the system reported that 100 lizards had been defeated. Now he could summon a lizard warrior as his guardian. Pointing at the lizard, the protagonist decided to try. Raising his staff, the protagonist activated the Guardian summoning skill. Golden mana enveloped the lizard's body, after which he was able to stand up and kneel. His eyes sparkled brightly as he looked at his master. The protagonist looked at the lizard and thought. The protagonist was surprised to notice something. He saw a question mark above his head, meaning a quest. The guy's eyes widened. Taking a closer look at the lizard, he could not believe that the keeper also had his own hidden quests. The protagonist called the system window, reading the conditions for increasing the level of the keeper. He had to protect him for a certain time to increase the level, and seeing the loyalty system, the protagonist was surprised. Hanu thought about it, trying to understand what he needed to do. He involuntarily looked at the swamp around him. After a while, the keeper turned out to be the one who fought. His opponent was the same lizard as he. The keeper, without showing emotions, swung his sword and struck the monster in the chest. The system informed the protagonist about the elimination of the lizard. Henu, looking at the lizard, was slightly disappointed. It took him 3 minutes and 33 seconds to kill the lizard with all types of enhancement. The protagonist thought about it, trying to understand how much stronger the keeper would become if he increased loyalty. Pointing at the keeper, he ordered him not to attack this time and just defend himself. He raised his sword, expressing his submission. Henu looked at the system window with the conditions for increasing the loyalty of the keeper, and at the same time, he watched the keeper himself. He did not go on the attack and simply defended himself, otherwise it was not possible to increase the level. Of course, for Asmo, for the one who was able to learn all the skills of the Archmage, the keeper was a useless skill. The protagonist stood up, saying that he would be the first to understand the loyalty system. Suddenly, the lizard growled angrily, and then the system reported that the keeper protected him for 33 minutes, due to which his system reached level 8 and a new attack skill was added. The protagonist smiled and praised the keeper. His eye lit up brightly. He abruptly stood up, saying that he would kill anyone for the Lord. And a moment later, he delivered 2 attacks to the lizard opposite him. Then he raised his leg and kicked the monster. The protagonist was surprised. His keeper, having increased 1 level, was able to start talking. Soon the lizard's sword plunged into the swamp. He knelt before the protagonist, who realized that the Guardian was able to kill the monster in 2 minutes and 57 seconds. The Guardian suddenly spoke, asking the owner to give him a name. Henu smiled, realizing that he could even give a name. After thinking for a moment, he said that his name would be Gold. The Guardian bowed his head, listening to the protagonist say that his name meant gold. Gold closed his eyes and said that it was a worthy name. After that, he smiled, asking for a new order. Suddenly, he pointed at Lucky and said that he would definitely prove that he was more useful than this stupid beast. The protagonist smiled widely upon hearing him. However, Lucky was very angry. Gold looked at the dog and called him stupid. Henu thought, trying to understand if everything should be like this. Suddenly, he realized something. After which he looked at the 2 beasts, saying to himself that he should use a DD with excellent melee skills as a tank. A squad of 3 DD was also not bad. If he had a golem skill, it would be easier to destroy the monsters. Looking at the sky, the guy began to scold himself for thoughtfulness. Events take us to the protagonist's house. Heron opened the door, asking her uncle to get up. The protagonist stroked the girl on the head. Then, yawning, he said that he went to bed late. The girl sneered sarcastically, saying that if he did not get up, Dad would be angry. Then the protagonist, having lost the squabble, said that he would get up. A few seconds later, his phone rang. The protagonist looked at it and was surprised, not understanding who was calling him since the morning. However, seeing something, he froze. It turned out to be a notification. Someone gave him the golem skill. The protagonist, very happy, said goodbye to his family. Events take us to a dark room. A fair-haired woman with a smile on her face ordered to send a mercenary for the Archmage. Then she looked at the screen and said that judging by the last video, the probability is higher than expected. He probably has the key. The guy sitting opposite her asked if it was because of the items that even Asmo did not know. The woman looked at him and told him to check if the Archmage has the key to the main quest. Then she smiled and said that if the guy has the key, they will tie his hands and feet. The guy looked at the woman and asked if there is a player who will take on the Archmage. Then he bowed his head and said that everyone knows that the guy will donate to the game, and there is also a possible conspiracy with Asmo. But the woman surprised him by saying that their deposit will be $10,000 and the reward is $100,000. Bowing her head, the girl said that she knows a player who will take a risk for such money, Sniper Lola from the 7-Star League, and although he agrees, there are others with a suitable level. The guy smiled, saying that he would contact everyone and let them know as soon as he received the answers. The woman froze, asking to be sure to write down that this was a request from Emma, the manager of the Abyss Guild. Immediately after saying this, the girl turned around. The protagonist folded his arms with a stretched smile and began to breathe actively from excitement. Looking at the card with a dark golem on a green background, he mentally stated that this was a golem summoning skill. It was a legendary rank skill, and its effect was to summon a golem from the ground. As the skill rank increased, the attack power, defense, and size of the golem also increased. There were also 2 points with additional information. You could get the title Impenetrable Rock by repelling 3,939 enemy attacks with the golem. The title Heroic Self-Sacrifice can be obtained by repelling 1,001 boss attacks with the golem. The protagonist mentally asked himself if the day when he would receive such a unique skill had finally arrived. Throwing his hands up in joy, he mentally exclaimed that this was a gift from the Rising Star channel. Falling to his knees and bowing deeply, he thanked the director, saying that from today on, he would bow towards the company building every day. Raising his head and looking forward seriously, the protagonist mentally said that if he wanted Rising Star to continue sponsoring him, he needed to show them something special, something that they would never expect. Lowering his head, he mentally asked if this was a single kill of the swamp boss, the diamond alligator. A dark silhouette of a large monster appeared against a red background. He mentally answered that no, because a single kill was not enough, because he needed to at least beat the time record, not just do better than the others. An image of the protagonist standing in front of a huge nest appeared. A system notification appeared saying that this was a hidden lizard nest. The number of lizards was 1,998. The golem's powerful blow scattered large boulders. A notification about the elimination of a lizard appeared. 3 representatives of the protagonist's team were destroying monsters. The system window said that only 3 lizards remained. Another lizard was eliminated. Gold took a fighting stance, with his eyes glowing, holding his blade forward. After defeating another monster, only one opponent remained. Throwing his body back, the protagonist began to cast a ball of dense energy in his hands. He mentally said that thanks to the secret quest, his stats were increasing incredibly quickly. His strength indicators were surprisingly high for a mage. Looking forward, the protagonist grinned confidently. A notification about the use of the dragon's eye appeared. He mentally stated that in addition to this, the mob's aggro was not directed at him, but at the summoned golem. He aimed his yellow sight at the red monster with an axe. The protagonist mentally stated that he could concentrate on aiming and attack enemies that were even 100 meters away. Throwing his arm back, the protagonist began to swing the fireball. A powerful throw along an arc trajectory caught up with the monster, creating a powerful explosion. A notification appeared saying that he had eliminated the lizard and received the title of Lizard Nightmare. Clenching his fist, he mentally declared with a smile that with this, he would have no problem killing the diamond alligator alone. The rank of the skill fireball was increased. The system window showed that he had eliminated all the enemies in the lizard's nest. Throwing both hands, the protagonist, slightly tired, happily declared that they had cleared it in just 8 hours, after which he praised the golem. Looking ahead, Gold declared that this stupid dog continued to steal their prey. Lucky snorted angrily, looking at the lizard. Throwing his head back, the protagonist said with a smile that they were arguing again. The pendant on his neck began to deviate to the side. It began to rise and stretch to the left, emitting small streams of magic. The system reported that the cursed pendant was leading him somewhere. The protagonist turned his head in the direction of the pendant's movement, under the continuing swearing of his partners. On the altar behind a small stone staircase lay an unusual object. Looking at it, the protagonist mentally asked what it was. He approached and extended his hand forward. The system assumed that it was an egg and began to search for information. The system window said that it was an unknown egg. A moment later, a notification appeared saying that it was a dragon egg, and for hatching, the power of a nameless god was needed. Looking forward, the protagonist mentally exclaimed in surprise that it was a dragon egg. An image of several dragons appeared. The protagonist mentally asked if this could be a new divine beast. Picking up the orange egg, he mentally said that he needed to finish the quest first, especially since the reward was the skill book. Turning his head, he said with a smile that they were now heading to VGA City. They approached a long wooden bridge over a small pond. Not far away, a thought appeared in one person's mind that he had finally arrived. The guy began to draw his bow. Raising his head and smiling slightly, he mentally stated that no matter how long he hid in the hunting grounds, he would eventually return to the city. The protagonist, Gold, and Lucky walked calmly along the bridge. Peeking out from behind a tree, the guy mentally stated that in order to return to the first city, they must go this way. Looking at them with a grin, he mentally stated that he had a beast and a guardian. He mentally added that this was to be expected from someone whose head was worth $100,000. He pulled the bowstring and began to aim. His weapon was the VGA bow. It was of legendary rank. This bow was made by VGA with great care and attention, and it had a special feature. After a successful hit, the next arrow would pursue the target. The purple-haired guy exhaled. He unclenched his fingers holding the bowstring. The arrow that flew out instantly curved the air in its path. The guy mentally decided that he would finish this quickly. The protagonist's dog raised its ears and looked forward, hearing the slightest vibrations in the air. The protagonist looked in surprise at Lucky, who rushed forward. Gold put his wooden shield forward and held back the arrow attack with it. Looking forward, the protagonist mentally stated that they were shooting from there. The protagonist's lizard narrowed his eye, peeking out from behind the shield. The protagonist mentally said that if he were an ordinary player, he would be very confused after the surprise attack. He also mentally added that you can never guess when and where to expect the next arrow. Taking the role of Gold, he mentally stated that he was prepared for the assassin's arrival in advance. He also mentally added that this is why he provoked his attack. Opening his mouth wide, the protagonist ordered Gold to begin. Peeking out from behind his warrior, the protagonist mentally stated that he thought that he would be easy prey in the swamp. starting to create a fireball in his right hand. He also mentally added that they will prove that relying on the terrain is useless. Gritting his teeth and narrowing his eyes, the purple-haired guy mentally resented the protagonist stopping the surprise attack as if he predicted it. Slightly tilting his body, he peeked out from behind the tree and said that this is a tracking reset. While aiming another arrow, the warrior mentally said that this was a swamp, so it would take 30 seconds to get to where he was now. Grinning, he mentally added that he was 120 meters away from the main character, so even with magic this distance would be insurmountable. He froze in shock before he could finish the sentence, seeing the approaching fiery projectile. Dense fire instantly enveloped the head of the archer who had not managed to dodge. A system notification appeared about receiving critical damage. Grabbing his crippled head, the hair on which was partially singed, the purple-haired man mentally stated that he had hit it right in the head. He clenched his teeth and raised his head, directing his gaze to the place where the enemy had been before. The bridge was empty. The guy mentally asked where he had gone. Starting to frantically look around, the purple-haired guy mentally declared that this was very bad, and he needed to leave before it was too late. His gaze caught on a silhouette and he froze. Blue eyes were shining brightly in the grass nearby. Looking ahead, the guy mentally asked when he managed to get there. The blue attack was quickly approaching his blind spot. He turned around in shock when he felt a powerful blow to his back. A notification appeared about receiving critical damage and dropping the damage indicators below 20%. Standing 10 meters away, the protagonist grinned. Gritting his teeth in anger and grabbing his hands, the purple-haired man mentally declared that with his level, it was impossible to inflict such damage. Lucky, whose eyes emitted a blue light, jumped out of the grass. Rushing forward, he sank his teeth into the archer's neck. Looking ahead, the main character with a smile mentally stated that it worked and now he needed to check his unique game account number. Putting his hand on his belt, the protagonist mentally said that he would personally make sure that he did not do something like this in the future. His eyes widened. He looked at the guy's ID displayed above his head. He opened his mouth and mentally said that he remembered Rail. An image of a warrior with a rifle and a hat appeared with a flag in the background. The protagonist mentally asked if this wasn't Sniper Lola from the 7 Stars League. Looking at the purple-haired guy who was glaring at him, the protagonist mentally said that if he went too far, the entire guild would turn against him. Looking at him, he mentally repeated his name again. An image of Rail shooting a bow appeared, standing next to the protagonist. The protagonist mentally said that it was definitely him. The purple-haired guy was smirking while aiming. The protagonist mentally added that they used to hunt together when he was playing on an old account. Looking ahead, he mentally added that everyone only knew about him because of the popular guild. He also mentally clarified why he would even use a second account to find him. The protagonist's eyes widened, a thought flashed through his mind. Throwing up his hands, he mentally declared that he could not take responsibility for killing his character, because in the worst case, he would make an entire guild of enemies. The protagonist ordered Lucky to stop. The dog raised his head and barked questioningly. Raising his blade, Gold said that is expected of a master, since he, a worthless fool, dared to put his master in danger, he was going to end his life with his sword. The protagonist said that this applies to him too. He also mentally stated that he could not just let him go without a plan. Throwing up his hand, the protagonist addressed him. Looking at the purple-haired guy, the protagonist asked if he was Lola from the 7 Stars League. The guy slowly reached out for the arrow, starting to stutter. The protagonist said that he didn't need to pretend, as he knew that this was his second account. The purple-haired guy opened his eyes wide, sweat running down his face. Folding his arms, the protagonist added that he was sure that the character's name was Rail. The slightly trembling guy backed away slightly. The protagonist mentally said that now they would see how he sings. An image of a forest appeared, with a lot of large, lush trees. Putting his hand in his hair, the protagonist said that it was a shame. He didn't think that so much trouble would arise if he didn't tell this drunkard that he was hiding his identity. Looking up, Lola mentally asked if he could know the guild master, after which he added that it was unlikely. An image of a muscular brown-haired man appeared, his body partially exposed and covered in scars. It was Dion, the guild master of the 7 Stars League. He is so dangerous that most players do not dare to even approach him. An image of Dion drinking in a bar with a friend appeared. The guy mentally said that his friends called him a drunkard. Clenching his fist and swinging it, the protagonist angrily said that it does not matter, and of course he did not tell him, but trying to grab him from a spare account is outrageous. Indignantly looking into the eyes of the purple-haired guy, he asked if the guildmaster ordered to catch him, and if he will free him from work for 80 hours. Lol's eyes widened. Looking away, he mentally declared that he is in trouble because it seems that they have a rather close relationship. The protagonist asked if that wasn't the case, then maybe he was secretly taking out contracts to kill other players to make some extra money. The purple-haired boy flinched and lowered his head. The protagonist asked him with an angry look if he was going to answer. Looking down at his hands, the boy mentally declared that if he reported this to the guild, he would be finished. Folding his knees together and lowering his head, Lola apologized. Looking at him, the protagonist asked him what he wanted to achieve from him. Looking down, the purple-haired boy mentally declared that if he was caught killing other players on contract, they would declare that he had broken the guild rules and bury him alive. Placing his hands on his hips, the protagonist asked if he wanted to just be finished off here, because if he didn't kill him now, there would be even more problems. The boy began to rotate his head in a denial gesture. Looking at him, the protagonist said that he would cover for him. The purple-haired guy raised his head and opened his eyes wide and asked what. Covering his eyes and raising his hand, the protagonist said that, frankly, he also did not want the 7 Stars League to know what he was doing. Raising his hand, the protagonist asked why he thought he was hiding his main account, using a spare one, and even with a stupid nickname VGA Archmage. The protagonist added that it was because he had a big plan, after which he clarified whether he thought that he simply could not think of anything better than to toil here for the sake of leveling up. The guy looked at him silently. An image of the blue sky above the location appeared. The protagonist offered him this, he failed the task, and he was able to escape, and he would not tell anyone that he met him today. The thought flashed through the guy's head that he would be life. A small smile appeared on his face, and he exhaled. Folding his arms, the protagonist asked what he would do in exchange for sparing his skin. Looking at him menacingly, he added that they should make it clear that if he contacted him, he would destroy him. He asked again what he would offer if he kept his secret. Sweat began to flow down the face of a frightened lol. Making a gesture with his hand, the protagonist said with a smile that if he did not like this deal, he could just kill him and get the items at the same time. Covering his eyes, Gold said that he was waiting for orders. Lowering his head, the purple-haired guy asked if he really would not tell anyone. Extending his hand forward, the protagonist confirmed, stating that he was a man of his word. The purple-haired guy looked down and pursed his lips. He began to create a bow from magic in his hand. Extending it, he asked to take his bow. An image of a daytime forest location appeared. The boy apologized once again. An image of the mountains beyond the forest appeared. Placing his hand on his chest, Gold stated that the master's nobility had taught him a lot. The protagonist's legs trembled. He felt weak in them. The protagonist fell to his knees and grabbed his shoulder. Turning pale, the protagonist mentally said that he had fallen for his bluff. Starting to look around, Gold asked who dared to attack the master. The protagonist mentally stated that fortunately, it was the 7 Stars League. He mentally added that he had benefited from what he had heard about their master, Dione. An image of the confidently smiling brown-haired guild master appeared. The protagonist mentally said that otherwise he would not have been able to convince him that he knew the guild master. Examining the bow in his hands, the protagonist stated that in any case, he had one of the items from the VG set. An image of a wooden bow with a glowing string appeared. The VGA bow is one of the items in the VGA weapons set, which can be found in VGA City. Among all the items, the bow has the best stats, and the minimum price starts at $40,000. Looking at the bow in his hands, the protagonist smirked and said that selling it would be a great decision. Raising his head, he remembered that he didn't need money now, so why not use this bow? He also added that he still had money left to buy a golem. The protagonist placed an arrow on the bow. Pulling the string, he mentally stated that if the mage were to walk around with a bow, he would quickly commit suicide, but the VGA bow was a different matter. The arrowhead lit up with a red flame. The protagonist used a fireball. An image of the protagonist shooting at an imaginary enemy with his eyes closed appeared. He mentally said that thanks to his ability, after each hit, the next arrow will pursue the target. Continuing to imagine, he said that this bow has a very cool skill. Looking at it, he mentally added that he can't use both the staff and the bow at the same time. It will be problematic to switch between weapons. Shrouding the bow in green magic, the protagonist used telekinesis, lifting it into the air. He opened the inventory and extended his finger to one of the icons. He took out the Sakhalin staff from the inventory. The protagonist also lifted it into the air. Looking at a small pond surrounded by a forest, he said that he will try to use telekinesis to make it easier to change weapons. Trees grew through the water and there were small islands. An image of a city with several different castles appeared. The man asked if this was Lucky, the divine wolf who broke the swordsman's record. An image of a white wolf with blue eyes appeared. The girl exclaimed that it was Lucky, and behind him was VGA the Archmage. The protagonist looked down. Looking at him, the red-haired girl exclaimed in surprise that she was seeing VGA the Archmage in person for the first time. The dark-haired man exclaimed in surprise. The protagonist was surrounded by knights in armor. The girl asked who the warriors were around him. Looking at the protagonist with two subordinates and knights in armor, one of the warriors asked if they were team members. Looking at the guy in armor who was looking forward emotionlessly, one of the guys answered that it was an NPC guard. Looking at the back of the protagonist who walked forward, the warriors were surprised that VGA's guards were accompanying the player. Sweat was running down the frightened protagonist's face. He mentally asked what was going on. A memory popped into his head where the knights who approached him told him that VGA, the city governor, was looking for him. He wondered in his mind if this was related to the main quest. Smiling, he looked back at the whispering people, thinking that he could try to turn the situation to his advantage. He mentally said that he was the first player to be accompanied by the NPCs of VGA City. Raising his head, the protagonist said with a smile in his mind that he wondered what rumors would spread about this. Looking at the huge gray brick castle, the protagonist decided that he would go in right now and find out. A system notification appeared about the entrance to VGA's estate. The protagonist and 2 members of his team entered the huge room of the castle. Walking with his hand along the railing, a man with a gold ring on his hand greeted the protagonist. The protagonist looked up at him in surprise. Smiling, the gray-haired man, next to whom a girl was standing, introduced himself as VGA, the governor of this city. 2 system windows appeared, with information about receiving the title the one whom VGA slammed, as well as information about the rune reward. Shaking his hand, VGA said that he had heard a lot about him. Looking ahead, the protagonist mentally said that he never thought that he would meet him in person. Looking at the guy, the gray-haired girl asked if he found that thing. Opening his inventory, the protagonist confirmed with a smile. The protagonist summoned a large red egg in his hand. The girl looked at the item in his hands. Closing her eyes and summoning a book from a green portal, the girl with a dissatisfied face asked in surprise how he was able to get it at all. The protagonist extended his hand to the flying object. A system notification about receiving the legendary skill card book appeared. The protagonist handed the red egg to the gray-haired girl. Looking at them, the gray-haired man told them to wait with a smile. Raising her hand, the girl asked if he had any problems. Lowering his head, VGA replied that he did not. Turning her head to him, the gray-haired girl asked why he was interfering. Looking at her, the man replied that it was precisely because there was no problem. Looking ahead, the protagonist mentally asked what was going on with a shocked expression. Opening his eyes, the man stated that this guy had easily found what they couldn't. Lowering her head, the girl confirmed. Making a hand gesture, VGA stated that there was no need to involve someone else in the work when they already had a responsible person. Turning his head, the man said that he was very glad that they had found the right person. Smiling, looking at the guy, he stated that he highly appreciated his skills. The protagonist thanked him. Looking at him with his eyes closed, the gray-haired man stated that for this reason, he would prefer for him to continue to explore this egg. The protagonist's eyes opened slightly, thinking about what he seemed to understand. An image of a gray-haired girl surrounded by a green aura appeared. The protagonist mentally said that Sacin wanted to leave the egg and explore it herself. An image of a gray-haired man surrounded by a purple aura appeared. The protagonist mentally added that VGA wanted the opposite, that the egg should be taken by the protagonist. He also thought that this meant that the NPCs had their own quests. Closing his eyes, the protagonist said that he would not let them down. Looking to the left, the gray-haired man said that this was wonderful and added that he believed that Lady Sacin did not trust him very much. The gray-haired girl silently looked away. Raising his hand, VGA said that they should check if he was able to protect the egg. Looking at him, the man asked if he came from the swamps. Closing his eyes, the man told him to return and defeat the master of these places. A system notification appeared that a new quest had been added to the main quest category. It was called the Diamond Alligator, its rank was main quest, and its content was to kill the master of the swamps. Looking away and scratching his chin, the protagonist mentally stated that he needed to kill the Diamond Alligator. Looking down and clenching his fist, he mentally added that the raid plan had already been made, so he didn't see any problems. The system information window said that the quest reward would be the VGA staff, and if they killed the Diamond Alligator alone, they would get the white VGA staff. Raising his head, the protagonist mentally asked if this was a secret condition for killing alone. Looking ahead, he mentally said that it wasn't just the VGA staff, but the white VGA staff. Smiling, the gray-haired man asked if he would take it. Smiling widely, the protagonist confirmed, saying that they could rely on him. An image of a huge chandelier in the center of the room appeared. The man also said that there was something that needed to be done before he left. A system notification appeared about opening a book of legendary skill cards. The protagonist opened the book, from which white light poured out. 24 cards appeared in front of his face. Looking at them, the protagonist mentally asked several times to give him mana recovery. A card appeared with a description of the skill Dragon Mana. It was of legendary rank, and its effect was to awaken the power of the dragon and feed on mana from the surrounding nature. Diamonds also increased the speed of mana recovery. The protagonist broke into a wide smile, looking at the skill. Closing his eyes, Gold said that this was a great solution. Putting his hands on his belt, the protagonist said with a smile that this was a great game, and he was able to get it very quickly. Lucky began to actively shake his head negatively. Turning his head towards him, the protagonist asked if he agreed. The dog pointed to the second card from the left in the bottom row. This card with the image of a red dragon contained information about the skill Dragon Fever. It was a legendary rank and its effect was to fall under the influence of Dragon Fever. For a certain period of time, the speed of casting spells increases significantly. Mana consumption also increases. Looking at the card, the protagonist mentally said that its cost was $1 million. He continued to look at the card with this skill. It was a buff skill, also known as Dragon Fever. However, another name came into use. This skill was never officially sold on eBay. An image of a smartphone window with an open site appeared where there was information about the lack of sales and transactions of this skill. An image of an evilly smiling yellow-haired man with an expensive necklace on his neck appeared. The reason why the skill began to be called $1 million was Asmo. He once said that he would give $1 million to whoever gets him this skill. An image of his video with an announcement of his offer appeared, as well as comments under it. The protagonist mentally said that even though he said so, no one knows whether he bought this skill or got it in another way. An image of Asmo appeared, wrapped in a powerful golden aura sphere and a dragon next to it. Later, Dragon Fever was considered one of the best skills associated with Asmo. An image of a dark dragon standing on a cliff appeared. This short-term but powerful skill was simply made for raiding bosses, but it requires a large supply of mana. The protagonist mentally said that he would not be able to afford it even if he sold his house. Smiling, the protagonist mentally said that this was just incredible luck. A system window appeared with information about learning the skill Dragon Fever. The card in the protagonist's hand emitted a bright light. An image of a building appeared with a signboard Capsule Cafe. Running into the room, the guy asked with genuine surprise if he knew what quest VGA the Archmage was doing. Looking at him, the brown-haired guy told him not to be too surprised. The guy said that they say that this time he is going to capture the city of VGA and become a governor. The dark-haired guy asked about the rumors. Sitting down at the table, the guy very emotionally stated that this information was from a reliable source and also asked not to tell anyone. Looking at him, the protagonist mentally said that it would be better to let rumors like Hyukju spread false rumors. Putting his hand in his pocket, the protagonist said that he would not tell anyone and asked to immerse himself in the game. Slightly jerking up, the guy confirmed. The protagonist mentally said that the problem is in those who act, not speak. He threw a small brown ball into his mouth. Parent asked if he was eating jeongsamwon again. This is a Korean folk medicine that helps with stress. An image of unknown people's silhouettes appeared behind the purple-haired archer. The protagonist mentally said that he was being pursued by strange people who were ready to hire even Lola for this. An image of a crocodile's scales emerging from the swamp appeared. The protagonist mentally said that killing a diamond alligator alone would definitely not be easy. The protagonist put on his glasses and sat down in a special chair. He mentally said that in this situation he could only do one thing. An image of a large city with dozens of high-rise buildings appeared. The man in the shirt asked if he had sent him 2 magic skills again, not counting the golem sent last time. Looking at the fair-haired guy, the man asked if he thought it was just a suck-up. Turning around, the guy asked what he was talking about. Looking at him, the dark-haired man with glasses said that it was he, the director, who was sucking up. Tilting his head, the fair-haired man asked again if he was going to see VGA the Archmage. The dark-haired man confirmed. Looking at his director in surprise, the dark-haired man asked if he really wasn't denying it. Covering his eyes, the fair-haired man asked with a smile what he had to deny and said that the difference between an investment and a suck-up was one piece of paper. Looking at him, the dark-haired guy said that VGA the Archmage was indeed an important figure, and that was a fact, but he didn't think such a person would care about a small bribe. Turning his head, the fair-haired man said that he had decided to let him in on the details of his scenario after all. A video image of the smiling protagonist appeared. The director asked what kind of big deal VGA the Archmage was preparing. Looking ahead, the dark-haired guy with glasses said that the last place they saw him was the swamps and asked if that meant he was going to defeat the Swamp Master. The blonde guy asked how he was going to do that. Looking at the director, he asked if he would send them a video recording like usual. Making a hand gesture, the blonde guy said that was wrong. Placing his hand on his waist, the blonde guy confidently said with a smile that it would definitely be a stream because he had done everything in his power to make it so. Entering the room, the brown-haired guy said that VGA the Archmage had emailed and asked if it was possible to stream from their channel. The dark-haired and blonde guys looked at him speechlessly. Pointing his finger at himself, the director said with a smile that it was as he said. Looking at him, the dark-haired man confirmed that this was the Wharton School. Turning to his employees, the director shouted with a smile for them to get ready for the stream. The protagonist mentally said that he couldn't have been sent such expensive skills for nothing. An image of 2 cards appeared, a fire arrow card and an air arrow card. Both skills had a unique rank, and the effect was to summon the corresponding arrows. Also, the number of arrows increased with the increase in the skill level. Looking at the cards, he mentally noted that there was no doubt that the Rising Star channel supported him as a headliner, that is, as the most anticipated participant in the performance, attracting the audience, the one whose name is written in the first line of the posters. The protagonist mentally asked if it was time to get ready for the stream. An image of various living creatures appeared, displayed on the huge screens of the skyscraper. From the first release of God Wars to this day, this is the most popular content. Scratching his chin, the protagonist mentally wondered if there had been a lot going on with the live streams at the very beginning. An image of 2 videos appeared about a boss theft and a hidden quest, which had garnered huge views. As soon as the stream began, players would run to the scene like a pack of wild dogs and try to interfere with the stream in every possible way, so bosses were usually attacked outside of the live stream. An image of unusual symbols appeared. Everyone did this except for 10 guilds. An image of a man lying motionless on the ground appeared. The protagonist mentally noted that these guilds were organizing for stupid, impudent people who killed players when they were streaming. An image of a dozen warriors of different classes appeared, standing near a man's corpse. Public executions in front of thousands of viewers. The protagonist turned his gaze to the side. He looked at the silhouettes of the players and saw their nicknames. He mentally noted that these 2 had been chasing him since he came to the swamps. Turning his head, he looked at 3 more silhouettes. The protagonist mentally said that there were 3 more on the other side. Their nicknames were visible, so they should be easy to find. Looking up, the protagonist mentally said that many players, including these ones, were eager for his death. Smiling, the protagonist mentally said that he should do it. Looking forward, he mentally said that they were awkwardly waiting for him. An image of the red diamond alligator spawn window appeared. Time until it appeared, 22 minutes and 13 seconds. The protagonist mentally said that now he would explain what it means we wanted the best, but it turned out as always. An image of communication satellites under a cloudy night sky appeared. All God Wars video content can only be posted through WarsTube. An image of the world map appeared, in the center of which was the WarsTube logo. An image of a video appeared in the feed of this application. Most players do not mind this in any way, but not because they love the game. A close-up image of the world map appeared. The main reason is that broadcasting on WarsTube is simple and convenient. An image of a window for entering the channel code to start a live broadcast appeared. An information window appeared, indicating that the code was successfully entered. An image of a person's hand appeared, writing on a keyboard projection. God Wars and WarsTube work closely together. The protagonist looked ahead with a smile. He mentally noted that this is why it is possible to start a game stream in a couple of clicks. Information appeared on the system window that the protagonist has gained access to the Rising Star channel. Turning his head to the chat window, the protagonist mentally confirmed that it was loaded. An image of information about the broadcast participants appeared. The protagonist mentally said that there were only 3 viewers, he, the manager, and someone else. An unknown person under the nickname Wharton wrote for the protagonist to concentrate on the game, because he will take care of everything. The protagonist mentally asked who he was. The guy from the chat confirmed that this was their first conversation. The protagonist looked questioningly at the chat. The stranger wrote that he was the director of the Rising Star channel. The protagonist's eyes widened. He mentally asked in surprise if this was true. Wharton wrote that he should start the broadcast as soon as he was ready. Scratching the back of his head, the protagonist thanked him. He reached out to the system window and agreed to start the broadcast. A system notification appeared about the start of the broadcast on the Rising Star channel. The countdown from 10 began. The red numbers on the information window went down. The protagonist, followed by the golem, Gold, and Lucky, mentally said that they would see how many people would come. The countdown on the system window continued. The protagonist looked at the number 3. He mentally noted that he already had a video with 1 million views. He also had some popularity. The system window reported that there were 2 seconds left until the start of the broadcast. Looking at the system window at the last second of the countdown, the protagonist mentally said that there would definitely be at least 1,000 viewers. The shocked protagonist and his subordinates recoiled when the chat was instantly flooded with comments. Instantly, a system notification appeared about exceeding the 1,000 viewers mark. Smiling and looking up, the protagonist mentally noted that he had very quickly gained more than 1,000. He also mentally added that he needed to calm down and in no case get arrogant after the first stream. Putting his hand on his heart, the protagonist greeted and introduced himself as VGA the Archmage. Some commentators asked to see Lucky. The protagonist turned the camera to his light dog. The protagonist said that he was happy to be broadcasting on the Rising Star channel. An image of a blue sky above a dense forest appeared. He announced that today he was going to fight the diamond alligator. Smiling slightly, the protagonist said that this battle would not be that fun. Throwing his palm forward, the protagonist said that the last record of a team of 4 was 10 minutes and 32 seconds, and he would try to break that record. Many commentators did not believe such a level of skill, talking about overconfidence and joking. The protagonist smiled silently. Someone wrote that it would be difficult because snipers always interfere with breaking the record, and someone said that he was going to find a team to kill VGA Archmage. An image of several silhouettes of players appeared. Someone asked if there were not already a bunch of snipers gathered here. Someone said that he would prove to him that this game is complete shit. The protagonist smiled again. Gold and the protagonist fixed their gaze forward. In the swamp, a green diamond alligator of level 58 was swimming. He had the status of Master of the Swamps. A close-up image of a huge green monster with orange eyes and orange stones on its back appeared. It was a boss with a body length of over 10 meters. In accordance with its name, there are precious stones on its back. They are also called traffic lights. The precious stones were called so because the boss's movement pattern changes according to their color. Many viewers were surprised by the size of the enemy and did not understand what the protagonist was counting on. A close-up image of 3 precious stones appeared. Someone wrote that this color is the safest. An image of a dragon with a health bar above its head appeared. If you take away 30% of his HP, he will go into the second phase, after which the color of the stones will change every minute. When the stones turn black, the nastiest phase with the swamp dive skill will be activated. An image of an alligator jumping into the water appeared. Some commentators did not believe the one who reported the information. The commentator added that if he dives into the swamp, it will be impossible to deal damage. An image of bubbles on the surface of the swamp above the place where the boss dives appeared. The commentator also noted that he will still restore HP. Throwing the weapon on his back, the protagonist mentally said that when the color of the stones changes, it will deal him huge damage. He also noted that his main strategy is to skip the dive phase. The commentator asked in surprise if they turned red. The precious stones on the alligator's back began to turn red. The audience asked what this meant. The alligator began to get up. Raising his mouth, he growled. One of the commentators told him to attack. Smiling, the protagonist said that they were starting the game. He began to envelop himself in a golden aura, activating dragon fever. The hero said that Lola had failed. There was a blue sky above the buildings along the shore. Bright rays of sunlight fell on the ground. The girl raised her eyebrows and fixed her hair, asking if this was true. She looked away, saying that she was only going to test the waters anyway. The guy asked what she was talking about. The girl was sitting at a table on the terrace, saying that they had begun to suspect that Asmo was supporting him, which meant that if the protagonist was in serious danger, Asmo would intervene. She closed her eyes and drank from a straw, saying that she certainly did not expect that they would lose sight of the Lola card from the deck so easily. The hero raised his eyebrows, saying that it took him a lot of effort to complete her assignment on Pike. He asked what she was going to do next. The girl raised her eyebrows and looked down, saying that she would have to attract all sorts of rabble. She had already put a small reward on the hero's head. Whoever caught him would get $10,000. In the middle of the dark forest, there was a gray river. The guy smiled and clenched his hand into a fist, asking if she was going to continue the game regardless of whether he was caught or not, because it could limit her in her actions. The girl twirled the tube in her hands, saying that it was. She frowned and looked at her watch. The hero asked if there was any important news. The girl stood up and frowned, saying that the protagonist had started streaming. A bright stream of energy appeared among the dark treetops in the forest. The viewers asked if it was dragon fever or dragon fever. The hero asked if it could be the same skill that Asmo uses. The viewer noticed that the guy had $1 million. The hero picked up a bow. The users asked if he really had a Vigi bow. Hyunwoo smiled and pulled the flaming arrow on his bow, saying it was a fire arrow. The system reported that a dragon eye was launched. The user was surprised, asking how much the guy spent on it. The hero fired a bright arrow that left a trail in space at the monster standing in front of him, who opened his mouth wide. The bright gem on his body shone, reflecting the arrow's tip. The giant opened his mouth wide. A fiery explosion appeared on his back. The guy pulled the arrow on his bow using an ice arrow. The system reported that a ballista was launched. The hero released the tip of the arrow. He opened his mouth slightly using the air arrow skill. Strong winds appeared near his face. Hyunwoo used the skills of light arrow, fireball, and burning spear in turn. The protagonist stood still, shooting arrows at the Mog in front of him, leaving a bright trail in space. The user asked if such damage really appeared immediately. The viewer asked if he would really use all this against the diamond alligator. The crocodile opened his eyes wide and opened his mouth. Streams of smoke from the explosions that thundered rose into the air from his body. The users noticed that his actions were unreasonable, because after the dragon fever, the mana would quickly run out. The monster rose up on its hind legs, moving forward. The clay golem put his hands in front of itself. He stood in front of the diamond alligator, grabbing its front legs. Hyunwoo raised his eyebrows and smiled, thinking that this was indeed an unusual way It would be better to save mana and spend it only when changing phases, but his enemy now is not only the diamond alligator. A silhouette of a man was visible behind the tree. The hero raised his eyebrows and smiled, looking away. The guy 100 tree hairs away watched with a furrowed brow. The hero knelt down on one knee. A group of his comrades were next to him. He opened his mouth, asking if this was real, since it was impossible to deal so much damage alone. The man closed his eyes and frowned, asking how the hero could deal so much damage from the start, since they didn't even have time to PK. The dark-haired guy raised his eyebrows, suggesting that they go after the hero after the dragon fever. The girl with the bow in her hands turned to them, telling them to stop. She asked if they thought he was wasting his energy so carelessly by infiltrating them with his bodyguards, since a guy with a lot of money had enough opportunities. Hyunwoo fired 3 bright flaming arrows from his bow at once. They flew forward, leaving a bright stream of light behind them. She imagined the dark figures of people hiding behind the trunks of tall trees. The hero cried out, saying that the color had changed. The gem on the back of the alligator fighting the mud golem changed from pink to dark. The system reported that the diamond alligator's stones had turned black. The gem on its back shone brightly. The man peeked out from behind the tree trunk and raised his eyebrows, asking if they really only had a minute left to fight. The girl picked up her weapon, saying that the second phase had already begun. She asked what their strategy was. The boy frowned and nervously clenched his teeth, saying that they should wait for the second half of the phase, because if they hurried too much, they would run into the bodyguards. Dark silhouettes of people stood behind the tree trunks, emitting a dim red glow. The hero shouted loudly, saying that it was time to spill his blood for the master. Gold opened his mouth wide and raised his weapon above his head to strike. The spectators noticed that this was the power of the guardian. He was really good at it. The lizard swung its blade, leaving a bright cut on the body of the diamond alligator. Lucky growled and jumped, attacking the monster from above. The commentators cheered him on. The hero asked if this would count as a solo kill or not. Lucky opened his blue eyes wide and grabbed the skin of the diamond alligator with his teeth. The clay golem held the monster by the front legs, trying to overcome it. The user noted that this tank is not the most reliable, but the DD is just something, so the tank does not matter at all. The guy pulled the flaming arrow on the bow. The system reported that the dragon's eye was launched. The user noted that at this rate, the main character can easily break the record. The viewer noted that his mana is running out. The commentator added that nothing is clear yet. Hyunwoo raised his eyebrows and smiled, releasing the flaming arrow forward. The hero frowned, thinking that there was 23% of HP left, 3% more needed to be removed, and then the monster would move on to the third phase. The protagonist pulled a bright arrow on his bow, looking away and thinking that he had expected that these players were scared and were just watching. There were dark silhouettes of people behind the trunks of tall trees. The viewer asked where all the PCs had gone. Had they really been blown away by the wind? The user noted that he hadn't seen a stream without sabotage for a long time. The player asked if he really thought that someone would bother the protagonist after such damage. Hyunwoo raised his eyebrows and smiled, thinking that they were just waiting for the right moment when all his skills would go on cooldown and his mana would be used up to the maximum. He imagined the dark shadows of people. Hyunwoo frowned and smiled, looking forward. The guy closed his eyes and threw the stick up, saying that his HP was already at almost 20%, so he suspected that he could finish it in 20 minutes. The hero raised his eyebrows and smiled widely, opening his eyes. The user noted that with that kind of money, anyone could do the same. Hyunwoo held his hand out, looking at the battle between the diamond alligator and the mud golem in front of him. He said that if he could finish the battle in 7 minutes, he would seem too heartless. The user asked what he was talking about. The commentator asked him to hurry up and show them Lucky. The main character pulled back 3 bright arrows on his bow, saying that he would slow down a bit and spend 10 minutes. The system reported that a long throw had been launched. The guy let go of his hand, releasing the arrows forward. They flew into the diamond on the alligator's back, leaving a bright trail behind them. The golem held the monster by its front paws, not allowing it to move. The golem's eyes shone brightly. It clenched its fist tightly and hit the alligator's head with it. The user called the protagonist a liar. Hyunwoo raised his eyebrows and smiled. The commentator sadly noted that he had shed 3 tears. The player noted that it was very cute that tears were welling up. The user asked where the killers were hiding. The guy lowered his bow down and smiled, looking ahead. The heroes were peeking out from behind a tree trunk. The girl frowned, asking if he was intentionally going to drag out the battle for 10 minutes. She opened her eyes wide, asking what he was planning to do if he had already used up all his mana. Hyunwoo closed his eyes and smiled, asking what they thought, because if he set such an incomprehensible record, then all of them would simply lose interest in the game. The hero gripped the base of the bow tightly and raised it. Hyunwoo smiled and looked forward, saying that he believed that there was only one person in this game who spent even more money than him, and that was Asmo. The protagonist lowered his head and smiled. He raised the tip of the arrow and pulled it on the bow. Bright yellow lightning appeared around him. There was a notification in the chat that Asmo donated $1,000 to the hero. Hyunwoo released a bright arrow upward. It left bright traces in space. The shockwave raised streams of strong wind around the guy. Bright arrowheads moved forward. Yellow lightning struck the diamond alligator's back. The monster opened its mouth wide and screamed. The user cried out happily, saying that it was Asmo. The viewer noticed that this bourgeois reacted quickly. The player asked if they already knew each other, but this simply could not be because it was suspiciously fast. There was a bright sky above the tops of the green trees. Hyunwoo raised his eyebrows in surprise and opened his mouth, realizing that the guy had already arrived. The hero opened his eyes wide and looked away. He was smiling, saying that a new viewer had joined them, suggesting to change the angle of view and get closer. The golem punched the diamond alligator's body, pressing it to the ground. The user asked if this was too close to the monster. The viewer asked if the main character was a DD or a mage. The user noted that if the guy did this, the long throw would not work. Hyunwoo gripped the bow tightly in his hands, getting closer to the fighting golem and alligator. The system reported that the diamond alligator's stones were changing their color faster. The player noticed that the third phase had already begun. The golem opened his eyes wide, there was a dim green light in them, and a shudder ran through his body. The viewer said that the golem was dying. The diamond alligator opened its mouth wide and growled, its eyes shining brightly. The user noticed that it was time for the big one. The monster grabbed the golem's binge by the shoulder. The diamond alligator frowned, pinning the golem to the ground with its giant paw. The monster swung its long tail. It struck the golem's head with the tip of its tail. There were bright red gems on the alligator's back. The user noticed that the golem was knocked out. The viewer said that if the protagonist was right, the monster could be finished off with one blow. The system reported that the golem had turned into clay. The golem's body began to disintegrate, the clay flowed onto the ground. The protagonist froze in front of the diamond alligator, assuming that the golem was out, it had a low rank, and there was nothing he could do. Hyunwoo smiled and looked away, thinking that he had done his best, but was still close to failure, but everything was going according to plan. The system reported that the mana level was below 20%. The guy smiled widely. He noticed the dark silhouettes with a dim red light that were hiding behind the tree trunks. The hero thought that he had planned to keep the assassins in check from the beginning. He just needed to maintain a situation in which they could not attack. A girl peeked out from behind a tree trunk, saying that the tank was dead. She asked if it was okay to go now. The dark-haired girl frowned, saying that they can't do this now because the alligator was so close. She asked if the girl couldn't see how he was attacking. He would definitely kill them all. The diamond alligator opened its bright eyes wide and opened its mouth, making menacing sounds. The user said that the game was over. The viewer asked him to press X to celebrate with a grin. The monster charged, opening its mouth wide and showing sharp teeth. Lucky barked behind him. The diamond alligator stopped and frowned upon hearing the sound. The user asked where Lucky had been all this time. The heroes hiding behind the tree trunks looked forward in surprise. The monster turned its head, looking at the paws of the wolf standing to the side. The system reported that Lucky wanted to risk his life in a fight with the diamond alligator. The wolf frowned and clenched his teeth in anger. The viewer wrote that he believed in Lucky. The user noted that risking life was a divine beast skill that could remove a mob's aggro. The player thanked him for the explanation. The diamond alligator's yellow eyes reflected the silhouette of the wolf. The user noticed that the aggro had switched. A giant monster with bright gems on its back headed towards the wolf, leaving the protagonist behind. Users began to worry about Lucky. The diamond alligator opened its mouth wide and screamed furiously. Hyunwoo smiled widely and raised his hands in front of him, using dragon fever. The girl raised her eyebrows and opened her mouth wide, saying that this could not be. The user asked if the hero was pretending to lose on purpose. The system reported that the hero activated dragon fever. The speed of reconciliation of spells has increased significantly. The protagonist smiled and opened his eyes wide, tightly clutching the bow in his hand. Bright streams of energy appeared around the guy. Hyunwoo used fire arrow. A bright flame arrow flew forward, leaving behind bright streams of light. The system reported that the ballista was activated. The user happily noted that dragon fever was restored. Now it is the main character. The guy used the skills of fire arrow, air arrow, burning spear, and lightning one by one. Bright explosions were heard above the diamond alligator's back. The user noticed that the firepower was just crazy. There were bright flame explosions on the giant monster's body. It was still standing on its paws, looking at the wolf in front of it. The viewer asked if it hadn't just been nailed. The user called the monster a walking sandbag. The diamond alligator opened its mouth wide and screamed, showing sharp teeth. Lucky frowned and clenched his teeth in anger. The protagonist pulled a flame arrow with a bright tip on his bow. He used the skill, fire arrow. Hyunwoo's eyes glowed yellow. The guy smiled, shooting the arrow forward. 3 flame arrows were aimed at the diamond alligator's back. A bright explosion was heard above its body. The gem on the monster's back lost its bright light and cracks appeared. The user asked if the alligator was dead. The viewer replied that the monster was definitely still alive. The diamond alligator raised its head and opened its mouth. The user noticed that the monster was falling. The viewer enthusiastically noted that it was a speed kill. The diamond alligator fell to the ground, closing its eyes. The system reported that the monster was defeated. The hero received the title, Diamond Alligator Hunter. The guy received the title, Killing a Diamond Alligator Alone. Hyunwoo raised his eyebrows in surprise and opened his mouth. The system reported that he completed the quest conditions, as well as the hidden quest. The level was increased. The main character smiled and looked away, wondering how the viewers would react to this. The user enthusiastically noted that the main character was not joking. The player said that the skills were incredible. It was very interesting to watch. There were 31,036 users online. Viewers were enthusiastically writing that the ending was incredible, and Lucky was a real fighter. The main character opened his eyes in surprise and raised his eyebrows when he saw that there were more than 30,000 viewers on his stream. The user said that he was sure that this rich kid didn't even know how to play, but no one would have thought that the guy was so cool. A notification appeared that Gacha donated $5. A user with the nickname BJ Archmage's #1 fan donated $1. There was a bright daytime sky above the green treetops. Hyunwoo looked ahead, saying that he promised to finish in 10 minutes, but since everything went according to plan, he finished in 7 minutes. The main character frowned and smiled widely, holding his hand out to the side. The user laughed and noticed that the guy didn't have an ounce of regret on his face. Hyunwoo closed his eyes and smiled, asking the viewers for forgiveness. Suddenly, the guy's eyes widened. A notification appeared that the user Asmo had donated $10,000 to the hero. The viewers started writing in surprise and asking if it was true. The chat started to go crazy. The user noticed that he had connected after finding out that Asmo was online. He asked if it was all over already. Hyunwoo opened his mouth in surprise and froze in place. The guy by the tree trunk frowned, saying that it couldn't be. He asked if he and Asmo had planned everything from the start. The hero with the gun in his hands turned his head, saying that it had just been dancing to the main character's tune all this time. The guy standing next to him noticed that Hyunwoo was definitely close to Asmo. The two probably had a plan to keep an eye on them and the other killers. Hyunwoo stood next to Gold, holding his hand out. The girl frowned and gritted her teeth, saying that she was sure that the guy only knew how to throw money around, and he apparently had some brains. The hero ordered to retreat before they were caught and humiliated here. The dark silhouettes behind the trees began to move deeper into the forest. The main character smiled and put his hand on his hip, saying that they were done for today. Gold was standing behind him, and next to him was a smiling Lucky. Users wrote that the hero should stay on the air a little longer. Some viewers wrote that from now on they were Lucky fans. Hyunwoo looked away, thinking that he almost forgot to suck up to the president, and therefore he needed to make a good impression. The guy furrowed his eyebrows and smiled widely, saying that he would continue to stream on the Rising Star channel, so they should subscribe to the channel and press the bell. The hero stroked the wolf's head, asking Lucky to say goodbye to the viewers. Hyunwoo knelt down and waved. Lucky threw his head back and howled. Gold brought his gun to his face and bowed his head, closing his eyes. The chat manager summed up the results. There were 45,323 users on the broadcast. The heroes in the office shouted joyfully and raised their hands. The guys came closer to the president's desk, saying that it was just amazing, and the number of donations was huge. The stream flew in, as they thought. Yoonjun was holding a tablet with a recording of the stream in his hand. On the screen was a howling Lucky. The main character smiled, saying that he will continue to stream on the Rising Star channel. The president clapped his hands. The guy closed his eyes, saying that they were great. The hero came closer, asking if Hyunwoo's words were not just a formality. Yoonjun raised his eyebrows and smiled, saying that this was not just a formality, but a message. The president looked down, quoting the guy's words that he will conduct the next streams exclusively on the Rising Star channel. Yoonjun closed his eyes and spread his arms out to the sides, saying that this is why all those who were hitting on him will no longer bother him and disappear from the horizon. The guy next to him smiled widely, saying that this is indeed Wharton. The president smiled and stood up from the table, leaning his hands on it, saying that it was time to move on to the next phase. The hero put his hand on his hip, saying that they had established a symbiotic relationship with the protagonist. It was a mutually beneficial deal. The guy raised his eyebrows and looked away, asking what would happen in this situation if they only thought about their own benefit. Would Hyunwoo maintain this relationship in the long run? The people in the room gaped at him in surprise. Yoonjun raised his eyebrows and smiled slyly, saying that they needed something that the protagonist would like. The events take us to the city, in which people discussed how the protagonist defeated the diamond alligator and the huge donation of Asmo. One of the guys, being dissatisfied, said that the guy would not have coped if not for his money. However, his comrade objected, saying that even with money the record was cool. Closing his eyes, one of the guys said that the Archmage showed them what a showman is. Suddenly, the guys turned around, hearing people screaming. Looking around, they heard someone shouting that the Archmage appeared in the city of VGA. Some, looking at the protagonist, tried to understand what brought him to the VGA estate. Henu himself did not pay attention to the words of the people. The guy was actually nervous. It was great that everything was fine, but in the fight with the alligator, if he made a mistake, everything would be destroyed. The protagonist closed his eyes and sighed. Turning around, the guy saw a huge crowd and thought. A moment later, he bowed along with Gold and Lucky, expressing his gratitude to everyone who watched today's broadcast. Smiling, the guy said that he received many invitations from various channels. Then he explained that for now he will only cooperate with Rising Star. The guys standing in the crowd, puzzled, said that no one was interested. Hyunwoo chuckled. He knew that these guys did not come to hear this. It was just a greeting for his company, and his greeting definitely pleased Yoonjun. Straightening up, the protagonist said that now he had something important to tell. Closing his eyes, the guy said that the reward he would receive very soon was called the White Biggie Staff. After saying this, he turned to the estate behind him. The guys were slightly surprised to hear his words. Viga's staff is part of the Vigi weapon set, an expensive item costing about $30,000. The staff was legendary, which is why few could get it. The protagonist grinned and said that this was not Viga's staff, but a completely new weapon. His words greatly shocked the crowd. The guy waved his hand and said that he would show everything later. The events take us to the office of the Abyss Guild. Emma thoughtfully asked Jackie if he had met Yoonjun before. Jackie, who was standing behind her, said that they were classmates at Wharton. Emma looked at the guy and asked him to tell her about Yoonjun. After that, she turned around and said that in any case, they needed to get as close to his company as possible. Thinking over her words, Jackie said that this was not the best idea. The girl was surprised and asked the guy what he meant. Remembering the past, Jackie said that Yoonjun was a completely different person. The guy was good at identifying people's strengths. Even before he began sponsoring the Archmage, he also helped him from the side. Jackie stood in front of the girl and said that this is why Yoonjun will not tell her anything. The girl frowned, knowing full well that the Archmage had the key to the game. She gritted her teeth, wanting to get information from him. She couldn't allow a boy who didn't understand the value of the scenario to go beyond what was permitted. Emma took the phone and called Merlin. Soon he picked up the phone and the girl greeted him. Left alone, the girl suggested that Merlin meet for a day and talk. The events take us to the hall of the Vigi estate, where the owner of this estate was descending the stairs praising the protagonist. He lowered his head, greeting the old man. Smiling, the old man said that killing the monster alone was an incredible achievement. The system informed the protagonist that he had successfully completed the secret conditions. This made the protagonist smile. Suddenly, the guy looked back and asked where Lady Sakhalin was. The old man closed his eyes, saying that the girl had entrusted everything to him and went home. The protagonist looked at the old man and asked what he needed to do. He raised his hands, saying that first he wanted to give him a gift. Smiling, he said that as the owner of the city, he was obliged to reward him. Henu, hearing his words, was very happy. The old man reached into the inside of his cloak and took out a staff, handing it to the protagonist on behalf of all the citizens of VGA. VGA's staff was of legendary rank and was created with all his heart in his own workshop. The protagonist smiled widely. He had known before that the characteristics of the staff would be better. VGA handed him the staff. However, the protagonist was stunned. He became nervous and asked if it was just a staff. The guy froze in shock, as if struck by electricity, after which he grabbed his head. He had already bragged to everyone. VGA grinned and asked if he was satisfied with his reward. However, the protagonist, barely hiding his disappointment, said that he was satisfied. The old man surprised the protagonist by saying that he had prepared something special for him. Suddenly, cracks appeared on the staff shaft. A bright light made the protagonist open his mouth in amazement. VGA's white staff, which had a legendary rank, appeared in front of him. Henu stared in amazement at the staff, which also increased the number of spells by 1. The protagonist froze, seeing the ability to increase the number of spells. The guy's hands were shaking. Among all the items that he found with his level, this was the first one that gave an additional spell. VGA pointed to himself and said that he used it when he was still a child. Then he smiled widely, saying that from now on, the staff belongs to him. The protagonist took the staff in his hand and looked at the old man. The system notified him that he had received the title of the one who attracted VGA's attention. The old man looked at the guy and asked him if he could fulfill his request. The protagonist smiled widely, saying that he would do everything for the sake of the city. Then the system informed him that he had received the quest. The lucky protagonist decided to check the details of the quest later and now to study the option of the staff. And although Gold got nervous, his owner was not clouded in mind. The essence of the option is that it intersected with skills. In other words, if the protagonist combines the staff and the double cast skill, then there will be a triple cast. A grin appeared on the guy's face. The first player to receive such an option was Asmo. In his case, he was able to get this option only at level 150. The protagonist was happy because, unlike Asmo, he received the option without reaching level 50. Looking at Lucky, the protagonist smiled. Suddenly, he saw an icon above the dog's head. Even above Gold's head there was this icon, making the guy worry. The events take us to the Forest of Giants, a place overgrown with thick giant trees. The most difficult hunting location is near VGA City, and now the protagonist has entered this graduation forest. He looks around carefully, realizing that once they are done, they can leave VGA City forever. Their next stop will be the Kingdom of Tunga, which can only be reached by using distortion magic. Everyone knows that once you get there, you can no longer return. This was a balanced system that did not allow high-level players to make mistakes in low-level locations, so it was necessary to be fully armed when leaving VGA City. The protagonist sighed, realizing that they could be visited by high-level players since they used distortion magic. Henu sighed again, saying that it was good that quests appeared before they left here. Lucky's quest was called the Desire for Life and required killing about 5,500,000 monsters above Henu's level. At that time, Gold's quest required killing the same number of monsters along with Henu. What he saw made the protagonist scream in shock. Tigar was the boss of the giant forest. He was of average height. Usually he was in a state where he was indistinguishable from an ordinary tree. The protagonist thought about it, realizing that there were few medium-sized monsters. He called his staff, trying to figure out how long it would take him to kill 5,000 monsters. Gold looked around and said that there were too many trees. And indeed, there were many trees. Henu grinned, looking at them. Calling the system panel, the protagonist decided to start with the main quest. Events take us to another part of the forest, where acorns grew on the trees. The players, looking at them, said that climbing the tree would not be easy. The archer pulled the bowstring, saying that he could handle everything. His arrow rushed towards the target at great speed, and knocked down an acorn. Suddenly, the tree shook, after which it turned into a huge monster, frightening the players. Tigar roared loudly, and waved his hand, almost hitting the players. The warrior, covering himself with his sword, asked why he had to endure everything just because he was a tank. The guy nervously smiled and said that he would buy a new character card and become a damage dealer. The protagonist, who was walking nearby, heard the team's shouts. He couldn't help but smile. He could see secret information. And unlike this group of friends, he immediately understood where the monster was under camouflage. Gold smiled and said that the monsters were most likely terrified of his presence since they hadn't attacked even once. Henu smiled, realizing that he himself had been avoiding mobs. He even saw the location of the main quest in the distance. Suddenly, a man behind a tree ordered the protagonist to stop and asked if his name was Midas. The protagonist smiled, confirming this. Temaru came out from behind the tree and introduced himself, after which he jumped down. The elf started to approach the guy and said that he heard about him from Vic. The protagonist put his hand to his chest and pretended to be modest. Gold and the protagonist were embarrassed when Temaru said that he was quite capable since many monsters attacked him and he remained unharmed. Taking the book in his hand, the elf said that it was a gift from Mr. Vic, and he threw it to the protagonist, making him very happy. The system informed the guy that he had received a rare book of skill cards. Opening the book, the happy guy decided to choose a card with a good attack. The elf turned around, ordering the guy to follow him, which greatly surprised the protagonist. The system informed him that he was heading along the path of the elves, and now he was isolated from the surrounding area. Having learned this, Henu carefully followed the elf. When the protagonist walked through the clearing, a notification appeared stating that the user had received the title of the one who had stepped onto the path of the elves. Looking around, Hyunwoo was surprised that this title could be obtained here, although it was initially possible to earn it much earlier in high-level locations. A description of the title appeared, increasing the value of intelligence. Smiling, the guy decided that collecting titles for rewards is also not bad. Tamaru asked if he knew anything about Tigars. The young man clarified whether they were talking about monsters that disguise themselves as trees. Looking back, the elf explained that people believe in this, but this is not true at all. The tree was covered in dark energy. Due to a strange unknown force, trees turned into monsters. Looking to the side, the man said that recently, variants began to appear among the Tigars. Raising his eyebrows, the player asked who they were. It turned out that these were trees that appeared in the form of fragmented monsters. They had several heads at once. The Tigars walked one after another. Looking back, the archer said that he had never seen anything like this, but this is only found in a few zones. Looking away, the streamer realized what the Wild Forest quest was about and concluded that the strange unknown power must be related to the power of the nameless god. Suddenly, the protagonist opened his mouth. Raising his hand, he asked how many options there were if the mutated Tigar was divided. Squinting, Tamaru replied that there was a case where the monster was divided into more than 10 parts, and the more parts, the smaller they were. Lowering his head, Hyunwoo decided that this was very problematic. Bowing his head, the elf asked him to deal with it before the number of mutated Tigars increased. The sun's rays penetrated the forest through the trees. Some parts of the area were isolated because there were more than 500 monsters. It was necessary to get rid of each one. The system reported that a new quest was added to the main scenario category. Covering his mouth with his hand, the guy said that it was really hard. Calculating that 500 mutants, each divided by 10, are as many as 5,000 monsters, the young man put his hands on his belt and asked his friend to leave this matter to him. Clouds floated above the city. Someone said that he was able to acquire 3 skills. Handing the president a phone, the man added that rumors had recently begun to spread in the Secretaries Association. Raising his eyebrows, Yoonjun asked what kind of rumors these were. Frowning, Park said that the Abyss Guild was looking for information about BJ the Archmage. Looking at the screen, the blonde decided that the Archmage was a rather important person. The secretary opened his mouth in shock. The phone in the hands of the channel head rang. Putting the phone to his ear, the president said that his friend had not shown up for a long time. Bowing, the company employee decided that it was time for him to go. Looking to the side, Yoonjun asked what BJ the Archmage was doing. Looking at his subordinate, the guy asked him not to leave. Smiling, the blonde realized that Jackie had joined the Abyss Guild, so such a huge guild was interested in BJ Archmage. The hooded man stroked the wolf. Compared to other players, he was on a completely different level. There was a gold badge on the table. The main character was in one of the top guilds, but he already bore the burden of being a city celebrity. The head of the channel apologized and said that he could not tell anything because it was confidential information. The phone screen showed the message "end of call." Apparently, the Rising Star channel is the only way to contact BJ Archmage for such a large guild like this. The president of the company smiled. BJ Archmage definitely did not plan to cooperate with the top 10 guilds. Fiery energy appeared in his hands. Grinning, Yoonjun decided that he could not sit quietly and miss such a treasure. With his mouth open in amazement, Park asked what his colleague was going to do. Looking up, the guy decided to send a letter to the Archmage. Standing up from the table, he explained that the player had already signed a 1-year contract with them for videos and streams. Squinting slyly, the young man decided that the profit distribution would be 9-1. On the building hung a sign for a capsule cafe called Hunter. Hyukju closed his eyes in displeasure, feeling a pain in his stomach. Pointing at himself, the protagonist asked if he needed to buy him something to eat. Smiling widely, the man agreed and asked if he could choose something more expensive. Handing him the phone, Hyunwoo asked his friend to choose food. Frowning, the computer club employee asked if it was too expensive to order food from a Chinese restaurant. The phone rang. The guy's mouth dropped open in surprise. Raising his eyebrows, Hyukju asked what happened. Smiling nervously, the young man explained that his employer had called him and that he needed to log in right away, so he needed to connect the capsule. The man frowned in annoyance, wondering why his friend had such a terrible employer. In the middle of the forest, there was a huge tree. The player closed his eyes and sighed heavily. In front of him were the skill cards that he already had. Putting his hand on his belt, the streamer assumed that he had been sent a letter to push him to show off the white big staff in public. A smile appeared on his face. Pressing the button to start the stream, the protagonist realized that he had no other choice. A light aura appeared around the white staff. This item had never appeared in God Wars before. One of the trees was covered in red energy. Hyunwoo wanted to use the staff to hunt monsters that had also never appeared. A notification appeared in the air that the Rising Star channel was going live, and many excited comments appeared. The guy greeted everyone with his hand on his chest. He raised his new weapon above his head and said that he came to keep his promise and show off all the abilities of this staff. The tree branch shook. Tigar spread his arms and opened his mouth wide. The young man grinned. A purple crack appeared on the tree. Tigar split into several versions, and the viewers were shocked. The player looked away and explained that he would stop responding to messages in the chat as he was busy with the battle. A fireball appeared in his hand. An ice ball appeared in his other hand. A ball of lightning appeared right in front of him. Multicolored energy sparkled in his hands, and the viewers were shocked that the Archmage managed to use 3 skills at once. Looking up, the streamer said that the attribute check was complete and asked if he needed to explain anything else. Closing his eyes, the protagonist declared that it was time to end since all the abilities of the new weapon were revealed. Reaching his hand to the end window, Hyunwoo decided that the viewers were not interested in anything except the weapon. The commentators urged him not to turn off the stream and kill the monster. Smiling, the guy said that this was great. Directing his energy towards the Tigar, he asked if he should fight the new monster. Someone sent him a donation. The tree caught fire. A notification reported the destruction of the divided Tigar. The smoldering monster fell to the ground. Looking back, the young man shouted that enemies were approaching from behind. Another tree lit up red. The viewers did not understand how the Archmage knew where the monster was and where the normal tree. Gold and Lucky prepared for battle. Tigar opened his mouth wide and growled. The wolf ran to the dividing monster. The viewer hoped that a map with the location of all the monsters appeared. Using triple magic, the player swung an ice spear. A bright explosion of energy destroyed the divided monster, and several more donations appeared. Smiling, the streamer remembered that the income was divided 9-1. The letter on the computer screen contained the terms of the contract, according to which almost all the income from streams belonged to the Archmage. Streams of energy flashed in the air. The flame crashed into the tree. The protagonist decided that this time he should thank the president properly. The heroes stood in a clearing with many dead Tigars. Looking ahead, Hyunwoo declared that this was all for today. The viewers wanted the stream to continue. A corpse of a tree lay on the grass. It was obvious that only killing mobs would quickly become boring. Clenching his fist and closing his eyes, the guy thought that he should stop. Putting his hand on his heart, he remembered that he needed to thank the president and promised to shoot even more hunting content for the Rising Star channel. A giant tree towered over the forest. The broadcast had ended. The man held a tablet in his hands with the broadcast open. Looking up, Yoonjun asked to write that the Archmage did a great job today. Smiling, Park asked if his colleague had predicted that the player would film something like this today. Placing his hands behind his head, the president confirmed this and explained that he had offered him 9-1 terms precisely because of this. A huge skyscraper towered over the city. Ever since the channel learned that the Abyss Guild was interested in the Archmage, the head had a premonition of something like this. The blonde smirked and looked away. In the end, they had true talent, coupled with the potential to become a top-notch star. The tablet screen went dark. Raising his eyebrows, the secretary asked why the player ended the stream so early. Looking at him, the young man replied that it was because Asmo did not show up. Yoonjun put his hand on the table and explained that there was no point in continuing since Asmo wasn't watching because there was no one to make the stream more interesting. Pointing to the side, he said it was time to pull himself together and edit the video. Imagining him and the player standing back to back, the president realized that from now on they would share joys and sorrows for a year. There were mountains beyond the forest. Suddenly, a powerful explosion was heard. There were over 40,000 viewers on the stream, but the broadcast ended in less than 10 minutes. The Tigar opened his mouth wide. Raising his sword in front of him, Gold decided to fight for his master. The commentator thought there would have been many more viewers if the stream had been longer. The lizard cut the tree in half. The viewers were shocked by the content. Lucky put his paw on his friend's shoulder. The wolf pushed off him. The viewers wondered how the Archmage had access to new information. The dog jumped high into the air. Fenrir grabbed the Tigar with his teeth. The commentator realized that the Archmage was going through a quest that no one had ever done before. The protagonist summoned an ice spear in his hand. A fire spear and a fireball appeared next to him. Swinging the spear, Hyunwoo wondered if this caused any reaction, because he appeared out of nowhere and immediately became the main topic of discussion. Even the top 10 guilds had to tense up, and orders for pikes increased. Fire and ice projectiles destroyed the monster. Resolutely knitting his eyebrows, the guy thought that he did not regret becoming the object of other people's conversations, because initially he did not plan to just enjoy the game. The young man shuddered. A notification appeared that the Guardian destroyed enough enemies along with the owner. Gold's body was covered in a light aura. The lizard opened its mouth wide. Its loyalty was raised to rank 7. The system asked the user to choose a new Guardian ability. Tigar swung its hand. The player jumped back in fear. In front of him was a crowd of small trees. Smiling, the streamer asked his comrade to concentrate on the battle. Gold nodded and agreed. Lucky rushed forward as his master drank the potion. Throwing away the empty vial, the protagonist called his pet to join the battle. A lightning strike pierced the monster's body. The wolf bit into his shoulder. A notification about the destruction of Tigar appeared. The dog's fur was covered in a light aura. Mythical power boiled inside him. The beast raised its head and howled. Its body began to change. Hyunwoo raised his eyebrows in surprise. A notification appeared that the user had reached level 50. The guy smiled when a new title received for reaching a new level became available to him. A war dragon appeared in the air. A glowing book hung in front of it. The divine being frowned menacingly. The young man looked at him with a smile. Looking at his friend, he realized that it was the first time he opened 3 cards at once, and offered to start with him. Gold agreed and asked the owner to put him in first place. The player closed his eyes and grinned. Many cards appeared in front of the heroes. The system asked to choose new Guardian abilities. Seeing this, the streamer smiled happily. Many cards lit up in different colors. Some of them were of very good quality. A card sparkled in the eyes of the main character. Among the ordinary cards, there was one golden one. It turned out to be the legendary skill Gigantization. Holding it in his hand, Hyunwoo said that only the best tanks use this skill. Perhaps his friend was the only guardian with such a skill. Gold said that this was an excellent choice. Smiling, the guy realized that they received not only Gigantization. Clenching his fists, he thought that loyalty is also a skill. The Guardians have a certain system of loyalty and skills. The system window said that increasing the loyalty indicator also increases abilities. A lizard appeared on the video preview. The number of views will jump if you share this information on the broadcast. Lucky looked up and barked. Closing his eyes, the young man said that it was his turn. A confirmation of the choice of new abilities appeared in the air. Several dozen cards appeared in front of the heroes. The player's eyes widened in shock. The legendary card Battle Cry appeared against the background of the magic circle. Mages laid siege to the fortress. The skill, also known as Warrior's Howl, first appeared in God Wars during a fierce guild battle and showed itself as a buff that increased the stats of all allies in the team. Lapo was sitting on a legendary beast. The leader of the Immortal Guild was the first to show the Warrior's Howl skill. Smart Guy raised his head. It happened in the middle of a large-scale battle with another guild. Standing in front of the fortress, Fenrir howled. At the moment of using the skill, the Immortals ended the battle with an absolute victory. Lucky raised his head and howled. Looking at him, the streamer praised the pet. Confidently looking ahead, he decided that everything was going well and felt that he would soon have a legendary ability too. A notification said that the War Dragon was giving the user a new ability. The pages of the book began to turn. The protagonist smirked. Seeing that among the many cards there was not a single legendary, Hyunwoo called himself the only loser in the squad. Looking at the red card, he realized that there weren't even any unique skills. The card with the image of a foot had a description of Fire Step. Raising his eyebrows, the guy decided that it was pretty good. Opening his mouth in surprise, the young man realized that everything under his feet would catch fire. The ground caught fire. The orcs couldn't stand on their feet. This skill allows you to escape from the ambush of monsters without difficulty. The effect of the ability was good in itself, but it had a drawback. Since its use required too much mana, the player ran forward. His mana bar dropped to a minimum. It turns out that this skill burns mana rather than the ground. Imagining a lot of potions around him, the streamer thought that in his current situation, he would not be able to use this skill since he had to restore his mana with elixirs. Looking to the side, the main character decided that he needed to get the mana restoration skill at any cost, even if he had to spend a lot of money at the auction. Tamaru came out from behind the tree. Hyunwoo realized that his friend had returned because the quest was completed. Smiling contentedly, Hyunwoo assumed that his comrade would praise him for managing to deal with all the mutants. Smiling widely, the elf repeated his thoughts exactly. Nodding, the guy said that there was nothing special about it. The man was convinced that VGA was right and that he really did combine first-class skill and modesty. The archer put his hand in his pocket. Taking out a book, he said that it was a reward for hard work. A notification said that it was a unique book of skill cards. Taking it in his hands, the young man wondered what he would get. Closing his eyes, the player decided not to rejoice in advance. Remembering how many cards appeared in front of him, the streamer realized that he was choosing cards consciously and not at random like the others because he could see their contents. Opening the fiery book, the protagonist realized that in this case, the card that would fall out of the book would be random. Streams of red energy burst out from the book. Several cards appeared in the air. Hyunwoo raised his eyebrows in surprise. The card described the mana recovery field, and he realized that it was the most useful skill of all. He covered his mouth with his hand, thinking that he no longer had to worry about mana and that he could now attack just by standing still. He happily pressed the button to confirm the skill acquisition. The player grinned and asked what they were going to do now, wanting to just destroy everything here. Raising his eyebrows, Tamaru said that he had a chance to take a closer look at the place while his friend was fighting monsters. Smiling, the streamer decided that he needed to defeat the boss or some other monster. Hearing that Vilker was weird, the protagonist scratched his chin and asked if he should fight him. Looking ahead, the elf said that Vilker had also changed under the influence of an unknown force. It was about a huge symbolic tree standing in the very center of the forest of giants. Hyunwoo, his mouth open in fear, couldn't believe that he would be asked to destroy the tree, because at level 50, he wouldn't have a chance against it. Raising his eyebrows, the man asked his comrade to take care of the mutated Wiltker. The boy's eyes turned white with horror. A notification informed him that a new chapter of the main scenario had appeared. Birds were flying over the forest. The young man squinted. A description of the quest appeared, according to which he had to destroy the mutated tree. Blue particles were flying over the tree. The reward for completing the quest would be a legendary skill card. The system informed him that the egg could be changed after completing the quest. Frowning, the player thought that he would never be able to handle it alone without his cheating abilities. Squatting down, he wondered how it was possible to give such a huge monster to a level 50 person. The mages raised their weapons and began chanting. To defeat a monster of this size, a whole team of at least 10 people was needed. A giant magic circle appeared in front of Merlin. The team must consist of only professional players. Clenching his fist, the streamer decided that this battle would be on a completely different level compared to all the ones he had so far, because he would have to use skills with the power of 10 players. Standing up, the protagonist thought that he would not have to worry about mana so much thanks to his new skill. Looking to the side, he realized that he still needed potions to restore mana and money for them. There was a lantern on the street at night. Walking along the road, Hyunwoo thought that he had been spending too much money lately. Closing his eyes and sighing, he wondered what he should do, because the budget for preparations was not enough. Wiltger grew high above the other trees. The young man realized that taking out a loan to buy an item in the game was somehow strange, and streaming every day would not work. Looking at the phone, the player decided to level up first. On the phone screen was a message about a money transfer from the Rising Star channel. The streamer, opening his mouth in surprise, remembered that today was payday. The notification said that the transfer amount was almost $26,000. Shocked, widening his eyes, the main character was surprised at how much he managed to earn. Smiling nervously, he realized that the situation had changed a little. Adjusting his cap, Hyunwoo wanted to send a thank you letter to the channel first. Words of gratitude appeared in the mail app. Pursing his lips, the guy wondered if one word of thank you would be enough. His fingers tapped the screen. Suddenly, someone crashed into him, and the phone fell out of his hands. The girl fell to the ground. The phone bounced off the asphalt. Spreading his arms, the young man apologized for not looking at the road. The girl grabbed her head. Pulling on her cap, the player was surprised that they collided so hard and asked if everything was okay. The stranger blushed embarrassedly and replied that everything was fine. There were fallen things lying next to her. The girl saw her cap, her eyes wide with fear. Gritting her teeth, the streamer noticed his phone. The heroes reached for their things. Their hands touched. The girl raised her eyebrows in surprise. Grabbing her things, the stranger hurried away. After making sure that the phone screen was okay, the protagonist called the girl weird and hoped that she had not seen the contents of the letter. Entering the apartment, Lysol thought that she did not remember the last time she had to meet someone's gaze in real life. She had to constantly be at home due to social phobia, so her only activity was computer games. In God Wars, skill cards swirled around the girl. Imagining her avatar behind her, the girl thought that this game was like a second reality for her, where she was known and revered as the muse of the Abyss Guild. Lysol appeared in the game. Someone called out to her. Looking back, the girl asked what happened and if the schedule for the next operation had appeared. Merlin, who appeared on the system window, answered negatively and said that he had received a message from Emma, who wanted to pass on information to the guild members. Hearing that they needed to closely monitor the VGA Archmage, the girl's mouth opened in amazement. The fire in the hands of the hooded man was blazing. He was dangerous and posed a threat to the existence of the guild. Putting her hands on her waist, the muse said that she had watched several of his videos and promised to take this information into account. Merlin's image disappeared. Tilting her head, Lysol decided that this man was indeed dangerous, since Emma had mentioned him. Heading towards the exit, the girl thought that this had nothing to do with her. The people gathered in the conference room. Park smiled and said that BJ the Archmage was the first one they had ever signed a contract with who brought in such a large profit even after deductions. Yoonjin closed his eyes and said that a good Korean chicken restaurant had opened nearby and suggested that they celebrate. The secretary smiled happily and was surprised that his boss knew such words. The employee looked at the tablet and said that BJ the Archmage had replied to him. Handing the tablet to the boss, the man said that there was nothing special and that the player had simply thanked them for the money. Smiling, the blonde asked if these words weren't special. In the letter, the protagonist promised to repay them with special content that would surprise everyone. He had an item that even Asmo didn't have. Raising his hand, the president said that BJ the Archmage had fought monsters that none of the top 10 guilds had ever seen. With a determined frown, the channel leader asked if his words sounded like something insignificant. The employees looked at him tensely. Crossing his arms over his chest, Yoonjin asked to call the video editing team here. Closing his eyes, the man asked what about their small corporate party. The blonde promised to go to a cafe a little later. Today, they had to work overtime. A disgruntled cry was heard from the upper floors of the skyscraper. Clouds floated across the clear sky. The viewers were happy that their idol had uploaded a new video, and they made assumptions about what could be in it. Comments appeared one after another. Someone asked for a link to the video, another user dropped a link. Viewers were unhappy with the fact that the quality of the video dropped. A preview of the video about Vig's white staff appeared on the screen. Looking at the screen, the man was surprised at how good the quality was. His friend compared it to a real movie. Raising his eyebrows in amazement, the man was surprised that this was not an ordinary staff. He was interested in how much the weapon would cost if it were put up for sale. The main character was sitting at the table. Looking at his phone, he wondered why Rising Star was working overtime and creating an atmosphere if the video was supposed to be uploaded next week. With displeasure, his eyes widened. Hyunwoo assumed that he was being called to show the material right now. Putting his hand to his head, the boy realized that he would have to spend 20 million won just on potions, although this money could buy a huge number of chicken legs. The young man opened his eye. Asmo's nickname appeared in the comments. It was written on the screen that the Archmage was busy on the day of the broadcast, and he wanted to watch the new stream as soon as possible. The commentators were delighted with his appearance. The player jumped up from the table. Beads of sweat ran down his tense face. The people around him looked at him in surprise when the streamer asked his friend to quickly launch the capsule. Many blue particles appeared in the forest. The main character, along with his companions, found himself in the wild forest. Frowning, he felt an unknown force. Wiltker trembled. Reacting to his presence, a notification said that the user will not be able to leave the wild forest. Straightening his shoulders, Hyunwoo realized that the enemy was about 500 meters away. Looking at the giant tree growing ahead, the guy decided to start a raid. A dark aura hovered over the crown of the living tree. It was level 77. The feature of the RPG was huge monsters. Squinting, the young man remembered that his previous character needed to reach level 180 to destroy his first big mob. A health bar appeared above the tree. Grinning, the player thought that despite the large amount of health, he still had low speed. Wiltker pulled out roots from under the ground. A window appeared with a description of the enemy's skills. Looking to the side, the streamer realized that he would have 3 phases. Smiling, he read that the boss would use self-destruction when his health drops below 10%. Deciding that the preparation for the game was over, the main character pressed the button to start the broadcast. Opening his mouth, Hyunwoo sighed. Putting his hand to his chest, the guy greeted all his viewers. Donations immediately began to come to him. Looking away, the young man said that he was going to destroy the new boss. People could not believe that the Archmage was going to raid alone. The player extended his hand forward, deciding that they would find the answers to their questions when they saw everything for themselves. Seeing a tree moving through the forest, the viewers assumed that it was a Tigar, but realized that this monster was too big for a Tigar. The giant monster frowned in displeasure. Wiltker continued to move forward, knocking down trees under him. The commentators could not understand how the Archmage was going to fight such a huge enemy alone. Holding potions in his hands, the streamer announced the start of the raid. Someone noted that his potions cost 800 gold. The main character took a sip. The viewers were surprised that the Archmage drinks so many vials at once. Raising his hand, Hyunwoo summoned a healing field around himself. He swung a fireball. The projectile flew towards the tree. Ice and fireballs crashed into the monster. The commentator assumed that his idol was a professional baseball player since he managed to hit from such a distance. Swinging a fire spear, the guy called several ice arrows. Lightning ran through Wiltker's body. Frowning, the young man used a fire arrow. Several more lightning bolts pierced the tree crown. The viewers realized that the damage was not very strong due to the distance. Standing on the magic circle, the player threw another fire projectile. The viewers were simply delighted by such a sight. They had never seen such a monster and could not believe that this was a story quest. An explosion was heard on the boss's body. Squinting, the streamer noticed a warning that he did not have enough mana. In his hands was a potion of mountain grass. After drinking it, he said that mages always lack mana. The commentators were shocked that the Archmage drank such an expensive potion at once. Wiltker continued walking through the forest. The protagonist threw away the empty bottle. The distance between the opponents decreased. The donations continued to flow. A huge tree raised its leg. Clouds thickened above the forest. Opening his mouth wide, Lucky howled, expressing his readiness to fight to the death. Smiling, Hyunwoo said that he was not particularly worried about his aggro. The monster looked back. The monster raised his hands. A cluster of dark energy appeared in them. Frowning, the boss lowered his hands. Tigars began to appear from under his hands. The audience realized that a new phase had begun. Resolutely grinning, the guy thought that this was the second phase. The wolf was far away on the cliff and would not be able to help. Taking the sword in his hands, Gold said that he must stop anyone who dared to try to touch his master. The lizard held out a shield in front of him. Confidently knitting his eyebrows, the young man asked him to fight as long as he wanted. The body of his companion was covered with a light aura. The keeper opened his mouth wide and used gigantization. A notification appeared that Asmo had entered the chat and donated $10,000. Gold swung his hand. With one blow, he cut the Tigar's body. The Archmage was surprised that he could use skills. The player raised his hands in front of him. The streamer swung an ice spear. While the lizard fought with the small Tigars, many projectiles were sent towards their leader. Judging by the bar, Wiltker did not have much health left. The protagonist decided that everything was going according to plan. Grinning, Hyunwoo said that the atmosphere was tense and asked if it was time to have fun. Asmo donated another 10,000. The guy narrowed his eyes contentedly. The audience was happy with the appearance of their idol. Lucky looked back when the owner called him. Raising his hand to his mouth, the young man asked him to come to him. The wolf smiled happily. Seeing the dog come down from the cliff, the commentators wondered why the Archmage was calling him. The monster looked away. Turning around, the monster followed the dog. Standing in front of the owner, Gold promised to protect him. Asmo sent another donation and wrote that the keeper talks a lot. The player shuddered. Smiling, the streamer noticed that the enemy was finally here. Wilker stopped in the clearing in front of the heroes. His huge feet shook the ground with every step. The viewers asked their idol to be careful. A weapon appeared in the main character's hand. Beckoning the enemy with his hand, he said that he would finish off the enemy with an axe. The commentators could not believe that the mage was going to fight in hand-to-hand combat. Waves of dark energy appeared around the tree. Cracks appeared on the trunk. Seeing a bright light, Hyunwoo opened his mouth in amazement. The viewers realized that the monster had entered the self-destruction phase. A strong explosion was heard in the forest. A cloud of black smoke rose high into the sky. Gusts of wind bent the trees. The commentators decided that watching it live was much more interesting than in the edited video on the channel. Gold held a shield in front of him. The guy hid behind him. Putting an axe on his shoulder, he decided that this was just terrible. Squinting, the young man said that he wanted to finish it all with amazing physical magic, but the self-destruction phase did everything for him. The viewers were glad that the Archmage survived. The player closed his eyes and laughed. Smiling, the streamer thought that everything went according to plan. Raising his eyebrows, the protagonist decided that this way no one would know that he knew about the self-destruction phase. Numerous notifications appeared about receiving titles, new items and levels. Hyunwoo looked at the lizard. The screen said that 125,000 viewers were watching the broadcast. Seeing this number, the guy opened his mouth in shock. The young man thoughtfully scratched his chin. Bowing, he thanked everyone for watching, even though the climax of the show was not very good. Asmo donated $20,000. Birds flew over the dark forest. Clouds floated above the skyscraper. The man with long hair looked ahead and said that things were developing sadly. Looking down, the girl said that everything was turning out in their favor. Merlin smiled. Sitting at the table, the woman said that there was no need to invest funds and set a reward for his head. The live broadcast ended on the laptop screen. BJ the Archmage had made himself a coveted trophy that would guarantee glory to anyone who could track him down. The stranger took off her glasses. Raising her hand, she explained that the player had exposed many of his weaknesses during this stream. Smiling, the girl added that the power of fire attacks was incredible, but he lacked mana. The protagonist threw away empty potion bottles. The recovery field skill used to replenish mana was unsuitable for player versus player battles due to the fact that it made the user a stationary target. The man looked down. BJ the Archmage was not under the exclusive protection of any guild. Frowning, the woman said that if his identity was revealed, even playing the game would be difficult for him. Folding her hands in her lap, she decided that all they could do was try to get the scenario from him. Rising to his feet, the guild leader offered to prepare the guild members, because the player trusted the restriction system in God Wars and freely ran around low-level locations. Merlin grinned and decided that they could start over with new characters and get him from level 1. Smiling, the stranger expressed confidence that her comrade would prepare a class commensurate with the Archmage, because with the authority and money of the guild, there was nothing difficult in this. Clouds thickened over the mountains. Clenching his fists, Gold called his master amazing. Smiling, the protagonist realized that he could not have done it without his friends and praised them. Opening the system window in front of him, Hyunwoo decided to look at the new titles and rewards. Descriptions of the titles of Vilker Hunter and Witness to Vilker's death appeared. Judging by the inscription, one of them gave 20 points to all characteristics. Closing his eyes, the guy decided that the rewards of the main quest were simply amazing, and assumed that he was entitled to many rewards for defeating such a large boss. 2 unknown treasures of Vilker appeared in his inventory. Covered in beads of sweat, the young man could not believe that there were only 2 of them. Looking around, he thought that he might have forgotten to pick something up. There were urns in the inventory. The player wondered why he was given only 2 items of a unique rank for defeating such a giant. Falling to the ground, the streamer called this game stupid. Grinning furiously, Gold promised to rain down a hail of terrible judgment on those who dared to anger his master. Looking up, the main character said that there would be nothing left of him either if the game broke. Pressing the confirm button, he decided to open the treasures. A staff of Vilker's root of a unique rank appeared above him. Frowning in displeasure, Hyunwoo decided he didn't need it and hoped it could be exchanged for money to eat chicken. The blue window said the item could be sold. Smiling, the guy thought he needed to sell it right away to buy meat. Suddenly, the young man's eyes widened and he looked at the staff. A description of the characteristics appeared in the air. It turned out that the weapon increased the speed of mana regeneration by 100%. Throwing the staff up, the player realized that this was a real treasure. Tamaru smiled. The streamer turned around. Looking away, the elf was surprised that his friend could deal with this mutant. The staff dissolved into thin air. The protagonist decided to calm down first and finish the main quest. Closing his eyes, he remembered that the reward for completing the main quest was a legendary rank skill. Putting his hand on his heart, Hyunwoo said that he did what he had to do, and that it was not easy. The guy smiled, thinking that he was able to do this thanks to the huge amount of money he spent. Suddenly, the young man's eyes widened in fear. Waves of dark energy appeared around him. A notification informed that the user was attacked by the power of a nameless god. Tamaru asked what it was, his mouth hanging open in shock. Lucky growled. Gold clenched his fist tensely. Squinting, the player felt too much pressure and found it strange that the game over screen had not yet appeared. A dark aura took over his body. The system informed that all types of defense were significantly reduced, health began to decrease, and the user could no longer use his skills. Frowning, the streamer wondered if such a ridiculous death awaited him. A bright flash lit up his face. The light dispersed the darkness that had thickened around him. The elf covered his face with his hand. Gold and Lucky looked ahead tensely. The protagonist closed his eyes, resisting the bright light. A glowing egg appeared in his hands. It absorbed the power of the nameless god. Hyunwoo opened his eyes, trying to catch his breath. Looking at the egg, the boy realized that it was the only reason he survived. The egg stopped glowing. The system reported that the hatching progress was 3%. Continuing to look at it, the boy decided that this could not be. Approaching him, Tamaru said that his comrade owned something unknown to him and asked if everything was okay. Smiling, the elf confirmed that everything was fine and asked his friend to talk about this with Lord VGA, who was waiting outside. The player raised his eyebrows in surprise. The bright sun shone above the forest. A notification said that the user had left the wild forest. A thin trunk rushed upward. The system announced that the wild forest could not be entered again. People looked ahead with displeasure. Smiling, the man was glad that his comrade had finally returned, and he understood from his expression that something serious had happened. Raising his hand, the old man asked what was the matter. The streamer spread his arms and said that when Vilker was defeated, the power of the nameless god attacked him and tried to kill him. He had an egg in his hands at the time, without which he would have died without the ability to do anything. Frowning, the main character thought that this was being done to hurt those who were trying to level up without completing the main quests. Scratching his chin, VGA said that he had received a letter from the kingdom of Tunga where similar things were happening. Raising his hand, the man explained that mutant monsters were appearing there, which no one had ever seen. The power of the nameless god was attacking people. Closing his eyes, the old man said that everyone who had encountered the power in the kingdom of Tunga had died. Hyunwoo's eyes widened in amazement. Closing them, the guy realized that he needed to investigate. The Lord smiled and confirmed this. Taking a book from his bosom, VGA said that someone would meet him upon arrival in the kingdom of Tunga. The young man took the legendary book of maps from him. A notification said that the user had received a certificate and could go to the kingdom of Tunga at any time using warp magic. Putting his hands on his belt, the man said that he would be informed. The system reported that a new quest had appeared in the main scenario branch. Having learned that progress in the Forbidden Zone would be available after completing the quest, the player looked away. Raising his eyebrows, the streamer realized that he needed to go to the kingdom of Tunga to learn more and decided to postpone this task for a while. An inventory appeared in front of his face. After confirming the opening of Vilker's treasure, the inventory turned red. Smiling, the protagonist thought that he had already received the items from the first treasure. A staff from the root of Vilker appeared in his hand. Remembering how his body was enveloped in blue energy, Hyunwoo thought that the permanent stats were nothing special, but the mana regeneration was too good, so he wondered if the mana shortage problem would be solved if he used the staff with the recovery field. Looking at the staff, he thought that with telekinesis, this switch would be easy. Smiling happily, the boy said that such items can be sold at an exorbitant price as if it were a legendary weapon. Holding the staff in his hands, the young man wondered what type of weapon he should choose this time. The centaur reared up. This is the kind of monster that lives in the kingdom of Tunga. Gold's eyes widened in confusion. The centaur swung his spear. A notification informed the user that the spear from the Vilker root was obtained. The player smiled. Scratching his chin, he thought about streaming, showing off items that had never appeared before, and auctioning them off when the situation was right. Looking at the legendary book, the streamer wondered if he should open it. Putting it to his head, the protagonist hoped that he would get dragon mana. Showing the book to Lucky, Hyunwoo asked him to howl. The wolf raised his head and began to howl. Gold asked if he should do the same. Tapping the notification, the guy asked him not to do it and said that everything was fine. Blue cards swirled in the air. The young man opened his mouth in amazement. Frowning, the lizard said that the support of this dog did not help. Looking forward, the player said that it appeared. Smiling happily, he realized that it really appeared. In front of him hung a dragon mana card. The streamer raised his hands and screamed. With wide eyes, the protagonist decided to destroy everything in his path. Gold clapped his hands and said that it was to be expected. Placing his hand on his chest, the lizard asked where they were going next and promised to follow his master. Raising his eyebrows, Hyunwoo replied that they were not going hunting. The warriors were standing near the castle. The maximum level in the Tunga Palace was 100. The boy realized that he would jump to level 100 players when he moved from VGA City to the palace. Looking to the side, the young man asked if it wasn't stupid to go there at level 50. The sun's rays illuminated the forest. He needed to get as much benefit from this location as possible. The player opened a can of soda. He brought it to his mouth and thought about how he had increased his level in the past few days. A mana recovery field and dragon mana appeared around him. A fireball appeared in his hands, Sakhalin's ring was on his finger, and a cursed pendant hung around his neck. The mana recovery was so fast that the streamer did not even have time to use it. Looking away, the protagonist heard that someone had received information about a very special route. The man spread his arms and said that the top 10 guilds had united and announced a reward for VGA Archmage's head. His comrade asked what was so special about it and decided that it was just some strange rumors. Hyunwoo stood up from the table. Clenching his fists, Hyukju said that he was telling the truth and that whoever recorded VGA Archmage's murder on video would receive a reward of $100,000. Hearing this, the guy spat out his soda in shock. He fell on his chair and opened his mouth in shock. The computer club employee explained that the guilds did this because VGA Archmage provoked them to show their power. The sky was orange. There was a sign on the building that said CS Store. Closing his eyes, the young man wondered who could have started the rumors that he was provoking the top 10 guilds. Imagining Hyukju's face, the player clenched his fist and assumed that it was his friend spreading the rumors. The streamer grabbed the door of the store. His phone vibrated. Putting his hand in his pocket, the protagonist asked himself who could be calling him at this hour. The name Tiwoo appeared on the screen. Putting the phone to his ear, Hyunwoo asked what happened. Smiling, he asked his brother not to worry about him and to worry about his own health. The boy realized that he had not visited his family for a long time because he was too focused on streaming and quests. Standing in front of the store, the young man said that he had been paid his salary and promised to pay for anything Hyorin wanted to buy. Opening the door, the player promised to come back early today. He lowered his phone and hung up. Smiling, the streamer decided that everything was fine and that the false rumors would be forgotten if ignored. Someone bumped into his shoulder. Squeezing his eyes shut, the protagonist wondered why this happened again. The phone fell out of his hands. It landed on the floor, screen down. Opening his mouth in shock, Hyunwoo realized that he had broken it. The guy immediately picked it up from the ground. Cracks appeared on the screen. Running up to the stranger, Lysol apologized and said that she was in a hurry. The young man raised his eyebrows in surprise, recognizing her. The girl's eyes widened in fear. There were many signs hanging on the houses. Pointing his finger forward, Hyukju understood why his friend's phone screen was in such a state. The player asked him not to mock him and said that they agreed on compensation and that the girl admitted that this time she was entirely at fault. Smiling, the man asked if bumping into the same girl twice in a row was fate. The streamer squinted in displeasure and said that he was just unlucky. The computer club employee said that his friend does not understand anything about romance, so he still does not have a girlfriend. Putting his hands on the table, Hyukju said that he had new information that VGA the Archmage will soon fight the top 10 guilds. Hearing this, the protagonist opened his mouth in shock. Crossing his arms over his chest, the man said that VGA the Archmage was farming in the giant forest to prepare for the battle. Hyunwoo asked where he got this information from. Pointing at himself, the computer club employee said that this information is from the best God Wars community. Closing his eyes, the guy said that he was not interested in this and asked his friend to prepare a capsule for him. Frowning in disappointment, Hyukju was indignant because his friend himself asked him about it. Above the entrance to the capsule cafe hung a sign that said Hunter. The young man wondered who even believed such nonsense. White clouds floated above the skyscrapers. VGA Archmage would soon face the top 10 guilds. Yunjin smiled. Raising his eyebrows, Park asked if this wasn't just a rumor. Crossing his arms, the president said that it would soon become true because VGA Archmage had no intention of remaining on friendly terms with the guilds. Introducing the hooded man, the channel leader explained that the player wanted the top 10 guilds to be hostile to him. The secretary asked with his mouth open in shock if this was true. Opening his laptop, the blonde asked how many views a video titled Abyss Guild vs VGA Archmage would get. The secretary looked at his boss in confusion. Looking at the screen, Yunjin explained that their partner was obsessed with becoming a star and never thought of gaining views in small steps like other streamers. The kingdom of Tung was surrounded by fortress walls. In this location, a big conflict would arise between VGA Archmage and the guilds. Closing his eyes, the president said that they jumped on the last car of a departing train pulled by an incredible person. Looking up, the head of the channel asked if they should not pay for the ride. Raising his eyebrows, Park asked if his boss was really going to bribe the player and stated that he was unlikely to use the huge number of skills that were given to him. The blonde handed him a tablet. The secretary looked at the screen in surprise. Stretching out his hands, Yoonjin said that a reckless driver needs an additional airbag. The heroes were in a spacious office. A fireball flashed in the air. An explosion was heard right in front of the Tigar. The notification said that the fireball skill rank had been increased. The monsters continued to advance. Lucky rushed forward. Gold raised his shield in front of him. The protagonist summoned a ball lightning in his hand. While his companions dealt with enemies from different flanks, Hyunwoo attacked those who were in front. Lightning pierced the monster's body. Smoke began to come out of its bark. Its body fell to the ground. The notification said that the user's level had been increased. Smiling, the guy realized that he had finally reached level 60. The system said that the War Dragon had granted him an opportunity. An inventory window appeared in the air. The young man held a staff in his hand. A cloak fluttered behind him. A silver medallion hung on his chest. A black Tigar robe was attached to his shoulders. On his feet were black Tigar pants and black boots. The full set increased the user's stats. Smiling, the player decided that he needed to dress Gold up. A set of black Tigar armor appeared on the lizard. The guardian happily opened his mouth and declared that his master knew who his true loyal subject was. Lucky frowned in displeasure. Raising his eyebrows, the streamer explained that items could not be equipped on the wolf, and he did not want to be left with nothing in real life. The dog lowered its head in disappointment, and the protagonist asked for his forgiveness. The War Dragon frowned menacingly, and the system asked the user to accept the reward. Many multicolored cards appeared in front of him. Seeing the legendary card, Hyunwoo happily clasped his hands together, which turned out to be the recirculation skill. The diagram showed a mage whose health increased when his mana dropped, and a mage whose mana increased when his health decreased. Raising his hand above his head, the guy decided that this skill was needed to prolong life in dangerous situations. But in this case, a healing spell would work, since Archmages can learn all possible spells. Scratching his temple, the young man wondered if he should buy a new defensive skill, because the defensive ability of the Thunder Shield is a little weak, and the excess mana can be used to create a shield. Surprised, raising his eyebrows, the player thought about the Mana Shield. This is a skill that creates a barrier around the caster, which reduces the mana every time the shield absorbs damage. The health bar was almost full. While the shield takes damage, mana will be spent and health will be restored. Scratching the back of his head, the streamer remembered that the cost of the shield card is more than $15,000. He decided to call it a day. His body disintegrated into blue particles. After exiting the game, the main character soon reappeared in the clearing. With his mouth wide open, Hyunwoo was breathing heavily. The guy clicked on the legendary card. Throwing his hands above his head, the young man thanked the boss of the Rising Star channel. A notification said that the user received the Mana Shield skill card. A wave of blue energy swirled over the Tungta Kingdom. It can only be reached after passing the Forest of Giants, passing through the curvature in space in the city of VGA, so it is the main arena for mid-level players. The kingdom was surrounded by 4 palaces on different sides of the world. In the center was the main palace. The first thing people see after passing through the curvature in space is the Western Palace. In the center of the square there was a fountain. The system reported that the user arrived in the Tungta Kingdom. People turned around. Lucky appeared in a cluster of blue energy. Gold was standing next to him. The streamer lowered his head. He looked to the side. People realized that BJ the Archmage had arrived in the Tungta Kingdom. With their mouths open in surprise, they wondered what would happen next, because the Archmage was in the process of preparing for a war with 10 guilds. The protagonist smiled. Hyunwoo beckoned to someone with his hand. The man's eyes widened in shock, his face covered in sweat. The guard looked around. The passers-by thought the rumors were true and decided that only a madman could start a feud with all 10 guilds. Squinting, the stranger said that he was just curious. The guy smiled and asked him to come over to him. Spreading his arms, the young man said that he would take as many selfies as they wanted. A preview of a video appeared on the site, the author of which killed 10,000 mobs, dressed in legendary equipment. As in all games, in God Wars newcomers can do nothing against veterans. Many previews appeared one after another. Veterans were helped in every possible way by guilds that had already gained authority and fame. It was much easier for them to learn and develop. Therefore, the magician who began to stream became incredibly popular. They began to discuss him everywhere. The logo of the Rising Star channel appeared on the screen. The warriors stood next to each other. The commentators were glad that their idol was showing them the way that no one had ever gone through. Someone said that BJ Archmage appeared in the Western Fortress. The player looked away. He beckoned to someone with his hand. The viewer asked if this was the beginning of the war. The streamer began to pose for a photo with random passers-by. Pointing his finger to the side, the man wanted to take a photo with Gold. Frowning, the lizard called himself a guardian. The stranger was glad that he was lucky enough to take a selfie with the lizard warrior. Someone asked if he had a new set. Gold pointed to his clothes and called it a symbol of loyalty that the owner gave him. The protagonist stood in the square. while people were interested in his companions. Narrowing his eyes in displeasure, Hyunwoo cursed this game. Looking away, he decided that things were going well and hoped that the 10 strongest guilds would weaken the pressure of false rumors. The main scenario quests were more important to him, so he could not let false rumors slow him down. A tower towered over the city. Passers-by smiled. Looking back, the girl was surprised that BJ the Archmage began to take selfies immediately after arriving. The warrior decided that this man was just looking for attention. Grinning, the tank asked what they should do with him. Taking hold of his sheath, the man said that Sneeko's guild needed to deal with him before anyone else. Scratching his head, the guy said that they would stay here for a while to take selfies with those who wanted them. The sky above the fortress turned orange. The young man walked through a field of tall grass, and people realized that BJ the Archmage was going hunting. The guild members watched him, hiding behind the trees. The man grinned. Raising his hand, he asked if it was really that BJ the Archmage in front of him. Smiling happily, the stranger called himself a huge fan of his and asked if he could take a photo with him. The player narrowed his eyes in displeasure. A description of his buffs and the name of the guild appeared above the embarrassed Nakado. Noticing this, the streamer grinned and guessed that these people were up to something. Looking at the staff in his hands, the man asked if his idol had changed his equipment and no longer carried a white staff. Raising his weapon, the protagonist said that it was much easier to beat people like them with it. Opening his mouth in fear, the warrior wondered if BJ the Archmage had realized why they had come. Frowning, the tank realized that the enemy had known this from the beginning. He pulled out a sword from behind his back. The members of the Sneeko guild swung their swords. The swordsman frowned sternly, realizing that they were close enough that the enemy would not be able to do anything. The blade of the sword mowed down the top of the tall grass. Nakado decided that no mage could survive in close combat, despite his equipment. Hyunwoo covered his face with his hands. Glowing swords of rage appeared in the hands of his guildmates. The man gripped the katana tighter. Blade marks appeared in the air every now and then. The swordsman raised his eyebrows in shock. The tank gaped in confusion. Guild member Sneeko continued to attack the enemy, trying to figure out why he was doing nothing. Hearing someone scream, the villains turned around. Gold and Lucky were fighting with their comrades. Looking at them in amazement, the warrior realized that their ambush had been destroyed and wondered how the enemy could have known about it. The guy noticed their surprise. The blonde's eyes widened in fear. There was a mana shield around the young man, which absorbed all the damage. Grinning, the player greeted the viewers and said that they were probably surprised by this sudden stream. Hearing that the stream had started, Nakado looked around tensely. The streamer assumed that the viewers were expecting to see the first broadcast from the Tunga Kingdom and said that he was unlucky to run into some boars. Closing his eyes, the protagonist said that he changed his strategy as many tried to ambush him in a similar way. Resolutely looking forward, Hyunwoo announced that he had become a tank. A notification said that some of the mana spent would go to health and that the user's mana regeneration had increased. The guild members gaped in shock. Blinking with his finger, the guy promised to invest $100,000 in Sneeko if they managed to kill him. In most games, mages are useless at close range. Frost and Nakado swung their swords. The protagonist smiled and thought that this game was no exception. While the boys were fighting him, Hyunwoo thought that because of this, he already knew that they would try to get closer, and if he tried to defend himself with Lucky and Gold, the fight would turn into a mess. The protagonist imagined two dark silhouettes and thought that in the worst case scenario, Gold and Lucky could die. Frost and Nakado swung their swords, and Hyunwoo came to the conclusion that it would be better for him to become their target and turn into a tank. The protagonist asked with a smile if the Sneeko guild really paid people like them. The boys sweated and gritted their teeth, not understanding how Hyunwoo knew what guild they were from. Netizens left comments about the Sneeko guild, which is famous in Japan. Frost's mouth dropped open in shock when he heard a growl. The boy tensely gritted his teeth, and viewers wrote that Lucky and Gold arrived in time, dealing with the mages and healers. A huge dog attacked Nakado and the system reported the elimination of the players. Henu touched his chin, looking down. Frost and Nakado were lying on the ground, and the protagonist said 37 points, leaving his viewers confused. Henu smiled and explained that this was their ranking. He walked up to the boys and said that he would take their loot while there was time. An inventory opened in front of the protagonist, and he thought that he would be suspected if he only took the best things, so he should also take the worst ones. Henu put his finger on the sword of the warrior of the Tunga Kingdom. The protagonist looked to the side. There were people standing in the middle of the field, and he thought that the other players froze because he knocked down a famous guild. Henu smiled and decided that in this case, he would continue as planned. People were standing in the middle of the field, and the protagonist said that he did not want to end the live broadcast so he could put on a show. Henu smirked and asked if they wanted to see some magic since they were here for a magician. The centaurs were holding spears, and the audience assumed that the protagonist wanted to kill them. The monster stretched his arms out to the sides and screamed loudly. Hanu smiled and decided that he would show something that would make these freaks afraid to show their faces in front of him. The centaur galloped forward. The protagonist raised his hand, preparing to launch a ball lightning. The projectile flew into the monster's head. Red sparks flashed in the air when Hanu used fire arrows. The projectiles exploded when they collided with the centaur's body. The monster fell dead. The other monsters froze with their mouths open in horror. A blue stone was shining in the protagonist's hand. He smiled, holding an ice spear in his other hand. Hanu threw the projectiles into the distance. The people sweated, stunned by such power and endurance. The defeated centaurs were lying around the protagonist. Hanu turned around with a smile and summoned a lightning arrow. The last centaur opened his mouth as the arrows pierced his body. The system reported that the protagonist had killed the monster and that he could now summon a guardian centaur. Hanu looked down with a satisfied smile. He leaned over and said that the live broadcast was over for today and thanked the viewers for watching. The protagonist put his finger on the end button and thought that showing all his power was boring. Gold turned around when Hanu called him. The protagonist raised a brightly shining weapon, making the centaur his guardian. Gold caught fire, opening his mouth wide. A centaur appeared in the fire. The spear was covered in vines and the system reported that Hanu had equipped the guardian with a spear made of Trentwood. The centaur took the weapon and greeted the protagonist. Lucky opened his mouth, looking at the new guardian. Hanu said with a smile that Gold had become much more reliable. The centaur placed his hand on his chest and said that he would eliminate any enemy, and the protagonist decided that he wanted to test his abilities. Hanu raised one finger and said that they should go to the western fortress now. Behind the gate, a tall tower was visible, and the protagonist added that they should continue the main quest while the pursuers were silent. A bright seal was visible on the floor. Zagara, the lord of the Tunga kingdom, smiled and introduced himself. The protagonist sweated and mentally wondered that he met the lord from the very beginning. Zagara stood in front of Hanu, saying that his soldiers were dying because of an unknown force. The man introduced warriors surrounded by a red aura and asked the protagonist to find out what this force was. Hyunwoo's sweat dropped and thought that he himself didn't know this, since even he almost died. Zagara put his hand on his chest and said that he would reward Hyan well if he helped. The system announced that a new quest had been added to the main storyline and provided information about the Forbidden Area. A message appeared on the blue screen stating that an additional reward and title would be given if the quest was completed without a single death. Hyunwoo opened his mouth in shock and frowned. He imagined the Red Master Grimoire, which allows one to raise the rank of one skill to master, which usually requires a lot of time and effort. Hyunwoo imagined an open book and thought that the Grimoire allows you to do this in an instant, and for this reason, it is incredibly valuable. The protagonist smiled and thought about the condition of not allowing a single death. A plane was flying in the sky, about to land at Miami International Airport. The black-haired girl looked out the window, thinking about how she asked to avoid invitations to direct meetings. The girl rested her chin on her hand and assumed that she was called to discuss a new raid strategy or guild reorganization. Lysol received messages from the protagonist, who said that he was contacting her about compensation for the screen. The girl dropped her phone in fear. Hanu wrote that he had almost finished repairing the screen due to the urgency, and that the girl should not worry about compensation. Lysol sweated and thought that she felt awkward keeping silent about this, although it happened because of her, and that she should send the protagonist money without asking the cost of the repair. The girl frowned and decided that she could not continue to avoid people like this. She typed that she felt awkward and she would repay Hanu later. America, Miami, Florida, the headquarters of the Abyss Guild. There were many people sitting at the round table. Lysol looked to the side and thought that the entire core of the guild, even the leaders and high ranks, were gathered here. The long-haired boy smiled and greeted everyone. Merlin looked to the side and introduced himself as the guild master of the Abyss Guild. A blonde woman stood behind him and the man said that he had gathered them all here because there was a problem that was troubling their guild and the God Wars ecosystem. A video appeared above the table. The two men looked at each other and asked if they already knew about the mage if it was about him. The girl with bangs sweated and asked if they were really afraid of a solo player when they were in the top 10 guilds. Emma smiled and introduced herself as the manager of the Abyss Guild. The video showed Hanu's silhouette and the woman said that this guy was destroying the God Wars ecosystem that the top 10 guilds had been building for so long because he showed hundreds of previously unseen bosses and items and also avoided all ambushes of high-ranking players as if he knew about them. Emma furrowed her brows and said that it was because the protagonist was interfering with the game system. The people's mouths dropped in shock, and the woman added that Alpha Company had almost completely stopped simulating the game. Emma placed her hand on the table and said that that was why they had to carry out justice themselves in the name of the Abyss Guild. The woman leaned on the table, furrowing her brows, and said that from now on, the Abyss Guild would put a bounty on the protagonist's head. Lysol's eyes widened and she wondered if that was even possible in God Wars. The dark-haired man raised his hand and said that they couldn't go to the same place as Henu because of their high levels. Emma smiled and said that it was a good point and that for that reason, the Abyss Guild would help everyone level up their twinks. The men looked at each other and said that it was beneficial for them anyway. The woman looked down with a smile. Lysol's sweat dropped and thought that if Emma was not lying, she could try, but she felt uneasy. Henu smiled and raised one finger. There was an orange sky above the big wall. Henu and his pets were standing near the barrier rift. Gold looked at the protagonist, saying that he felt uneasy about this place, and Henu replied that this was the entrance to the forbidden area that Zagara spoke of. The protagonist smiled and thought that this was also a good place to farm, where no one would disturb him. The rift emitted a red light. The system reported that Henu entered the forbidden area. The blue screens showed the message that the protagonist had received 2 titles. Henu closed one eye and gritted his teeth, thinking that the angle of view was limited by the black wind, and the sound was muffled. Gray clouds were visible. The protagonist thought that Zagara demanded to fight in such a place without deaths. Henu smiled and thought that the difficulty of the main plot was really high. There were zombie centaurs in the distance, and the protagonist came to the conclusion that without his abilities, he would not be able to clear such a place alone. Gold frowned and shouted that the monsters were coming. The centaur opened his mouth in shock when Henu said that he wanted to see his abilities. A powerful explosion thundered. The zombie centaur began to fall, and the system reported that the enemy was eliminated. The protagonist turned around and called Lucky. The dog growled loudly, standing in front of the monster. Henu grinned and summoned a fireball with an ice arrow. The centaur galloped forward. He grabbed a spear, shouting loudly. Gold attacked the monster, piercing it with the weapon. A spear was sticking out of the zombie centaur's body. The sight was aimed at the enemy. The protagonist grinned and threw the projectiles. The next moment, a loud explosion occurred. The system reported that Henu's level had increased. The protagonist smiled and thought that the experience here was much more, although it was a normal area. The centaur was emitting a red glow, and Henu did not understand why. A sign appeared above the monster about the trace left by the advanced party. The protagonist raised his hands and shouted for Gold not to kill this zombie. A large building was visible. Merlin crossed his arms and said that until now, God Wars was a perfect game without a single bug, but Henu somehow managed to manipulate the system. Emma lowered her head and said that she realized that the possibility of this is low. There was a video on the laptop screen, and the woman asked if Merlin saw the protagonist's live broadcast. Uses how Gulman commented that the guys from the Sneeko Guild were simply robbed and their contracts were jeopardized, and Emma said that it is impossible to attack Henu with poor skills now. The woman smiled and added that for this reason, they should support their guild members, and also convey that the Abyss will never abandon its own. Merlin looked away when Emma said that they needed to awaken their sense of sacrifice. The woman crossed her arms and said that she also prepared something for the battle with the main character. Emma frowned and said that it was the small pack rating. Merlin opened his mouth in surprise. A bright red symbol was visible. This rating was created by the small pack channel in Wars Tube, which is engaged in the visualization of various statistics in the game, such as the time of completion. There were documents on the table. Even if the criteria for calculating statistics are objective, their rating is still unofficial and subjective content of the channel author. Someone was holding a stack of paper in his hand. The small pack channel has almost 52 million subscribers. A man in a green suit and mask sat on a red sofa, using those who like to compete with each other. His channel was reborn as an absolute indicator for all players. The man stretched out his hands. Everyone below level 200 must line up to see who is the strongest of the players who have passed this bar. Small stretched his arms out to the sides, loudly asking who is first this week. If the main character's name lights up in the rankings, then he will definitely attract the attention of strong players. Merlin looked to the side and asked if Emma wants Hyunwoo to become the first in Small's rankings, although he has not even reached level 70. The woman closed her eyes and said that it is true because she paid him. Clouds were visible in the reflection of the building, and Emma added that Small Pack's channel will soon upload something. There were documents on the table. Small held a microphone in his hand, saying that Hyunwoo has become a topic of discussion lately. The brown-haired boy looked at the phone screen with a smile. The protagonist sat on the couch, looking down. His face was dripping with sweat, not understanding what was happening. The boys sat opposite him, saying that usually the players who win this section are around level 150, but Hyunwoo was only level 70. The boy in the gray hoodie closed his eyes, screaming that it was unbelievable, while the protagonist was shaking in horror. He looked at his hands and thought that even famous players or guilds could target him. Small Park threw the papers out of his hand, and Hyunwoo thought that getting into his ranking meant that you had great potential for development. The protagonist imagined a bright flash and thought that this way you can fly to the sky and become a star, and this is a shortcut to universal fame. Hyunwoo's sweat dropped, wondering how he even got into this ranking, and guessed that it was the director of Rising Star. The protagonist looked at his phone and thought that no one else would do such a thing to stop him. Hyunwoo imagined the grass swaying and decided that he couldn't sit back any longer and should focus on completing the quest. A bright title was visible on the screen of the gadget. The blonde man, who was sitting in a chair, said that the owner of the channel did not listen to a single word he said. The young man trembled, saying that Small was his senior in school and he was very greedy. The blonde man put the tablet away and said that he knew one thing for sure. The blonde man raised one finger and said that the protagonist did something and attracted the attention of the strongest guilds. The man with glasses raised his eyebrows in surprise, asking if Hyunwoo had anything to do with it. The blonde remembered Frost and Nakado's faces and said that the protagonist had dealt with the group from Sneeko's guild in a crushing manner, so the average guilds didn't even think about attacking anymore. The young man smiled and said that Hyunwoo was crazy about the attention. The bespectacled man looked straight ahead and asked if the protagonist had made himself a target on purpose. The blonde man put his hand on the table and confirmed it, saying that those in the small rankings would be followed. Hyunwoo and his pets were surrounded by monsters, and the blonde man said that the protagonist had done everything so that the victims who had elevated him would come after him themselves. The young man smiled, saying that he had to live up to it, and the bespectacled man suggested a bribe. The blonde man confirmed it with a slight smile and said that they would also attach a letter this time. He put his hands on the back of his head and concluded that it was time to ask Hyunwoo for a favor. The sky was a soft orange. The blows of a claw sword appeared in the air. The players stood in the middle of the fallen centaurs. The man with the mustache crossed his arms, asking why players above level 90 came to the territory of low-ranked players, and the girl replied that they were looking for the main character. The man raised his hand, saying that it was still unfair no matter what the price on Hyunwoo's head was. The young man approached them and decided that they would catch the main character even at the cost of their honor. He raised his hand and said that their names could be included in the small pack rankings if they caught him. The man closed his eyes and said that there were even players sponsored by top guilds here. The players stood in the middle of the field. Avat turned around, frowning. The blonde man adjusted his scarf and said that they needed Hyunwoo at any cost. They nodded to each other silently. Avat imagined himself fighting monsters and thought that he should rehabilitate himself for that defeat the other day. Alep raised his hand and called Avat with a smile. The man approached him and asked if the blonde man had come here after hearing the news. There was a chain hanging on the wall and Alep guessed that Avadu had a hard time getting here since he probably revived in the western castle after dying. The blonde man frowned and asked if Alep wanted a fight. The man smiled and said that he didn't. There were people standing in the distance and Alep said that Hyunwoo had become really popular lately. Avadu looked away and thought that if anything went wrong, they would have to be the first to be taken out since there was nothing wrong with eliminating competitors. Avadu and Alep turned around at the same time when they heard someone shouting the protagonist's name loudly. The blonde man frowned. Lucky and Gold were standing next to Hyunwoo. The protagonist cried out, saying that it was the Archmage. Gold was standing behind Hyunwoo, and Lucky was next to them. Avat frowned, telling the archers to check if it was really him. The heroes furrowed their brows, moving forward quickly. The girl opened her bright green eyes wide, using the clairvoyance skill. She said that Lucky and Gold had seen, and the Archmage was definitely nearby. The heroes were standing in a field of tall grass. The sky was bright red. Strong gusts of wind appeared next to them. The girl raised her eyebrows, saying that it was not him, but centaurs. In the middle of the field stood two centaurs with spears in their hands. They turned their heads to the side. The archer stopped in place, asking if it was really two centaurs. The girl turned her head, asking if they had spawned here. Avat raised her eyebrows, saying that it was probably so, since they had appeared here so suddenly. The guy behind the heroes tilted his head, saying that it was strange, because he had definitely seen the protagonist and Lucky in their place. He wondered if he was mistaken. The centaur raised his eyebrows in displeasure. The guy asked if they had seen the heroes, maybe they were just deceiving them. In the centaur's body was a smiling Hyunwoo. The system reported that the polymorph was activated. The viewer was surprised that the heroes were actually deceived by this. The user noted that the polymorph was incredibly cool. The player grinned and said that their acting skills were simply incredible because he had thought they were centaurs from the beginning. There were 87 people on the protagonist's private broadcast. Hyunwoo raised his eyebrows and smiled, thinking that everything was going according to plan. The hero watched the field through a crack in the dark space, saying that he was going crazy. The guy lowered his head and hit his forehead, thinking about how these people came to the golden fields like a pack of mad dogs just to catch him, and with them the Scarf Guild and the Red Snake Group, top guilds. And all this happened because the number of subscribers to their channels exceeded 50 million. Scarf's channel had 50 million subscribers. The Red Snake Group channel had 60 million subscribers. The hero grabbed his head, saying that it was hard for him to even think about the 90s gathered here. He wondered if they really left their conscience behind the capsules. Lucky was standing next to the guy. He imagined the hero with a large sword in his hands, standing in the field. high-ranking players hunt in the beginner zones, it looks like bullying, so everyone points fingers at them. The hero imagined the guy talking to the girl. Hyunwoo closed his eyes and scratched his head, thinking that it was even worse, because these people were here for the PC, not for hunting. They would not only be pointed at, but also criticized, but they still came. The protagonist frowned and looked away, thinking that this meant that they had finally given up their pride and conscience to catch him. The guy closed his eyes and raised his head, saying that if this was really the case, then one cannot succeed in this game alone. He thought that he was very lucky, because he received Chain Lightning from the skill book reward for reaching level 70. The card depicted a bright lightning on a dark background, rank, unique, effect, a series of lightning flashes that hit nearby enemies. The hero imagined a crowd of monsters surrounded by bright lightning. He thought that there was simply no better skill for fighting groups, but there would be problems regardless of the result. Hyunwoo looked at the maroon cards in front of him and rubbed his chin thoughtfully, thinking that if he won, the entire guild would turn against him, and holding them back would affect the completion of the main quest. The protagonist raised his eyebrows, looking ahead carefully. Streams of strong wind blew leaves across the field. The protagonist said that he would greet them as befits an Archmage. Barely visible streams of wind appeared in the gray sky. Hyunwoo smiled, thinking that he was glad that more players had gathered here than he expected. The centaurs looked at each other, standing in the center of the golden field. The protagonist raised his eyebrows, thinking that this not only made him happy, because these people did not even think that so many people would gather here. Among the golden field with tall grass, the silhouettes of a large number of people were visible. The guy smiled and pointed his finger at the centaurs, asking why they did not catch them at least. Awat frowned and folded his arms. The protagonist raised his eyebrows and smiled, thinking that they wouldn't even team up to catch him, so this situation was nothing but a great opportunity. As long as the humans were busy fighting each other, they wouldn't notice him, and he would have enough time to increase the distance. Awat frowned and opened his mouth wide, looking at the smiling guy in front of him. Hyunwoo looked ahead while in his centaur disguise, thinking that the lower class wouldn't be able to keep up with his speed, and since they were going to escape, they needed a different form. The system reported that the protagonist was currently broadcasting privately, and there was an option to change it to a public broadcast. The guy wondered if he should end it. Hyunwoo raised his eyebrows and smiled, saying that everything was pretty calm and they didn't seem to have guessed. He thanked the viewers for keeping everything a secret. The user noted that this should not be done, for Lucky's sake. The viewer said with a grin that the main character is, of course, good, but Lucky has succeeded more in imitating monsters. The user noted that he is glad that the guy does not have many fans, otherwise everything would have been revealed already. The heroes stopped in place. The guy opened his mouth wide and pointed his finger forward, saying that he heard that this is an Archmage. The guy yelled, saying that they were running away. The hero asked if it wasn't just centaurs. The viewer smirked, saying that those people only noticed now. The user noted that at least one of them should have suspected something. The centaurs were moving forward quickly across the golden field. Habet's eyes widened and his eyebrows raised, asking what was going on. The hero's mouth widened, asking what kind of nonsense was this. The guy held out his hand and pointed at the centaurs, saying that a surveillance agent told him so, that they were definitely an Archmage. The viewer noted that the chat had become boring. The user asked who had caught the main character. The centaur turned his head and frowned. Hyunwoo smiled, saying that it looked like they had been caught. The viewer asked if it wouldn't be more interesting that way. The users replied that it wouldn't be, since he had been spotted. The guy raised his eyebrows and looked away, saying that since this was the case, they would end the private broadcast. He used polymorph cancel. The system reported that the broadcast had been changed to public. The current number of viewers was 33,287. The protagonist smiled, looking forward. The viewer asked in surprise if the guy had really been on the air all this time. The user said that he had just arrived. He asked what happened. One of the viewers answered him, saying that the Archmage was running away, disguised as a centaur. Alap and Avat frowned and clenched their teeth in anger when they saw the protagonist. Hyunwoo smiled widely, saying that the show called Catch If You Can is starting right now. A small fairy appeared next to his face. The system reported that acceleration was activated. The guy ran forward next to the centaur, leaving a bright trail of streams of light and energy behind him. He was shouting, telling them to catch him if they could. The heroes noticed that he was running away, and an order was heard to catch him. A viewer noticed that a real chase had begun. One of the users was saying, "Catch him." The centaur and the main character ran across the golden field, leaving a bright trail behind them. The heroes made their way after them, but they could not catch up with the guy. Olup frowned, asking if the guy was really a mage, because he was too fast. The viewer noticed that the distance was not decreasing, but only increasing. The user asked if the acceleration was always so effective. The guy opened his mouth wide and began to breathe heavily, saying that he could not catch up with the hero because he was just a healer. The hero behind him raised his eyebrows, asking how a tank could catch Hyuna because they were not athletes. The voice told them not to stop chasing, because he needed to be stopped even if other guilds got to him. The boy smiled as he looked at them, the wind blowing his cape high. A message from a MONITORING27 member appeared, saying that the protagonist was on air since this was a public broadcast. Avada widened his eyes and frowned. The user wrote that the Archmage called this show Catch If You Can. The number of viewers increased to 60,000. The boy ran after the protagonist on the golden field, wondering if he really wanted to make them look stupid. Hyunwoo raised his eyebrows and smiled, looking at him. Avada arched his eyebrows and widened his eyes, thinking that if he lost, he would be humiliated by everyone, so he had to catch the hero at any cost. The boy pursed his lips and pressed his hand to his face, making a mocking whistle. Avada frowned and gritted his teeth, asking if the hero was mocking him. A loud mocking cry was heard. The sky was crimson. Avet stopped and opened his eyes wide. Alap was next to him. The hero raised his eyebrows, wondering if Lucky could ambush them. He imagined a wolf standing on the edge of a rocky slope. The boy turned around, thinking that if Lucky attacked him, then without a tank and a healer, it was obvious that the game would end for him. The hero stopped in the center of the golden field. Avet closed his eyes and clenched his teeth in displeasure. Hyunwoo and the centaur ran forward, leaving behind streams of bright energy and raised wind. The boy closed his eyes and frowned, thinking that the hero had outwitted him. Avat clenched his hand into a fist and raised his head up, shouting in displeasure. There was a crimson sky above the golden field. The protagonist opened his mouth slightly, thinking that those people had given up. He smiled contentedly, looking away. The viewer asked why the guy stopped. The user asked a question, wondering what was going on. Hyunwoo raised an eyebrow, asking if they had ever seen Tom and Jerry tag outside of the cartoon. The viewer noted that he was touched by the protagonist's attention, so he donated to him. The user said that those people had no tenacity since they had already given up. The player chuckled, noting that the Archmage was great at making others angry. Lucky happily ran up to the guy. The hero petted the wolf and looked away, thinking that if things didn't go according to plan, then the only choice would be to run away, although that would also make good content. Hyunwoo looked at the people in the distance, noticing that the number of pursuers had decreased. He asked if he should just kill them. The viewer told the guy to destroy them. The user asked how these level 90 plus non-humans dared to play gangsters. The player grinned and told the protagonist to show them the taste of a small pepper. Hyunwoo froze in a stupor and arched his eyebrows, opening his mouth wide. The guy closed his eyes and smiled, saying that he would not follow them because, as they said, if he attacked weaklings, he would get nothing. The hero raised his eyebrows, saying that they could not even compensate for the polymorph. He imagined the images of two centaurs. A user nicknamed Pacifist donated $4. User Gandhi donated €10. Viewer Buddha donated 10,000. The user asked if the game, Catch If You Can, was already over. He was told that it was. He was too late. The protagonist waved his hand, calling the inventory. The viewer enthusiastically noted that they were waiting for the next show. In the inventory window there were 3 books in a gray cover. These were the traces left by the group. Hyunwoo smiled, thinking that he hadn't even started the quest and he had already received them. The hero said that if he showed the viewers new monsters and dungeons right away, he would have to do the quest. The guy opened his mouth, saying that's why they would end up here for now. User Asmo donated $10,000. This user asked to show him more. The protagonist's eyes widened in surprise and his eyebrows rose. User Asmo donated another $11,000. He asked him not to be like that and to show them everything he had. Hyunwoo frowned, thinking that he should refuse him. The user noticed that the chase was already over. He asked if the guy would continue the stream. The viewer said that Asmo was here now, so the hero should show more. The player noticed that there were more than 130,000 viewers on the stream. If the guy disconnected, he was weak. The user asked to show the entire quest since the hero started the stream. Another viewer said that he was also interested in it. Hyunwoo frowned and looked ahead, thinking that instead of a small part of the quest, the viewers wanted to see the whole quest. User Asmo donated $12,000, saying that he would donate $1,000 more every 10 minutes. The protagonist frowned. A drop of sweat was dripping down his face. The users said that the show must go on. The hero must show them absolutely everything. Lucky opened his bag and looked at the owner. The guy thought that he learned a lot of information about this quest, so he needs to play more carefully, but most importantly, he needs to know if they can see hidden information. The hero frowned, his eyes shining brightly. The guy turned his head and looked away, thinking that Asmo set the atmosphere, so it was difficult to refuse now. He wondered if he had an excuse. A bright flash appeared in front of the protagonist and Lucky. The user asked what it was. One of the viewers suggested that it was a teleportation effect. Knights appeared in a stream of bright light. In front of them was a smiling guy who was happy that the heroes were alive and well. The viewers assumed that they were NPCs and castle knights. Hyunwoo raised his eyebrows in surprise when he saw Zagor's vassal. The guy smiled, saying that he was here to escort him as he received news that the hero had left the forbidden area. Zagara was waiting for him. The main character smiled and clenched his hand into a fist, thinking that this was great news. The viewer asked what was going on and why the guy was met by an NPC. Hyunwoo closed his eyes and pressed his hand to his chest, saying that he would have to end the stream. The user noticed that Asmo had donated enough money. He asked why the hero was ending the stream. Hyunwoo smiled and raised his eyebrows, saying that there was a rule from the developers that forbids showing the quest process. He thought that if he put the question this way, the audience would probably not ask for whatever they wanted. A bright flash shot into the sky. The system reported that the broadcast was complete. A blue window of the system showed a notification that the hero had arrived at the Eastern Watchtower, a tall brick tower building with a bell tower towered above the buildings. Zagara raised his eyebrows, saying that the hero had worked hard. Hyunwoo thrust 3 gray books at him, saying that he had found some clues in the forbidden area. The system reported that the quest had been completed. The hero's level had been raised. Zagara began to leaf through them with interest, surprised that the boy had come with this. The boy smiled, saying that he had heard of the protagonist's skills, but he hadn't thought that they were like this. The system reported that the hero had received a title, recognized Zagara. 2 knights brought out 2 books, one with a silhouette of a dragon on it, and the other with the letter M. The protagonist raised his hand to his face, saying that he had simply done what was required. A blush appeared on his face. The system reported that the boy had received a unique rank Master Grimoire and a legendary rank Skill Grimoire. Hyunwoo happily raised the book above himself, onto which the sun's rays fell. He thought that he had never expected to receive a Master Grimoire. A grimoire can be obtained for money, but a Master Grimoire cannot be bought for money. In the knight's hands was a book with a silhouette of a dragon. The boy held a red book with the letter M above himself. Reaching the master rank in a skill is possible only after reaching at least level 150. A small bright flame appeared in the hero's palm. Even if you learn a skill at level 10 and constantly use it, you need to reach level 150 to reach the master rank. The hero imagined the image of a newbie in the game with level 10, and next to him stood an advanced player of level 150 who had a bright sphere in his hand. Hyunwoo smiled, thinking that obtaining the master rank in an instant, it is difficult to even come up with a price for such a thing. The boy furrowed his brows, thinking that he would keep this thing and use it when necessary. The protagonist picked up both books, thinking that opening the skill grimoire should be postponed for later, and now he should quickly take the next quest and move on. He remembered himself appearing on the golden field, thinking that after seeing that show, the pursuers would definitely not give up, and the game would crash in an hour. The system reported that the hero would be forcibly disconnected from the game in 57 minutes due to the conditions and policies of God Wars. The boy imagined the gates of the stone castle, thinking that in 9 hours, more than 100 players would gather at the western castle, just like before on the golden fields. Hyunwoo furrowed his brows, asking Zagor what he should do next. The boy raised the books in his hands, saying that according to the clues the hero gave him, his people were attacked by an unknown person. The protagonist pressed his fist to his chest, asking if he should just find that person. Zagara looked at the guy in front of him, saying that he could trust him with this task. The system reported that a new quest had been added to the main storyline branch called Unknown Person. Category: Main Story. Description: You need to find an unknown person in a forbidden area. Hyunwoo frowned and thoughtfully rubbed his chin, thinking that he needed to go to that area again. The system reported that the reward for the quest was Zagara's ring. The guy opened his eyes in surprise and raised his eyebrows. Zagara closed his eyes, saying that it was a hidden reward. The ring on his hand shone brightly. He said that the hero could go through this teleport. Hyunwoo thought that this was great, because he wouldn't have to waste time in vain. Zagara said that they would use teleportation magic, so he needed to stand in a circle. A bright magic seal appeared on the floor. The knights surrounded the protagonist, directing him to the center. Lucky and Gold came closer. The protagonist frowned and opened his mouth wide, asking the guy to tell him about the ring's characteristics, at least a little. The system reported that the protagonist had arrived at the golden fields. The guy opened his eyes wide and, standing in a bright stream of blue energy, extended his hand forward, asking to show the ring. He hit his forehead with his palm, saying that he should have explained the ring better. Hyunwoo clenched his hand into a fist and smiled, saying that in any case, since it was given for completing the main story, it shouldn't be bad. The protagonist looked away, thinking that this time he was moved quite conveniently. He said that the entrance to the dungeon should be somewhere around here. Lucky opened his mouth and barked. The guy asked what happened. Among the golden field, there were silhouettes of people. They pointed at the heroes with their fingers, saying that they were Lucky and Gold. The protagonist turned his head in their direction in confusion. The people approached the protagonist, glad that they had not stayed here in vain to wait for him. Frowning, Hyunwoo called his friends to arms. Gold said that he needed to obey the master's orders. A rift appeared in front of the heroes. A notification said that the user had entered a forbidden area. The guy frowned tensely, thinking that people were still walking in groups and that it was dangerous outside. Putting his hand to his head, he was surprised that the forbidden area was safer and said that at this rate, the whole game would break. Removing his hand, the young man decided to end everything in one go. In his hands was the legendary Book of the Dragon of War. Opening the skill grimoire, the player hoped that he would get a good ability. The streamer fell to his knees in front of the glowing book. The centaur said that the god would take care of him. Several golden cards appeared in the air. Clasping his hands in a lock, the protagonist said that this is the end. Lucky lowered his head in disappointment. Raising his spear in front of him, Gold asked the master not to be disappointed and promised to do everything possible for him. Looking at the cards, Hyunwoo explained that he didn't mean that at all. Seeing the indomitable will skill among the cards, he declared that this would be the end of the villains chasing him. The warrior clenched his fist. As in other games, the higher the level of the monsters in God Wars, the more diverse the skills needed to be used, but among all of them, there was a factor that increased the difficulty of the gameplay. It was the use of ranged attacks, or AoE skills. The monster slammed its fist on the ground. The man was holding a huge fireball in his hands. If you hit mages who have interruptible casts, the risk of being attacked will inevitably increase. Sweat was pouring down the tense face of the wizard. Such classes need more time to cast strong spells, but they always have the risk of being hit by an AoE skill, regardless of their position in the battle. On the Indomitable Will card, it was written that when activated, it makes it so that the spell cast cannot be interrupted in any way. As a result, this skill becomes essential for high-level players. Smiling, the guy thought that the penalty in the form of increasing the casting time was much better than interrupting the cast, and if he had to fight people, he simply needed to have AoE skills. Remembering how Frost and Nikado attacked him, the young man decided that their close combat would be difficult to deal with simple arrows or targeted skills. Scratching his chin, the player thought that AoE skills that could cause status debuffs would be perfect for this. Closing his eyes, the streamer realized that such skills were extremely expensive. Looking ahead, he said that first they need to focus on the current situation. Gusts of wind swayed the tall grass. The protagonist called this field disgusting and asked how he could find the quest monster. Smiling, Hyunwoo remembered that this would not be a problem for him. A silhouette was visible in the field. A notification said that an unknown creature would leave a hook if it successfully attacked. Crossing his arms over his chest, the guy realized that according to the condition, he didn't have to win and that one attack would be enough. The silhouette started moving. The young man assumed that it would be better to quickly finish and leave before more people gathered, but the forbidden territory could close if the quest was completed. Looking to the side, he decided that it would be a good idea to put the quest aside and start leveling up. Remembering the crowd of people in front of him, the player realized that at first glance there were already more than 100 people there and that he didn't know how many more could come. Smiling nervously, the streamer decided not to even think about it. Looking ahead, the main character thought that he could buy a cast on the move if he added the money he earned and got rid of a couple of things. An auction page appeared on the screen. The cast on the move skill cost $41,000. Frowning, Hyunwoo decided to raise level 80 in 4 days. He needed to carefully prepare and go out. Dark clouds were gathering over the field. A large number of people gathered on the other side of the Forbidden Zone. Their image appeared on the laptop screen. At first glance, there were over 1,000 people there. The man raised his eyebrows in surprise and asked if they were all there for VGA Archmage. His colleague said that what was happening was already at the level of a large-scale guild war. Putting his hand on the fence, the employee said that it had been 3 days since VGA Archmage disappeared from the Golden Plains, and the number of people there had only increased. Remembering how the player ran across the field with the centaur, the employee said that his show was pretty good last time. Yunjin smiled, thinking that this was just a simple hide and seek to catch VGA Archmage. Leafing through the documents, the president decided that this was not fun. Raising his hand, the man asked what this meant, since the last stream had broken through all the tops. Looking at his subordinates, the channel head said that it would be boring if the player did the same thing again. Raising his eyebrows, the employee asked what he should do then. The blonde man smirked and explained that if the content was going to be similar, they would need to come up with new conditions. Hands reached out to the guy holding the fireball. Yunjin explained that people would have to catch him, but this time, instead of running, he would fight. It was time for VGA Archmage to fulfill Rising Star's request. White clouds were floating above the city. There was a sign above the entrance to the capsule cafe that said Hunter, and people were discussing VGA Archmage. Waving his hand, the brunette said that it was impossible for a player to just go and end up there because he probably had a plan. Raising his eyebrows, the PC Club employee agreed with him and suggested that the streamer would soon show them another big show. Clenching his fist, Hyukju said that he would go there to catch VGA Archmage if he was a low level. Smiling, the man wondered if they wouldn't be able to defeat him in a fight because he was just a normal mage. The protagonist sat silently on the couch. A message appeared on the phone screen that the auction was about to start. Hyunwoo remembered that at the last auction, the winning bid for the cast in motion skill was $37,000. Frowning, the guy thought that after selling his things, he had $43,000 left. Even if the price rises above $40,000, he will need to buy this skill. A confirmation of participation in the auction appeared on the screen. The young man decided to show everyone what crazy spending looks like. Gritting his teeth, the player cursed this game. A fireball destroyed the centaur zombie. The skill level was increased. A notification appeared that the user had reached level 80. The streamer shrugged his shoulders and sighed heavily. Scratching the back of his head, he realized that he did not feel any joy from this because his bid was outbid. Someone bought the skill for $82,000. Dropping his hands, the protagonist decided that he had a chance to get this skill from the map for reaching level 80. The war dragon appeared in front of the heroes to give them a new chance. Hyunwoo looked up, accepted the reward and hoped that he would get a moving cast. Multicolored cards swirled in front of him. Among them was a legendary card, but it was useless because moving cast was a unique rank skill. Another card lit up purple. The guy opened his mouth in disappointment, realizing that he did not get a single unique card. Lucky's eyes widened and he barked. The young man looked up. He looked to the side in confusion. Among the normal cards, a golden card lit up. Upon seeing it, the player raised his eyebrows in shock. It was the shockwave skill. Frowning, the streamer remembered that this AoE skill is considered one of the best due to its paralyzing effect. Clenching his fist, the protagonist decided that this was not so bad. Hyunwoo imagined the warrior running parallel to the mage, disappointed that he hadn't caught cast in motion, and realized that with his indomitable will and shockwave, he could defeat even a group of 7 people. A portal to the Golden Plains opened in front of him. Just when he wanted to start broadcasting, a private chat appeared in the air. The guy opened his mouth in amazement, seeing that the president was writing to him. Approaching the chat, the young man asked what he needed and wondered what the reason for his appearance was. A message appeared in the chat window. Yoonjin asked what his partner was planning to do. The player said that there was no point in fighting these people face to face. The channel leader asked if there was any way to kill him. The streamer's eyes widened in shock. Scratching the back of his head, he realized that his boss didn't like his last broadcast, because running away is not at all typical of the VGA Archmage. Smiling, the protagonist decided that he had no reason to refuse. Clenching his fist, Hyunwoo thought that he planned to fight anyway, so they didn't need to show their fear. Yoonjin asked his friend to take care of it and said that he prepared a special card for him. The guy pointed at himself in surprise. Hearing that he would be given the skill cast on the move, the young man opened his mouth in shock. A group of bandits walked through a field with tall grass. Someone asked if they heard the latest rumors. Avat frowned. Judging by the rumors, he came here as a thug, and in the end, VGA Archmage deceived him. A crowd of people stood in the clearing. One of them said that if they could kill a player, then no one would mock them, because they are supplied by an entire guild, and it is very difficult to get to such a level from scratch. Alep crossed his arms over his chest. The people were surprised by his appearance here. Looking away, the thug thought that he couldn't be wrong, otherwise all his efforts would be in vain. The gates to the castle were open. It happened 4 days ago, after the Catch Me If You Can event ended. On this day, the blonde man came to the main gate of the western castle, waiting for the VGA Archmage. Hearing that the player left the western castle, Avada frowned in confusion. It turned out that the streamer used the teleport outside the main gate and went to the Golden Plains. Lowering his head, the thug thought that he didn't care about the ridicule and that he just needed to kill the VGA Archmage at all costs. Clouds floated across the orange sky. Someone screamed when they saw the player. The protagonist stood in the field with his companions. People were happy that he finally appeared. Hyunwoo smiled. The man put his palms together and noticed that the live broadcast had also started. His comrade said that they had incredible intuition. The man in armor walked forward. There was a white scarf around his neck. The commentator asked why the broadcast had started so suddenly. The group from the Scaff Guild walked forward. Adjusting his scarf, Avak called out to his enemy. Squinting, the guy asked what business they had with him. Throwing the scarf off his neck, the thug offered to fight. There were tense people standing behind him. Throwing a scarf is a symbol of declaring a duel. A guild member who wins such a duel will receive glory and a reward, but if he loses, he will forever lose his scarf and be expelled from the guild. The scarf flew into the air, the cash prize that goes to the person who defeats the guild member. This is part of their confidence. This method of dueling was one of the secrets with which the Scaff Guild ended up on top. Alep narrowed his eyes, thinking that this was quite a bold decision. The guild members took out their weapons. The commentators were sure that their idol was not going to run away. Taking out his sword, Avak called on the enemy to run away. The young man raised his staff in front of him. The viewers realized that when he used his first skill, the fight would begin. A fireball appeared in the player's hand. Frowning, the thug called his comrades to fight. At the same moment, the blonde made a dash towards the enemy, interrupting the casting of the spell. The streamer fell on his back. Thanks to the use of the sword needle skill, blue streams of energy appeared around the man. The viewer asked how the mage could win against a melee fighter. Resolutely knitting his eyebrows, the warrior decided that his damage would definitely pass. A fireball appeared in front of his face. A powerful explosion was heard in front of him. A notification said that the user received critical damage. The protagonist grinned. Asmo realized that he managed to get an indomitable will. Avat gritted his teeth in fear. Asmo realized that it was now impossible to interrupt the spell cast and donated $1,000. An ice ball and a ball of lightning appeared in Hyunwoo's hands. Frowning, the thug tried to understand where the fireball got so much power from, because the spell took off 10% of his health with one hit. There was a clot of energy in the guy's hand. Asmo asked how he managed to get a skill that was sold at auction. Putting his sword in front of him, the blonde realized that he had no chance against the indomitable will, so he needed to make a quick attack. Smiling, the young man realized that the enemy was panicking, but was already preparing for the next attack, so the fight would not be easy. Using the spell, the player ran forward. The commentators were shocked that the cast did not stop during the movement. Lightning flashed in the streamer's hands. They immediately enveloped the swordsman's body. A notification informed that the user was partially paralyzed. Asmo realized that his comrade had acquired the cast on the move skill. The protagonist threw another ice ball at the enemy. The man swung his sword. Avat cut the air with the weapon, but missed. Asmo said that close combat is the Archmage's disadvantage, because the movement speed was reduced when using cast while moving. Hyunwoo jumped back. The commentator asked where he got such speed from, and suggested that cast while moving was not active. Squinting slyly, the guy thought that it was all because he mastered the skill. The skill book was covered in a red aura. The system asked to choose a skill to improve to master. Raising his hand, the young man thought that it would be boring if it ended so quickly. Using a shockwave, he touched the ground. Asmo donated another $1,000 and said that this man knows where to spend money. Frowning decisively, the player decided to make it so that the enemy could not even think about catching him. The audience gaped in surprise, not understanding why shockwave became an AoE skill. Avada shuddered in fear, realizing that it would be difficult to dodge. Red energy appeared around him thanks to the dash skill. This skill increased attack and movement speed. The thug got close to the enemy. Keeping a calm expression on his face, the streamer asked why the enemy did not run away, because there were 10 seconds left until the end of the shockwave cast. The warrior grinned in displeasure. The man kicked the enemy in the stomach. The countdown began. The protagonist dodged his opponent's lightning attacks. All this time, a smile shone on his face. His fingers sparkled. When the time was up, lightning flashed in his hand. A shockwave activated around the heroes. The spectators gaped in horror. Frozen in place, the swordsman realized that he could not move due to a strong debuff. Summoning his inventory in front of him, Hyunwoo offered to finish the fight and said that the ending should be special. A weapon shaft appeared in the guy's hand. Asmo made another donation and assumed that it was Vilker's staff. Everyone was surprised when they saw that it was an ordinary axe. No one expected it. Trembling with fear, Avat could not believe that everything would end like this. The young man hit him with an axe. The thug's body fell on the grass. A notification said that the user defeated the enemy. The crowd standing around the heroes shouted that BJ the Archmage won. People appreciated his mockery with an axe at the end of the fight. The player smiled. The commentators wondered who was going to fight such a strong person. The streamer and his companions found themselves in the Eastern Observation Tower. Joyfully raising his hands, the main character said that he managed to defeat the rising star of the top guild. Zagara put his hand to his chin and said that he appreciated his efforts. Standing in front of his ally, the man asked if he had managed to find out anything about the unknown. Raising his hand, Hyunwoo said that he had found it, but the enemy was quite fast, so he had only managed to get a trace. In his hand was a black stone. Looking at it, the lord of the western fortress said that they did not know who it was. The guy looked down and noticed that his necklace had risen into the air. It was reaching straight for the prince. The young man grabbed it, but the pendant stubbornly resisted. Zagara smiled and asked his ally to calm down and asked who made the necklace. Raising his eyebrows, the player replied that it was made by a dwarf named Siuj. Closing his eyes, the man said that he could not allow himself to interfere in these matters and asked his ally to do the job himself. Smiling widely, the streamer agreed, and a notification appeared stating that a new quest had been added to the main scenario branch. Touching his fingers, the lord decided to give his comrade his ring as a reward. Handing over the decoration, the prince explained that he would be helped with it in any corner of the Tunga kingdom. Seeing the characteristics of the legendary artifact, the protagonist happily folded his hands. A message appeared stating that when equipping the ring, the hidden parameters of the set are activated. Seeing it, Hyunwoo raised his eyebrows in confusion. The blue sky was reflected in the panoramic windows of the skyscraper. At the moment when the Archmage used a shockwave, a notification appeared stating that this was the best moment of the broadcast. At its peak, the number of viewers was equal to almost 400,000. Standing in front of the computer, the channel employee noticed that the number of subscribers increased by 11,000. His colleagues were very happy about this. Looking around, Park called out to his boss. Putting the phone to his ear, Yoonjun asked if they had seen the Archmage's VGA broadcast. Closing his eyes, the president decided that everything should be quick and asked how much they would offer for advertising. Walking down the street, the guy asked his niece if she liked her new backpack. Looking back, Hyorin answered affirmatively. Holding her hand, the young man wondered if he should rent a bigger apartment when his salary comes, because he still had money saved for Cast in Motion. The girl ran to the teacher. The player thought that there would be no problems with his current items at the next location, so it would be better to spend the money on improving his living conditions. Waving to his niece, he heard the phone ring. A message from Rising Star appeared on the screen. The president offered to meet via broadcast. Looking at the message, the streamer asked himself why the head of the channel wanted to meet him. Clouds floated above the skyscraper. A private broadcast began. Yoonjun said that he wanted to talk to his partner about important topics, namely advertising and sponsorship. The main character scratched his chin, reading that the man wanted to sign several advertising contracts under the name of the Archmage BJ. Smiling, Hyunwoo agreed and asked what he needed to do for that. Leaning over his laptop, the blonde asked if his partner could put on a show for the clients. The guy clarified if he just needed to show them his skills on the broadcast. The president confirmed this. Standing surrounded by his companions, the guy stated that he understood everything and promised to tell them the date when all the preparations were finished. The broadcast window closed, the message was delivered, it was time to move on. Park brought his hand to his chin. He noticed that their partner was in the forest of stone trees, hunting small golems. Taking a mug in his hand, the head of the channel decided that they needed to impress the clients with this broadcast, so they needed to try a little better with the directing than usual. Imagining how the squad fought the golem, Yoonjun said that usually a party of 5 people is enough to fight golems, but BJ the Archmage can handle it alone. Sitting at the computer desk, the man asked his colleague to collect as much video footage of him as possible and find videos of the best members of the top guilds hunting small golems. Leaning back in his chair, the blonde said that the first in the class of Archmages should do this. A wave of light energy flashed in the hand of Merlin from the Abyss Guild. Putting his hands behind his head, the president suggested increasing the scale. Standing on the cliff, the people did not understand how this was possible. Gold furiously raised his spear. It pierced the body of the stone golem. The guy created a fireball in his hands. Fiery projectiles destroyed the body of the monster. With his mouth open in surprise, the observer asked how it was possible to kill a small golem in just 10 seconds. His comrade reminded that these monsters are known for their high resistance. The stones left by the enemy glowed. A notification said that the user received the golem crystals. Grinning, the young man realized that he now had all the quest items. The heroes met a gnome in the forest who said that he needed to make a compass since his friend was chasing an unknown person. The black stone was in the center of the compass. Zeuge explained that if you combine a fragment of a god who had lost his name and a trace of an unknown person, the resulting object will point to its owner. The blacksmith had all the necessary artifacts in his hands. Opening the inventory in front of him, the player remembered that he needed to kill small golems and get 10 crystals from them. This work did not take much time thanks to his cheating abilities. Putting his hand on his belt, the streamer wondered what would happen if he showed clients hunting for small golems, but decided that these monsters were too weak compared to him, so this was not the best option. It was dark in the dense forest. Raising his eyebrows, Zeuge was surprised that his friend collected all the ingredients so quickly. Putting his hand to his chest, the protagonist replied that it was not difficult at all, and thought that he did not plan to finish so quickly because he wanted to raise his level a little more. However, the situation changed with the ads. Smiling, Hyunwoo introduced his boss as an angel. The notification said that the user received a new title as an additional reward. Handing him a hammer, the dwarf asked if his comrade wanted to use it. The guy realized that this was another additional reward. Taking the hammer in his hands, he decided that it was difficult to call it a weapon. Squinting, hoping it was unsellable, a description of a legendary hammer appeared, which allows you to extract skills from one item and place them in another. Seeing this, the player's mouth dropped open in shock and wondered what it all meant. Holding the hammer up in front of him, the streamer couldn't believe that something like this was actually possible in God Wars. Closing his eyes, the blacksmith explained that you can summon bluestone golems if you use their crystals. Giving a thumbs up, Zeuge added that you can get melting shards if you kill the summoned monsters and use them to combine the two powers into one. Shocked, the protagonist widened his eyes, upset that the NPCs never explained anything. A notification informed him that a new quest had been added to the main scenario. Looking down, Hyunwoo decided to figure out what all this meant. The diagram showed how the staff was transformed into an improved staff with a hammer. The system of extracting abilities from one item and transferring them to another appeared in many games. However, no one found a similar system in God Wars, so people were convinced that it was not here. The guy smiled widely. Holding the hammer in his hands, he began to think about what it would be better to use this item on. Vig's white staff glowed. It had a good ability, giving one additional spell to the cast. The hammer hit the red sword. The legendary tongue staff was covered in a red aura. Its price on the site was 120,000. Smiling, the young man realized that he could get it if he was given an advertising order. Looking ahead, the player said that this game really had a good name and asked if his companions thought the same. Exclamation marks appeared above Gold and Lucky's heads. The streamer was shocked that they had quests. White clouds were floating over the forest. There was a blue sky above the city. The phone lying on the table vibrated. The employee noticed that his boss was constantly calling someone and concluded that the value of the Archmage's BJ was growing if there were so many ad offers. Opening one eye, Yoonjin said that he planned to spend more time placing ads. Putting his hands on the table, he added that if their comrade continues in the same spirit, his value will continue to grow. Park asked why his boss does not take ads now. Smiling, the man replied that the value of the Archmage's BJ is growing faster than one could think. Looking at his assistant, the blonde suggested starting to prepare for the broadcast because they still have 3 hours before the Archmage's BJ time. On the laptop, a video of the battle against Wilker was open. The president asked his colleagues to announce the broadcast time along with an edited version of the raid. The secretary asked what the broadcast should be called. Grinning, the head of the channel decided not to rush and call it warm-up. Notes with the schedule and the name of the broadcast appeared on the phone screen. Putting his hands on the laptop, Yoonjin thanked all the advertisers who attended the show today. A closed chat appeared next to the window waiting for the broadcast to start. The man asked the viewers to take their time and said that everything would start soon. Raising his eyebrows, the blonde thought that everything was ready and that the BJ Archmage would just need to show his skills, as it usually happens. The broadcast began. The main character clenched his fist and greeted the viewers. In his hand was a runestone. Hyunwoo said that he would show his usual warm-up and asked everyone to think about their answer about the advertisement. The runestone fell to the ground. The guy thought that he did not want to sign a large contract and that a couple of short-term videos would be enough for him. Suddenly, a deep blue golem appeared from under the ground. The president opened his mouth in surprise and realized that he was seeing such a monster for the first time. Straightening up, the monster let out a menacing roar. Grinning, the young man suggested starting a raid on the bluestone golem. The viewers were shocked that this was a normal warm-up for him. The monster stood in the clearing in front of the heroes. Resolutely knitting his eyebrows, the player thought that everything inside him was shaking from the realization that this broadcast would decide his fate. Besides, the conditions for the evolution of Lucky and Gold turned out to be ideal. The wolf got into a fighting stance. A notification said that for his evolution he needed to defeat a boss of a higher level. Raising his spear, the centaur waited for the order. His loyalty would increase to level 6 upon defeating the boss. The streamer jumped to the side, deciding to break the distance. The level 99th monster frowned. The commentators were glad that they came to the stream today. The description of the monster appeared. Its main phases were tied to health restoration and cloning, but it did not need to be killed quickly to show its full potential. Grinning, the protagonist decided that even recruiters of large companies considered potential more important than results. Waving his hand forward, he ordered the Guardian to destroy the stone trees around and clear the place for the battle. Gold declared that he would carry out the order even at the cost of his life. Lucky opened his mouth wide and growled, expressing his will to live or die. The bluestone golem swung his hand. Hyunwoo summoned a fire and ice ball in his hands. An attack without any plan would definitely not impress representatives of large companies. The monster prepared to attack the wolf. The dog jumped to the side to dodge the blow. It was necessary to show strategic skills, not combat power. The audience did not understand why their idol did not attack. Smiling, the guy noted that the time between blows was a little more than 7 seconds. The commentator said that a senseless attack does not always bring benefits, because at the first meeting you need to study the attack patterns and only then inflict damage. The young man swung a fireball. The fiery projectile crashed into the body of the monster. The player continued to attack him with ball lightning. The viewer said that to win you need to have not only firepower, but also an innate sense of the game. The health bar above the boss's head dropped to 60%. The second phase begins. The golem's body shattered into many fragments. The viewers thought that he died. 3 small golems appeared on the clearing. Lucky ran forward to grab one of them. The centaur raised his spear and used gigantism to take on the second enemy. An earth golem grew in front of the streamer. Seeing the number of enemies, the monster decided to run away from the battlefield. Summoning Vilker's bow in his hand, the protagonist decided that he would have problems if one of the golems hid and recovered. Pulling the bowstring, he summoned a fire and ice arrow. The projectiles hit the golem's body, a notification reported its destruction. The viewers realized that the Archmage had thus blocked the escape routes. Gold destroyed the monster with a spear. So far everything was going according to plan. Smiling, Hyunwoo suggested that the viewers were bored, because standard procedures only sound good. The commentator said that a victory that is too difficult and too easy is of no interest to anyone. Putting his hand on his belt, the guy said that they did not come here for this, so they can end with standard strategies. The young man explained that he was using dragon fever on the last golem. The monster frowned. Closing his eyes, the player promised to show the viewers his personal quest if he fails to catch the last golem after the skill expires. The commentators were interested in this. A cluster of golden energy appeared around the streamer. Messages about donations appeared. There was a projector attached to the ceiling. People in the private chat were impressed by the actions of VGA Archmage. He was shown on the monitor. Someone said that this man was extremely brave for a newbie. Standing in front of the screen with the broadcast, the girl decided that it was well worth the investment. Looking back, she said that her friend did not even have to ask for a favor. Crossing her arms, Emma said that she was worried that asking for something was too much for her position. Turning to her, the woman in the robe explained that thanks to her, their relationship with the Abyss Guild was strengthened, and Gamma Medicine was able to go this far. Squinting slyly, the manager said that they must find out everything they can about BJ Archmage. A powerful explosion destroyed the stone golem. The protagonist's eyes lit up. He managed to destroy the last monster. The debris lying on the ground trembled. They turned into 10 small golems. The monsters ran around the clearing. Putting his hand on the ground, Hyunwoo used chain lightning and shockwave. Frowning menacingly, he ordered his comrades not to let them escape. The earth golem and gold pounced on the enemies from both sides. The guy smiled. The commentator assumed that he would not be able to destroy them all before the dragon fever expired. The monsters ran in different directions. Asmo donated $10,000 and promised to donate 10 times more if BJ the Archmage lost. One of the golems tried to escape from the centaur. Looking back, the young man asked where he was going. Lucky opened his mouth and barked, expressing a desire to fight him. The earth golem extended his hand to the enemy. The wolf ran forward in front of the group of scattering opponents. They collided with each other. One of them lost his balance and fell. The viewer asked what the meaning of this was. The dog smiled contentedly. Frowning, the player used chain lightning. A shockwave swept over the stone golems. Their bodies began to crack. Looking ahead, the streamer noticed that the dragon fever still had 23 seconds left, and decided to gather all the enemies together and use a spell. Opening the inventory next to him, the protagonist asked what spell he should use last. Asmo asked if it would really be a physical spell. The axe crushed the monster's body into small fragments. The system reported the destruction of the blue stone golem and the receipt of a new title. Looking at the body of the dead enemy, Hyunwoo thought that he had done it in less than 19 minutes. Smiling, he realized that he had shown his skills. The broadcast chat appeared in the air. It was a real show, so the advertisers should be satisfied. Looking up, the guy decided to talk about his plans for the next broadcasts. The Centaur Knight was standing on the field. The young man said that this boss would be his next target. Smiling, the player said that the exact time and date of the broadcast will be announced on the Rising Star channel. People could not understand which Centaur Knight he was talking about, if the boss of the Golden Plains was a black centaur. The broadcast ended. A blue sky hung over the dense forest. A melting stone appeared in the streamer's hand. Clenching it into a fist, he thought that this was a cool performance. Lucky's paws were covered with a golden aura. The power of the Pantheon overflowed his body. The wolf raised its head, burning with a bright flame, and howled. The system asked the owner to choose a new ability for it. Raising his eyebrows, the protagonist decided to choose a skill card. Dozens of new cards sparkled in front of him. One of them depicted a heavy athlete. It was the legendary skill Unbreakable Diamond. Standing next to his pet, Hyunwoo said that he gave him the wrong name. A gold card was burning in his eyes. The guy said that he should have named his companion not Lucky, but a cheat key. After petting the dog, the young man decided that this was one of the best pets. Frowning, Gold asked the owner to give him a chance to become stronger. His body was covered in bright fire. The system reported that his loyalty had increased to level 6. Many ordinary cards appeared in the air. Putting his hands on his belt, the player thought that he had already spent all his luck on a card for Lucky, so an average card for the Guardian would be enough for him. Seeing what card he got, the streamer opened his mouth in shock. Clouds floated in the sky above the forest. The panoramic window overlooked the entire city. Someone suggested that BJ the Archmage had hacked God Wars. His next broadcast was at the top of the recommended videos. People were writing rave reviews in the comments. Leaning on his hand, Yoonjun read the comments. Park appeared in the doorway and asked what they should do with the contract, since the agencies watching the broadcast were calling non-stop. The man crossed his arms over his chest and said that he had not decided on this issue yet and asked his colleague to just wait. The video from the broadcast was open on his laptop. The blonde explained that BJ the Archmage was unlikely to be interested in advertising. The protagonist and his companions were looking straight into the camera. He expressed a desire to show the broadcast and asked the channel to add it to their schedule. Frowning, the president realized that his partner had gone to the boss's raid for the first time without any information. Raising his eyebrows, the secretary asked if this was not an intentional move to elicit a good reaction from advertisers. With his head down, the head of the channel asked if his partner would make such a bold move just to get $100 from the bet. Raising his index finger, Yoonjun said that what the Archmage BJ said meant that he didn't care what the advertisers did as long as they were willing to pay a reasonable price for the show. Hyunwoo had met a bluestone golem on the broadcast. The Archmage BJ was going to show new monsters and items that no one had seen before through the Rising Star channel, so they needed to offer something really worthwhile in return. With his head down, Park asked if they should negotiate with the advertisers to increase the advertising fee. The man clasped his hands together and rejected the offer, stating that they would not charge for the advertising at all. The secretary, with his mouth wide open, asked if they would not charge for the advertising at all. The blonde man raised his eyebrows in surprise and replied that they would. Raising his hand, he explained that they would take the ads, but they would not charge money for them. Smiling, the president added that they would take items and skills that would help BJ the Archmage as payment. Putting his head on the table, Park burst into tears and said that then the company's income would fall and they would have nothing to live on. Resolutely looking ahead, the head of the channel decided to happily accept BJ the Archmage's idea and try his best. A clear sky hung above the tall office building. A bell hung in the tower of the western fortress. Squinting in displeasure, the protagonist wondered if this was right. The legendary card showed the berserk skill. Looking at his friend, Hyunwoo was worried about how strong he had become now. Gold was glad that they had returned to the Tunga Kingdom. Guards were walking along the street. Approaching the adventurer, they asked him to come with them. Looking up, the guy wondered if the eastern tower was there. Black smoke was pouring out of the chimney of the Golden Forge. A man was working at an anvil. The Golden Forge is a place that all players who have visited the Western Fortress know about. Only there could you get the legendary items of the Tunga Kingdom. There were different types of weapons hanging on the wall. Smiling happily, the player thought that everyone should try this at least once in their life and noticed the diamond things on the wall. Tunga's staff was covered in red energy. Its description appeared. Smiling, the streamer decided that the item worth $120,000 was his next goal, which could be accomplished after his salary. Raising his eyebrows, Suge was glad that his comrade returned alive and well, and asked if he managed to get the melting stone. Confirming this, the protagonist handed him the loot. Taking it in his hands, the dwarf explained that the soul metal that was found in the Dorito mines reacts to the owner of the mana, so they needed to strengthen this effect. Hyunwoo frowned when he was asked to hold the pendant tightly. Clenching the stones in his fist, the blacksmith turned them into liquid. A trace of the unknown dripped into the hole in the pendant. The guy opened his mouth in surprise, realizing that this was the ability of the melting stone. He waved the necklace. Looking at it, the man concluded that the pendant was overflowing with energy. Smiling, the young man thought that with such a compass, he would be able to find the unknown. He just needed to follow him. The doors to the forge were open. Holding the pendant in his open palm, the player decided to check its new characteristics before leaving. Learning that when equipped, the ability to use the reproduction skill appears, the streamer raised his eyebrows in surprise. His eyes widened in shock, remembering what this meant. Among the many cards, there was a rounded arrow. Reproduction allowed you to use a skill that was on cooldown. This skill could not be obtained from cards. Even Asmo said that reproduction can only be used through an item. The protagonist's hands trembled. A blank check from the bank appeared in the air. Because Asmo promised to write it to anyone who brought an item with such an ability, reproduction began to be called a blank check. Joyfully raising the pendant in front of his eyes, Hyunwoo could not believe that this was happening in reality and not in a dream. Closing his eyes, Zuge reported that all preparations were complete and wished his friend good luck. Seeing that the quest to destroy the Centaur Knight became available to him, the guy smiled contentedly. Finding out that an additional reward for completing the quest would be Tung's black staff, he opened his mouth in shock. Imagining Vig's white staff against Tung's black staff, the young man concluded that the second would be much better. Hitting himself on the head, the player decided that this must be a dream. Clouds were gathering over the Centaur Knight's head. The hidden reward was to defeat the boss in a team of less than 6 people. The knights rushed into battle. 6 people are enough to easily cope with the task. However, given the difficulty of God Wars, this would not be an ordinary team. Raising his hand to his chin, the streamer concluded that it must be at least professional players of level 90. Scratching the back of his head, he thought that he would have to do this alone and that he had not had such a nervous raid for a long time. The black centaur held out a spear in front of him. This boss had twice the mobility and power of a normal centaur, so this monster made many players tense up, but the knight centaur was even stronger. Lucky happily opened his mouth. Under the acceleration and lightning speed effect, the wolf will not yield to the monster. However, the centaur will catch up with him. When the second effect ends, a fairy soared into the sky. The shadow of the monster hung over the dog. After activating the life or death skill, they will fight to the bitter end. Lowering his head, the protagonist realized that the boss will chase his pet until it's deaf. Until this moment, even when Lucky used the life or death skill, he could safely defeat the monster, but now it is difficult to guarantee this. The sky above the city turned orange. The blue sky hung over the skyscraper. Putting the phone to her ear, Emma asked if Rising Star will really accept payment for advertising only in items and skills. Hearing the affirmative answer, the girl frowned and thought that these people had brains. Bills fell from the sky. The really important items in God Wars were impossible to get with real money. The phone screen lit up. Someone asked what they would do. The woman closed her eyes and said that the items offered by the Abyss Guild would always be better than anyone else's. The bright sun illuminated the building. The manager decided that now BJ the Archmage would not escape her. Yoonjun was sitting in his office, taking the tablet in his hands. Park said that this was a list of items offered by advertisers. There were a few good items, but most of them could be bought on the website. Snatching the tablet from his hands, the blonde asked his colleague to tell the sponsors to offer rarer items. The secretary asked what would happen if the advertisers refused and left. Closing his eyes, the president said that he did not care. The channel head smiled and said that God Wars is a game where you can only survive like this. There are no advertisers who would miss the opportunity to contact the most talked about person at the moment. A fireball lit up in the protagonist's hand. A rift opened on the Golden Plane. A live broadcast began on the Rising Star channel. The system reported that the user entered the forbidden territory. Looking up, Hyunwoo noticed that the fog had become even thicker compared to last time. The pendant flew up and led him forward. A silhouette was visible far ahead. The commentators assumed that this was a solo dungeon in which you can farm. The monster's red eyes flashed. A description of its skills appeared. It was the worst enemy for mages. In the diagram, the centaur made a dash, reducing the distance, and used a crush, increasing damage when hitting. Putting his hand to his chest, the guy said that he usually rests a little before and after the raid, but this time he had to hurry due to certain circumstances. Smiling widely, the young man said that today he needed to give it his all and finish this fight quickly. A chat window appeared in the air. Asmo donated $1,000 and asked the Archmage to communicate with the viewers during the broadcast. Taking a fighting pose, the player used Dragon Fever and decided to finish the fight in 10 minutes. A fire spear, an ice spear, and a fireball appeared around him. The shells flew forward. The commentators could not see anything because of the fog. Seeing that the attack hit the target, the viewers decided that these were cheats. Someone called everyone to look at the necklace. The streamer swung the fireball. He managed to hit the enemy because the pendant showed his location. The centaur knight raised his sword. The monster reared up, its black fur and armor making it impossible to see in the fog. Activating the dragon's eye, the protagonist launched several more projectiles at the enemy. The boss cut the air with his sword. Hyunwoo jumped to the side, avoiding his blow. The monster looked back. The opponents were standing opposite each other. Pulling the bowstring, the guy called his companions to battle. Lucky bit the enemy on the leg. At this time, Gold struck him with a spear. Furiously opening his mouth, the centaur used the berserker skill. The boss parried his attack, holding his sword in front of him. The black blade flashed in the air. The young man approached the enemy closely. The audience did not understand what was happening at all. The sword hit the mana shield, which immediately absorbed part of the damage, restoring the user's health. A wind arrow appeared in the player's hand. The centaur knight raised his hooves. His feet crashed into the ground with force. The streamer pulled the bowstring. The viewers were shocked that BJ the Archmage acted as a tank. Gold pierced the enemy's body with a spear. The monster flinched. Turning around, the boss threw the spear away with his sword. Vig's staff and Wilker's staff appeared in front of the main character. Grinning, Hyunwoo thought that this was the tactic of aggro ping pong. In cases where there was no tank in the squad, the monster attacked the one who did the most damage. The centaur knight aimed at the person. When Gold's damage increased, he turned his attention to him. People opened their mouths in fear. It was difficult for them to calculate how the monster would behave. Aggro ping pong was dangerous in normal groups due to the fact that it was difficult for all members of the squad to react so quickly. Multicolored waves of different elements crashed into the boss. The commentators were delighted with such a tactic. A yellow aggro indicator hung above the centaur knight's head. It was very convenient. A fairy appeared next to the monster. His steps became lighter. The indicator turned red. The boss swung his sword. A notification reported that the dragon fever effect disappeared. The golden energy around the guy dissipated. Asmo donated $10,000. The centaur knight rushed to attack. The young man smiled. Lucky hit the enemy in the side. A fairy appeared above his head. A notification reported that the pet activated the life or death skill. Running from side to side, the wolf began to attack the enemy. Resolutely frowning, the player called him to fight. The dog barked, opening his mouth wide. The monster tried to hit him with a sword, but missed. Tongues of fire appeared around the streamer. The system reported that the user used a ballista. A powerful explosion was heard behind the boss. His sword hit the ground. Viewers noticed that Lucky was inferior to him in speed even with the buff. The wolf gritted his teeth but continued to run forward. The protagonist swung a ball lightning. The projectile hit the centaur knight's back again. The monster threw the dog back with his powerful knees. The commentators did not understand why the aggro ping pong stopped working. The dog fell to the ground. The boss raised his sword over his head to finish him off. The blade hit a hard surface. A bright flash appeared in the thick fog. Lucky's body was covered in a golden aura. This was the effect of the unbreakable diamond skill. Grinning, Sunwoo used a repeat. The clouds thickened in the sky. A notification said that the user can use one of his skills without recharging. Looking to the side, the guy used Dragon Fever. Asmo donated another $1,000. Bright energy shone in the air. A sight appeared on the centaur knight's body. The distance was 64 meters. Long throw was activated. The young man summoned a fire and ice spear and used a ballista. He furrowed his brows in determination and summoned a fireball. Several projectiles were sent forward at once. A powerful explosion was heard from the side of the monster. The commentators were amazed that their idol managed to hit the target from such a distance. The monster's hooves were engulfed in flames. Using a fire step, the boss ran forward. The viewers assumed that the final phase had begun. With his glowing eyes flashing, the player said that he had seen enough and could not lose to him. Raising his hand, the streamer said that he would come a little closer. The commentators decided that he was going to use a physical spell. An axe appeared in his hand. Surprised, the protagonist noticed that the enemy's health began to drop sharply, raising his eyebrows. Gold attacked the enemy with his front legs. Nothing was visible due to the smoke. Hyunwoo opened his mouth in shock. Frowning furiously, the centaur struck with a spear. The monster shuddered. His body fell to the ground. The system reported victory over the boss. The companions approached the dead body of the knight and shouted joyfully. The guy froze in confusion. The viewers were also shocked. Lowering his head, the young man said that it was not the matter. The live broadcast was over. Falling to the ground, the player said that he was embarrassed to death. Waki lowered his ears in disappointment. Raising his spear, Gold said that they managed to destroy the evil monster. Looking at the pet, the streamer thought that his heart almost stopped when the wolf fell. Frowning, he thought that the broadcast was too short because he had to give it his all, and hoped that the advertisers would not scold. Opening the inventory in front of him, the main character was afraid that he would not be given any more advertising. The centaur knight's treasure appeared in the cell. Hyunwoo was upset that he only got one reward for defeating such a difficult boss. Hoping that the dropped item could be sold, the guy opened the treasure. Icons of different weapons appeared in front of him. Among them was an image of a bow and arrows of the legendary level. Having clasped his hands in a lock, the young man was glad that they could be sold. A bright light flashed in his eyes when a notification appeared that a double arrow was activated when using a bow. This was an exclusive skill of the archer class. 2 arrows appeared next to the bow. They could be launched at the same time. Smiling widely, the player realized that if this property was built in, then other classes could use it. So this item was much better than Tung's arrows and was worth at least $100,000. Approaching the owner, Gold noticed that something was glowing in his hands. The streamer explained that it was a legendary item. Noticing the 2 bright glow, the protagonist raised his eyebrows in surprise. A stream of light energy burst from his chest. A notification said that the egg absorbed the energy of a nameless god. Frowning, Hyunwoo experienced the same sensations as after defeating Wiltger. The egg in his hand stopped glowing. The system reported that the hatching progress was 9%. The clouds above the heroes' heads dispersed. The forbidden territory was cleared. Someone's silhouette was visible in the distance. A man with the inscription unknown above his head stood in the middle of tall grass. Pointing his hand forward, the guy asked his friends to prepare for battle. Smiling widely, he decided to show the power of a double arrow and shouted that the enemy will now know the wrath of the VGA Archmage. The inscription level 444 appeared above the unknown man's head. Seeing this, the young man's eyes widened in fear. Dark energy emanated from the man's body. Even the top God Wars players did not reach such a high level. Raising his eyebrows, the player thought that this creature was not created for battle. Putting a spear in front of him, Gold said that he was waiting for further instructions. The streamer, covered in beads of sweat, shouted that they needed to run as quickly as possible. Turning around, the centaur asked what that meant. The stranger stood motionless and was not going to attack. Looking to the side, the protagonist felt someone else's presence. An arrow appeared in the air. It fell at the feet of the dark creature. The monster raised its head and sighed. A purple portal appeared in front of it. The stranger entered it and disappeared from sight. Hyunwoo frowned tensely. Frightened, his eyes wide, Zagara asked if everything was okay and said that they set out immediately after they learned that the zone was cleared, with an army standing behind him. A notification said that the task was completed. Smiling with relief, the guy replied that everything was fine and thought that the NPCs saved him according to the plot. A bright pillar of light appeared in the eastern observation tower. The heroes were transported into the building. The man raised his eyebrows and said that thanks to their ally, they were able to destroy the threat terrorizing the fortress, and that no reward would be enough to repay him for it. Pointing to the bundle in the knight's hands, the lord said that he had brought the most valuable thing of all that he had. In the cloth lay the black staff of Tum. Joyfully clenching his fist, the young man remembered the hidden reward. Taking the staff in his hand, he saw its description and characteristics and thought that these were real cheats. In the diagram, the fireball increased in size. The usual tongue staff increased the damage of magical attacks by 20%. Looking at the weapon, the player thought that its real specialty was the snake eye skill. At the end of the staff was attached a wooden snake with glowing eyes. Holding it in front of himself, the streamer thought that this skill was incredible and that this was another item for using the Zhuge hammer. The prince frowned sternly and said that he wanted to give him something else, and said that his men had found it while searching the cleared forbidden area. Zagara asked his subordinate to show him the find, and the knight behind him nodded. On the tray was a red maple leaf that the warriors had found where the unknown man had stood. Suddenly, the leaf changed shape and turned green. The protagonist's mouth dropped open in surprise when he heard that it was a leaf from the ghost forest. Smiling, the man decided that his comrade's next destination had already been determined. The leaves were swirling above the forest, and a new quest had been added to the main scenario branch, in which the user had to go to the ghost forest and find out information about the nameless god. Looking up, Hyunwoo was glad that the next location was waiting for him. The blue sky was reflected in the huge skyscraper. The screen froze the moment Lucky hit the Centaur Knight. The broadcast was a success because the raid boss was defeated in 6 minutes. Scratching his chin, Yoonjin thought that this was too much. A broadcast of the battle with the two-headed dragon appeared on the building. The reason why people had a hard time climbing through such streams was because no one knew exactly when the boss would appear. Putting his hands behind his head, the blonde wondered how BJ Archmage managed to plan this. The video was open on the laptop, in which the guy said that he was going to raid the Centaur Knight. The whole city was visible outside the window. The president assumed that his partner was going through some kind of quest alone. Behind the young man, there was a man with a darkened face. BJ Archmage was probably connected to someone from Alpha Company, which created God Wars, because there was no other explanation for where he got all this information from. A notification appeared on the screen saying that the private chat was ended. Entering the office, Pak brought the broadcast report and asked what his boss was thinking about. Yoonjin pursed his lips in displeasure. Handing his colleague a tablet, the blonde said that this was a request from an advertiser and asked to add their description to the letter. Looking at the screen, the secretary read that it was a request for solo ghost killing. Introducing the boss of the ghost forest in a dark robe, the man asked if BJ the Archmage could handle him at his current level. Pak asked what they were offering in return. Covering his face with his hand, the president replied that the advertisers were offering the spirit summoning skill card. Raising his eyebrows in surprise, the secretary asked if this card could be found anywhere if the market was monopolized by the Travelers Guild. Several windows were open on the laptop monitor. Smiling, the channel head asked what his friend thought of BJ the Archmage's skills. A message appeared in the chat. Cure Gamma wrote that the player's skills were shocking, but he didn't like the quality of the video. Squinting, Yoonjin promised to return the money if he didn't like something. A new message appeared in the chat. Grinning, the stranger offered to pay with a spirit summoning skill card. Shocked, his mouth open, the blonde wondered if this was too high a price. The girl wrote that she would give the first order if the channel agreed to this price. Emma stood behind her. White clouds were reflected in the windows of the building. Someone asked if they managed to place an order. Looking down, the manager said that they did it through the Cure Gamma organization. A shadow monster appeared in the forest. If during the BJ broadcast the Archmage can kill the ghost solo in 15 days, then he will be given a spirit summoning skill card. Smiling, Merlin decided that they would be able to find out his next move if the player agrees. Taking off her glasses, the woman said that she had passed on the information about the route to the Snake Hunter Guild. Looking away, she explained that she was planning everything much more carefully because they could not allow the streamer to continue to behave like this. Taking a mug in his hand, the man asked if their plan would work. Sitting at the table, the girl hoped that BJ the Archmage was now happy and did not suspect anything. Someone's joyful cry was heard in the dense forest. Raising his hands, the protagonist said that the advertisers had not left. His companions looked at him with bewilderment. Opening the message window, Hyunwoo thought that his current skills were more than enough to kill the ghost solo. Imagining Vig's bow and Wilker's wooden spear, the guy decided to sell them to buy new armor. Frowning, he realized that simply killing the boss would not be enough. Remembering how Lucky and Gold killed the Centaur Knight, the young man thought that it was a sad mistake, so this is his chance to make it right and show a show that will shock everyone. Clenching his fist, the player decided to prepare carefully and get the ad. A smile appeared on his face. Imagining a multi-story building, the streamer realized that this way he would be able to pay off the remaining debts and escape from this apartment. Hyorin was sitting in her father's arms. With the appearance of money, they will be much better off and Tiwoo will be able to calmly do his treatment. The child's drawing showed a happy family. The girl will be able to study at an art school if they have money. Smiling, the protagonist was full of confidence to put his plan into action. This will be his second trip to the Ghost Forest since his first character. Leaves were falling from the trees. A huge town hall towered over the city. The Ghost Forest is a territory for level 100 players. In the center of the square was a magic circle. After receiving a quest in the western fortress of the Tunga Kingdom, you could enter the forest through a magic portal. Slimes, a transforming type of monster, appeared in the forest. In addition to various geographical features, players could fall into an illusion, and their appearance could change. A man pointed at his comrade who turned into an orc. On the diagram, 2 arrows led from the monster. To check whether it was a slime or a player, you had to attack it. Passing by the trees, Gold said that this forest was very strange and that they should not relax. The protagonist thought that bedmen who were under the illusion of a monster could calmly kill other players. One incident called Theft of a Ghost from the Hwang Guild brought this forest a bad reputation. Guild members fought a raid boss and were attacked. Someone was hiding behind a tree. All 14 members of the squad were instantly killed. Their boss was stolen by someone else. The man was holding a knife in his hand. The killers formed their own guild, the Snake Hunter Guild, specializing in theft. Hyunwoo thought that after this incident, only groups of 15 people hunted in the forest. Lucky approached the tree and barked. The wolf pricked up his ears, smelling a special smell. Between 2 trees, there was a hole. The system reported that this was a hidden dungeon called the Slime Dwelling. Smiling, the guy realized that he would not have to worry about killers if he raised the level of the dungeon. Several flashes appeared in the forest. Everyone knew about the hidden dungeons in the Ghost Forest, but the terrain was constantly changing, so it was very difficult to find them. Hugging his pet and thanking him, the young man decided to start a live broadcast. Gold raised his spear. Looking forward with determination, the player suggested going to level up. There were colorful trees in the forest. The man called someone cowards, his hands shaking. Sitting under a tree, the man asked if they really had so much fun killing others. Grinning, the stranger said that they did it just for fun. Sitting surrounded by corpses, the bandit said that he was very pleased to talk like this with the only survivor of the squad. Raising his eyebrows, the killer urged the victim to stay inside the area protected by the Explorers Guild if he did not want to get into such a situation again. Swinging his morning star, he asked the man not to appear here for no reason. A sound of impact was heard among the colorful trees. A spiked ball fell to the grass. A man standing to the side reminded him that he asked his comrade not to act so recklessly in the middle of an important mission. A man with an eye patch said that even dogs obey their owners. Placing the weapon on his shoulder, the hound said that they didn't even know whether BJ the Archmage had accepted the order or not. Closing his eyes, the brunette asked him to give up if he didn't like something, because there were 4 more people vying for his place. Lowering his hand, the guy said that he would never do that. Morgenstern soared into the air. Having hit the player sitting by the tree, the young man thought that he was in for a particularly large catch. Grinning, he decided that he could become famous and become a famous guild leader. Clenching the chain into a fist, the warrior asked if a dog would throw its prey. The protagonist threw a fireball at the slug, and a level up notification appeared. Covered in blue energy, Hyunwoo said that he had waited a very long time to reach level 89. Taking the Black Staff of Tongue in his hands, the guy received the title of Bearer of the Black Staff. Looking at the description of the title, the young man decided that 11 points of intelligence and 11 points of magic were a pretty good reward. Thinking that this staff has a hidden power, the player summoned several magic spheres around him and called his companions. Lucky and Gold rushed to him. Standing in front of a crowd of slimes, the streamer decided to check how strong the snake eyes were. In God Wars there are crowd control abilities, the most notable of which were sleep and paralysis. Various debuffs hung on monsters. There were also confusion and blindness. The orc was petrified by the gaze of the snake on Tongue's black staff. The advantage of this modifier was that it disrupted the enemy's formation. The notification said that the charge of the snake eyes was equal to 72%. Lucky pounced on the goblin. Gold pierced the slime with a spear. The charge value increased. Having summoned several energy spheres next to him, the protagonist thought that the staff was charging quite quickly. Throwing the projectiles forward, Hyunwoo realized that after his attacks, the snake eyes would be fully charged. And so it happened. In the forest there was a crowd of slimes that had taken the form of different monsters. Smiling, the guy thought that there were too many of them and asked himself what would happen if he used Tongue's black staff. The snake eyes lit up. At the same time, the slimes affected by the skill turned to stone. Frozen statues of monsters appeared in the forest. The young man's mouth dropped open in surprise, realizing that petrification affects multiple targets at once as long as the opponents only look into the snake's eyes. A notification said that petrification would last for another 10 seconds. The wolf rushed forward. The player realized that he could use this skill every 30 seconds under the influence of dragon fever. Scratching his nose, the streamer wondered if he would be banned for cheating. The dog destroyed the petrified slimes in a few dashes. His combat skills were also unusual. Lucky calculated the most effective attack pattern when the enemies were petrified. The wolf destroyed the statue in half and deprived it of its head. The dog raised its head and howled loudly. Level up messages appeared, cards appeared in the air. Grinning, the protagonist decided that while the results were good, everything was fine. Looking at the many rows of cards, Hyunwoo expressed a desire to select a skill and immediately go to the boss. Among the cards, there was one gold one. Raising his eyebrows in amazement, the guy could not believe that he got it here. Now he had everything to hunt the ghost. The sun illuminated the sign of the capsule cafe. The young man decided to sell things and buy goodies for Hyorin. A sale confirmation window appeared on the screen. Approaching his friend, Hyukju asked what he was doing. Nervously hiding his phone in his pocket, the player replied that he was not doing anything interesting. The streamer smiled sheepishly and explained that he was just texting his girlfriend, and the client paid for 3 more hours in the capsule. Seeing the tense face of the cafe employee, the man asked what happened. Leaning towards him, the computer club employee said that their friend had a girlfriend, and with his mouth open in shock, the brunette asked if he was really a person and not an artificial intelligence. Seeing the irritated faces of his friends, the main character said that he was just joking and wondered if it was really obvious that he didn't have a girlfriend. Smiling and laughing, the man asked where he would get a girlfriend if he was sitting in the capsule for days on end. Hyukju decided that if his friend had a lover, it would be the end of the world. Remembering Lysol's surprised face, Hyunwoo wondered if it was really obvious that he didn't get along with girls. Looking at his phone screen, the guy remembered that the last time he took someone's phone number was only to get compensation. The young man pressed the sell confirmation button. Feeling the vibration, the capsule cafe worker looked around. The man looked at the screen and was surprised. Raising his hand, he shouted that the purification staff was put up for auction. The player's mouth dropped open in fear, thinking that not even a second had passed since the auction was announced. People were sitting at a table in the Abyss Guild office. Smiling, Emma asked if her friend didn't have an appointment today. Closing her eyes, Lysol explained that they finished very quickly, so she was able to fly in early. She shuddered when the guild manager asked how her twink was doing, whom they had talked about last time. Crossing her arms over her chest, the girl said that she was still swinging in the swamps. The door to the office opened. Smiling, Merlin was happy to see his ally. Musa happily raised her eyebrows and greeted him. The man approached her and assumed that they were talking about something important. Raising his hands, Lysol replied that they were just chatting. Squinting slyly, the guild leader asked if he could talk to his colleague alone because he had a personal matter. Closing her eyes, the girl agreed to go out. The blonde turned the latch on the door handle. Putting his hand to his head, he stated that he was very annoyed by working with top members who did not know what was going on behind the scenes. Emma said that it was better not to discuss such things in front of the muse. She asked what happened. Spreading her arms, Merlin asked why BJ had not accepted the mission yet if they had thrown out such a big bait. Crossing her arms, the girl assumed that Rising Star's Yunjin had noticed something. Imagining the smiling face of the channel president, the man remembered that this Wharton graduate had surpassed all the elders in his age. Raising her hand, the woman explained that this man would not give an answer so quickly, even if he liked the conditions. The head of Rising Star furrowed his brows sternly. He was the type who would press the opponent to the maximum in order to get as much as possible, but would never refuse an offer. Leaning against the wall, the manager explained that they were still considering their request. Raising her eyebrows, Emma thought that in the worst case, BJ Archmage would understand their motives, then there would be a high chance that a spy had appeared in the guild. Looking at her watch, the girl realized that they could only wait for an answer. Merlin asked what happened. Looking up, the woman replied that BJ Archmage had started broadcasting live. Picking up the phone, the man was surprised that the player started the stream without accepting their offer. The manager suggested that the stream was related to the item he put up for auction. Spreading his arms, the protagonist greeted the viewers. Hearing that BJ the Archmage was going to start a solo raid on the ghost, the members of the Abyss Guild opened their mouths in shock. At the same time, people in the break room were trying to understand the reason for the protagonist selling his staff. Some whispered, suggesting that the guy was just showing off and would soon take it off the market. After watching the video, some said that he could look for sponsors in this way, like if they buy the staff, he will take their ad. Raising his hand, one of the guys said that they do not need to worry because some rich guy will buy the staff anyway. Events take us to the Ghost Forest, to the screaming protagonist, who could not understand why the price did not go up at all. The guy looked at his wallet and was sad. He believed that the staff was for sale and spent all the money on items and skills, but they couldn't lack firepower during the show. However, even if they did, firepower shouldn't be a problem. This time it would be an unusual raid on the boss. The evaluation and recognition of the Archmage depended on this broadcast, so spending was necessary. Taking the pendant in his hand, the protagonist realized that the boss itself was not a problem for them. The difficulty was only in time. The system panel appeared again, asking the protagonist to take the cursed pendant to the Ghost Forest and find clues. However, even being here, the pendant did not react in any way, and the only clue was a notification window informing about an unknown force that blocked the pendant's abilities. From the guy's current experience, he realized that he needed to destroy the ghost to move on. It was necessary to go as far as possible before the broadcast began. The protagonist saw strange vibrations in the air, and he grinned. The pendant fell into deep confusion because of this invisible force. Suddenly, a system window appeared in front of the protagonist, warning about the time after which the monster will appear. Smiling, the protagonist asked his comrades to get ready. Events take us to Yoonjun's company, where the guy himself was sitting on a chair reading a message from the Archmage. Kim pointed to the tablet and asked if the broadcast was launched because of the solo ghost killing task. Getting up, Yoonjun said that his conditions were too favorable for the Archmage. Most likely they have another goal. Raising his hand, the director said that the Archmage only miraculously felt something, but even so, he did not refuse. Smiling, Yoonjun said that he was looking forward to the show that the protagonist will show this time. Having found a live broadcast, he said that whether it is a solo ghost killing or something else, he will watch. Events return us to the Ghost Forest, where the protagonist was a little surprised, asking himself where else he could see something like this. Slightly nervous, the guy looked at his pets. Lucky and Gold saw this and began to express their devotion and confidence, making the protagonist smile. Hyunwoo called the system panel and began to enter the code to start the broadcast. Soon the system reported the start of the broadcast on the Rising Star channel, and when Yoonjun joined, the protagonist smiled and said that he came quite quickly, although he just wanted to say something. Yoonjun wrote a comment asking what he wanted to say. Hyunwoo thoughtfully said that it was okay, it was just today's broadcast content. The guy became serious and said that he wanted to talk about solo killing a ghost. Yoonjun did not understand and asked what he wanted to do. The protagonist dejectedly said that he accepted the task. Yoonjun expressed his understanding after hearing his words. The protagonist frowned and asked if it was written in the description to kill the ghost within 11 days. Yoonjun confirmed it. The guy's lips stretched into a grin. He suddenly shouted, saying that he was starting the broadcast of solo ghost killing right now. And when there were only 2 seconds left before the start, the guy looked up at the sky. A second later, he looked down, and he saw the bony hand of the ghost. In front of him stood a monster that was barely visible at night. The protagonist's group froze while the system notified about the use of the chilling aura skill. Then it reported the activation of other skills that will occur when the boss's health reaches a certain amount. A moment later, the system began to report on the viewers who began to join the broadcast. The protagonist smiled slightly, greeted everyone and explained today's task. The people in the chat were perplexed, but seeing a spiritual familiar, they immediately began to discuss it. Yoonjun was surprised to see the appearance of a spirit familiar in the live broadcast. At this time, the protagonist formed an ice arrow, then a fire arrow. To Henu's surprise, he was also able to form a wind arrow, and then he ordered his familiar to form a lightning arrow. A moment later, the system reported the beginning of the creation of a lightning arrow by the familiar. People in the chat began to tell the protagonist that he was a cheater since he was able to master the quadruple cast. But Henu did not pay attention to them and attacked with arrows, which hit the ghost, reducing his health to 80%. The protagonist grinned when he saw this. A moment later, the system reported the completion of the lightning arrow cast by the familiar. Then Henu raised his staff, starting to control the lightning. Suddenly, the ghost separated a clone from itself and sent it to attack. The protagonist, seeing this, reported the enemy's advance. The boss's face distorted, frightening everyone. However, using gigantization and berserk, Gold stopped being afraid, and he clasped his hands with the boss, which, due to its power, could still push Gold back. It was at that moment that a bright flash flashed through the air, which turned out to be Lucky, who bit the boss on the neck. Gold clasped his hands while people in the chat discussed how physical attacks can hurt a ghost. One of them suggested that the ghost was initially in a ghostly state and only received damage from magic, but at a certain damage threshold it would rematerialize. The ghost retreated back at great speed. The protagonist looked at it, realizing that the most difficult part was about to begin. However, what he saw surprised him. The system panel appeared in front of him. In the distance, near the trees, he saw a level 135 hound, which was a dark assassin. It was an assassin from the Snake Hunters Guild. The events take us to the building of the Abyss Guild. Emma bit her lips and was nervous. She understood that the protagonist accepted the task knowing that it was a trap, and proudly used the familiar spirit that was given for prepayment. The events take us to the building of the Rising Star Company. Yoonjin frowned slightly because the protagonist showed the familiar spirit on a sudden broadcast. At this time, Emma thought that the guy turned on the broadcast to show how he hunts. The protagonist himself, watching the fight, said that this was just the beginning. Yoonjin narrowed his eyes, realizing that this was addressed to someone specifically. Emma also understood this. The girl froze, thinking that the guy was telling them to pay a high price if they wanted to get the answers. Remembering the hound, Emma decided to stop the operation if they wanted to minimize the damage. After that, she began to leave, telling Merlin to stop because their enemy understood everything. Taking the phone, she told the guy to order all the snake hunters to leave. Smiling, the girl said that she should answer the received message. At this time, Yoonjin thought, understanding what exactly the protagonist wanted to convey. Watching the broadcast, Yoonjin mentally said that now there was no doubt that the guy was working on a huge project that he could not even imagine. The guy's lips stretched into a smile, and suddenly he jumped up, assuming that the protagonist finally perceived him as an ally. Leaving, he told Kim that there was no longer any point in watching the broadcast. Entering the work area, the director said that now their main task was to make a plan to help the Archmage. A moment later, weak exclamations of people were heard in the company building. The hound, being next to the protagonist, received a message from the management. He slightly narrowed his eyes, realizing that missing such an opportunity was blasphemy. Taking a closer look at the target, the guy assumed that he did not even know that he was here. So he decided to attack when the ghost entered the third phase. Soon the boss's health dropped to 25%. And the system reported that he was furious. A moment later, the entire forest shook. The ghost activated a ghostly dash and retreated back. In the chat, players immediately began to discuss who the protagonist would sacrifice because the boss's skill would not end until he killed someone. Henu suddenly shouted, ordering Lucky and Gold to retreat. In the chat, people began to be perplexed, not understanding the protagonist. And when Gold and Lucky stood behind the guy, some said that the ghost would indiscriminately attack nearby enemies for 30 seconds, and now Henu needed to survive. The boss's face distorted. The protagonist saw this and grinned, and the hound decided to step forward. Having run with the ghost, the assassin thought. Frowning, he mentally said that the guy deals damage while dodging while moving, and this was a great moment to attack. Suddenly, his body began to turn into stone. Someone used snake eyes, making the assassin and the ghost turn into stone. People in the chat were shocked by the SS class skill. Seeing the assassin's figure, many began to discuss his identity. Some thoughtfully asked how the assassin turned into stone immediately after he appeared. The hound himself was perplexed. Suddenly, the system reported that the ghost was freed from petrification. A moment later, the boss tore the stone shell and turned around. The ghost's target was the player closest to him, the hound. He, being petrified, could not resist. In the chat, people immediately figured out his identity as the killer of their snake hunters. The ghost struck. The protagonist, seeing this, pretended to be surprised and puzzled. And when the ghost killed the assassin, Hyun decided to continue the attack. Lucky immediately rushed forward after the guy's scream. The dog howled before attacking. However, the ghost did not stand still, rushing into the attack. Lucky was able to take the monster's blow using an indestructible diamond. And while he was taking blows, the audience thought, trying to understand if there was enough time to cast a quadruple attack. Taking the bow in his hands, the protagonist said that he would succeed. Immediately after his words, he pulled the bowstring and, with the help of the spirit, created a couple of spells. A moment later, the system reported the activation of a double arrow, which immediately rushed to the enemy. Arrows began to hit the ghost's body, and his health reached a critical point. Taking an axe in his hands, the protagonist decided to end the fight. Approaching Hyun ordered Lucky not to attack. However, people in the chat puzzled the dog, telling him to attack. Some even donated so that he would attack. Lucky became serious after receiving a donation. However, the protagonist almost cried. The dog did not listen to him and attacked the ghost. And a moment later, the system began to report the receipt of the title of Solo Ghost Killer. At the same time, people laughed because Lucky was stolen by the last hit again. However, no one could replace the grin on the protagonist's face. All this was planned. Unexpectedly, when the guy began to get up, Asmo donated him $1, after which he wrote offering to make a deal. The protagonist looked at the chat and thought, while people laughed because of Asmo's small donation. Asmo, however, surprised the protagonist by saying that if he answered his question, he would bet on a staff made of Vilka root. A moment later, Asmo asked the guy if he was currently fulfilling the main plot. Events take us to the main office of Yoonjung, where they watched a video in which Asmo asked the protagonist if he was fulfilling the main plot. The guy frowned, understanding what exactly Asmo meant. At the same time, people in the chat were saying that they had been looking for a plot for a couple of years, but then everyone gave up. Suddenly, the protagonist confirmed this, which surprised people a lot. Yoonjun thought about it, realizing that this would cause problems. Raising his hand, he told Kim to place an advertisement for the gamma medicine. Adjusting his glasses, Kim asked if they hadn't refused them. Yoonjun smiled, saying that he hadn't told them no yet. And since the protagonist had completed the task, they needed a reward, and for that, they needed to place an advertisement. Waving his hand, the guy said that the most important thing was that they hadn't broken off contact with them. And since they wanted to really ruin the opponent's life, they needed to strengthen their relationship first, because they couldn't stretch their hands anymore. Standing up, the director said that if they tried, they could take more. Suddenly, he glanced at Kim, saying that they had to do it, even if they had to use everything he had learned. The protagonist's capsule began to open. Standing up, Hyunwoo grabbed his head, which had begun to hurt because of what had happened. After killing the ghost, the system informed him that the power of the ghost forest was weakening, and his pendant immediately scared him by pointing to the side. The guy grabbed the pendant and hid it because he could not show it live. After that, he ran to the assassin's corpse, deciding to loot. Approaching him, he stretched out his hand, and people in the chat called the guy a good assassin. Seeing the collected items, the protagonist was very surprised. One of them turned out to be a fang of a fire snake that had a legendary class. In the chat, some were surprised by the received legendary item. Looking at the card in his hand, the protagonist realized that the assassin wanted to kill him. Even the Snake Hunters Guild was connected, even the pendant was activated, and now he can move forward in the story. But Asmo's question did not leave his head. Sitting on the couch, the protagonist mentally said that he wanted to tell about it, of course, but now it was a headache. Now they will constantly ask him about clues to the beginning of the main plot. Hyukju, having found the protagonist, said that he saw something amazing. Approaching him, he said that Asmo was the first to notice that the Archmage was going through the main plot. Smiling, Hyukju said that the game would most likely be restless. The protagonist grinned, asking to check Jibei through his phone. And when he saw the price of the staff, he realized that Asmo had not yet made a bet. Hyukju, looking at the phone, asked the guy if he even knew how much Asmo spent on such information, as much as $100,000. The protagonist was shocked and screamed upon hearing this. Removing his finger, he finally saw the price of the staff, and abruptly threw away the phone, worrying Hyukju. After some time, the protagonist bought a chicken, and came home. Picking up the bags, Hyunwoo told his niece that he bought some chicken and her favorite ice cream. Giving the bag to the girl, the protagonist asked her to put the ice cream in the refrigerator and warm up the chicken so that they could eat it with her dad. Tue saw Hyunwoo and called him. The brother worriedly asked the protagonist if he could afford it, spend a lot of money on the table. Smiling at his brother, Hyunwoo said that he just worked and did not sell his organs for chicken and ice cream. Worriedly, Tue asked if the guy did anything dangerous. Becoming serious, the guy said that this time he did something important. Raising his hand, the guy said that there is information that only he has, and people are trying to find out his identity. Slightly saddened, he said that the guy who is hunting is called Tom Cruise, and the operation is called Mission Impossible. Tue a moment later pinched his brother, realizing that he was joking. Looking at his brother, Tue told him not to overwork himself at work and not to do stupid things. Heron, who had warmed up the chicken, called the elders. Then she sat down on a chair, saying that if they did not hurry, she would eat everything herself. The protagonist thought, realizing that this was only the beginning. After all, the forces that were hindering him were just appearing. Even the Snake Hunters Guild, being one of the 3 most motherless guilds in the game, were targeting him. Events take us to the office of the Abyss Guild. A subordinate informed Emma about the failure of the mission. She, clutching her head, said that they not only lost, but also gave away the legendary item. Removing her hand, she ordered the secretary to contact the mercenary again. Then she stood up and called Jackie. Turning around, she asked him if he had found out the identity of the Archmage. The guy glanced at her and said that they only knew that the guy was in South Korea, and they only had Muse there. Turning around again, Emma ordered the secretary to contact her. Events take us to one of the shops in Korea. Where did Lysol go? She received a message from Jackie on her phone, who said that he had an urgent task from Emma. Approaching the checkout with purchases, she saw the protagonist. Having looked closely, she realized that it was the guy with the smartphone. Worried near the checkout, she tried to understand what to do. Leaving the store, the girl mentally said that the guy did not look like a bad person. Approaching the guy, she saw how he was watching the video of the Archmage. She bowed and greeted the guy, because of which she really scared him. Turning around, the protagonist recognized Lysol, after which he asked her for forgiveness, and then asked her to sit down next to him. The girl, sitting down opposite him, said that she was really sorry for the phone. The protagonist, hearing her, assured her that everything was fine. Lysol, looking at the guy, asked if he was a fan of the Archmage. The protagonist, smiling nervously, said that the guy was just popular, so he watched it. Lysol raised her hand and asked the interlocutor what he does. He answered saying that he does everything that brings money, for example, works in the mines. Lysol heard him and was surprised, saying that it was very difficult. Slightly embarrassed, the protagonist said that it becomes fun when you get used to it. Suddenly, the guy looked at the phone, saying that it was time for him to go. The girl smiled at him, telling him to take care of himself. Lysol looked after the guy, admiring his hard work. The events take us to a game where the pendant pointed in one direction. Standing in front of the monster, the protagonist thought that this one looked most like a ghost. Raising his hand, he said that he was looking for a nameless god. The exile of Natters looked at the protagonist, and then the system reported the completion of the task and an increase in level. Nadarsa introduced himself saying that he was exiled and became a wandering ghost who longs to get the power of a nameless god, but in the past he was a guardian of a forest village. The protagonist was surprised to realize that he had already visited most of the cities. Nadarsa, seeing his face, said that those who chase the power of a god will one day be absorbed by it, turning into a ghost, but he was fine. Taking the egg in his hands, Henu said that most likely it absorbs all the power. Seeing the ghost's surprise, the protagonist asked him if he knew where this egg was from. Nadarsa, looking at the guy, said that he would tell him if he proved himself worthy. And then the system reported receiving a new task, which required killing a ghost in 10 minutes. Henu clenched his fist and agreed. The events take us to another part of the forest, where the protagonist stood with his pets. They were able to kill the ghost in 6 minutes and 42 seconds, and the system informed him that he had earned the title of having passed Natter's test. Natters pointed at the boy and said that he had not expected him to pass the test so easily. Having formed a circle, the ghost said that this was the true form of the forest, and when the protagonist found himself in the middle of a deserted forest, the system informed him of having received the title of having seen the true form of the forest. Raising his hands, Henu asked who had hidden this entire forest. The ghost replied saying that someone had devastated this forest and no one knew who had done it, how and who had hidden his true form. However, if the power was enough to change the entire forest, it was none other than the power of a god. Forming a glove, Natters said that he would give him a task. Having pointed at the glove, the ghost said that this was one of his guardian legacies, and he needed to collect all the evidence that he was a guardian. A moment later, a system panel appeared with a full description of the guardian's glove. The protagonist was very happy to have received the legendary Cass item. The glove increased the speed of magic projection by 40%. Natters, looking at the guy, said that he now needs to find the bandage, which is in the troll forest. The protagonist grabbed the glove and decided to find everything, or rather take everything. The system notified him that a new task had been added. Events again take us to the office of the Abyss Guild, where Emma said that the Hound did not obey and failed the task, so they will break the contract. In addition, they learned that the Snake Hunters Guild was targeting the Archmage, and it will be more difficult to act together. Slightly frowning, the girl said that she would give them a chance to fix everything. They will need to prepare for a quick attack on the Archmage. After slightly bowing her head, she said that she would prepare a reward that the guy could not refuse, namely, a legendary rank skill. After a short conversation, the girl decided to turn off the phone. Then she left the room wondering if the Archmage could survive the encounter with the Snake Hunters Guild. The events take us to Yoonjun's office. Kim stood in front of the director asking if the Gamma Medicine representatives would give a reward. Yoonjun looked at the secretary and said that they only gave a new task, saying that they liked the surprise. Then he crossed his arms saying that the attack would happen again, and they were asking to direct the scene. Kim heard him and called it madness. Turning the laptop, Yoonjun showed what they offered them. It was a revolver, a skill that increases the creation of magic by 40% using 6 bullets. Kim thoughtfully said that the revolver card had never been put on the market. Yoonjun said that this is why the Archmage could agree. Then he turned the laptop towards himself saying that there was another broadcast with a planned attack, and you can't think of a better show. Suddenly, the Archmage sent him a video, surprising him. The director and Kim were stunned when they saw the title of the video, but when they saw the content, they got nervous. The video was only 6 minutes and 42 seconds long. The events take us to a forest village, where the players were surprised to see someone, namely, the protagonist with his group. One of the girls happily asked for permission to take a photo. The protagonist grinned and gave her permission. Hyunwoo stopped for a long time near the entrance to the village while people took photos with him and his pets. However, almost everyone took photos in Lucky and Gold. Much to the protagonist's disappointment, one of the girls suddenly asked for a photo. The girl, seeing the mood and the pose the protagonist took, decided not to say that she wanted a photo with Lucky. The girl approached and said that she saw a broadcast with a ghost. The protagonist, hearing her, said that he had prepared a cooler video. Smiling, the girl suggested that this was a video with trolls. Scratching his head, Hyunwoo said that according to the schedule, the company will release the video only in 8 days. However, a moment later he remembered something and froze, after which he told the girl that the schedule was a secret that he could not tell. She understood everything and covered her mouth. The events take us to the troll forest, where people began to join the protagonist's stream, who were surprised in the chat that the guy decided to kill the boss alone. Smiling, the guy said that if someone wanted to stop him, they could try. In the chat, some people said that the guy was definitely crazy since he did not understand that high-level players would definitely want to catch him. But some were confident in their idol and said that defeating a level 200 monster would be better than an Archmage. At this time, the timer on the system panel said that only 42 seconds were left. The protagonist looked away sharply. The guy could not understand what he had done to attract so much attention. But the protagonist saw everyone for whom he would definitely create problems. After forming the elemental balls, Henu said that he would deal with the rest before the boss appeared. The assassin flinched when the protagonist called his nickname. The second guy also flinched, while the audience opened their mouths in surprise. They immediately began to discuss in the chat a whole list of guilds that came to the protagonist. Lucky and Gold changed their positions, while in the chat people discussed sponsors who would refuse the participating guilds. The assassins became nervous, realizing that they were discovered. Smiling, the protagonist said that there was also a snake hunter guild here. The Archmage was able to detect even the snakes, greatly surprising everyone. Anyone could tell that the situation was a trap. One of the assassins thought about it and decided to contact the elders. Looking around, the protagonist smiled again. A moment later, he sharply attacked with his arrows. The guys were very scared when they saw this. They immediately decided to retreat. A second later, they turned around and ran away. The protagonist, who was watching this, froze. Then he looked in the other direction, seeing that only the representatives of the snake hunters remained. Some in the chat were surprised that the guy was able to find everyone. Looking at the timer, the protagonist realized that the guild was waiting for him to relax after the raid. In the chat, some immediately wrote about the appearance of a troll. The troll's foot stepped on the ground, and the two-headed troll appeared in front of the protagonist. He grinned and concentrated lightning. Gold, smiling widely, said that he was waiting for instructions. In the chat, people began to cheer Lucky and Gold. A powerful explosion occurred in the forest. People discussed the battle until the third phase, of which there were only 10% left. Gold and Lucky attacked at great speed, but the troll's regeneration was terrifying. Henu enveloped himself in mana using Dragon Fever, and people were shocked when they saw this because it was still stage 2. Lucky was enveloped in golden mana, and the protagonist used an ice and fire arrow to push the troll back. The two-headed troll's life dropped to 20%. Some people in the chat started saying that underestimating the troll's recovery would be a serious mistake. Lucky continued to attack at great speed. Gold turned around when the protagonist ordered him to retreat. Dark mana appeared in place of the protagonist. People immediately recognized the one the protagonist had summoned. It turned out to be the Inferno demon, who stood behind him. Asmo unexpectedly donated $10,000. The protagonist had recently leveled up to 100, and this is the skill he received for it. Now the demon opened its mouth and released a ray of darkness at the enemy. Some people in the chat reminded that the Inferno skill is second in damage. They also discussed the Inferno effect, which reduced resistance. The two-headed troll was enveloped in dark mana, reducing its resistance. The system informed the protagonist that due to the Inferno curse, all of the troll's stats were reduced by 12% and its recovery by 17%. The protagonist grinned and pulled the bowstring. A moment later, he released the bowstring, and the arrows rushed towards the enemy at great speed, causing people to discuss the increased speed. And when the arrows hit the enemy, Gustav donated $10,000 to the protagonist. The assassins hiding in the tree decided to act since the raid was over. A moment later, the system informed the protagonist of the victory over the two-headed troll. One of the assassins thoughtfully said that no matter how weak the monster was, it definitely weakened the Archmage. At this time, the system informed the protagonist of receiving the title of single kill of the two-headed troll. The people in the chat were surprised by the protagonist's abilities. Hyunwoo himself was pleased, saying that it was very easy for them. However, in the chat, people only laughed, calling such behavior pathetic. The protagonist suddenly raised his hand, declaring the Archmage's quiz. And when the assassins rushed at the protagonist, he asked the viewers why he did not use the snake's eye. The viewers immediately began to discuss this, trying to find the reason. The assassin became nervous, not understanding whether they were noticed. At this time, Yoonjun frowned, saying that he did not expect that even the Snake Hunters Guild would act. Having lowered his hands, the director decided to find out the reason. The events take us to the office of the Abyss Guild. Emma closed her eyes, saying that as long as they have a traitor in the guild, it will be difficult to kill the Archmage. Jackie bowed his head, reporting on the consumed offer from the Rising Star channel. Emma turned around asking what offer they were making. Jackie replied saying that they asked them for another reward. Looking out the window, the girl said that the reward would be elven boots. After that, she ordered Jackie to call all the players around the forest village. The guys were walking along the streets of the village discussing another post about the raid that the Archmage made. The guy, slightly surprised, asked if there were other trolls besides the two-headed one. His partner said that maybe it was just to attract attention. Even in the chat, many people did not know who the multi-headed troll was. The worker turned to the director asking if his method would work. Yoonjin chuckled saying that it would not be enough, so they needed to make it look like it was a leak. The worker was surprised to hear his words because it was a marketing ploy. Looking at the time, the director said that everyone would be interested in confirming the information. Suddenly, the director turned around and shouted telling everyone to get ready for the broadcast and be ready to launch it as soon as the Archmage called. One of the workers got very nervous and said that they had a problem. Right now, on another channel, the Avengers team started hunting the two-headed troll. The boss was attacked with many fire arrows. Yoonjin and his team were shocked to see this. Their raid was literally stolen. At this time, Jackie told Emma that the number of views was huge. Emma smiled, saying that no one could even say a word to them. In the current situation, the Archmage could just watch everything boredly. The director thought about it and decided to be calm, because Hyunwoo could not have foreseen this. Some in the chat began to discuss the absence of the Archmage. Some of them became worried, assuming that he could burst in and interfere with someone else's raid. The Avengers captain grinned, watching how people began to discuss the absurdity of the situation. Some even demanded an explanation from the company. Emma grinned, thinking that this time she won, while Yoonjin frowned. The events take us to another part of the city, to Lysol, who was watching the video. The girl was thinking, trying to understand why the Abyss Guild decided to start a raid on the two-headed troll. Perhaps the gathering a couple of days ago preceded it. Lysol was thinking, trying to understand why they treated the Archmage like that. Suddenly, a notification came to her phone, surprising her. Many people came to the Archmage's broadcast when he started the broadcast. Some wrote to him saying that he was already late. Lucky tilted his head in confusion when some wrote to him telling him that he was not guilty of anything. Some were unhappy and demanded an explanation. The protagonist was surprised by such comments. Lyson worriedly realized that the guy did not yet understand that his raid was stolen. Suddenly, she fell into a stupor, trying to understand why she was worried at all. The protagonist smiled, saying that although he did not know why they reacted like that, the multi-headed troll was right in front of them. Suddenly, the whole forest shook. Gold grabbed his weapon and said that something huge was approaching. Stepping back, the protagonist began his fight against the three-headed troll. Yoonjin was very surprised when he saw the monster. This troll really had 3 heads. Even Emma was shocked by what she saw. What can we say about the people in the chat who were the most surprised? Gold and Lucky gritted their teeth and rushed forward. The protagonist at this time ran away. Looking at the camera, he asked if everyone knew about the long spinning skill. The further from the target, the more damage. Sharply turning around, the protagonist activated the golem summons. And while the ground was cracking, the guy said that there are many different obstacles that prevent you from hitting the target, but not with this method. A moment later, the protagonist is already a table on the golem's head. Now he not only had a perfect view, but also no obstacles in the form of trees. In the chat, one of the people said that this was the concept of the magic spell cannonade. Gustav donated $10,000 and wrote that it was smart. The protagonist chuckled and decided to start the attack. His fire arrow hit the target, starting the 3rd phase. The spectators watching the barrage expressed their admiration for how the guy dealt so much damage without receiving a single hit. Some of them accused him of making Lucky and Gold distract the monster too much. The spectators noticed that Lucky's life or death skill was about to end. Gold gritted his teeth, using Gigantize. It was at that moment that the system reported that Lucky's skill was disabled. The protagonist, looking at the troll, ordered to stop him. Gold rushed at the monster, obeying the order. He used the Guardian's defense and was able to block the monster, which greatly surprised the spectators. The protagonist, enveloping himself in dark mana, said that it was time for them to end this. The guy summoned Inferno and attacked with it. The troll roared loudly when the system reported victory over him. Having descended from the golem, the protagonist decided to end the broadcast. But people did not want this, asking to show the loot. The system notified the protagonist about receiving the title of Unharmed and Killer of the Three-Headed Troll. Henu got a little nervous, realizing that now there was something more important than loot. A moment later, the system reported the end of the broadcast, and Nadarsa appeared next to him and said that, as he promised, he would also give him the Guardian's equipment. A moment later, a system window with the characteristics of the Guardian's hoop appeared in the air, and the hoop itself appeared above the protagonist, delighting him. The system also reported the addition of a new task. Gold approached and said that the work was done. After that, he smiled, saying that it was all thanks to the skill. The protagonist looked at the varnishes and mentally said that it was good that he had increased their levels. His lips stretched into a smile when he thought about the skills he had learned. Events take us to the office of the Abyss Guild. Emma's hand was shaking with anger. Leaning back in her chair, the girl asked herself how many times the protagonist had deceived her. But now they had reached the Night Forest, in which solo players had a very hard time because of the wandering werewolves. Having calmed down, the girl decided to come up with a new plan. The bulletin board at this time was full of headlines about the Archmage. Yoonjin saw this and grinned. Now they had reached 60th place and now they had 2.5 million subscribers. Kim approached the director and said that they had received a request for advertising. The director raised his hand asking who it was. The secretary answered saying that it was the Blue Bull. Yoonjin was surprised to realize that it was the enemy of Gamma Drugs, the Blue Bull. Events take us to the garrison of the Night Forest, where people gathered around the fire saying that this time the Archmage should gather a team. The guy thoughtfully said that even players from the best guilds gather teams of 10 people to hunt because wolves go in groups with a werewolf. This huge monster and 9 black wolves. Looking at the candle, one of the guys said that the guilds offered a lot of money in exchange for a video of a joint hunt. At this time, a man appeared outside the walls of the garrison. The guy looked away, feeling it. But when he saw the protagonist and his group, he said that this was no good. When the protagonist approached the camp, a group of players came out to him and offered to join them. 2 players came up a couple of minutes later and offered to join him. Suddenly, another group appeared offering a tank and a support. The protagonist raised his hands and got nervous. The guy closed his eyes and calmed down. He had already expected this, so he called out to everyone, surprising them. The protagonist dropped his hands and said that he had already received countless offers, which he had rejected because he would continue to play solo. Soon, a quest appeared in front of the protagonist, the Cry of the Night Forest, which required him to kill 333 werewolves in the Night Forest. The Night Forest was dark, so dark that it was impossible to see anything in front of you, so magicians were almost useless here. However, the protagonist used the skill and looked around. In his case, everything was different. He was prepared and now he can deal with 3 out of 4 before they even approach. No matter how much the monsters hid, the protagonist got into them. And soon the system reported that the task was completed. Suddenly, a boy appeared and waved his hands, saying that he did not want to fight. Umta clasped his hands, saying that he needed help. The protagonist thought about it and realized that the boy probably wanted to take revenge on him. The boy asked the child why he needed to help him. Umta smiled and said that he would reward him accordingly. Holding out the skill book, he said that this book was of a unique rank. The protagonist was surprised, but without showing it, he asked if that was all. The boy became excited, saying that if he could catch the dark wolf, he would give another reward. At that moment, the system reported the addition of a new task. This Avenger task forced the boy to find the dark wolf and kill it. Umta clasped his hands, waiting for the protagonist's answer. Henu's eyes sparkled when he told the boy that he could even order the form in which the wolf would come. Then the boy grinned when he saw that there were still 59 hours before the boss appeared. And while he had time, the boy began to attack monsters and was able to increase the level to 110. Then the system notified him of a new chance given by the War Dragon. A moment later, skill cards appeared in front of the protagonist. Pointing at the glowing card, the protagonist couldn't believe his luck. However, the skill turned out to be a lightning strike, which had an F rank. Kim adjusted his glasses and turned to the director, saying that the Archmage had started the broadcast. Yoonjin frowned, saying that he was already watching. The guy's hunting was amazing for Saul. The director had seen such an aggressive hunt for the first time since Asmo. Kim was stunned, wanting to say something. People in the chat were touched by Lucky's cuteness. The protagonist, playing along with them, began to pet the dog. Then he looked at the camera and said that he was ending the broadcast. Unexpectedly, the viewers demanded that the Archmage leave Lucky and go away. The protagonist smiled and said that he would show them a much stronger version of himself next time. The protagonist became serious. He showed all his skills except for the lightning strike. Therefore, it is better to show it when he kills the dark wolf. Suddenly, Yoonjin wrote to him praising the battle he showed. The protagonist chuckled and said that there was no need to force himself to praise him. Becoming serious, the director asked if he was willing to accept advertising from the Blue Bull. The protagonist immediately remembered that the Blue Bull was against the Gamma medicine, and decided not to refuse easy money. When his lips parted, he said that there was no need to worry about his opinion on this part. After that, he reached into his inside pocket, telling Yoonjin that he could decide everything himself. The director wrote to him, saying that he would try not to disappoint him. Closing his eyes, the guy had already decided everything. Smiling, he ordered Kim to call the Blue Bull and make a contract. The guy worriedly asked the director if Asmo would really give this item. Smiling, Yoonjin said that this would definitely happen. At this time, Emma, sitting in the office, told Merlin that the blue bouquet would most likely be the Archmage's next sponsor. Frowning, the girl asked if they had received the lightning strike card. Emma closed her eyes, saying that this was impossible. Merlin thoughtfully asked what the blue bull would offer the guy. Emma answered him, saying that it would be the armor of the nameless Archmage, the armor that only Asmo has. Merlin nervously asked what deal Asmo made. If Asmo decided to take power over the blue bull into his own hands, it would be difficult to do anything with them. Jackie closed his eyes, suggesting that they just wait. Emma agreed and asked him to send a message. Merlin, standing to the side, said that a real war was starting. Emma looked at Jackie and said that this is why they cannot sit still. The protagonist at this time was walking with Heron, asking her if she liked the chicken. She smiled widely and said that she liked her uncle, who buys her everything, more than the chicken. Henu smiled, realizing that the girl had grown up. The uncle and niece continued on their way. Lizial froze when she saw them. She stared at Henu and called out to him. After a few moments, the situation became awkward. Heron smiled and asked Lizial if she was her uncle's girlfriend. Both of them quickly denied it, embarrassed, saying that they were just friends. Lizial smiled when the girl asked her if she played the game that her uncle played. Heron raised her hands and said that her uncle was a very strong mage, which excited the protagonist. The guy began to sweat heavily due to nerves. Lizial slightly bowed her head and continued talking to Heron. The events take us to the game, where the protagonist was looking at his stats. The protagonist raised his hands when he raised his level to 118. Looking at Gold, he ordered him to take off his clothes, and he immediately did so. When he defeated 100 monsters, he could not just summon a guardian. The monster's level should not be higher than the summoners by 10 levels. Werewolves were level 128, so the protagonist leveled up to 118 to summon the guardian. A bright light enveloped the werewolf's body as its appearance began to change. The protagonist looked at the werewolf and asked Gold what he thought of his new body. He knelt down and said that now he seemed capable of anything. Looking at the things, the protagonist decided to equip Gold with them. He put on armor and took a dagger and said that he would definitely glorify his name. Gold grinned and addressed Lucky as an unimportant dog and asked if he was jealous. Looking at the timer, the protagonist decided to start the broadcast. He immediately called up the system window, and the viewers began to sag one by one. The protagonist pointed at Gold and introduced him. Some, not understanding, immediately assumed that it was Lucky. However, seeing Gold's angry look, they immediately realized that it could not be Lucky. The protagonist smiled and said that they would begin a raid on the Dark Wolf. However, the people did not listen, demanding that he step back and let them look at Gold and Lucky. Suddenly, dark energy began to gather in the air, and a single apple on the tree began to glow brightly. Looking at how brightly the apple glowed, the protagonist understood where the monster would appear. The system informed him that a fruit of the full moon had appeared, which would disappear in 10 minutes. The protagonist covered his eyes from the light. However, the monsters took advantage of this and began to form from the darkness. People in the chat, seeing this, said that for the Archmage, mobs were just food. The system notified Henu that he needed to destroy all the dark wolves while the full moon was ripening. The protagonist became slightly nervous. He was given only 10 minutes, but there were about 100 monsters in front of him, so he stepped back and let Lucky use Lightning Flash and Gold Berserk. Afterwards, the guy himself formed a fire and ice ball along with ball lightning. Frowning, the protagonist immediately summoned the Spirit of Inferno. A second later, the system reported the end of the cast. Seeing how the guy jumped, viewers in the chat expressed surprise at his casting speed. Some discussed the guy's suspiciously fast speed. The protagonist, however, did not pay attention to this, directing the fireball into an attack. His lips stretched into a smile. The dagger instantly cut one werewolf. A wolf followed him, and a moment later, the neck of another wolf was cut. While Gold was killing monsters at great speed, some in the chat said that he was now stronger than Lucky. Some, seeing how furious the Guardian was, said that he was the strongest. The protagonist himself did not think that he himself would be put at the end of the list, even below the summoned golem. Henu extended his hand and activated Gold Fever. Then he looked at the wolf counter, and continued the battle. Soon the system reported that there were no more Dark Wolves and that the title of Dark Wolf Slayer had been received. In the chat, people were saying that Gold had figured everything out. The protagonist smiled nervously. He couldn't use the lightning strike and decided to use it next time. Suddenly, Asmo donated him $10,011, telling him to use everything wisely. The protagonist and the viewers were surprised. Some assumed that they had made some kind of deal. The protagonist, who was watching the chat, didn't know what to say. At this time, Unto was walking through the forest, while the protagonist was finishing the live broadcast. He scared the protagonist by calling him. The guy smiled widely and thanked the guy for avenging his parents. Taking the legendary skill book in his hands, the protagonist fell into a stupor. Suddenly, the figure of Natters began to form behind the guy. Having formed, he asked the guy if he knew why he desired the power of the nameless god. The ghost looked at the guy and said that he needed the power to protect the forest village, and then he found the power of the nameless god, successfully receiving part of it, but having absorbed the power, he ended up as a ghost. Summoning the equipment card, Natters said that the egg he had would protect him from the power of the god. After that, he handed the armor card to the protagonist, because of which the system panel with its characteristics appeared in front of him. Henu smiled when he saw it. After that, he looked at the ghost and asked where he should go now. Naras, slightly thinking, said that there was a secret laboratory inside his laboratory in the forest village where he would meet a helper bird. The system immediately gave a mission to visit the Guardian's secret laboratory. Henu turned around a moment later and walked away. The system also notified him of receiving a new quest. The events take us beyond the forest village. The disgruntled protagonist scolded Gold for the noise. Soon they were able to find the guard's laboratory, and opened the door and went inside. The protagonist began to look around, saying that there should definitely be another laboratory here. Looking at the candle, the guy said that it was quite convenient. Turning it, Henu decided not to waste time and go inside. The huge cabinet began to move to the side. A moment later, a gust of wind created by a bird blew away the protagonist. It hung over the guy, greatly removing him. Events transfer us to the real world. Hekju, throwing up his hands, discussed the absence of the Archmage with his comrade. Looking at the phone, the guy decided to unsubscribe from the Archmage. Hekju, however, was surprised to see that the Archmage had posted. The guy who just wanted to unsubscribe, seeing Gold and Lucky, was happy and changed his mind. However, Hekju thought about trying to understand what the protagonist wanted. The guy left a post saying that there would be a raid tomorrow. The next day, the Archmage launched a broadcast, and the viewer counter immediately went over 1 million. Many began to ask where Gold or Lucky were. No one paid attention to the guy's greeting, starting to ask where everyone was. Raising his hand, the protagonist said that he would first show the effect of the Guardian armor, which increases the number of projectiles. However, the viewers who saw the silhouettes behind him did not even pay attention to the protagonist's words. The scales of the fire snake glowed because of the flame, and its pupil was reduced. The snake opened its mouth to attack, and rushed at Lucky. The viewers immediately felt sorry for Lucky because he could not dodge in the air. Suddenly an eagle appeared, who grabbed Lucky and flew away. The fire snake closed its mouth, becoming serious. At this time, the bird lowered Lucky to the floor, and he brightly lit up with lightning while his fans rejoiced. In the blink of an eye, the dog attacked the snake several times, forcing the viewers to wonder if they had watched the movie. Henu grinned, saying that they shouldn't rush. The system informed him that the cast was complete, and the protagonist surprised the audience with another legendary skill, creating a trident. A moment later, he threw his trident, having hit the fire snake with it. Henu immediately created another trident, and threw another trident at the frozen snake. Looking at the tridents around the guy, the audience remembered the repeat skill and realized that he could release 5 more of them. 2 weapons rushed at the boss in an instant, after which the protagonist created another trident, making the audience say that he was simply using a bug. A moment later, Henu threw another trident, which froze the fire snake. The system reported that the snake's torch skill was activated. Because of this, the ice began to melt, and another moment later, it began to actively turn into steam. The fire snake activated the torch skill, and the viewers saw it and said that now any attack of the snake was terribly strong. Some in the chat suggested that the protagonist was using preparation, a skill that casts magic in advance. When the snake began to approach the Archmage, people told him to retreat. However, Henu only grinned, and used lightning strike on the snake. A moment later, the system reported the destruction of the fire snake and the receipt of the title of Fire Snake Killer. The protagonist raised his hand and said that this is how his review of the skill ends. Henu suddenly became serious, mentally saying that advertisers should be happy, because if the stream is too long, then no one will look at the ad. Suddenly, Asmo donated $13, offering to talk in person. Smiling, the protagonist said that he finished the broadcast, but there will be more streams soon. However, Asmo did not even listen to the end, having donated another $10,014, and asked what the next item would be. Henu immediately mentally excluded some items. Thinking, he said that it would be better to have an elven robe. Hearing his words, people in the chat rebelled, saying that this was too much. However, Henu himself simply laughed. Smiling nervously, he suggested that he had gone a little too far. The protagonist thanked for watching and decided to turn on the broadcast. Suddenly, the system reported the completion of the task, and the protagonist shuddered, remembering the loot. The prize was a crystal of a fire snake that had a legendary rank. The events take us to a forest village. Entering one of the buildings, the protagonist froze. Finding Zuj, the guy called out to him. After that, he approached him and said that he wanted to meet him personally. The protagonist, grinning, said that he had found the power of an unknown god. The system asked the protagonist if he wanted to strengthen the Black Staff of Tun, and Henu confirmed it. When the guy put the crystal card on the table, Zuge decided to try to improve it. Pointing at himself, the protagonist fell into a stupor. The dwarf wanted to improve the staff right there, even being drunk. The dwarf smiled and asked the protagonist not to worry because he was a master with a 90% success rate. The protagonist became nervous upon hearing his words. Suddenly, the second floor of the tavern exploded. A preview of a video appeared on the site, the author of which killed 10,000 mobs, dressed in legendary equipment. As in all games, in God Wars newcomers can do nothing against veterans. Many previews appeared one after another. Veterans were helped in every possible way by guilds that had already gained authority and fame. It was much easier for them to learn and develop. Therefore, the magician who began to stream became incredibly popular. They began to discuss him everywhere. The logo of the Rising Star channel appeared on the screen. The warriors stood next to each other. The commentators were glad that their idol was showing them the way that no one had ever gone through. Someone said that BJ Archmage appeared in the Western Fortress. The player looked away. He beckoned to someone with his hand. The viewer asked if this was the beginning of the war. The Yunjin looked questioningly at the secretary, who said that a letter had arrived from the Archmage. The guy said with anxiety that something had changed. It was daytime. Yunjin scratched his head thoughtfully and thought that as soon as the Blue Bull advertisement ended, the Archmage's email said that he should wait since he was checking his combat capability. In other words, since the Archmage was currently working on improving his characteristics, he asked not to rush into the conversation. Yunjin chuckled and decided to show the hero again how ridiculous this game was, and as a partner, he should provide him with an appropriate reward. He decided that if he thought about it, he already had the elven robe that he received from Asmo. The president realized that he had missed the right time to talk. He looked at the ringing phone. He was calling Gamma's medicine. The guy was trying to figure out what they needed. The Abyss Guild. Lysol met the girl. She looked away. She was told that they received a request from the Archmage. She went to the door. She thought she heard Merlin's voice. She looked through the door. Merlin was smiling and repeated the question about the deal with the hero. He smiled and asked what he wanted this time. Emma smiled and said that he gave them a blank check. Merlin was surprised. Emma closed her eyes and said that this would mean that he signed a contract with them. Since he was fulfilling the order of the Blue Bull, she noted that there would be no such chance again. Merlin thought about it and said that first of all they should prevent Asmo and the Archmage from uniting, but on the other hand, he could put forward inadequate demands, for example, an elven robe. Emma nodded and said that therefore it was necessary to give him an impossible mission. Merlin approached her and said that it should be difficult even for an Archmage to do it alone. For example, to defeat the Red Goblin Chieftain on his own. Emma confirmed that she asked for a raid on these Red Goblins. She said that even if he handed over a blank check, if you give him an impossible mission at the very beginning, he can refuse, and if we talk about a solo raid, then so be it. Merlin looked at the girl questioningly. Emma looked away and said that the content of the order is a raid on the Red Goblin Chieftain in solo or in a party. She offered both options. In this case, instead of refusing, he will draw attention to the formation of a squad. She said that the Blue Bull will want it to be a solo kill in order to attract the interest of the audience, and so the hero will go the natural way. Merlin asked if she really will give it if the hero clears everything, playing in a party. Emma opened the laptop and said that even if he plays in a party, he can lose. She smiled and asked to look at it. He said that they quickly raised their levels thanks to trading, and now everyone is gathering at the Red Mountain. A foot in an iron boot stepped. The mercenary squad looked ahead. They said that if they use this method, even the Archmage himself will not be able to escape. Additional characters of the Abyss Guild entered the game. Lysol was eavesdropping all this time. She smiled because she accidentally overheard an interesting conversation. She took out her phone and said that she would also have a hand in this. She called the Undead Guild and began to ask if Emma would be happy if she found out about this. They answered and asked what happened. Lysol smiled and said hello, asked if everything was okay with Mr. Rappo. She went ahead and said that she had a small request. Meanwhile, on the Red Mountain arena for players who have reached level 130-140, people crossed the Great Wall surrounding the mountain. Red Goblins were moving forward. They were waiting for players on a clear plain. About 40 united goblin tribes were running to attack, and to fight them, you need a party with good characteristics. The party prepared to hold the defense. Players with weak characteristics have no choice but to use the random player selection system called the Punitive Squad. The problem is that those players who have enough skills do not need to use the Punitive Squad. The knight held back the goblins with his shield. The mage and archer dodged the attacks of the goblins that had broken through. They asked the tank to hold back the monsters. The archer accidentally hit the tank in the back. The rogue decided to leave the game, saying that he had urgent business. 3 goblins jumped on the tank. He screamed and said that's why they shouldn't have used the Punitive Squad, because there was only trash here. The other players watched from the sidelines as the Punitive Squad was destroyed. They went forward and said that their squad was different. Lucky, jackpot, gold, and even an Archmage, as if they had already completed the punitive squad quest. The hero smiled and hoped that they would do a good job. He approached Mr. Choi and asked if he knew by any chance where Mr. Riedling was. Choi stood up and said that if he was helped a little, he would tell. Choi was the 4th prince of the Tunga Kingdom. The system showed information about Choi. The hero threw fire forward. He guessed that there would be a condition about the need to join the punitive squad. He noted that there was also little experience here, but the reward for the secret mission was a skill book. The squad took a fighting stance. The hero thought that in any case, after joining the punitive squad, it would be hard for one. He decided that he needed to take care of the other players. The battle was going on. The additional characters of the Abyss looked at the hero and began to think, did he notice their existence? The girl turned to the hero, who never thought that he would refuse offers from other teams and join the punitive squad, because you can't predict who will be there, but because of the punitive squad it became much more convenient. The tank suddenly missed a hit. Looking at the hero, he was going to pretend that he made a mistake. Hyan looked at him disappointedly. He noted that the squad members were not in the mood to fight. Should I try a strengthening potion? The red goblins screamed and attacked. The tank frowned at the hero. He decided that no matter what class the mage was, they were vulnerable in close combat. The hero danced and dodged the goblins' attacks. The tank didn't understand why the hero wasn't mortally wounded yet. He opened his mouth wide, not understanding what kind of crazy thing he was watching right now. The goblin approached the stunned tank from behind, while he was thinking that the hero was just having fun as he wanted. The goblin attacked. The hero activated the elven boots. He cast a trident, and with one throw he tore the goblin apart. The tank understood that if the hero was going to go through a secret quest, he had to take care of the weak players. The tank was lying on the ground. The hero's figure loomed over him. He didn't understand. Did the hero save him, or was he going to solve everything on his own? Henu came closer and asked if everything was okay. The tank tensed up. The moment had come. But suddenly the hero leaned over him and said that he would give the guy a multicolored potion that would give him strength. The man's cheeks turned red because he was offered a potion for 800 gold, which the hero gave him for free. The system reported the completion of the punitive detachment quest. 2052 goblins were killed. The players raised their weapons to the sky. They began to rejoice and say that for the first time the number exceeded 2,000. Everyone shouted that everyone had worked hard. The hero looked sadly at his feet, shaking out an empty bag and complaining about how much potion he had spent, but the reward for the hidden quest was received. The member of the Abyss looked at the hero's pets. He was angry because he had to distract the Archmage. But all the members of the Abyss, on the contrary, were imbued with the hero. The squad leader looked ahead, thought about how to successfully fulfill the order of Lady Emma. They needed to interfere with the Archmage. The guy approached the hero and said that it was an honor to work together with the hero. He asked if they could be together in the next party. Hyunwoo turned around questioningly and asked again. He frowned because he had completed the quest and therefore he no longer needed it. He remembered that Lucky and Gold's quest had also ended, and in the last few days he had defeated the Red Goblins and reached level 130, and since he had learned about the golem using the cheat with the map, now hunting the Red Goblin Chieftain solo had become quite possible. He decided that he should say this decisively, and he decisively said no. He smiled. The pet stood next to him for pathos, and the hero said that he was going to play solo. The system reported the end of the quest and began to reward the hero with titles. Choi looked at the skill book and said that he did not even know what to say because he honestly did not know that this would happen. He gave the hero one of the only 2 legendary books. A new quest was created in the main scenario. The system showed the description of the buried temple. Hyunwoo looked at it and said that now the raid on the chieftain of the Red Goblin tribe, but something caught his attention. The phrase legendary epic was heard throughout the forest. Hyunwoo smiled contentedly. It was a skill book that he had never seen in this game. He began to think, could he also become a legend? Rising star. Yoonjin sat on the table and read rumors about the Archmage on the tablet. He frowned and said that the rumors began when he began to carry out the punitive squad quest. The hero raised the public's expectations. He rubbed his temples. The hero's announcement of a solo game. The president asked what kind of ridiculous performance the hero was playing. He opened a correspondence with the hero. He was going to plan a stream of the next raid on the boss. After he said this, he immediately went. This time he will receive an empty contract with Gamma drugs and the elven robe he asked for. Buried temple. The hero found himself in front of a huge, gloomy temple under the vaults of the caves. He looked at the firefly and said that he needed to look for something before the raid stream. He looked at the debris lying under the rubble, assessed the complexity of the structure, said that this was the perfect place for the Red Goblin Chieftain to hide. Unlike other bosses, the Chieftain's special feature is that he attacks while escaping, and this boss monster can heal, buff, and cast curses, but is also characterized by high basic skills. But the scariest skill is the Follower's Song, which activates 10 minutes after the start, because this skill summons many goblins at once, which increases the difficulty level. Henu frowned and realized that he needed to catch the boss within 10 minutes, but before that, the Archmage started the broadcast. The audience looked at the vaults of the caves and asked why it was so dark. Someone, as per tradition, asked where Lucky, Gold, and Jackpot were. Henu climbed into the frame and said hello. He suggested starting the broadcast of the raid on the Red Goblin Chieftain. He walked forward. The audience asked where it was. Someone said that even the shadow of the Goblin Chieftain was not visible. The hero raised his finger and said that if he were like everyone else, he would not have become an Archmage. The audience noticed that the statues behind the hero began to move. The statues trembled, small stones fell from them. 2 stone knights hung behind the hero, who spoke contentedly about the need to defeat the Red Goblin Chieftain in 10 minutes. The system reported the end of the golem cast. The floor began to crack. The golem emerged from under the ground. 2 golems began to fight the knights. The audience began to demand to defeat the boss faster. Henu looked ahead with satisfaction and noted that it was a good intro with the participation of the Stone Guardians. He looked at the boss, realizing that before that there was only a teaser. The system reported that the chief was preparing a song for the followers. The hero's eyes began to glow. He understood that the boss knew everything as soon as he entered here, but he could not hide from him. He pointed at the boss and said that the chief of the Red Goblins was there. The chief began to run away, causing indignation of the audience. Suddenly, the goblin ran into someone. He looked ahead in surprise. Gold loomed over him and smiled evilly. Donations rained down. Jackpot's red feathers appeared in the frame. Asmo appeared in the chat, who wrote that he liked it. Jackpot let go of his passenger. Lucky landed behind the goblin. Donations continued to pour in. Henu looked ahead, noted the orchestrated start and announced the beginning of the battle. Now that Lucky and Gall have received skill cards, they need to use them right away. Gold was covered in a red aura. The hero told him to use a duel. Lucky created his living shadow Guram. Donations did not take long to come. The goblin was surrounded by the hero's pets. The chat rejoiced and supported the fighters. The boss began to beat the colored drums behind him. The chat began to speculate about this song. Someone asked what the Archmage was doing. The hero smiled and said that the guys had been waiting for a long time. He said that the preparations were complete. He said that Lucky and Gold had worked hard. The goblin turned to the hero, who was standing on one of the rocky ledges, and said that now he would finish everything with 5 magical attacks. Intrigue and excitement arose in the chat. Henu used Dragon Fever. A monster appeared behind him. Henu smiled and said that he would show the audience a fireball at the very beginning. A purple beam flew at the monster. The hero added a revolver and +1. He threw a trident, and then 2 more. The leader of the Red Goblins froze. The hero activated the flaming staff Tum. A donation came. The hero threw the trident again. The chat did not understand why everything was happening so slowly. Henu smiled and prepared for the next attack. He said that he did not have time to explain. A shock wave of lightning hit the boss and paralyzed him. Asmo donated $10,000. The monster's eyes flashed behind the hero. He said that he was going to achieve more. The goblin was illuminated by a red burning light. It was the sun. The guardian looked angrily at the enemy. A yellow discharge of lightning hit the boss. Raffo and Asmo continued to shower the hero with donations. The goblin looked tiredly at the hero. The drum stopped burning, but the hero still did not defeat the boss. Henu smiled and said that there was one last magical attack left. The chat began to try to count how many magic attacks were used. Henu made a dash, and he cut the boss across with an axe and called it physical magic. In the chat, the use of an axe shocked everyone. The system reported the murder of the Goblin Chieftain. The system reported the end of the live broadcast. Gold approached the protagonist and said that it was a powerful fire attack, and Henu replied that he was very tired and used up all his mana. The protagonist closed his eyes and said that mana evaporated in an instant due to Guram's shadow and continuous magic attacks. They sat by a high tower, and Henu said that for a larger performance in the future, he needed to prepare skills and items that restore magic. The protagonist climbed the stairs. He approached a tombstone emitting a red light and assumed that these were the traces of Riedling. A bright inscription was visible on the stone. The system reported that an unknown force was felt, dust was flying in the air, and Henu thought it was a sand monster. The protagonist closed his eyes and screamed when sand flew at him. The system said that a certain egg absorbed the power of a nameless god. The quest was completed, and Henu was given the title of Discoverer of the Buried Temple. The protagonist opened one eye. The book was burning, and the protagonist realized that it was a legendary artifact. The pages were yellowed. The system reported the opening of a skill book legendary epic. Henu opened his mouth in admiration and thought that this was an item of a rank that had never appeared in God Wars. The system provided information about the guardian of the epic rank and asked if the protagonist wanted to increase the level of this skill. The blue screens showed messages saying that the rank of the guardian skill was raised to legendary epic and a new chapter of the main quest was opened. The system notified of a new quest called Fallen Tribe. The red signboard had yellow and white writing on it. Hyukju raised his eyebrows in shock and asked Hyunwoo what happened. He put his hand to the trembling protagonist and said that he had an expression as if he bought items by selling the deeds of the house, and Hyunwoo thought that he asked for mana recovery items through a blank check received from an advertisement. The system provided information about the staff of an unknown Archmage. The protagonist imagined a stone golem and thought that he could keep 2 of these monsters that were obtained through hacking the skill book cards. Hyunwoo held a phone in his hand with a message where someone asked him to do a solo performance on the Red Mountain. Hyunwoo imagined many dark silhouettes and concluded that this was a performance about catching 777 goblins in a short time, and the record was 19 minutes and 29 seconds and was done by the Abyss Guild team. A drop of sweat rolled down the protagonist's face as he thought that he couldn't be rude to them since he had received such an incredible item, but he doubted that he could break this record. Hyunwoo put his hands on his head and said desperately that there was a lot expected of him. The protagonist looked straight ahead, saying that he was fine, and the youth told him not to take everything on himself. He put his hand on his chest and said with a smile that there were times when it was better for someone to help ease the burden of worries. Hearing the word burden, Hyunwoo suddenly put his hands on Hyukju's shoulders and thanked him. Hyunwoo smiled and asked his friend to prepare everything. The protagonist sent a message, saying that he would hold an interesting broadcast worthy of the item he had received. Hyunwoo looked straight ahead and thought that even if he couldn't break this record, he couldn't just give up. The Abyss Guild building was visible. Merlin extended his hand to the side and asked if the unknown Archmage's staff was too much. Emma touched her forehead and replied that Henu's abilities were more impressive than they thought. The woman imagined a monster releasing a stream of energy from its mouth. A bright light was visible. Emma asked if Merlin had seen the protagonist's previous broadcast. Henu was smiling, and the woman said that these skills were not sold at any price. Yellow lightning appeared around the monster. Emma imagined a red silhouette and said that they still did not know about the protagonist's abilities. The woman frowned and added that for this reason, they gave him a very expensive item and put forward an additional offer. Merlin bowed his head and asked what offer she was talking about. Emma smiled and replied that they asked Henu to do a solo performance on the Red Mountain. The windows were covered with blinds, and Merlin said that in the broadcast after the raid on the Red Goblin Chieftain, Henu would do everything to break their Abyss Guild's record. The man smiled and added that this, however, was impossible. The door opened. The dark-haired young man frowned and said that the protagonist had started a live broadcast. Emma turned around and asked her subordinate to record everything and see what skills Henu had, and the young man said that there was one problem. The woman looked at the young man and asked what was wrong. He showed her the tablet screen and said that it would be faster if she asked for the broadcast herself. Users left comments under the live broadcast. The protagonist was wearing black glasses. There was a drink with lemon in the glass. Hyunwoo was lying under an umbrella with a drink in his hands, humming a melody. 2 wolves were fighting red goblins. Fire was visible. The bodies of the stone golems were burning. People in the comments were amazed that the protagonist was holding 2 golems. A bird knocked a goblin down. Yellow lightning appeared in the air, and viewers thought Hyunwoo had finally taken action. A spark with a face appeared. A notification came that Asmo donated more than $10,000. This user asked if Henwoo's stats had changed. The protagonist took off his glasses and replied, which the viewers quickly guessed. Asmo sent a donation again. He said that Henwoo's mana had changed thanks to the staff of an unknown Archmage. There was a red stone in the staff. The protagonist said that nothing could be hidden from Asmo. The protagonist looked up and asked the cameraman to point the camera at gold. Rappo donated more than $10,000 and said that he knew about it too. The monster stepped forward. It had long black claws. Gold stretched his arms out to the sides and screamed loudly. The system reported the death of the fallen red goblin. The wolf's eyes were shining brightly. The system said that the quest was completed. Rappo smiled and said that Henwoo was a very interesting guy. Looking at the protagonist through the screen, the young man decided to go a different way, as Lysol asked. Rappo sent Henwoo money again. The protagonist raised one finger and said that he could not beat the record. Rappo wrote that there were rumors that Henu did not make ordinary broadcasts. The protagonist's mouth dropped in shock when Rappo asked him to clear the dungeon that was here. The system reported the opening of a new chapter of the main quest. Henu scratched his face and thought with an awkward smile that he should start a new quest. The entrance to the cave was covered in snow, and Rappo said that he had discovered this dungeon, but had not explored it yet. Henu scratched the back of his head and said that he should coordinate this order with the director. Rappo wrote that he would give the protagonist whatever he wanted as a reward. Henu bowed and said that he would fulfill Rappo's request unconditionally. The donation came again. The system provided information about the main scenario quest. Rappo wrote that the name of the dungeon is the Dungeon of the Unknown Archmage. There was a lot of snow in the frozen forest. The two youths were shivering from the cold, saying that the penalty of frostbite was very severe. The black-haired youth, whose eyes turned white, asked if they would die before they reached the Black City. They walked between the trees, and there were no monsters around. The youth imagined the various monsters of the frozen forest. The wind swayed the fir trees, and he said that these monsters could jump out and attack them right now. Suddenly, his companion widened his eyes, seeing something in the distance. There was a path without snow. The youth in green ran forward and guessed that this was some kind of bug caused by the Guild Immortality, who had to go to the Black City because of the Archmage. The wind blew in the Black City. The players looked down and said that the Guild Immortality came to meet Henu. Red flags with a skull were seen. Ramia looked straight ahead with her brows furrowed. With a serious expression, she thought that she had no choice but to come as per Rappo's order. There was snow on the trees. Ramia frowned, realizing that Henu was coming. A fire appeared in the air, causing the snow to melt. Golems appeared between the trees. The young man with the red headband sweated, saying that it was impossible to see anything because of the thick steam. The protagonist stood in the middle of the crowd. The players were smiling. 200 of them were riding on a steam train. Henu was surrounded by his pets. Ramia sweated, saying that the protagonist was very unpredictable, bringing 200 people here. The girl looked straight ahead and decided that they would be able to complete the dungeon of the unknown Archmage together with Henu. A high arch was visible. The players thanked the protagonist with smiles for the locomotive, and Henu replied that the payment would be a subscription to the channel, a like, and a comment. The girl took a step forward. Ramia raised her hand, greeting the protagonist. She smiled, saying that Henu recognized her immediately. The wolves studied each other while the protagonist said that there were not many people with such bright energy among the players. Henu closed his eyes and smiled when Ramia said that he was a very interesting person. The girl raised her hand and said that they would conduct a great raid if they worked together. Henu looked away and thought that they definitely could not do it. He turned away, deciding that if the main scenario quest was wrong, everyone would know, and replied that he could not go with the Immortal Guild now. The protagonist stretched out his arms, saying that if they worked together, they would definitely be able to clear everything. The players looked around thoughtfully, and Henu added that in that case, it would be boring, and he was ashamed to receive an empty check for this. He smiled and concluded that he would play solo to balance the difficulty. There were candelabra with candles hanging on the wall. A few days later, the system provided information about the dungeon of an unknown Archmage. The protagonist began a live broadcast. Viewers immediately began leaving comments. Henu put his hand on his waist and greeted his subscribers. The protagonist imagined himself in front of two doors and said that easy and difficult rooms would drop out randomly. The protagonist imagined himself running forward with a smile and said that only luck can easily reach the boss room. People donated a few dollars. Henu looked at Lucky and said that he would go where the dog said. A massive black door was visible. Rappo donated $10,000. There was a picture of a monster on the door. The protagonist sweated and thought that the monster that appeared after killing the boss was an NPC, and this would definitely be a problem. Henu entered the boss room. The system reported that the Ice Knight of level 165 was using the skill Snow White Body. The boss was resting his face on his hand. He had a sword. The system reported that when his health was below 80%, the skill Fierce Cold was activated, and at 20%, Ice Armor. The audience did not understand why the field boss from the frozen forest was here. The Ice Knight was sitting on the throne. Henu raised his eyebrows in shock, asking why he was there. The knight's face was hidden behind a helmet. The protagonist frowned and called out to the flaming golems. The bodies of the stone monsters were burning. Suddenly, the golems began to fall apart and fall. The Ice Knight was holding a sword in his hand. He swung his weapon, but Hyunwoo managed to jump up. He frowned and thought that his enemy was strong, so he would have to give it his all. The knight swung his sword again. Gustav donated 10,000. The wolf took a step forward. Gold stood in front of the knight, taking the attack. Hyunwoo said with a smile that he was okay thanks to the wolf. The protagonist frowned and decided that the raid would fail the moment he let his guard down. Gold's body began to burn. Lucky raised his head and opened his mouth wide. A golden glow appeared around Hyunwoo. The system reported that he had defeated the Ice Knight and received the title of the one who defeated him alone. The protagonist stretched his arms and said that it was difficult. Rappo donated money. While Hyunwoo was stretching, Rappo said that it was time for the real boss to appear. The man in the green cloak put his hand on his chest and said that he had been waiting. He walked up to Hen. The protagonist was sweating and frowning. Asmo donated 10,000 again. The Ice Knight's throne was empty, and Asmo asked him to clear the dungeon, promising an item set as a reward. Gold pointed at himself in confusion when Asmo said he had prepared something for him. There was a burning torch hanging on the wall, and someone screamed loudly. Hen fell to his knees. He opened his white eyes wide and realized that he was finished, and that he had to end the stream in a hurry because of the main scenario quest. The pets were standing next to the protagonist, who thought that he had accepted the request for the unknown Archmage dungeon because it overlapped with the main scenario quest, but quests and orders cannot always coincide. The system reported that the quest was complete and the unknown Archmage dungeon was cleared. The stranger brought his hands to his hood. Light hair appeared, and the stranger assumed that it was because of the underground labyrinth of the forest village, and after the disappearance of the guardian, strange things began to happen in this labyrinth. It turned out that there was an elf hiding under the hood, who said that she was looking for a solution and came all the way here, knowing that the reason was the power of the nameless god. Henu sweated and thought that he would deal with the order later and first get the reward for the main scenario. A bird landed on the girl's hand, and she said that she would help the protagonist in finding the nameless god. The elf looked at the thunderbird and added that for this you need to raise a chick. Henu opened his mouth in surprise. The girl imagined a brightly shining bird and said that when the thunderbird grows up, it becomes louder than thunder and can even compete with a dragon. The bird spread its wings wide, and the system told Henu to choose new skills for the jackpot. The protagonist took the card in his hand. It depicted a constellation and the skill Orion's Song. Henu opened his mouth in shock, happy about the buff. The elf turned around and told the protagonist to follow her because the thunderbird had already grown. The system reported that they had entered the laboratory of an unknown Archmage. The wooden door opened. An unknown energy suddenly appeared. A red flash flashed in the air. Henu covered his face with his hands, screaming loudly. The system reported that a certain egg was absorbing an unknown energy. The elf looked at the protagonist, asking if something had happened, and Henu, who was clearly scared, replied that everything was fine. He closed his eyes and thought that it was the same last time. They were standing inside a spacious room. The protagonist looked straight ahead, wondering if there would be any items in this Archmage's laboratory. The girl pointed at the book with her hand and said that she could not understand its contents at all. The system said that an uninterpreted book of an unknown Archmage was received. Henu raised his eyebrows in surprise and said that he could not read this book. The item information appeared on the blue screen. A drop of sweat rolled down the protagonist's face when he saw the inscription about the system of assimilating the abilities of items. The book was tied with a chain. The elf looked straight ahead and said that there was someone who could interpret this book, and traces of this person could be found in the foggy forest. The girl stretched out her hand and added that he would listen to Henu's request if he showed this ring. The protagonist smiled, looking at the item. It was the ring of King Tunga of legendary rank. Henu took the artifact and thought that this ring reduced the recovery time of mana and even its consumption, and to do this, it was necessary to reach level 150. A new chapter of the main quest was opened. The system provided information about the quest called Reitling's Comrades. The elf looked at Henu and told him to find Arvia. The protagonist put his hand to his face and said with a smile that he would go there right away and thought that Asmo personally ordered one dungeon. The pets were standing in a row and Henu said that they were going on a journey. The protagonist looked back and called out to Gold. Behind him sat a defeated Ice Knight and Henu asked Gold to absorb him. The boy smiled and said that the protagonist was interesting. Rappo was sitting at the computer saying that he did not understand why the elf sent him away but was waiting for Henu. Suddenly, Rappo received a call from Lysol. The girl was sitting in a coffee shop asking if the boy had seen the protagonist. There was a dessert and a drink on the table and Lysol said that she was disappointed and that she had been waiting for this because even the Immortal Guild could not clear this dungeon. The girl introduced the man standing on the cliff and said that they just didn't know how to proceed to the next stage. Rappo smiled and said that he was just curious about how the protagonist would act. Hyunwoo's face was visible on the screen and Rappo said that he was also surprised by the result. Smiling slyly, the boy said that he had fun thanks to Lysol because he saw Hyunwoo enjoying the game. Lysol sweated when Rappo said that she wanted to watch the protagonist all the time. She smiled and thanked the boy for listening to her request. The girl hung up. The Rising Star building was visible. The man with glasses looked at the blonde man and asked if Hyunwoo really agreed. The boy replied that he was the one who said to make an advance payment. The man sweated in shock. The blonde man raised his hand, saying that the request was made on air under conditions that violated the rules. He introduced the running people and said that usually the price of the order is hidden, and this is perfect for raising Hyunwoo's price. The sent messages were visible, and the blonde man added that in other words, they are competing with each other, and as proof of this, he received an advance payment. The man stamped his foot and asked if this was an admission that the other competitors were eliminated. The blonde man smiled and asked his subordinate to send the protagonist a black claymore and the swordsman's set that Asmo had bought. The sun's rays fell on the orange sign with hieroglyphs. Hyunwoo closed his eyes and rested his head on his hand, wondering what he should do and how to deal with the reward sent for the orders. He received a black claymore as a reward from Lapo and a swordsman's set from Asmo. In front of Kimmy's dark Rayar armor with gold inserts was a black sword. The guy thought about Gold absorbing the Ice Knight, after which his appearance would become similar to a werewolf and then he could put on a swordsman's set. The hero frowned and closed his eyes. The guy imagined gold with long red hair, and in front of him was a black swordsman set. The guy wondered if there would be too many golds. He imagined Lucky with bright blue fur on his chest, thinking that he had also evolved, reaching level 150. Lucky also pulled out a skill card, Gigantization. The card depicted a drawing of a man who was increasing in size. The protagonist imagined a small himself surrounded by giant gold, and Lucky, wondering if they were overshadowing him too much, how he could find a balance in the productions. Hyunwoo thoughtfully raised his hand to his face and closed his eyes, thinking that even though he was making something up quickly, they still stood out too much. He didn't understand what he should do. Two guys passed by. One of them asked if this was true. The hero walking behind him said that it was, so they should hurry to the restroom. The main character opened his eyes in surprise, looking at them. The guy turned his head, looking after the heroes. He asked what was going on in the restroom. There was a sign next to the door that said, "Restroom." Excited voices were heard. People raised their eyebrows in surprise and opened their mouths. The guy said in advance that it was a good game. Hyunwoo raised his eyebrows and looked ahead, wondering what all the fuss was about. His eyes widened in surprise. The hero saw a giant wolf with orange fur on its chest and tail, wondering if it was Smart Guy. The boy wondered if the wolf was too big. The protagonist turned to Hyukju, who was standing next to him, asking if the random Smart Guy had evolved. The boy smiled and raised his eyebrows, asking when Hyunwoo had arrived. The protagonist noticed that Smart Guy had now started using Fenrir's original skill. The wolf growled menacingly, baring its teeth. The protagonist asked what Fenrir's original skill meant. Smart Guy frowned, pressing the body of the defeated monster to the ground. Hyukju replied that it was Gigantization. The protagonist smiled and thoughtfully rubbed his chin, thinking that it would reduce Lucky's burden. A bright fire explosion thundered. The protagonist used a fire blade. The protagonist smiled widely and held out his hand, asking if a fire blade bought with a lot of money wasn't amazing. Next to him stood a tall guy in armor and holding a shield. On the other side was an archer in green robes. A viewer noted that this firepower was no joke. The user asked if it was boring. One of the viewers noted that it would be better if the Archmage used this skill. Mars smiled and raised his hand, asking viewers to refrain from mentioning other streamers. A viewer asked if it was a fact that the Archmage was more interesting. The user answered him with a grin, asking him to stop stating facts, otherwise the streamer would burst into tears. The dark-haired guy raised his eyebrows, saying that they had not yet seen his knightly skills. The user noted with displeasure that no one asked him to show them. Viewers under the nicknames Lubulaki, Goldjin and Fanatic Pot left the broadcast. User Archmage left the broadcast. The heroes opened their eyes in fear. The guy put his hand forward, asking them to wait, because now they will start. The viewer noticed that the top guild scaff is no longer interesting to anyone. The guy clenched his fist tightly in rage. The user with the nickname Stupnialaki left the broadcast. Mars spread his arms out to the sides, standing in front of the screen with an online chat and saying that today, it seems, there was a great lack of content, so next time they will prepare better and come back. The user asked what kind of arbitrariness this was. The viewer said that the atmosphere of the top guild was gone. One of the users noted that they can only compare to the Archmage by a quarter. The guy pressed the button, ending the stream. Mars lowered his head and nervously clenched his teeth, saying that it was all because of the main character. The number of viewers decreased by 20%. The dark-haired guy raised his eyebrows, saying that they can't do anything about it, because it is impossible to PK someone who plays solo in a ghostly forest. Mars turned around and frowned, telling him to wait, since there was no chance of winning with PK, but they could still ruin the broadcast. At least they should warn the protagonist. The guy put his hand out to the side, asking if the protagonist really wanted to ruin the broadcast and if there was a way. Mars spread his hands out, saying that when they hunt, their hunting areas can overlap, and besides, the guild also said that they will not interfere with conflicts with Hyunwoo. He suggested breaking in when the protagonist was streaming. The guy asked if that would be too reckless. A camera was placed among the branches of a tree with green leaves. The heroes were in the center of the lens. Mars spread his hands out, saying that the Archmage does not belong to the guild, so no one will answer. He made it all up, so they just need to listen. The guy smiled and put his hand on his hip, telling Emma that the top guilds were starting to gather, just like she wanted. It was amazing that you could piss them off so much using only a couple of chats. The girl sat on a chair, crossing her legs and saying that that was not all, because she gave Mars some money. The hero furrowed his brows, suggesting that the goal was not just to ruin the stream. Emma imagined Mars and smiled, saying that it was, because the guy was just bait. She was going to order a PC from the Red Snake Guild again. The hero asked what would happen if this time it didn't work out. Emma folded her arms over her chest and closed her eyes, saying that if it didn't work out, she would have to completely change her approach. The guy raised his eyebrows in surprise, asking how this could be done. The girl replied that it was recruitment. Emma tilted her head to the side and pressed her hand to her chest, saying that she would need to find a way to recruit the main character. The events take place in a foggy forest. Fog streams stretched between the dark trunks of trees with green tops. The heroes moved forward. One of them asked if it was really today. He was told that it was because they had received a message that there would be a special episode about the main character in the foggy forest. Mars frowned, thinking that the only content that could be done in the foggy forest was express. This was content where the hero ran in a straight line without stopping and destroyed all the enemies. He imagined little Huna running along the red arrow and pushing monsters in different directions. The hero asked what would happen if they defeated the monsters first. It would just be a stream about a walk in the foggy forest. He imagined little Huna walking in thick fog streams. Mars smiled, thinking that it would be an incident on the stream. The hero put his hand to his ear and looked at the status window, reporting that the main character was 50 meters away. The guy thought that even in thick fog, if he worked with the detector mage, he could steal the monster without the protagonist knowing. Mars waved his hand, giving the order to start the operation. Everyone needed to take their positions. The wolf's paw stepped on the ground. The audience was happy to see Lucky. The user noticed that after Smart Guy, even Lucky used gigantization. A large white wolf with blue fur on his chest and tail grabbed the tree monster with his teeth. The audience asked with a grin if he was playing alone, and this was Lucky Express. Hyunwoo scratched his head and smiled, asking if Lucky had finished. The viewer asked what about the passengers, isn't his name Lucky? A message appeared saying that the user Lapo donated $10,062. The hero wrote that it was a successful game. Next to the protagonist stood a giant Lucky with bright blue fur on his chest and tail. The viewer noticed that even Lapo admitted it. A user asked if there weren't too few monsters. A viewer asked Lucky to show them his firepower, asking what the protagonist was doing there. Hyunwoo frowned and looked away, thinking that it was a top guild stealing right in front of him. Among the fog behind the tree trunks and in the grass, there were dark silhouettes of people, marked by the system windows as Scaff Guild. The guy wondered if they had crossed the line. The viewer noted that the stream was boring. The user replied that it was because there were almost no monsters, like gold. Hyunwoo raised his hand, and a bright fireball appeared above his palm. He asked if they were looking for gold. The guy swung his arm and threw a bright fireball forward, telling them to follow him. The bright trail left behind by the fireball led to the hero in knight armor and a shield in his hand. The user recognized that this was a top guild. The viewer asked why they were stealing monsters. One of the users asked if that was why there were almost no monsters. A bright stream of fireball hit the guy's face. Mars widened his eyes and raised his eyebrows, asking how that was possible. The guy put his hand to his ear and looked at the system window, saying that the protagonist seemed to notice them. Mars frowned and gritted his teeth, asking if Hyunwoo could really understand this even in the thick fog. Not being able to see an inch in front of him, he was a real monster. A bright flash appeared in the thick fog spreading in the space between the tree trunks. The user asked in surprise what the protagonist's performance was. The viewer asked if this was a foggy forest. One of the users asked if this was supposed to be the case. It was probably a bug. The bright streams of fireballs released reached the bodies of people, creating bright flashes. The viewers asked where gold was. Mars raised his weapon, giving an order to the people standing behind him, saying that it was time to move to attack. The heroes frowned. The man opened his mouth, saying that they have nothing to fear because there are more of them. People froze, asking what came out in front of them. They saw a silhouette ahead. The man was dressed in dark armor. He pulled out a sharp sword from its sheath, raising his hand above his head. The man's eyes widened, asking if this was really an ice knight. He moved forward, his eyes shining brightly under his helmet. The user asked where in the foggy forest there was an ice knight. The viewers assumed that it was a bug. The knight swung a sharp sword, throwing people back with streams of energy and cutting tree trunks. The users realized that it was Gold, who put on the set. Gold frowned, his eyes shining brightly under his helmet. He asked the owner to leave this to him. The tip of the sword stuck in the ground. The viewers were surprised that Gold had become very strong, even with a new set. He folded his hands on the hilt of his sword, his eyes shining brightly under his helmet. Gold said that if the boy wanted to approach his master, he would have to go through him. Mars frowned, telling them not to be afraid, because it was just a guardian. The boy behind him frowned, saying that his fighting power was incredible. He realized that there was something else. A bird soared in the sky above the night, its wings spread wide. The audience was happy to see Jackpot. The user assumed that all the characters subordinate to the protagonist were touching. The bird looked forward with concentration. The audience did not understand where the sound of the song was coming from. Jackpot spread his bright wings and put his claws forward. The system reported that the Song of Orion was beginning. Gold's movement speed and attack speed increased by 15%. The hero stood in place, his hands on the hilt of the sword, a bright light falling on his armor. The system reported that Gold's overall attack power had increased by 15%. The viewer assumed that this was Jackpot's buff. The users concluded that the combo of Gigantize, Berserk, and Orion's Song would be enough to defeat such a guild. The heroes frowned and froze in place, their mouths slightly open, thinking about how they hadn't heard about Gold, Lucky, and Jackpot being buffed. Mars gritted his teeth, thinking about how they still had the advantage in numbers. He raised his staff, telling the people not to be afraid, because they could attack together. The heroes moved from their places and, armed with blades, rushed at Gold, who was standing in front. A guy in gray robes stood on a tree branch and watched Lucky below, saying that this was their chance. The masked hero behind him said that while Gold and Jackpot were gone, they needed to kill Hyuna. The guy knelt down, asking what to do with Lucky. The masked hero told them to ignore him. They were going to eliminate the protagonist by killing him suddenly. Hyunwoo raised his eyebrows at the chat, saying that if the offenders cross the line, they will suffer greatly. A viewer noticed that the guy looked a little angry. The user said that no one would like it if he was knocked down. Hyunwoo put his hands on his hips, standing behind Lucky, saying that these people almost ruined his plans, but Gold will deal with it. Gold took a fighting stance, swinging his sword and throwing 5 opponents in different directions. The viewer noted that no matter how strong Gold is, fighting so many opponents at once is too much. The users asked if the protagonist Gold is overdoing it. Hyunwoo smiled and raised his eyebrows. A bright fire sphere appeared in his hand. He asked them not to worry too much since he was also providing fire support. The hero asked if they should continue the Lucky Express. A viewer remarked that he was happy that the protagonist was only playing games. The user remarked that since they were saying that the protagonist could beat a top guild, it was just a joke to him. One viewer said that this pissed him off even more, asking if it would be on the morning news tomorrow. Hyunwoo waved his hand and launched a fireball forward, saying that games should end in games, since there is no fun in transferring them to real life. The hero imagined his older brother with a smile on his face, thinking that all he had was Tiwoo, who was just now starting to undergo rehabilitation, and his face turned red. The hero imagined a smiling Hyorin, that he had a niece who had chubby cheeks because she often ate chicken. This is the best way to mislead, because if it weren't for them, he would have quit the game a long time ago. Hyunwoo frowned, looking away with bright eyes. The hero noticed the dark silhouettes behind the tree trunks and tall bushes, thinking that they continued to pursue him and were gradually approaching. Perhaps he was so careful, since he had been through a lot in the past. No matter how many stealth skills they used, they couldn't fool him. The Snake Hunter Guild, this time they sent them out properly, 3 people, so they would have to play ahead. The silhouettes of the heroes in hoods and masks were hiding behind the green bushes and tree trunks. The protagonist looked away. The guy smiled and petted the giant Lucky standing next to him, asking if the audience was bored with just hunting monsters, so he suggested that they get acquainted with vision skills. The hero asked Lucky to look to the side and try to use Fenrir's Sphere. Lucky opened his mouth and looked forward happily. Bright flashes appeared around his head. The audience noticed that this skill is for debuff. The user asked if Lucky's eyes got bigger because he used gigantization. A viewer with the nickname Lucky donated $1,000. A user with the nickname Super Cutie donated $200. A viewer with the nickname Father Lucky donated $3,000. Lucky opened his eyes wide and opened his mouth. There were bright flashes around the giant wolf. The system reported that Fenrir's Sphere was activated, temporarily suspending the buff for all encountered targets. The audience wanted to see more of cute Lucky. The wolf opened his shining eyes wide and opened his mouth. The user noticed that Fenrir's Sphere was really cool. The hero on the tree branch squatted down, repeating the words about Fenrir's Sphere in surprise. The guy picked up a blade, saying that before breaking stealth, they need to hit the main character. The system reported that they were affected by Fenrir's Sphere. Stealth was broken. The hero ordered them to attack. 3 guys in dark clothes and masks surrounded the main character, but he disappeared from the spot. The audience did not understand what happened. Did the guy split into 3 people? The user noticed that they were heroes from the Snake Hunter Guild. The guy opened his eyes wide, asking where he went. The hero frowned, saying that he disappeared. Hyunwoo smiled widely, using camouflage. The main character was invisible. There were bright flashes near his body. He was behind the Snake Hunter Guild member. The masked guy opened his eyes wide and raised his eyebrows. The viewer was surprised to see that the Snake Hunter Guild's reaction speed was just crazy, and the main character's reaction was amazing. The user asked where Hyunwoo was. The boy frowned, saying that he had finished the casting in advance using the Memorize and Familiar. This time he would show everything clearly. The hero asked if these were assassins from the Snake Hunter Guild. Bright flashes of lightning appeared among the gray clouds. The boy frowned, asking if they had been told that. The hero behind him furrowed his brows, saying that if word spread that they had teamed up with a guild that did not follow the rules, they would be immediately expelled from the guild. He raised his hand to his mouth, asking if it was worth acting now while Gold was out of earshot. The boy looked at the knight in dark armor in front, saying that he had also been careful in choosing his opponent, so he did not think this counted as RK. He informed Mars about the assassins, asking if the situation was getting weird. The boy frowned and gritted his teeth. The hero asked what they should do should they continue like this. Mars turned his head and opened his mouth, telling everyone to retreat because their goal was to distract, not the PC. They couldn't stay and arouse suspicion. The girl watched everything through the laptop screen, thinking about what they had done. Emma smiled, thinking that this would distract the protagonist for a while because he wouldn't be able to unite with the guilds that were targeting him. The girl folded her arms, thinking that this would not match the actions and confidence that Hyunwoo had shown earlier. Then only the right guilds remained. If the hero offered to cooperate with the top guilds, they would demand compensation. After all, he himself would have to clear the dungeon ordered by Asmo. The protagonist walked through the dark forest along the path. Emma stood up from her seat, thinking that according to the information they received, this dungeon was especially difficult and could not be completed alone. The girl frowned and imagined Hyunwoo, thinking that if he wanted to play solo, she would isolate him for life even if he didn't like it. The system reported that the player was killed. The sky above the forest was covered with gray clouds. On the ground lay a blade and a glove, burning in the fire. The viewers noticed that the guy seemed to neutralize hired killers every day. The user said that his luck was no longer a joke. Hyunwoo folded his arms over his chest, thinking that this was sabotage, because the viewers thought that in ordinary life he was rich, so he would take advantage of it a little. The hero sat on the ground and put his hand on his bent leg, saying that he could not believe that they were not going to kill him with so many items, so he asked them to take at least more than 2 legendary ones next time and come. The protagonist leaned his head on his hand and frowned, saying that if they came to kill him with items that weren't even worth a glass of booze, he would pay them back when they met one-on-one. Lucky licked his hair. User Asmo donated $10,063. He said that he was annoyed that his time was wasted because of people distracting him, even though he had placed an order. The user noted that he would have to quit the game, in which they attacked for fun. The guy frowned, telling Lucky not to distract him, because they were having a serious conversation. Wolf sadly lowered his head. Gold looked at the protagonist, telling the owner that he returned safely from a completed mission. Hyunwoo smiled and raised his hand to his head, asking the viewers not to worry, because he would definitely fulfill Asmo's order. The heroes watched the stream on the big screen. The guy said that in this case, he would end the stream. The system reported that the protagonist had ended the stream. People's mouths dropped open in surprise. The guy furrowed his brows, saying that he was sure something would happen on the stream. The girl closed her eyes, saying that it was an accident. Yoonjin tapped his forehead with his fingers, thinking that he and the guilds weren't stupid either. Because there was no way to attack the protagonist in this way, it meant that someone had taken the initiative and they were acting under his direction. He imagined a hand with strings stretching from it to the puppets. The guy thought that if someone was targeting the protagonist, they also needed to increase the number of allies. At the moment, the probability of Hyunwoo's relationship with those guilds being restored was very low. Yoonjin raised his eyebrows and opened his eyes, thinking that there was only one thing left. There was a bright sun and white clouds in the sky. The protagonist asked Asmo if he had left and how the stream had ended. A small boat was floating on the water. The hero in the white cape closed his eyes, saying that the total number of viewers had increased by 3%. The guy folded his hands behind his back, asking if it had really increased when it had been stable recently. The hero held a tablet in his hands, saying that the analysis had revealed that the problem was with the protagonist. He opened his mouth, saying that there was also a meeting invitation from the Rising Star channel. The guy in the red cape turned around and smiled, saying that they needed to talk to the best player Wharton had ever created. An interpretation appeared in the status window. Quest rank, main scenario, quest level, above level 145, quest details, find Arbius to break the seal, quest reward, the Book of an Unknown Archmage, interpreted. After completing the quest, the hero will not be able to go to the fragment of the King of Spirits. Upon completing the quest within 4 days, he will receive the title, the one recognized by Arbius. The reward for the title is the one that Arbius recognized. The rune increases all stats by 20. A bright flash appeared in the gorge. A voice reported to the owner that it was here. The guy went down to Gold, Lucky and Jackpot. Thinking about it, it was at the foot of the cliff in the foggy forest. If not for the light, he would never have found it. Well, now, it's time to give Arbius the Book of the Unknown Archmage. Hyunwoo raised his eyebrows, asking for forgiveness. He put his hand out, looking at the man behind the bed and saying that Mr. Riedling sent him here. Arbius raised his eyebrows, asking what the reason was. Hyunwoo handed him a book wrapped in a bright chain, saying that Mr. Riedling said that Arbius would be able to break the seal. Arbius raised his eyebrows and broke the chain on the books, saying that the deed was done. The guy looked at it awkwardly, saying that he did not break it, but tore it. The system announced that a new chapter of the main quest had opened. The hero picked up a bright flower, saying that he had found it. Hyunwoo thoughtfully rubbed his chin and looked at his inventory, saying that it had been 9 days and he had only been able to find 4, but if it weren't for Lucky's nose, he wouldn't have found any at all. The protagonist smiled and looked away, suggesting that they move on. It would have been quite stressful if the company hadn't extended the order fulfillment period by 10 days, so they couldn't keep waiting any longer. Lucky, Gold, and Jackpot, who had spread his wings wide, were moving behind Hyunwoo. The guy said that he had improved his stats and could now clean it up properly. There was information about the Spirit King fragment in the system window. Quest rank, main scenario, quest level, above level 180, quest details, you need to find the Foggy Labyrinth dungeon and the Spirit King fragment hidden there, quest reward, Spirit King fragment. After completing the quest, the Arbia staff is available. Arbia folded his arms across his chest, asking what was wrong, since he had melted the frost flowers as much as he could. The protagonist leaned his hands on the table and sadly lowered his head, saying that everything was fine. Hyunwoo frowned and gritted his teeth, saying that he didn't know they had an expiration date. The system reported that the frost flowers had a shelf life of 24 hours. The protagonist thought about how frost flowers could be used to extract item stats, so he planned to collect more of them and use them gradually, but why did they have an expiration date? He imagined the bright armor and weapons. The protagonist thoughtfully rubbed his chin, saying that in that case, the items from which the stats need to be extracted now are the Guardian Glove, Guardian Headband, and Guardian Armor, since he needs a replacement to put on after he unfolds them. The card showed a flaming glove, rank, legendary, required level, above level 144, gloves made of the skin of Ingis, who lives in the Forest of Spirits, has mysterious abilities. Strength plus 209, endurance plus 132, intelligence plus 89, mana plus 78, attack power plus 13, casting speed plus 10. After an attack, the next attack heats up right on the target. The hero said that it is possible to use flaming gloves, but then what to do with the headband and armor? Hyunwoo frowned and closed his eyes. The guy thoughtfully rubbed his chin, saying that if you take into account the time left before the stream and the shelf life of frost flowers, he should find a replacement within 24 hours, and after completing the quest. He drew attention to the quest reward. This is a fragment of the King of Spirits. After completing the quest, the Staff of Arby is available. The hero picked up the frost flower, saying that in that case he should hurry up. He hoped that there was something useful for sale on G-Bay. The system reported that the fear gloves could be used to extract the stat of plus 40% to the speed of a magic projectile. Hyunwoo frowned, looking at the glove and flower in front of him, asking for the item's double casting speed to drop. The system reported that the Guardian gloves were laid out, the hero received a new ability, the Strand's headband was laid out. The Guardian armor was laid out, the hero received a new ability. The guy leaned back in his chair and picked up the phone, saying that it was boring, because the main hero had not been on the air for 9 days. Hyukju raised his eyebrows, saying that the prices on G-Bay were rising, but there was nothing interesting. He scrolled through the site, asking if they really had a flame cap and snow armor, because these were legendary items. The icons depicted items. The guy looked at his phone, asking if it was too expensive. The hero greeted Hyukju, asking him to prepare everything. The guy raised his eyebrows, asking why he was looking like that. Hyukju said that a G-Bay bubble had appeared. The guy smiled widely and turned the phone towards him, saying that the items for mages had increased in price because of the Archmage. He noticed that no one would buy them for that much. He screamed when he saw the sale notice. The orange sign had bright hieroglyphs. The guy asked if there were really people who would buy this. There was a bright blue sky above the city. The hero pulled the item. The guy with glasses raised his eyebrows, saying that the preparations were complete. Yoonjin closed his eyes and crossed his legs, telling him to connect. The guy smiled, saying that it was an honor for him to personally greet Khalid. The man said that he was glad to meet you. For convenience, he asked to call him Asmo. Yoonjin smiled, thanking him for his understanding in handling the order. Asmo opened his mouth, saying that it was fine, he just needed something. The hero sat on the red chair, crossing his arms, saying that he wanted to get information about the main quest and purchase Rising Star. Yoonjin furrowed his brows, thinking that this was expected. They definitely needed to lure Asmo over to the Archmage's side, but if that happened, he doubted that the protagonist would maintain an exclusive contract with them. He imagined Hyunwoo with his arms crossed, dissatisfied. Asmo raised his eyebrows, asking if this was the best player Wharton, right. The boy smiled and rubbed his chin, saying that what he needed was his investment in Rising Star. Yoonjin crossed his arms and smiled, imagining money falling from the sky with the organization's building in the background. He thought about how the companies that Asmo invested in were not so easy to touch. Asmo raised his eyebrows and reached for his phone, then laughed, asking if they really wanted to collaborate with him. The guy replied that they did. Asmo pointed to the incoming call on his phone, saying that he would think about it if his order was completed successfully, but right now he had an urgent call, so he was disconnecting. Yoonjin closed his eyes and tilted his head, saying that in that case, they would talk after the order was completed. A bright flash appeared on the screen. Asmo put the phone to his ear, asking Lapo what happened. The guy said that he heard the news. The hero smiled widely, asking if he would invest in Rising Star. Asmo grinned, noting that the word spread quickly, but not yet. Lapo would notice that he also had something to thank the protagonist for. Hyunwoo closed his eyes and sneezed. Asmo moved forward, followed by people in white robes. He asked if he really wanted to thank the guy for making Lucky gigantic. Lapo noted that he did, because it also made him notice his smart guy. The guy smiled, saying that Hyunwoo was an interesting guy anyway. The hero sneezed loudly. The balconies of the building were empty. Tiwoo looked at his brother, asking if he really had a cold. The guy covered his mouth, saying that he was fine. Tiwoo suggested that he rest today. The protagonist brought a glass to his mouth and smiled, saying that everything was fine since his brother had rehabilitation classes today. He just needed to get ready faster since Hyron also had to go to kindergarten. The girl smiled and raised her eyebrows, wishing her uncle and dad luck. Tiwoo rode the wheelchair closer to the door, asking if she could walk there on her own. Hyron smiled, saying that she was already leaving. The guy looked at her, asking her to be careful. The protagonist looked at the happy Tiwoo and his daughter with a smile, thinking that if his brother's condition improves thanks to rehabilitation, he will be able to recover from the surgery. Then they will move to a new house instead of the old one, so he must earn more. The protagonist looked at the ceiling and gray walls. The guy approached his brother. Tiwoo looked up at him in surprise. Hyunwoo smiled and gave him a thumbs up, asking him to try harder in rehabilitation classes because he pays a lot for it. Tiwoo smiled, thanking him for this. There were white clouds in the blue sky. A power line was visible. The protagonist thought that today there is no way to screw up at the live, because unlike last time, this time it is new. Hyunwoo walked along the street among tall houses. He thought that if he increases the casting speed to the maximum in the final part, then he can come to certain results. A dark-haired girl was swinging on a swing. She raised her eyebrows in surprise when she saw the protagonist and called out to him. Lysol came closer and raised her eyebrows, asking why he was so busy. The protagonist cried out in fear, saying that it was too sudden. The girl smiled awkwardly and put her hands in front of her, saying that she called him but he didn't answer. Hyunwoo smiled and pressed his hand to his chest, saying that he didn't pay attention because he was thinking about something. The guy smiled, saying that he had something important to do. Lysol widened her eyes in surprise and raised her eyebrows. The girl raised her hand, saying that she didn't know what his business was, but she knew that he was a person who took his job seriously. Lysol raised her eyebrows and smiled, wishing him luck and saying that he could handle it. Hyunwoo raised his eyebrows in surprise, a blush appearing on his cheeks. He sheepishly said that he would try his best. Yoonjin waved his hand and ordered his subordinates to get ready. He frowned and declared that today's stream would change the fate of the Archmage's VGA broadcasts. Asmo smiled and looked forward to the fact that the player had been preparing for 10 days to clear the dungeon that even successful guilds had failed to clear. The timer expired and the broadcast began. A thick fog enveloped the dark forest. The viewers expressed their uncertainty that their idol would be able to handle the task. The witch's hat caught fire. The gloves were engulfed in flames. Placing his hand on his belt, the protagonist greeted the viewers and announced that today he would be streaming the passage of the Foggy Labyrinth dungeon on Asmo's request. Hyukju's mouth dropped open in shock as he noticed that he had snow armor. The commentators were shocked by the cost of the idol's equipment. Hyunwoo closed his eyes and said it didn't matter now and decided to briefly tell about the Foggy Labyrinth dungeon. Gustav donated $10,000 and wrote that BJ the Archmage had a lot of money. There were light signs along the forest paths. If you deviate from them, you can easily get lost. Wolves were hiding in the fog. Hybrid monsters with 2 different frequencies often appeared in the labyrinth, which must be attacked at the same time to cause damage. Lapo donated $10,000 and said that Lucky would be able to figure it out. The pet was standing next to Gold. Summoning a fireball in his hand, the guy said that a lot of time had passed since the last broadcast, so this will not happen, and he himself is destined to be on the front lines. Several fireballs hit the bodies of hybrid monsters. The viewers noticed that their idol only attacks the ice side of the enemies. Asmo donated $10,000 and asked how many seconds the cooldown of fireballs is. The young man threw a few more flaming projectiles at the enemies. The commentators found out that the cooldown lasts only 2 seconds. Smiling, the player realized that he was able to surprise them because they were seeing something like this for the first time in the game. Some time ago, RB recognized the skill book with a surprised expression and handed it to his friend. A skill called Power of an Unknown Mage appeared above the open book. It turned out that it constantly increases the characteristics of skills. Looking away, the streamer wondered if something new would drop when he continued to advance further in the main scenario. Looking ahead, the main character used the fireball again. White clouds were floating above the skyscraper. Looking at the laptop screen, Merlin said that this is incredible. Emma said that this is the wrong answer. The girl explained, her eyes narrowing slyly, that this wasn't a dungeon that could be cleared by simply increasing the damage dealt. Gold rushed forward, declaring that he would take care of the rear. The man raised his eyebrows in surprise and asked his friend what he thought. Smiling, the woman replied that it was expected and that the most important thing was the boss room. Looking at her colleague, she stated that BJ the Archmage would definitely screw up if he used normal tactics to attack the boss. The fireball shot up into the air. The fiery projectile flew towards the tree and ignited it. The viewer asked why the player still had the +1 casting effect if he was wearing snow armor. Running up to the hybrid monster, the protagonist asked if they had just noticed it. Summoning a fireball in front of him, Hyunwoo assumed that the viewers hadn't noticed it because the casting speed was so fast. After throwing the projectile, an explosion was heard not far from him. The guy squinted. The commentators wondered how this was possible and decided that it was a common bug. Standing in front of the hybrid golems, the young man promised to tell him about it later because he didn't have time for it now. Lucky began to glow. Gold cut the air with his sword, hearing the master's order. With his glowing eyes, the player used Dragon Fever. The casting speed increased by 50%. Dragon Fever was also improved with the help of the legendary skill book. The arrow pierced the golem through, creating a hole in its body. Many donations appeared. Spreading his arms, the streamer decided that he should arrange streams with running competitions with Lucky instead of doing dungeon streams. Seeing a light sign under his foot, the main character realized that there was no way further. Ahead was only a thick fog, in which the ice giant and the flaming giant were hiding. The system asked if the user wanted to enter the boss room. Surprisingly raising his eyebrows, Hyunwoo wondered if there was a double boss there. Because of the fog behind the trees, nothing could be seen. Notifications said that if only one boss remained, then his health recovery rate and attack speed and power would increase several times. Two giants came forward. In normal raids you need to kill double bosses one by one, but these need to be dealt with at the same time. The monsters continued to move forward. Their shadows hung over the guy. He realized that he could not attack as if he knew everything in advance, otherwise people would start to suspect something. The horned monsters clenched their teeth in fury. Stepping forward, Gold asked his master not to worry about it and promised to protect him. A smile appeared on the young man's face. The man was sitting in the room in front of the computer. The gamer's eyes widened in amazement. He could not believe that BJ the Archmage decided not to confront the bosses from the very beginning. The Guardian and the Wolf pounced on the ice giant. If they had, nothing would have happened. The streamer launched several ice arrows towards the fire monster. The viewer frowned, wondering if there was any point in his actions if the player was adjusting to the damage dealt by creatures with skills. In other words, it was in line with the skill level of the top-notch guilds, but BJ the Archmage was holding back his power to finish off the bosses at the same time. A chat appeared in the background of the broadcast. Gritting his teeth, the man thought that it was annoying that he was a high level. Notifications appeared that both bosses were defeated. Smiling, the protagonist stated that today was a draw and promised to come back with interesting content next time. A torch was burning on the wall. On the table in front of Arbius lay an ice and fire stone. Next to them lay a black staff, which was the only item that could contain such a huge power. Looking up, the blacksmith promised to improve the weapon. Bowing, Hyunwoo thanked him. The man noticed that his comrade fell to his knees quite easily. The fire from the torch illuminated the cave. Seeing the Arbius staff and its characteristics in front of him, the boy said that it was simply unbelievable. Frowning, the man asked him to stop rushing around and help him. The young man's eyes widened in surprise. The man asked if he shouldn't do something in exchange for help with the staff. A new quest appeared within the main scenario, reading that he needed to kill 1,000 monkeys. The player's mouth opened in shock. In the forest of trees, huge trees with lush foliage grew densely. Pulling a liana, the knight asked his comrades to get ready. The squad stood in front of the trees on which tailed monkeys sat. In their paws were large stones. Gritting his teeth, the swordsman said that there were about 30 of them here, so they should be quite easy to deal with. The beast swung the stone. From the strong blow, a cloud of dust rose above the ground. A man lay in the funnel. These monsters were strong enough to kill a mage with weak endurance with one blow. Seeing dozens of red eyes in the shadows, the man shouted that they were being attacked from above. Many monkeys with stones in their hands came out of their hiding place. With due unlucky luck, you could meet 100 of them at once. There were many teams that they destroyed with their attacks. Several stones flew towards the warrior in armor. Entering the village, which was located near the forest, the protagonist said that they finally defeated 1,000 monkeys, thanks to which his level increased. Looking up, Gold said that he also became stronger thanks to the master. The legendary skill card lit up. It said miniaturization. This skill first appeared in God Wars. The knight covered his head with his hands when the monkeys began to shoot at him. Using gigantization in this forest would be suicide. Holding stones in their paws, the monsters grinned. If the companions used gigantization, they would come under a powerful attack and most likely die. The merchant held a vial and a calculator in his hands. Hyunwoo thought that he had the opportunity to awaken Lucky with an item called Divine Creature Life. Looking away, the guy remembered that after death, gold would not disappear, but would simply start over. The companions were resting on the ground. The knight told the dog that he had become stronger than him. The young man thought that he had a way to use the miniaturization skill and Fadu dagger he had received this time. The only problem was that he did not have the Fadu dagger. Lowering his head, the guardian promised his pet to show the difference between them in the next battle. Holding an empty bag, the player thought that he had no money due to his recent shopping at the auction. Scratching his chin, the streamer wondered if he should sell the information about the main scenario to get money or find the NPC Heath and continue the quest. A stingray flew over his head. The stranger sitting on it asked if he really came instead of RBI. The man in the turban leaned over the main character and asked him to climb the stingray. Heath introduced himself with his hand on his chest, and a new chapter of the main scenario opened. The blue sky hung above the skyscraper, and a recording of the previous stream appeared, in which VGA the Archmage was in the tree forest. The man sitting at the table asked if he really managed to defeat 1,000-tailed monkeys. His colleague confirmed it with raised eyebrows. While shells were exploding around, Hyunwoo attacked the monkeys with a sword. Raising his index finger, the employee said that the player showed a black claymore and his own swordsmanship on the broadcast. The girl asked if there was anything strange about it. A bright light illuminated the room. The woman opened her mouth and noticed that this time VGA the Archmage, who was always good at hunting, had a hard time. The guy gritted his teeth in displeasure. Looking at the laptop screen, the employee said that she imagined it. On the monitor, the young man drank a potion. The girl explained that the recording showed that the streamer used many more potions than usual, therefore, he needed to focus on playing in a party, not solo. Entering the office, Yoonjin asked who said anything about a party. The bags with boxes of breaded chicken rustled. Holding them in his hands, the blonde smiled happily. Putting the bags on the table, the president said that VGA the Archmage would be playing solo again. Approaching his colleague, he asked if she knew about this. The woman answered in the affirmative and added that the Explorers Guild found the first quest of the main scenario. People were looking for something under the tree roots. Scratching his chin, the head of the channel thought that the letter VGA the Archmage had just sent said that he wanted to sell information about the main scenario. On the computer screen was the text of the letter. The streamer wrote that he needed the Fadu dagger. Frowning, Yoonjin presented the guild crests and realized that only the Abyss Guild or the Explorer Guild could put the Fadu dagger up for sale. Looking at his subordinates, the blonde man asked them to eat chicken and prepare to work overtime. White clouds were reflected in the windows of the building. Raising his eyebrows, Jackie reported that the Fadu dagger had been sent to Rising Star. Emma praised him for his excellent work. The man said with the corners of his lips down that after he received a call saying that the Explorer Guild had found the starting point of the main scenario, the Rising Star channel put the information about it up for sale. The president smirked against the background of the channel's logo. The blade of the dagger flashed in the light. There was only one thing in the Abyss Guild storage that could be exchanged for this kind of information. The assistant squinted and asked if this was a coincidence. The woman closed her eyes and said that it was not a coincidence. The manager pursed her lips and realized that they were trying to sabotage them. The girl raised her eyebrows and called it a shameless robbery. Asmo smirked. Because of his investment, the Abyss Guild could not recruit the VGA Archmage. Yoonjin looked back. Now the Abyss has no choice but to complete the main scenario before the player. Emma frowned and asked her assistant to buy up all the information that Rising Star sells and make a list of the top guilds that are unhappy with the streamer. Jackie smiled and said that he understood everything. The forest of trees was dark due to the dense crowns of the trees. Seeing that his friend had logged out, the traveler asked where he was going in the middle of the game. Scratching his head, the man said that VGA the Archmage had started streaming. More than 100-tailed monkeys were hiding in the foliage of the trees. The broadcast began. Waving his hand, the main character greeted his viewers. The monster was clutching a stone in its paws. Pointing at the miniature goal, Hyunwoo introduced the viewers to his new bow. Sasaki donated $10,000 and wrote that it would now be difficult to hit the Guardian. After the donation, Asmo asked which guild Fadu's dagger belonged to. The guy was happy with the donations. A cobblestone was flying at his head. Looking back, he noticed the shelling that had begun. Many stones raised dust from the ground. Hitting it, the viewers decided that this was the end for the Archmage. Grinning, the young man used the ice wall skill. The stones hit the barrier that appeared in front of the heroes. Pointing at himself, the player decided to talk about today's broadcast before the ice wall collapsed, and said that there were 150-tailed monkeys behind him. The monsters clenched their teeth in fury. The commentators could not believe that there were so many of them, because such a number of enemies could destroy an entire squad in an instant. Another stone split the ice wall. Gold's eyes flashed when he was asked to prepare for battle. The wall was destroyed. Rushing forward, the knight declared that he would not spare those who stood in the way of his master. The guardian jumped into the air. The monkey closed his eyes, seeing the blade of a dagger in front of him. Having flown past several opponents, the miniature guard destroyed them with a dagger, a scratch from which is already fatal. The stone soared into the air, the throwing speed was greatly reduced. Explosions of energy were heard near the trees. The viewers noticed that the stones did not hit the warrior due to the miniaturization skill. The streamer said that it was too early to be surprised. Having cast the Inferno spell, the main character summoned a huge demon behind him. An explosion of dark energy was heard in the middle of the forest. Dharam's shadow appeared behind Lucky. All the enemy stats were reduced. Finding themselves under many debuffs, the tailed monkeys began to fall off their feet. Grinning, Hyunwoo summoned a flame golem. 2 burning monsters appeared behind him. All his companions were standing nearby. The guy said that it was time to do some cleaning. A notification appeared that the main scenario quest was completed. Standing in the middle of a pile of monkey corpses, the young man said that this was the end of today's broadcast. Squinting, he thought it was hard, but people reacted well to such a stream. A dark aura appeared around the monkeys. The player was surprised when during the battle the beasts turned black from the power of their leader. The furious monkeys bared their fangs. Previously certain conditions were needed for this, but now the power of the nameless god began to affect even ordinary monsters. The system reported that a new chapter of the main scenario was opened. The streamer pressed the button to end the broadcast. The main character thought about what would happen if all the monsters received the power of the nameless god. A flash appeared above his head. A huge monkey landed behind him. Frightened, Hyunwoo jumped forward. Turning around, the guy could not understand where this monster came from if the leader of the tailed monkeys was dead. Gritting his teeth, he realized that the cooldown of his skills was not over yet. The huge beast asked if the man had really dealt with the group. An NPC sign hung above his head. Raising his eyebrows, Hima offered to make a deal. A description of a new quest appeared, for which a legendary skill book was given as a reward. Clouds floated across the blue sky. The sun illuminated the sign above the capsule cafe. Raising his hand to his mouth, the man whispered that their friend probably went broke pumping items. The blonde asked him to speak even more quietly. Looking down in disappointment, the guy wondered why nothing useful was being sold at the auction. A message appeared on the screen saying that there were no goods. The young man thought that the site had always had something from the Fadu series, and now it was not even known when they would be put up for sale. Scratching his chin, the player did not understand why this was happening now and suggested that he needed to ask the Rising Star channel for help. Raising his eyebrows, Pak said that a letter from the VGA Archmage had arrived in the mail. Hearing that the contents were a bit strange, Yoonjun looked up and promised to check it out. Looking at the screen, the man's mouth dropped open in surprise. The letter said that the streamer wanted the Fadu series, which was not sold at auction. Scratching his chin, the blonde thought that the items from the Fadu series were not the most common, but they were also not that hard to find. Therefore, the player could search for them himself. Closing his eyes, the president remembered who had the entire Fadu series. A lot of bills fell on Asmo's head. This person was the one who was on good terms with BJ the Archmage and also an investor in Rising Star. Leaning on his hands, the channel leader realized that the partner wanted them to get the Fadu set themselves, showing who investors really were. Yoonjun grinned, amazed at how carefully the player had planned everything. Cumulus clouds hung over the skyscrapers. Looking up, the girl informed him that they had bought all the legendary items that matched the streamer's level. Emma closed her eyes and praised her, asking her to continue buying everything that would be put up for sale. Merlin crossed his arms and asked if they really needed to go that far. Raising her hand, the woman confirmed this and explained that BJ the Archmage would try to continue playing solo. She added with a stern frown that he needed the right equipment for that. Imagining a pile of equipment behind her, the manager explained that if they bought all the items, his progress in the main scenario would slow down. The protagonist fell to the ground, upset that he lacked equipment. Frowning, the man realized that they could exchange information about the main scenario for items like last time. There were low buildings on the street. Asmo probably received magic from Hima that does not depend on skill cards. The protagonist walked down the street, staring at his phone. There was a question mark on the card. Warrior's Spirit is an essential skill that allows you to play solo in the Pioneer Lands. Hima closed his eyes and spat on the floor. If you get such magic in exchange for the Fadu series, it will be quite cheap. Looking at the phone screen, Hyunwoo noticed that he received a reply from Rising Star. The letter contained a list of things that the channel would provide. The guy thought that the president was a real professional in his field. Tears of happiness, he thanked Yoonjun and promised to never forget his kindness. Smiling, the young man realized that he saved money that he could buy a laptop that his brother had always dreamed of. The player came to the hardware store. Pointing at a children's cookery set, the streamer decided to buy toys for Hyorin. He also needed to go to a consultation for Tiwoo's surgery. Clouds were floating above the hospital. The main character was walking home with groceries. A smile shone on his face. Raising the bag above his head, he said that he was in a great mood today. The description of the quest Hima's proposal appeared. The sun's rays were breaking through the tree crowns. Looking at the item cards, Hyunwoo thought that he liked them very much at first, but he was worried about whether he was allowed to receive so much. because the items from the Fodder series are not sold even at auction. Nodding, Gold asked him not to worry about it. Frowning, the boy decided to just use what was given to him because they had no time to worry. Hima was sitting on the throne in the center of the tree forest. Approaching him, the young man said that he came here to make a deal. The monkey asked if he had brought what he needed. The player handed him the Fadu hammer. The beast decided to reward him with a magic skill. Drawing a circle of energy in the air, the monster invited the guest to his home. Magic circles appeared in the air. The heroes found themselves in the center of a spacious room. The streamer was surprised that cutscenes in this game are not jokes. Raising a spear, Hima asked what kind of magic the traveler wanted to get. The protagonist answered that he needed the warrior spirit skill. Swinging a spear, the monkey agreed. Seeing the legendary card in front of him, Hyunwoo thought that only the elementalist class could get this skill and that only Asmo could get it. The card showed a description of the warrior spirit skill. Looking ahead, the guy realized that he now had the opportunity to use a large number of skill combinations. He summoned low-level elemental spirits in front of him. Snapping his fingers, the young man turned them into warrior spirits. The monsters increased in size. They had mediocre combat power, but they could carry items on themselves. Pouring the liquid from one test tube to another, the beast asked if his guest wanted to use magic skills on the battlefield. The player apologized. A new chapter of the main scenario opened. Looking back, Hima expressed a desire to give the traveler a small gift, namely liquid for the pendant. The necklace rose into the air. The monkey asked the guest to be careful because the pendant would become very greedy when this liquid was added to it. Golden drops flowed down to the center of the pendant. The streamer's eyes widened in surprise when the necklace began to dart from side to side. Looking at the pendant, the beast explained that now he needed to find what the pendant pointed to. Handing over the skill book, Hima hoped that it would help his guest. Grinning, the protagonist realized that this was the legendary skill book and thanked his ally. A description of a new quest called Three-Tailed Monkey Brothers appeared. Vines hung on the trees. A notification appeared about reaching level 180th. Reaching up, Hyunwoo thought that he didn't care at all about the number of enemies because he managed to improve the curse devouring pendant. A dark aura appeared around the necklace. A description of the item appeared. No one could have imagined that it had the effect of one more. The War Dragon gave the user a new chance. Many legendary cards appeared in the air. One more is a passive skill that increases the number of possible summons by one. The guy touched the skill called Jump and realized that now the impossible will become possible. Taking the card in his hand, the young man said that the preparations were complete and that he could now start the stream. Sitting in the lotus position, he noticed that all the viewers were only interested in the warrior's spirit, but no one cared about today's monster. Seeing many comments, the player raised two fingers and said that now everything will be. Two spirits appeared in the center of the magic circle. The viewers were shocked that it turned out to be true. Gustav donated $10,000 and offered BJ the Archmage to sell him information on obtaining warrior spirits. Embarrassedly scratching his cheek, the streamer thought that this was to be expected and realized that he could not sell this information since it was related to the main scenario. While the spirits were playing with each other, the main character apologized and said that it would be very difficult to sell something like that. Lapo donated $10,000 and asked if it would really be that expensive and it would not be possible to negotiate with Asmo. Closing his eyes, Hyunwoo decided to avoid such a difficult question and explained that he and Asmo were good business partners. Yoonjin looked tensely at the laptop screen. The sheikh narrowed his eyes in displeasure. Seeing the donation from Merlin and his offer to become business partners, the guy opened his mouth in shock and thought that the situation was getting out of control. Rising to his feet, he said that he could not simply communicate with his viewers throughout the entire broadcast. Stone golems stood behind him. They were holding back huge monkeys. Gustav made a donation and wrote that today's stream would be different from the usual. Looking away, the young man said that the raid on the boss had already begun and ordered the summoned creatures to turn into warrior spirits. The fiery clot frowned. The water spirit did the same. Merlin realized that the number of summons had increased thanks to the skill one more. Smiling, the player confirmed this. In the hands of the warrior spirits were weapons from 100 Fadu. The streamer decided to introduce the viewers to a new main team without Lucky and Gold. The familiars summoned a fireball in front of them. The main character said that this was the new canonical BJ style of the Archmage. A trident, a fireball, and a fire spear flew over his head. Having defeated the fiery golem, the monkey bared its fangs. The water spirit warrior thrust his spear forward. The blade left a deep cut on the monster's body, activating the curse of Fadu. The fire spirit warrior pulled the bowstring. The arrow pierced the beast's chest. Squinting, Hyunwoo decided to start the show. Many waves of energy rushed forward. Having reached the target, they exploded. In the air, the guy used more and more skills at the same time. Gustav donated another $10,000. Smoke came from the wounded monkey. Grinning, the young man realized that he had come to the end. A powerful explosion was heard in the forest. A notification said that the third monkey brother was defeated. Standing in front of his corpse, the player said that there would be a battle between two teams. The system asked if the user wanted to make the tailed monkey his guardian. Grinning, the streamer gave his consent. A glowing beast appeared in front of him, swearing allegiance to its master. Opposite Silver, Lucky and the Fire Spirit stood the Water Spirit, Gold and Jackpot. The protagonist declared that this match would determine which of the two teams would defeat the remaining monkey. The two surviving boss brothers opened their mouths in shock. Taking the microphone in his hands, Hyunwoo announced the start of the competition. Asmo donated and asked if Silver didn't need equipment. The guy's eyes widened in amazement. The lands of the pioneers were covered with mountains. The knights were fighting hyenas in the gorge. The master's cast would end soon. This time they would get a reward. Looking back, the warrior said that this was a party with those who occupied single-digit places in the small rating. His comrade felt sorry for the other parties. Frowning, the swordsman asked who they were. The sorceress asked if they needed to do anything before the Chungwon Guild moved on to the next stage. The girl smiled and suggested not to hate the Chungwon Guild too much. Smoke rose into the air. Only the winners of the competition in the Land of Pioneers receive rewards and level up. Raising her staff above her head, the woman said that weak players have no choice but to face their limit. The sorceress covered in blue energy asked if there was a problem with the strongest players gathered together. A hail of ice shards fell on the hyenas in the ravine. The girl, with her mouth open in surprise, realized that today was a bad day to level up. Her companion decided that they would have to rest for a couple of days. Holding the artifact in his hands, the knight said that his friend had a powerful power of destruction worthy of first place in the rankings. Yewa looked back and said that it was not that powerful. Looking at the stopwatch, the man said that they broke the record and that they would soon be able to do it in 3 minutes. Raising her eyebrows, the woman explained that if things continued like this, catching VGA Archmage would not be difficult. A video call appeared on the system window. Emma asked if her friend would be able to set a new record. Closing her eyes, the girl confirmed this and added that this would happen thanks to the efforts of the Abyss Guild. The manager asked if there was any news from the player. White clouds floated over the gorge. The sorceress said that the streamer had not yet received the Pioneer quest. The knight looked at the Pioneer quest NPC with displeasure. The guild members were watching the NPCs from whom this quest could be received. The men in armor crossed their arms over their chests. VGA Archmage would not be able to bypass so many people. Yewa reported that the player was still in the tree forest. Emma frowned with displeasure. The girl frowned sternly and said that the streamer had not yet received the Pioneer quest and that he had no way to get here. A description of the new quest appeared. A stingray hovered in the sky. Sitting on it in the lotus position, the protagonist was surprised that it was possible to get to the lands of the pioneers without even completing the quest. Remembering the huge rune stone behind him, Hyunwoo became worried about what happened after defeating the three-tailed monkey brothers. Smoke rose above the strange altar. A notification reported the presence of an unknown force. Seeing waves of dark energy in front of him, the guy smiled. The egg absorbed the power of the nameless god. The egg was covered in a red aura. The hatching reached 67%. Squinting tensely, the young man wondered what would happen to God Wars if this value reached 100%. Seeing a man on the edge of the gorge, Hidu said that they were there. A new chapter of the main scenario opened. Sitting on the hyena, Tex reported that very sharp and rapid changes began to occur in the restricted area. Scratching his chin, the player thought that the same thing happened in the restricted area and was glad that they would not have competitors. Next to the normal hyena stood a stronger black hyena. You need to be careful with such monsters. Looking at his companions, the streamer decided that he would not have a problem with this. The system reported that Yoonjun entered the game. Stroking Lucky, the main character said that he wanted to tell him something. Smiling, the man noticed that his partner had already entered the Pioneer lands, being a target for many players. The wolf was sleeping on the owner's lap. Hyunwoo said that he would not go anywhere if he was afraid of them. This is why he spends so much money on the game. Scratching his chin, the blonde said that in that case, it would be inappropriate for them to invest money in it, but he had one suggestion for this time. The group of travelers fought hyenas. Playing solo in the lands of the pioneers was considered very risky. The president asked if his friend still had a negative attitude towards playing in a party. The guy frowned sternly and said that he could not play in a party because he was completing the main scenario. Looking away, the head of the channel asked what they wanted to talk to him about. Silver looked at Gold's armor with envy. They needed to find suitable equipment for him, so the young man wanted to sell information about the main scenario. Looking at the laptop screen, Yoonjun thought that Asmo promised him everything he needed during the last stream. Looking at his friend, the man decided that he had prepared a plan since he wanted to sell information to get everything he needed. Putting his fingers to his temple, the blonde realized that his plan was not perfect, judging by the requested items. Equipment cards from the Pioneer set appeared in the air. If the player figured them out, he would want something on the level of the Rocket Man set. Smiling, the president thought that his task was to do everything possible to make BJ the Archmage play solo. Since he wanted it so much, the head of the channel promised to send his partner the Rocket Man set, which Asmo gave him. Equipping the Rocketman set, Gold adjusted his hat. Silver, dressed in a swordsman set, looked at him with delight. Squinting with displeasure, the streamer thought that the Guardian's character had changed and assumed that this was because he had a younger one. Smiling, the main character suggested that they quickly finish this annoying quest. Clouds floated above the Abyss Guild. Spreading her arms, Yewa said that there were 3 groups of 2 people watching the target who would not allow BJ the Archmage to enter the lands of the pioneers. Crossing her arms over her chest, Emma suggested that the player had a limit and that he could not do whatever he wanted with the game system. Imagining a person with a question mark on his chest, the girl asked if it would not be easier to find the streamer in reality than to wait like this all the time. Looking out the window, the woman laughed and said that they had already tried to do that. Smiling, the manager said that she had tried to hack his account countless times, but she could not. Hearing that she just needed to focus on the task, the sorceress frowned and promised to handle it. On the building hung a sign of a coffee shop. Sitting at the table, the protagonist was upset that the NPC gave him endless quests. Taking a sip from his straw, Hyunwoo decided that he couldn't stream since the hunt took about 11 minutes. A new message came to his phone. Smiling happily, the guy learned that his brother's surgery date had been set. Hyorin was sitting on her father's lap, and there was only a little time left. Soon, Tiwoo would be able to get up and hold his daughter. Imagining new furniture, going to the movies, and an amusement park, the young man thought that they would be able to live a normal life. Getting to his feet, he decided to get to the hospital as soon as possible. An empty glass was left on the table. A crack appeared on it. Clouds hung over the forbidden zone of the pioneers. A fireball hit the black hyena in the side. Frowning, the player thought that hunting here was very convenient since there were no competitors in the forbidden zone. Lucky was standing behind him. The streamer realized that he still couldn't adjust to the speed of the hunt. The familiars used fire and ice arrows. Gold and Silver rushed forward. They were giving it their all. The warrior spirits and flame golems attacked the hyenas. Even with their top-notch skills, the hunting time was over 10 minutes. The Guardian pounced on the black hyena leader with a dagger. The battle with him was taking too long. Frowning angrily, the protagonist wondered if the problem was in him. Icons of various skills appeared in the air. Hyunwoo had been using too many magic skills lately, the cooldown of which had increased. Now he had the opportunity to only level up. He needed to quickly find a way to fix everything. A huge wave of fire engulfed the black hyena leader. The description of the quest survivor appeared. Pointing her finger to the side, Glara said that the destination was in that direction. The guy said that it would be too dangerous there and that they should go around. There was a pack of 300 black hyenas hiding behind a rock. The young man was glad that he had the opportunity to spot them in advance, otherwise they would have been in big trouble if they had gone the usual route. The player thought that the quest to escort the NPC was not that difficult. A blue light lit up in his eyes. There were evil hyenas ahead. The girl who needed to be escorted was Ara's student, so there was a high probability that the reward for completing the task would be an item related to him. Scratching his chin, the streamer hoped that it would be an item that would help him improve his special skills. In his memories, a fireball appeared in front of him. The shells crashed into the monkeys. If the protagonist was going to continue playing solo, then he needed to show all his abilities. Standing in front of a group of hyenas, he thought that his competitiveness would fall if his streams were like any other. Smiling and waving his hands, Hyunwoo said that he plays solo. The commentator wrote that the members of the Chungwon Guild are much better than him. Imagining everyone pointing at him, the guy thought that it would be harder to continue broadcasting. Viewers suggested that he create a party. The arrow on the views graph fell down. Imagining Yoonjun turning away from him, the young man realized that then the advertising contracts could be cancelled, and without profit for the company, the contract with him could be terminated. Tiwoo frowned with displeasure. The player thought that he would not be able to save up for an operation for him, and this cannot be allowed. Glara pointed to a secret passage with her hand. The companions watched as their master sat on the ground and screamed at the top of his lungs. Frowning, the girl said that they can just go here. The quest was completed. Standing in the cave, the girl gave her savior her headband. Picking it up, the streamer hoped that it would have amazing effects. It turned out that this headband gives a huge buff to all characteristics. Frowning, the protagonist noticed the presence of a dormant power in it. A notification said that the cooldown of spells was reduced by 50%. Different elements were connected by one line. For an Archmage who can use a 5 cast, reducing the cooldown was useless. Imagining how the damage value increased by 25%, Hyunwoo decided that this effect was much better. Looking at the system window, he noticed that the set had options. A new chapter of the main quest, Legacy of the Dead Shaman, was opened. Smirking, the guy realized that he would have access to incredible abilities after collecting the set, so he needed to complete the quest as soon as possible and get level 193. Standing surrounded by his companions, the young man said that it was time for them to move on. A powerful whirlwind lifted the hyenas into the air, the quest conditions were completed, a quest called Ara's Traces appeared. The player attacked many hyenas with fire and lightning projectiles, his level was increased, the war dragon gave him a new chance. Looking back, the streamer asked if his pet was ready. Reaching out for the gold card, he said that sometimes it was okay to cry. Confirming the use of the chance, the protagonist touched the legendary card. Seeing what was hidden behind it, Hyunwoo opened his mouth in shock. A description of the blizzard skill appeared in front of him. Hugging Lucky, the guy said that thanks to him, everything will work out. In fact, he was worried that everything was going too smoothly. Gold gave a thumbs up and asked the owner not to worry about it. Smiling, the young man said that everything will work out soon. A quest called Ara's Training appeared, opening the way to a new location. The blue sky hung above the building. Sitting on the couch, Asmo asked what happened and remembered that the Chungwon Guild was openly keeping an eye on VGA Archmage. The man raised his eyebrows and suggested that they were growing so fast because they were made up of members of the small ranking. The hooded man answered with his mouth open that this was the wrong answer. The members of the Abyss and Traveler Guilds were sponsoring them. Yeo was standing in front of them. The goal of the Chungwon Guild was too obvious. Looking up at the ceiling, the Sheikh was indignant at this, because the game was made for fun. The man on the other end of the line said that he had sent him some interesting information. On the tablet screen was a girl with blue hair. In her hands was a sparkling staff. Asmo realized that he had never seen it in the game. Looking down, his assistant said that it was Ara's staff, which had enough firepower to break the record of the Abyss Guild. Reaching for a mug of coffee, the man explained that according to the information received from the Archmage BJ, items, quests, and skills that no one had seen before would soon appear. He raised his mug to his mouth and said that he had a headache from this game. Standing in front of him, a man in white robes said that God Wars was not originally created for sale. In the forbidden area of the Pioneers, it was dark due to the clouds. A notification said that the quest was failed. Sitting on the ground, the protagonist thought that this was more difficult than he thought. Snapping his fingers, Gold asked the owner to leave it to him. Silver agreed with him. Jackpot was sitting on Lucky's head, who barked affirmatively. The system asked if the user was ready to take on the challenge again. Smirking, Hyunwoo said that he wanted to complete this quest alone. A clear sky shone above the city. Walking to his boss's desk, Park reported that BJ the Archmage took first place in the small rankings. Frightened, looking at the tablet, he added that there was no news from him lately. A lot of comments appeared on the forum. Implausible rumors began to appear. Yoonjin put his fingers to his temple and said that they had no reason to worry. The secretary reminded them that they hadn't seen the player for several weeks. Closing his eyes, the blonde explained that it wasn't that he was missing, but that they couldn't see him. Scratching his cheek, the man asked what that meant. Suddenly, the president shuddered. His colleague adjusted his glasses. Waving his hand, the head of the channel said that he would find out everything himself and asked his comrade to leave. Stretching in his chair, the director said that he had to be extremely careful in his words because of the hackers who were trying to get data on the Archmage's BJ. The hooded man was sitting in front of a laptop. This had happened before, but after the player disappeared, hacker attacks began to happen more often. Yoonjin closed his eyes and thought that he should hire digital security experts. Cards with images of various equipment items appeared in the air. The man remembered that BJ the Archmage was in the Pioneer Land with Lucky during the recent meeting to hand over the Rocket Man set. The knight was watching the NPC closely. In order to get to this location, it was necessary to receive a quest. The quest giver was surrounded by warriors. It was impossible to pass by them unnoticed. The player ran from the wooded forest to the desert, deliberately hiding from prying eyes. Most likely, he is now in a place where he can hide. Closing his eyes, the blonde wondered why the partner let only him know his location. Suddenly, the president opened his eyes. The head of the channel began to type, deciding that he needed to secretly prepare something for the next broadcast. Smiling, the director realized that the streamer showed him the location to buy some time. There was a lamp under the ceiling. Yoonjin asked himself if he should try to live up to his partner's expectations by opening an event called Find the Hidden Archmage. The cleaner was washing the floors in the capsule cafe. Looking at his phone, Hyukju told him that an ad was posted on the Rising Star channel looking for BJ Archmage. The ad showed the player's face. The one who found him first would be given $3 million. A heated discussion began on the forum. People were looking for the streamer in the tree forest. Looking away, the man asked if they were sure they were looking in the right place. Looking back, the mage confirmed this, adding that VGA Archmage could not receive the pioneer's quest. The girl suggested that he was deliberately not getting in touch. Spreading his arms, the traveler asked if this wasn't a waste of time. Frowning, the warrior remembered the rumor that the player, afraid of running into the Chungwon Guild, was going to hide until they moved to the next location. The trees grew very close to each other. People did not understand how they were supposed to find someone who had not been in touch for 2 weeks. The sky was reflected in the windows of the Abyss Guild building. Holding a tablet, Jackie said that as a result of the spread of various rumors about the Chungwon Guild on social media, the image of the VGA Archmage has currently deteriorated greatly. Emma praised him for his hard work. Opening one eye, the girl said that soon Yewa from the Chungwon Guild will have to openly ask the player to apply for participation in the big golden hyena match. Looking down, the man asked what would happen if the streamer refused. The sorceress crossed her arms over her chest. The popularity of the guild will increase if the rumors become reality. The protagonist lowered his head in disappointment. In this case, his popularity will fall. Hyunwoo was hiding in the forest from people looking for him, but his leveling had its limit. The equipment was marked sold. The Abyss bought up all the items below level 200, so further leveling was impossible. The woman leaned back in her chair and declared that they had already won. Her assistant called it amazing. The blue sky hung over the hospital. Lying on the hospital gurney, Tiu asked his brother not to worry so much. The guy asked him to concentrate on the surgery. Raising his eyebrows, the man reminded him that he needed to take Hiron to kindergarten. Smiling, the young man said that everything would be done and wished his brother to stay strong. Smiling widely, Tiu thanked him for the opportunity to recover. The doctors took him to the operating room. The sign showed surgery in progress. The player was sitting in the waiting room. After a while, he got to his feet. Looking at his phone, the streamer remembered that it was time to pick up his niece from kindergarten. There was a slide at the playground. Walking down the street, the main character asked if the kindergarten was interesting. The girl confirmed it was and added that she wanted to play a little more. Waving her hand, Lysol greeted them. The child remembered her and called her beautiful. Bending down, the girl thanked her for the compliment. Looking at her uncle, Hiron asked if they could play for a while. Hyunwoo asked her not to disturb the woman because she was very busy. With tears in her eyes, the girl asked if they couldn't play for a while. Smiling, Lysol said that she had some free time today. Waving his hands, the guy explained that he had to leave urgently and that his business would take up a lot of time. Raising his eyebrows, the girl promised to look after the child while her friend did his business. Bending down, she asked if Hiron wanted to play at her house. The girl happily agreed. Imagining his friend as an angel, the young man joyfully clenched his fists and thanked her, thinking that she was a really good person. There were power lines outside. The player asked if the niece would listen to her older friend. The child promised to behave well until her uncle came. It was evening. There was a street lamp on the street. Hiron said that she wanted to go home to Lysol again. Putting her on his back, the streamer asked if she really liked it there so much. The girl confirmed it. Some time ago, the main character bowed many times and apologized for being late. He was glad that the girl treated it with understanding. Smiling, the child asked when they would start dating. Shocked, Hyunwoo asked what they were talking about. Imagining the woman in his arms, he realized that he had never thought of her in such a way. Blushing with embarrassment, the guy asked if Lysol had really said this. Hiron answered negatively and said that she could visit her more often if they started dating. The young man sighed in relief and closed his eyes. The sky above the city turned orange. The player explained that he worked solo both in the game and in life. The girl asked what it meant and offered to eat chicken. Her uncle agreed. The description of the quest training aura appeared. Raising his hands above his head, the streamer shouted that he finally managed to hold out for 10 minutes. Raising his thumbs up, Gold said that this was to be expected from his master. Smiling, Aura praised him and said that now he had nothing more to teach him. A notification said that the user had acquired an outstanding consciousness skill. Looking at the book, the protagonist said that he managed to do this only on the 51st try and that completing this quest alone was very difficult. Looking at Lucky, Hyunwoo asked him to follow him. The wolf raised his head and howled. Many cards swirled in the sky, and seeing that there was an emerald one among them, the guy reached out his hand to it. Grinning, he realized that he had the status of a legendary epic. The card depicted a description of the Hellfire skill. Raising his hand, the ghost said that he would need to kill a monster that appeared in the Golden Valley. Frowning, the young man realized that he needed to come to his senses, because the fact that the reward was increased meant that the difficulty level would also be high. A description of the Golden Valley quest appeared, and the player's eyes widened in shock, noticing that there was no reward for this quest either. Frowning, the man said that the enemy would soon move on to the third phase. The wizard asked if they could defeat him. The monster opened its mouth. The giant hyena was covered in a bright aura. The tank said that this time their guild would definitely defeat him. Sitting at the counter, Hyukju asked if the Buffaloes Guild could win. The man in the cap asked if they were talking about the Golden Valley Boss Raid competition. Looking up, the Capsule Cafe employee explained that it was so fun because the players had prepared thoroughly. The number of viewers had already exceeded 3 million. An image of the fight appeared on the screen. The number of views must have increased because BJ the Archmage was not broadcasting. Smiling, the wizard said that they were able to defeat the boss only on the 3rd try. The man asked with his mouth open in surprise, "What was this?" A dark aura appeared on the golden hyena's mane. The ferocious monster turned black, bared his teeth and growled. Frowning, Hyukju remembered that he had seen a monster that changed its color like this before. Going behind the counter, his friend asked if this had happened before. Black monkeys opened their mouths. It happened on the stream of the BJ Archmage. The Buffaloes Guild was defeated in an instant. The corpses lay in the ravine. Flags fluttered in the air. After that, the remaining 5 guilds formed an alliance and tried to destroy the newly created black and gold hyena. As a result, they also suffered a defeat. A dead man lay in a pool of his own blood. Clouds floated above the city. Criticism due to such a sudden increase in the difficulty level of the game reached the BJ Archmage. Holding 2 phones in his hands at once, the employee said that lately it is difficult to be sure of anything. Someone said that he would commit a terrorist attack if the player does not play solo until death. There was a sign on the door with the inscription "Press Service." Yunjin closed his eyes and imagined the black and gold hyena and thought that as the streamer continued to progress through the main quest, new monsters would appear. Squinting, the blonde wondered if he should also start preparing a little. It was time to end the hide-and-seek event. The phone lying on the table rang. The yacht was sailing on the sea. Putting the phone to his ear, Asmo asked if Rising Star received a gift for winning first place in the small rankings. The president thanked him for the Rocket Man set he gave him. Lying on a lounge chair, the Sheikh asked why BJ the Archmage was hiding, and suggested that it might be related to the black and gold hyena. Frowning tensely, the channel leader remained silent. Smiling, the man realized that the player had begun to change God Wars itself. In other words, he opened Pandora's box. Waves of dark energy burst out of the chest. Yunjin looked ahead with displeasure. Approaching him, Park informed him that an application had been received from the Chungwon Guild to host the tournament. Raising his eyebrows, the secretary added that rumors of the upcoming tournament had already spread widely on social media. Looking at the tablet, the blonde man realized that the mood of the viewers had been very unstable lately, so it would be difficult to refuse them. Imagining BJ Archmage and Yewa standing next to a black and gold hyena, the man said that in this tournament, 2 teams would fight the boss for speed. A letter from a player appeared on the monitor screen. The president asked his colleague to answer Chungwon that they accepted the challenge. There was a sign for a capsule cafe on the building. Closing his eyes, the protagonist thought that he would have to accept help from the director this time too, because he would have to work much more alone, and this was very burdensome. Putting on VR glasses, Hyunwoo decided to start with a stream, which he had not done for several weeks. After the broadcast started, there were many comments from people who were waiting for the return of the idol. Waving his hand, the guy said that they had not seen each other for a long time and that during the event, no one found him. Gold frowned. The viewer noticed that he was wearing the Rocket Man set. Jackpot was sitting on the fully armored silver. Asmo donated $10,000 and said that his gift suited his companion very well. The commentators noticed that their idol still had not found a party. The young man put his hand to his mouth and cleared his throat. Someone asked if it was really possible to win a raid alone against the Chungwon Guild. Smiling, the player confirmed this. Standing surrounded by his comrades, the streamer said that he would play solo, even if he had to die. The sun rose over the Golden Valley. Someone stepped forward. Yewa and her comrades stopped in front of the BJ Archmage squad. Pointing to the side, the protagonist asked if the starting point for the race wasn't different for each team. Smiling, the girl replied that she just wanted to look at his face and thanked him for accepting the challenge. Surprised, Hyunwoo's eyes widened and he wondered what that meant. Seeing the disgruntled expressions of the Chungwon Guild members, he realized that he should also respond to this since this was a broadcast of the match. Looking around, he explained that he needed to measure his combat power for the last time and asked the people not to distract him. Gritting her teeth in displeasure, the woman asked if this wasn't supposed to be a competition where one should act accordingly. Turning away, she asked the enemy to quickly finish their preparations and said that they would be waiting for him in the boss's room. Adjusting her hair, the sorceress called her comrades to follow her. Frowning, Yewa realized that she would have to stop the enemy if this was how things were going. The notification said that the user entered the Golden Valley. The young man smiled. The audience was happy about his return. Lucky and the shadow of Garuma bared their fangs. Gold grinned. Silver stood next to him. The flame golems frowned. They had a very menacing look. The squad began to attack the hyenas gathered around. The commentator realized that upon reaching level 200, his idol activated the effect of the golem's truth. Wiping the sweat from his forehead, the player thought that he had run as hard as he could without rest, but there was still half left. There were two paths leading to the boss room. The streamer was able to overtake the Chungwon Guild a little, but they still had a chance to catch up with him. Taking the potion in his hands, the main character decided to rest for at least 5 seconds. Sasaki donated $10,000 and wrote that it would be difficult for opponents to control their pace. Empty vials fell to the ground. Merlin sent a donation and asked if VGA Archmage had enough mana to fight the boss. Frowning, Hyunwoo promised to show everything he had been hiding all this time. A weapon appeared in his hand. He was sure that the audience was eager to see his new abilities. Raising his hand, the guy used the Great Spirit. The audience noticed that his weapon dissolved. The staff turned into a tattoo on his hand. Summoning ball lightning, the player said that he could get to the boss room faster if he used both hands. Surprised, Hyukju asked if VGA Archmage was really going to have a cock race. The screen showed a smiling Yewa. The man assumed that his idol really wanted to destroy the Chungwon Guild and wanted to check how far they had managed to go. Closing her eyes, the girl said that their opponent was pretty good and that the gap was getting bigger. The exhausted guild members sat on the ground, all of them beaten by the pace of the Archmage VGA. Hearing that the broadcast ended, the Capsule Cafe workers' eyes widened in shock, asking if they were really announcing their defeat right here. The woman smirked and said that they were behind the record and wished her enemy good luck. The glowing jackpot spread his wings. A notification said that his stamina and mana recovery speed had been increased. Sitting on the ground, the streamer was upset that the Chungwon Guild had given up because he wanted to fight the boss with them. The doors of the boss room opened. The commentators were sure that their idol had some kind of plan. The black and gold hyena twitched his ear. The monster looked back as he entered the room. The protagonist said that fighting solo was much more convenient. A trident and inferno magic shone next to the familiars. A fire and ice spear appeared in Hyunwoo's hands. He grinned and used hellfire. A huge wave of fire fell on the boss. Asmo sent a donation and wrote that there was nothing else to see here. Hiding behind a stone, the man in the cloak asked how VGA Archmage was able to master this skill. The mercenaries peeked out from behind the rocks. The Chungwon Guild had not been aiming for victory from the start, so they let the streamer get here so quickly to attack from an ambush. The black and gold hyena's health dropped to almost the minimum. A frightened Silver stood in front of it. Frowning, the guy realized that he could finish off the monster if he attacked again, and asked Lucky and Gold to help the monkey buy him some time. Sternly knitting his eyebrows, the guardian asked the owner to leave it to them. The companions ran in different directions. The mercenaries realized that the right moment had come. The killers armed themselves with knives and rushed forward. The young man looked back. Seeing the enemies approaching, the player opened his mouth in fear and realized that he had not noticed them because he was focused on the boss's attack. Lucky looked back. Knives flashed in the air. The streamer's eyes widened, realizing that he would not be able to dodge. There was a loud thud and blood spurted out. Landing on their feet, the mercenaries realized that the enemy had reacted to the smell because they had used too much poison. The defeated wolf lay on the ground. The commentators were shocked by what had happened. Tears welled up in the protagonist's eyes. Taking the pet in his arms, Hyunwoo asked him not to joke like that. Looking up, he shouted that he would not forgive the killers for this. Squinting, the men noticed him approaching. A pillar of hellfire fell on them. The system reported the death of the users. The viewers said that they deserved it. Black smoke appeared behind the rocks. A notification said that the broadcast had ended. A dead black and gold hyena lay on the ground. The guy leaned over his companion. The system window said that the pet would not be able to fight for 80 hours. The young man thought that Lucky had always been with him and that he could not let the wolf disappear. Looking up, the player realized something. The blue window read Hidden Quest. Gold and silver had defeated the monster a while ago. The guardian looked away. The title of Black and Gold Hyena Hunter had been obtained. The armored monkey looked forward. The title of Lone Pioneer had been obtained. The man gave a thumbs up, saying that they had finished the boss. Suddenly, he frowned in disappointment. His master leaned over the fallen dog. Lucky was lying on the ground with his eyes closed. The description of the quest immortal body appeared. Frowning, the streamer wondered if he would be able to revive his friend. A blue light was shining in his eyes. The protagonist thought that finding the NPC toss would not be difficult. It usually takes 2 days to reach the meteorite city. Hyunwoo was running away from a herd of stone elephants. Gritting his teeth, he wondered if he would be able to reach the city without Lucky. Imagining the lost notification appearing in front of him, the boy thought that his efforts might not be worth it in a battle with the timer. Looking down, the young man decided not to give up early and at least try to do it. The player pressed the confirm button when the system asked if the user wanted to accept the quest. Straightening his poncho, the streamer thought that the means and methods were not so important to him if Lucky could survive. The protagonist wrapped the wolf in the poncho. After tightening the knot, he realized that he had very little time. Going outside with his friends, Hyunwoo urged them to move forward and not give up. Silver flinched when he was called. A dead hyena lay on the ground. The guy said that they needed incredible strength. The sky was clear above the city. Someone asked if there was an accident on the stream. Sitting at the table, the girl said that VGA the Archmage was able to defeat the black and gold hyena. The man said that it did not matter at all now because Lucky could not fight anymore. On the door hung a sign that said the director's office. Yoonjun put 2 fingers to his forehead. Closing his eyes, the blonde realized that the Chungwon Guild had originally counted on this. The phone lying on the table vibrated. Putting it to his ear, the president said hello. Stroking the leopard, Asmo asked if the Chungwon Guild did not cross the line in the match that took place. Imagining how the assassins pounced on VGA the Archmage, the man decided that they had planned this attack from the very beginning and asked if they should not deal with it. Frowning, the head of the channel agreed with him. The sheikh said that they should always be on guard. The leopard was sleeping on his lap. The Chungwon Guild didn't just ruin the stream, they were targeting the player's safety. Asmo frowned and explained that if it weren't for Lucky, the streamer would be dead. The man approached the cat with a piece of meat. The sheikh said that their comrade should receive monetary compensation and a public apology. The meat was on a tray. The leopard pricked up its ears. The cat bit the piece of meat. The man explained that they needed to make sure that everyone knew who was behind the VGA Archmage, because such people were common prey for a wild animal. Yoonjun grinned and promised to pass on his words to the guild. The desert was covered in sand. People in robes walked along the path of pioneers. Frowning, the mercenary said that this was a terrible game, because the difficulty level increases right on the way to the next location. Walking through the desert, the killer decided to simply give the money to the Explorers Guild and disappear. His comrade suggested continuing to search for the road. Someone stopped behind them. A huge elephant was chasing the travelers. The man explained that they would die if they met monsters. Seeing the shadow hanging over them, the travelers widened their eyes in shock. The elephant swung its trunk. The mercenary thought that they could deal with it because there was only one of them. Dodging the blow with its trunk, the mercenary reminded that stone elephants walk in herds, so there must be a lot of them in the area. Opening his mouth, the magician used hellfire. A pillar of fire fell on the elephant. Looking back, the killers noticed that VGA the Archmage was running away somewhere. Seeing many corpses of elephants, they realized that the player ran from there, knocking down a herd of monsters along the way. The man narrowed his eyes and remembered that Lucky was incapacitated. Grinning, his comrade decided that this was a chance to raise Gold's popularity. The boys exchanged glances. The protagonist ran forward, dropping empty potion bottles along the way. Frowning, he thought that they would make it in time if they continued running at the same speed. Taking the potion in his hands, Hyunwoo realized that it was only thanks to them that he was still holding on. Seeing a herd of stone elephants in front of him, the guy decided that he really missed Lucky. Frowning tensely, the young man called on his guardian. A clawed paw struck the ground. The hyena pricked up its ears. Baring his fangs, Silver asked his master to entrust him with this task. In the crater of the fallen meteorite was a city. The player headed towards the pillar of light in the square. His face was covered in sweat. Numerous blacksmiths were gathering here to make weapons from meteorite fragments. Toss hit the anvil with a hammer, bringing Lucky to the table. The streamer asked to quickly save him. The man asked if it was really a divine being. There was 1 hour left on the timer. Frowning, the protagonist explained that he could be revived with a divine stone. Looking down, the blacksmith said that he did not have a divine stone. Falling to his knees, Hyunwoo thought that he came here only because he thought he had this rare item that could not be found even at the auction. Holding a hammer in his hands, Toss explained that he had not used it recently and that he could only revive a divine being if a traveler found and brought the stone here. The guy could not understand how he could find this item in just 1 hour. The sky was reflected in the windows of the Abyss Guild. Emma closed her eyes and said that she was amazed that VGA the Archmage had pumped up his special skills. Sitting at the table, the woman was surprised that he had managed to reach level 200, get a steel set and the Hellfire skill. She praised her friend for taking out Lucky. Yeo raised her eyebrows and thanked her. Someone was walking down the hallway. The man knocked on the door and was invited in. Merlin adjusted his hair and asked if the wolf really couldn't fight anymore. Looking up, the manager confirmed it and said that now VGA the Archmage would not be able to put on a show and keep the audience interested. Closing his eyes, the man said that they had heard rumors that the player had been spotted in the meteorite city. Frowning, the girl said that it was impossible because the road to the settlement took at least 2 days. Emma raised her mug to her mouth and said that their enemy was making the impossible possible. Looking away, the guild leader realized that despite Lucky's absence, the streamer had not become worse. Remembering how Silver had taken the form of a black and gold hyena, Merlin said that the main problem now was precisely him. The guardian punched the elephant, and on the way to the city, he managed to destroy an entire herd of stone elephants with an unprecedented force. Squinting, the sorceress asked if everything they had done was in vain. Taking the tablet from the table, the man said that it was not so at all. Looking at the screen, he explained that thanks to this they managed to get some good information. The video showed stone elephants. The guild leader said that BJ the Archmage was able to run from the lands of the pioneers to the meteorite city in a day. Thanks to this, it became possible to calculate his abilities. In the video, the player ran forward with a wolf behind his back. Putting down the tablet, the guild leader asked if he could ask him one question. Raising his hand to his cheek, he asked what made the streamer go to the meteorite city at such a speed. The woman frowned. Yewa opened her mouth in surprise. Raising his eyebrows, Merlin explained that their opponent was testing his skills to prepare for a long run. BJ the Archmage wiped his chin. Empty bottles lay around him. He wanted to know his own limits. There was nothing unusual in this, because such abilities will also be useful in the future. There were books on the shelf. The man frowned and asked why he would do that at this point. Recalling how the mercenaries had attacked the player, the guild leader explained that he had only managed to survive because there were only a few assassins. Imagining a situation in which a streamer was being attacked by many mercenaries, Merlin said that he wanted to evaluate his skills in case of a long escape. Yewa raised her eyebrows and stated that the Yunwen Guild in its current form was vulnerable at long ranges. The guild members were sitting on the ground. They had to surrender during the hunt for the black and gold hyena, and they had to prepare for a sneak attack. Emma reminded them that stamina boosting items were very important during long runs, and looking away, the man said that the next location was the city of blacksmiths. With a stern frown, the woman decided to give them all the support she could to challenge the BJ Archmage. The girl narrowed her eyes and replied that she understood. The next day, the sun was shining brightly over the city. Raising his hand, Yoonjin said that 15 minutes had passed since the broadcast began, and the player had not shown up. Therefore, some kind of emergency had arisen on the stream. Sitting at the computer, the employee said that they were trying to contact him. Putting his hand on his belt, the blonde asked where the streamer was. The man replied that he was in the meteorite city. The president asked them to stall for time. A lot of comments appeared in the chat. The expectations of the viewers were very high since new equipment was needed in this location. Approaching the computer, Emma concluded that people came to watch the stream about the resurrection before his provocation. Merlin asked if some kind of accident had really happened. The wolf raised his ear. Someone asked if something had really happened and this was not just being late. Taking a step forward, the protagonist assumed that the audience had been waiting for him for a long time. Scratching the back of his head, Hyunwoo explained that it took longer than expected to make the new item. The commentators were happy to see that Lucky was alive and well. Yewa opened her mouth in shock. The man widened his eyes and asked how this was even possible. The woman raised her eyebrows in surprise. Closing his eyes, the guy thought that their eyes were probably bleeding right now. In the forest, there were 2 skyscrapers. Imagining a new game capsule, the young man thought that he wanted to spend money on buying it in an apartment. He could change the bed in Hyorin's bedroom, buy her a new table. Tiu held his happy daughter in his arms. The player wanted to spend the money on a new room for his niece. Crossing his arms over his chest, Toss grinned maliciously. The blacksmith demanded an incredibly huge amount of money in order to make exclusive items for a divine being and a guardian. With tears in his eyes, the streamer realized that he had spent all his savings and mentally apologized to Hyorin. In the desert, Lucky stood, his body protected by beautiful armor. The viewers were delighted. Asmo donated $10,000 and said that he had never seen such a weapon. The staff began to shine. Pointing at it, the protagonist laughed at the fact that he could not hide from Asmo's insight. Clutching the staff in his hand, he decided to wait with the story about the characteristics of the items. Remembering how Lucky fell dead in the cave, Hyunwoo said that not long ago a wolf was attacked and promised that such a thing would never happen again. Putting his hand on his belt, the guy said that they would be happy to accept any number of applications for the big match, but they would not tolerate such situations. Smiling, the young man thought that his pet did not just come back to life. After the dog acquired that skill, death was no longer a fear for him. Lucky happily opened his mouth and barked. 25 hours ago, in front of the Tosa Forge, a dull sound of falling could be heard in front of the building. The protagonist was kneeling and wondering in his head why it had to be the highest level of the hard-to-find materials, the Divine Stone. It wasn't for sale, so he wasn't sure how to find it at all. After thinking this, he opened the system window in front of him and saw that he had 48 minutes left. Looking at this, he wondered if there was really no way. A drop of cold sweat was running down his cheek. Suddenly, Gold pulled him out of his thoughts, raising his hand and saying that he would show him a stronger form of himself. Henu smiled warmly and thanked the pets, adding that there had to be a way, so they simply had to find it. Suddenly, a system window appeared in front of him, and the protagonist asked in surprise who the challenge was from. Director, he asked in surprise. At this time, someone was typing a message very quickly on the keys of a laptop. It was Wharton, who was looking at the message asking if he could talk now with a smile on his face. A few minutes later, he sat with his arms folded across his chest, listening to a female voice inform him that she could confirm that some guild members had malicious intent towards BJ Archmage. The one on the line was Yewa. She slightly lowered her head and said that it was the fault of the Chungwon Guild because they were unable to control the guild members properly. Therefore, as an apology, they would provide a necessary item. She then opened her mouth to say what kind of item it was. At this time, the protagonist was talking to the director, who was informing him that they had received an apology call from the Chungwon Guild and they had sent a useful item. A few seconds later, he said that they were 2 divine stones. Hearing this, the protagonist was shocked. "Thank you," he shouted so loudly that the birds flew off the roof. He continued to thank the director and shout that he would try even harder. Standing up, he raised his head and shouted with all his might, "Glory to Rising Star." After shouting, a notification appeared in front of him saying that he had completed the quest Immortal Body. The system window that appeared said that the reward for this quest was Immortal Body, a divine creature skill. Hyunwoo put his hand to his chest and said in his head that he was really lucky because he constantly received help from the director, adding that the Chungwon Guild would not be able to interfere in the future. Thanks to this, the protagonist said in his head. He looked to the side. A notification appeared in front of him saying that Lucky had obtained the skill Immortal Body. The next second, a white paw hit the ground. Lucky stood in front of his master and barked happily. Seeing him, the protagonist cried out his name with tears in his eyes. Lucky immediately rushed to lick his master, who happily said that he was also very happy to see him. The pet with the hat on his head looked at this and said discontentedly that Lucky had appropriated his master as soon as he was resurrected. "That's right," Gold said, standing behind him. A notification appeared in front of Hen, informing him that a new chapter of the main scenario had been opened. Some time passed. The sledgehammer hit a hot piece of iron. The new quest was called Toss's Greed. Toss wants to modify Arbia's staff, so he needs to leave it to him, and the reward for the quest is a modified Arbia's staff. Kuzne looked at the protagonist and asked if he could put aside the joy of their reunion and show him the staff. Hearing this, Henu asked in surprise if the blacksmith really wanted to upgrade him so suddenly. The man, hearing the question, also asked in surprise if he really didn't want to. The protagonist immediately replied that he should not refuse anything, because this is the Meteorite City, it is everything. After these words, he put the staff on the table and happily asked if Mr. Toss could also take care of his other equipment. Hearing this, the blacksmith thoughtfully asked what about the equipment for a divine being. As soon as Henu heard this, he was very surprised and asked again, equipment for a divine being. "It is necessary?" Toss asked, adding that if it is necessary, he will do it. The protagonist smiled broadly and said that if Toss does it for him, he will tell the whole continent about his achievements. In his head, he wondered if divine beings could use items too, adding that he had never heard of such a thing. At this time, the blacksmith had a crazy smile on his face. Then he said that the cost of the material was also expensive, so first he needed to sign a contract. The protagonist did not hesitate and immediately agreed. After a while, he said in his head with tears in his eyes that he should have guessed the moment Toss mentioned the contract. Because of this, his precious money flew away, and he was also 15 minutes late. Henu thought that he was now completely broke, then turned his gaze to Lucky and thought that he had leveled up a lot in a short time. He immediately shouted that he received a new weapon and thought that he should think of it as an investment in the future. The weapon was called the Staff of Arbia, which was legendary rank and had high attack power. The protagonist read all about the staff and said that it was time to start today's stream. After a while, Hyunwoo asked his brother if he could walk. Tiwoo carefully took a step forward. He smiled and said that when he was in braces, there were no problems and the doctors said that he would be able to take them off in 6 months. The protagonist smiled widely and said that saving money and working hard was worth it. Tiwoo's face changed and he wanted to say something about money. Hyunwoo picked up Hyerin and asked if her dad's surgery went well, to which the girl smiled and happily replied that she liked the fact that now they could walk every day holding hands. Tiwoo stood behind them, awkwardly silent. He immediately smiled and thanked his brother for now being able to do everything on his own, and therefore the protagonist can now do everything he wanted to do but couldn't because of him. Hyunwoo turned to look at him and looked at him in surprise. Tiwoo replied that he couldn't, for example, start a relationship, to which the protagonist was very surprised, his eyes wide open. Hyerin pointed at Hyunwoo and said that he had a girlfriend. The protagonist pointed at himself and leaned towards the girl, asking if he really had a girlfriend. Hyerin remembered Lyson and happily exclaimed that the girl was very beautiful. Tiwoo turned to his brother with a grin, to which the protagonist shyly put his hands forward and said that she was just a girlfriend. Hyerin lowered his head and told his brother to study hard, because he needed to get used to it. Tiwoo replied with a smile that he needed to prepare for work. The protagonist sarcastically asked if his brother was in too much of a hurry. Tiwoo replied that he would just need to monitor the security of the connection in real time, and it was easy. He looked at the employment instructions and said that there was no need to worry about him. It was a clear day outside. The girl walked forward quickly. Lysol lowered her head and thought that there was no sign of the guild. She looked at the guy's phone and noticed that he was watching a God Wars video that looked like an Archmage's video. Hyerin raised her hands up and happily exclaimed that her uncle was a very strong mage, to which Hyunwoo tried to calm her down, telling her not to say that. He turned to the girl standing behind him, shyly putting his hands in front of him. Lysol leaned her back against the pillar and thought that it looked like Mr. Hyunwoo was the Archmage. She remembered how the guy excitedly called out to Lucky. He ran up to the pet lying on the ground, and the girl thought that if her guess was right, then could it be that the problem with the Chungwon Guild was resolved, since she was worried. The protagonist turned to the side and noticed Lysol, after which he asked if something happened. The girl smiled and replied that she had some business in the area. She thought the guy's expression was more cheerful than she expected, and then asked if he was going to play today too. Hyunwoo laughed and said that he was, since he had to work hard if he wanted to take care of Hyerin. Lysol smiled and asked if it was hard for him, since the guy always seemed so busy. The protagonist hung his head down and said that there was one difficult thing lately, and at times like these, he gets lost and doesn't know what to do. The girl asked him in surprise. The protagonist smiled and said that it was more fun to overcome such things together, since there were many people who supported him and helped him, which is why games were interesting. Lysol looked up at the guy. After a while, Hyunwoo and Lysol wished each other good luck. The girl stared at her phone and walked forward. She received a notification that the protagonist's stream had started. She thought that she was now absolutely sure that Mr. Hyunwoo was the Archmage. She looked ahead and thought that if the Abyss Guild kept the protagonist hooked, then they would support him. In front of the protagonist was a system screen, which informed him that he had received the quest toss's mission, the reward for which was a master skill book. A huge stone rhinoceros was running towards Henu. Without a drop of fear in his eyes, he shouted at Lucky, ordering him to use lightning flash. The pet, at great speed, leaving a yellow trail behind, smashed the rhinoceros into large stone pieces. A notification appeared in front of the protagonist, informing him that Lucky's body had changed. The pet landed softly on the ground. Another notification appeared in front of Henu, informing him that his divine creature Lucky had gained new power. The guy happily patted Lucky on the head and said in his head that after resurrection, his hunting speed had changed, although one must not forget about the characteristics of the equipment. Gold stepped forward and said he really wanted to try the new skill, and Silver, who was standing behind him, said that they would beat everyone now. The protagonist looked at them and said that they should do it next time. Riding, he said firmly in his head. This was Gold's new skill that Henu had drawn when he leveled up. Gold could now ride on Silver's back, who would take on the form of a beast. Gold sat on Silver's back. This gave him tanking, attack power, and mobility. The protagonist tapped another card, saying in his head that there was nothing to be afraid of, even if he drew a bad card. The card began to glow brightly, while the protagonist said that this did not mean that he needed a bad card, but in a game where you were always lucky, you can't let your guard down. What he got a few seconds later shocked him. He looked at the card and asked if such a skill could really be drawn. The real world. Rising star. Inside, they were asking what they were up to. The boy sat with his hands folded in front of his face and said in his head that there was another proposal to hold an event from the Chungwon Guild. He remembered Yewa and said to himself that they had leveled up their stats quite well in such a short time, and they wouldn't be able to use the same trick as last time, so they would have to challenge him directly. Orton looked at the laptop screen and said in his head that the problem was the timing, and then asked what was the point of rushing to make the proposal when he knew that the guild's image had fallen. He remembered the protagonist saying that he was willing to accept all applications for the big match, but he would not tolerate a situation like last time, and said that despite BJ the Archmage firmly stating his position, the president looked ahead and asked himself in his head what the Chungwon Guild was aiming for, adding that it seemed like they were biding their time. After thinking these thoughts, he looked down at the laptop. There was a notification on the screen that said that hackers had made 5 attempts to hack so far. Below it was written that the data of the hacker who did it was attached. After reading this, the guy said in his head that the protagonist was completely protected from the hackers they hired to check. He continued to look at the laptop and say that their new development was great, after which he asked if he could calmly contact BJ the Archmage. At this time, the protagonist was informed that the quest Toss's assignment had been completed, so Toss's last assignment was now available to him. In front of him was a divine stone. Hyunsu sat in front of it and with his arms folded on his chest said that he did not ask for it, but received it as a reward for nothing, after which he asked where he could use it. He also said that he had already spent all his money on equipment, but should he sell it and put it aside again for the move? Suddenly, a call from Wharton appeared in front of him. Seeing it, Hyunsu asked in surprise if the call was really from the director. He immediately took the call and asked what was wrong. He looked at the system screen in front of him while the director said that he probably already knew that the Yunwan Guild was leveling up their stats, adding that it must have been a reaction to the announcement of the big match that was made live on air recently. Hearing this, the protagonist was very surprised and wondered in his mind if it was because he said that back then out of anger towards Lucky that they seriously decided to hold the big match. Wharton continued to say that the Chungwon Guild had applied for a rematch. It was very difficult to refuse, Hyunwoo said in his head. The protagonist looked away and wondered if it was because of this guild that Lucky had fallen into a state of incapacity, but he did not think that the guild itself expected this, and they had already given him a divine stone as an apology. He said that the broadcast would be coming soon, which surprised the director and wondered if the guy had really agreed so easily. The protagonist asked him to tell them to be careful this time. Wharton put his fingers to his temple and thought that no matter how much the Chungwon Guild had leveled up, the protagonist wanted to show that his opponents were no match for him. He thought that the guy had been expecting this. A drop of sweat appeared on his face, thinking that Hyunwoo had warned him that if the guild did this again, the response would be harsh. The director replied that he would prepare everything, and Mr. Asmo also sent a small gift to console him about Lucky's situation. The protagonist placed his hands on his hips, thinking about the gift. At this time, in the Meteor City, Hyunwoo thought that Mr. Asmo was always the best. The guy walked forward with a smile on his face, thinking that he now had 3 divine stones. He grinned and said that if he sold all 3, he would be able to buy a new house, so the dream of having his own house was about to come true. The protagonist went to Mr. Tasu and happily exclaimed that he had found all the materials, to which Mr. Tasu was surprised that the guy did it so quickly. He looked at the guy and said that he seemed to be in a good mood. The protagonist received a notification that a new chapter of the main scenario had been opened. Hyunwoo gritted his teeth, scratching the back of his head awkwardly, and thought that thanks to someone, he had recovered the money he had lost, and then said that something good had just happened. Toss replied that the boy was lucky, but he had one last request. Toss's last request was that the boy give him 3 divine stones, after which, upon completion of the quest, the meteorite would be available. Toss picked up a sledgehammer and told Hyunwoo to find him 3 divine stones. The protagonist looked ahead in confusion. Toss asked with a smile to give them to him. The message showed that the quest conditions were fulfilled, and Toss smiled widely. The protagonist gritted his teeth and thought that this was too much. A bright sparkle appeared in the sky. A meteorite immediately began to fall rapidly. It was enveloped in fire and was gaining enormous speed. The stone was approaching the city towards residential buildings. It landed abruptly, making a loud sound similar to an explosion. The guy read in the notification that a meteorite had fallen. Silhouettes appeared from the dust from the impact. It was gloomy around the houses from the strong impact. Hyunwoo frowned and wondered if it was an earthquake. He read in the messages that the meteorite fall field would open in 48 hours, after which he read that a unique location had appeared at the meteorite fall site, by exploring which the protagonist would receive a godstone. At this time, in the Abyss Guild, the long-haired guy asked Emma if she had applied for a match. The girl was doing something on the computer and said that she had also sent a request to the Explorers Guild, to which the guy leaned on the table and asked if she was in too much of a hurry. Emma closed her eyes and replied that the Chungwon Guild had no reason to have her a match, and the Archmage said that he could accept the challenge at any time, so they needed to deal with it quickly. She said that they had given Hyun a godstone, so now it was hard for him to refuse. The guy looked at her and asked if everything would be okay. The girl looked out the window thoughtfully and said that this time they would definitely cope with the main character. She extended her hand forward and asked if the guy had heard about Minsu's covenant. The real world. The club. There were many vending machines inside and voices asking if they had heard that a meteorite had fallen in the Meteorite City. Many guys were sitting on the couches and discussing what they had heard about it all being because of BJ the Archmage. That's right, one of the guys said, adding that there was even a new location. He leaned over to his friend and said that it was the Meteor Crater, after which he asked if all the top guilds were gathering there now. Yeah, said another, adding that he had heard about it too. Another guy joined the conversation and said that they said that the match between BJ the Archmage and the Chungwon Guild would be held again at the new location. One of the guys lowered his head and thoughtfully asked whose stream of this event would be better to watch, adding that it would be a great opportunity for streamers to attract viewers. A guy peeked out from around the corner and loudly said that, of course, it would be better to watch the stream of the Archmage BJ. Then he raised his finger and asked if his streams weren't always surprising, adding that they were much more interesting than others. At this time, several notifications appeared in front of the main character, stating that after he entered the meteorite crater, it was impossible to exit for 24 hours, and below it was reported that the meteorite crater was open. One of the players shouted very loudly, urging them to move forward because they had to get them as quickly as possible. He and his team ran into the crater, shouting that they needed to get to the place where the meteorite fell. He also shouted that views were many times more important than health. Suddenly, huge monsters called orcs appeared in front of them. The guy immediately ordered the tanks to get ready. The guy with the big shield ran forward and took the orc's attack. He was thrown into the rock behind him by the powerful blow of the axe. A notification appeared saying that a party member had been killed by a modified ruby orc. The rest of the guys were shocked by such a huge amount of damage. The next second, the guys turned around in horror and started running away, while in the chat, people wrote that they lost right away. The archer looked at what was happening and said that the level of monsters here is not a joke, after which he asked if they were just going to die like dogs. One of the tanks, having withstood the blow, shouted that they should try to reflect the damage, adding that they still wouldn't be able to get out of here for 24 hours. The archer scratched the back of his head and said that he had enough and gave up. The next second, a notification appeared saying that a party member had left the game. The guy retreated back and screamed in shock, how could he just leave? In the chat, people were laughing that the guy just left. A few seconds later, a notification appeared saying that a group member was killed by a modified ruby orc. In the chat, people started laughing and writing that the other group also died. Only Yewa from the Chungwon Guild raised her finger and told the viewers that they would take a short rest before the next battle. Everyone sat down to rest by the fire, while in the chat, people wrote that for a good hunt, you need to get into their guild. Looking at the burning fire, the viewers began to write that it was boring here and they would go to other streams. Which ones? They asked in the chat. Really the BJ of the Archmage. Yes, the guy answered, adding that his stream was also interesting because he had only fought twice so far. He also added that Hyunwoo was so relaxed that he was just riding an ice golem. The main character stood on a huge monster and looked around. People in the chat were asking if other groups were really fighting monsters, but BJ the Archmage wasn't. The main character read this and asked himself if there were really no monsters on his way, but why was that? His eyes lit up and he said in his head that there was no point in running, because he had to save his stamina for the boss as much as possible. With his glowing eyes, he saw the silhouettes of players behind a small mountain and said in his head that there was a guild of travelers hiding ahead, who for some reason were following him closely. After that, he put his hand to his chin and thoughtfully said that it wouldn't be easy. People in the chat wrote that he was just lazy. One of the viewers asked why everything was so calm here, while on other streams it was just hell. A few seconds later, Henu waved his hand to the side and ordered the golem to turn around, adding that even the monsters would pity him and come out to meet him. In the chat, viewers wrote that monsters also recognize solo players. Another person asked if Hyunwoo was not avoiding them, but on the contrary, specifically looking for them. After reading this, the protagonist was surprised and said that this was a very good idea. In his head, he said that he would not look for monsters, but for guilds, because this way he could save stamina and attract interest if he hunted with other guilds. After these thoughts, he raised his hand, clenched into a fist, and loudly addressed those who were currently having a hard time fighting, saying that he would come to their aid, because now BJ the Archmage provides assistance services. At this time in Rising Star, a male voice addressed the director. The guy with glasses excitedly said that a request for help from the Chungwon Guild had arrived. Wharton put his fingers to his temple and said that it was expected that their request would come before others. After saying this, he ordered Kim to process him. Asmo called him. He was sitting in his room and said that he was very busy, so it was better to postpone the greetings, adding that the president could have already found out from the stream, but the Travelers Guild had entered the game. Hyunwoo looked around and noticed that almost 300 people were approaching him, and then wondered if it was the Travelers Guild. Asmo held the phone to his ear and said that the director should know the information power of the Archmage, because he said this to keep the Travelers Guild under control. He said that even if it was the Archmage, one could imagine 300 people from the Travelers Guild in one location, and then asked if the outcome was not obvious due to the large difference in numbers. The director asked if the guy was negotiating with the head of the Travelers Guild, to which Asmo replied that they were not negotiating, but simply arguing. He smirked and continued that the bet was about who would kill the boss first. He said that if they lost, they would tell them 2 facts about the main scenario, and if they won, they would get free passage to the next location in the desert. Asmo said that the guild would not interfere with Hyan in the desert no matter what he did. Emma held a tablet in her hand and said that they had nothing to lose in this bet, since it would be extremely easy if the Travelers Guild united with the Chungwon Guild. The director she spoke with said that 2 facts about the main scenario were not so bad, since they would certainly help to do so. Emma said that she did not even think about the help of the Archmage. On the battlefield, there were the protagonist's pets who were fighting against the monsters. Yewa looked at Hyan and thought that they had no choice. She thought that it was better than other guilds approaching the protagonist, and even though he was their competitor, she couldn't help but send a request. The girl thought that she didn't like accepting it. She immediately entered the location of the meteorite crash site and thought that they easily reached the center where the main boss was. While watching the broadcast, people started writing, asking why no one was entering, but everyone was watching because no one knew about the boss's strength. Someone wrote that they had come this far, but who would be the bait? The protagonist's eyes lit up and someone commented, asking if someone had entered the boss's room. Hyunwoo took a step forward and a divine meteorite with level 249 appeared in front of him, after which he thought that he could see it well now. The guy thought, is this really like a game of tag? The protagonist smirked and said that the first one to defeat the boss would win, so he would now start a solo raid on the boss. The comments said that the Archmage, as always, was breaking stereotypes. Henu said that first you need to touch him lightly. He instantly launched a fireball forward and the raid was started. The guy read in the notifications that there were 28 attacks left, and a game of tag with the divine meteorite began. After receiving a blow, the boss appeared next to the meteorite. Monsters with spikes on their backs began to appear from the ground. People asked where such a huge number of monsters came from. Behind the protagonist, there were a large number of monsters ready to protect him. The comments wrote that the Archmage was using all his power. Henu laughed and smirked and said that playing tag was easy, so he would play using the same tactics. He used miniaturization on gold and silver, after which he activated riding. The boy shouted loudly, summoning Lucky and Anchain. He also summoned a small tornado and a blizzard, telling them to destroy the rest of the mobs with different magic. Hyunwoo smirked and asked if this was easy, to which people began commenting that when it came to tag, the first one to get to a good position had the advantage. Emma immediately slammed her fist on the table in anger. She gritted her teeth and got angry, asking what the Travelers Guild and the Chungwon were doing, since she paid them and they were just watching everything. She said that they should have at least followed the protagonist and made sure they found Minsu's covenant for sure. He used miniaturization on gold and silver, then activated riding. The boy shouted loudly, summoning Lucky and Anchain. He also summoned a small tornado and a blizzard, saying that he would clear out the remaining mobs with AoE magic. After finishing, he turned to the chat and asked if it was too easy. Meanwhile, Yeo was fighting monsters and ordering everyone to find the boss. One of the tanks turned around and yelled that there were too many monsters, so he couldn't clear a path. The entire guild was fighting the monsters that surrounded them, and they realized that finding the hiding boss would be much easier if they killed the monsters first, since it was impossible to find a hiding boss among so many monsters. Yeo raised her hands and said that they still needed to find him, adding that they would only be able to figure out who the boss was if they gathered all the monsters together. Her comrades objected, saying that they wouldn't be able to handle the aggro of all the monsters then. Yeo waved her hands and ice meteorites started falling from the sky while she was shouting that they needed to hold on with all their might, adding that they needed to find it faster than BJ the Archmage. At this time, a notification appeared in front of the protagonist, saying that he had attacked the divine meteorite. Henu, engulfed in fire, looked at the camera and said that they needed to try to set it on fire first. In the chat, people were asking if he had already found it. Viewers also saw that Lucky had become a ghost, which aroused great interest in them. Gold and silver's writing in miniature was also not ignored. Viewers wrote that it was amazing and that it could now be considered a chain of attacks. A notification appeared in front of Henu saying that the divine meteorite was losing power. Later, another notification appeared saying that he had defeated the divine meteorite. At this time, in the Abyss Guild, Emma gritted her teeth and said with displeasure that no one would have thought that the boss would be a game of hide and seek. After saying that, she turned to Jackie. The boy had his hands behind his back and was responding to the lady's call. The girl put her hand to her head and asked if the Chungwon Guild and the Travelers Guild would have won if it was a normal raid. Removing her hand from her head, she added that BJ Archmage acted as if he knew what would happen, as if he knew that finding the boss would not be a problem. After saying that, she angrily gritted her teeth and said that she thought that she had calculated everything. She folded her arms and said that after all, BJ Archmage knew something that they did not, so they needed to find out more about BJ Archmage. She also ordered Jackie to continue to monitor him, even if they needed to hack him or chase him. The boy nodded and said that he understood everything. Emma looked ahead and said that no matter what happened, they had to always be ahead of the Archmage BJ, adding that they had to clear the main scenario faster than him. There was no doubt in her eyes and she continued to say that it was to find Minsu's legacy. She remembered the hospital. Room 1202 was Minsu's room. Emma was standing by Minsu's bed. She looked at him and asked if he had changed his mind yet. The developer asked with a smile on his face if she had come all this way just to ask this question again, adding that his answer would always be the same. Then he said that he believed that the main purpose of games was just entertainment. Emma listened to the guy and did not take her eyes off him. He was hooked up to an IV while the girl said that he was talking about just entertainment, but the purpose of the game could change depending on the style of the players passing through it. Hearing this, Minsu continued to look at the girl and said that it would not be easy for them to control the game in the direction they wanted because he would not allow it to happen. Emma heard this and smirked. The next second, she said sarcastically that it was very pitiful. After Emma's visit, they received Minsu's covenants, and their contents were simple. It was Minsu's legacy, which said, "The code that allows you to change the characteristics of the game is hidden at the end of the game." Emma looked at the written covenant, which said that the essence of the main scenario is to find a map to this key. At this time, a notification appeared in front of the protagonist, informing him that he had defeated the divine meteorite, and now a new item was added to his inventory. Hyunwoo was holding a stone in his hands, shrouded in red light. It was the divine meteorite. The effect of the material was such that items created from the divine meteorite allow the owner to control the power of the meteorite. The protagonist looked at the item he received in surprise and said that he had never seen such an item before, after which he asked if it would really allow him to control the meteorite's power. People in the comments asked what it meant to inherit the meteorite's power. Some said that the meteor would allow the use of meteor magic, which is a mage's dream, so it is definitely a skill related to meteor magic. Henu nervously thought that it would be difficult for him to act with such high expectations from the audience. Then he put his hands forward and said that this is just a material, because everyone needs to understand this, so he ends the stream here. Sometime later in the village, Toss noticed the guy and said that he was waiting for him. The protagonist put a divine stone on the table and said that he got it. Toss smirked and asked if the protagonist could give him a chance to work with such a thing. In the messages, he read that a new chapter of the main scenario was opened, and read that he needed to instruct Toss to upgrade the pendant and ring with the divine stone. Henu smiled and thought that this was a good chance to upgrade his accessories. He thought that it was time for an upgrade and wondered if he could use only level 80 items now. The protagonist bowed and said that he was very ashamed of the fact that he allowed himself to scold Toss in the past, so in any case, he should entrust the stone to him. Toss laughed and said that he also thanked the guy because he was an interesting friend. After a while, Toss put the accessories on the table and said that everything was ready. Henu put the ring on his finger and began to rejoice greatly. The tan ring was of legendary rank and absorbed the power of a powerful meteorite. Putting on the pendant, the protagonist thought that its options were probably also incredible. The pendant contained the power of a cursed creature and its power somehow mixed with the power of the meteorite. Toss said that something unexpected happened during the improvement process, after which Henu wondered how the accessories turned out so perfect back then. Toss replied that it seemed that the power of the meteorite was moving with the power contained in the pendant, and in order to use the power of the meteorite, you will have to spend a huge amount of mana. The protagonist wondered if the cursed creature was the problem, then smirked and said that everything was fine because he was grateful just for Toss upgrading him. The notification said that a new chapter of the main scenario had been opened. Henu thought that now he would put on the reinforced equipment and go on to complete the quests. The quest said that the guy should go to the abandoned crater and try to use the power of the meteorite. Henu came to the abandoned crater with lucky, gold and silver. The protagonist looked ahead and thought that he was still worried about the new skill shooting star, which he received as a set effect. He stretched out his hand and thought that he should try it, then activated the shooting star. In the message, he read that the power of the meteorite was felt throughout his body. The guy was enveloped in magic and asked what effect it had. He thought that maybe this skill worked in conjunction with others and tried to use it with the fireball. He raised his hand up and shot a bright beam of fire into the sky. Hyunwoo hoped that this was a useful skill. Something brightly sparkled in the sky. Something quickly began to fall down. A drop of sweat appeared on the protagonist's face and he looked up. The beam landed with lightning speed, creating an explosion on the ground. Hyunwoo wondered if this was a new power. At this time, in Rising Star, the president held his hand to his chin and said in his head that he had confirmed that the adventurer guilds in Chungwon were under control, even though this bet was a losing one for them. At this time, the protagonist with his entire army was wondering if they said they had an advantage because of the special match, or because they had the boss's data. No, he said. Hyunwoo waved his hand and said in his mind that he won because he was a VGA Archmage. Orton said with a smile on his face that, as expected, he was an outstanding person. After thinking this, he left, and his subordinate asked his colleague in surprise why the boss was so excited, to which she replied that the number of viewers on the stream reached 66 million, and the raid was a success, and it would be strange if he would not be excited. The president entered his office and said in his mind that they were given free access to the desert by Venture. He understood that now it didn't matter at all what BJ the Archmage would do in the desert, which was being watched by the Travelers Guild. He put his hands to his hair and said that in other words. There was a warm smile on his face, with which he said to himself that they could only watch, even if they held a big event there. After these thoughts, he pressed the button to contact the secretary. Kim immediately picked up the phone and asked what was going on. The president firmly ordered to call the top 10 guilds. Hearing this, the guy asked again in shock, the top 10 guilds. At this time, a notification appeared in front of the protagonist, which said that a new chapter had been added to the main scenario. Below, another notification appeared, which reported a quest called Explosion. Abandoned Crater. Black smoke was coming out from inside. The protagonist was inside with his pets and said in his head that he was thinking about how he knew how he should use the power of the meteorite, but he was reading the description of the quest he received and asking who the unknown was. Suddenly, it dawned on him and he asked in horror if this was the guy he saw in the forbidden area of the Golden Fields. He remembered the unknown man with level 444. Leaving his memories, he began to count on his fingers and say that if he did not find Evany in 15 days, he would come for him. After these words, he immediately started running, ordering the pets to follow him. He also shouted that they did not have time, so they needed to run as fast as they could. After a while, cacti rose into the sky. Henu sat down on the ground and said that they were in trouble because he forgot that the next location was the desert. Silver extended his hand and asked if they should not continue running. Golden immediately approached him and asked if he had not yet realized that the master's actions are always the best choice. Hearing this, Silver happily exclaimed that he would always remember this. The protagonist sat with his head down and said that he was right because just crossing the desert was a real suicide because it had two main drawbacks. After these words, he explained that the desert was a location dotted with oases that were used as passes, and if he started to just run between them, he would need to go through them to move on to the next location. In other words, it was infinitely huge and the difficulty level was high. But the biggest problem was the surveillance of the Travelers Guild. If they planned to follow him, as they did on the meteorite field, then he would not be able to find Evany in 15 days. But he imagined how an unknown person with level 444 caught him, and said that then it could be the end of the game. After the story, he put his hand to his chin and thoughtfully said that now his main task was to negotiate with the Travelers Guild, after which he asked if he needed to talk to the director. As soon as he finished speaking, Wharton called him. Seeing this, Henu said that it was just in time. He picked up the phone and greeted the director. Wharton also greeted the BJ Archmage with a smile on his face. A few seconds later, he said that the negotiations with the Travelers Guild were over, so now they will not interfere with him in the desert. Hearing this, the protagonist opened his mouth in surprise and wondered in his mind if he was reading his mind. The president continued to say that they even made a contract with them. Hearing this, Henu asked if they did not care even if he stole the boss mob. Wharton heard this and fell silent, not knowing what to say. Wharton asked if the protagonist was really going to do this, to which he replied that he was just asking. Henu looked away and thought that if the director said so, then he would succeed, but when he found out about it, the director said that he was planning a tour in the desert. He said that on this tour, the protagonist would be able to see if the newly acquired power of the divine meteor would be a big problem. The protagonist remembered when he found the meteorite and thought that it turned out that the director had seen it then. Hyunwoo put his hand on his chin and thought that they needed to get permission from the Travelers Guild for the desert tour, so Wharton negotiated with them. After a short silence, the director asked the guy how he liked the plan. Hyunwoo immediately stood up from the ground. He put his hand on his head and replied with a smile that next time the director should just briefly report the result, and then thought that he would never betray the director. There was an oasis in the desert and Yewa was sitting on a rock with her arms folded. People asked if this was Yewa from the Chungwon Guild, since it seemed like she was waiting for someone. Yewa looked away and thought that usually the desert starts from this oasis, so the protagonist should go through here. Not far from her, Hyunwoo, Lucky, Gold, and Silver were running forward at a rapid pace. The girl turned around and noticed the guy. She stood in front of the protagonist, folded her arms, and greeted him. Hyunwoo tried to catch his breath, thinking that she had forgotten here since he didn't have time, and then asked her what happened. Yewa replied that she thought that their confrontation at the meteorite crash site had many variables and was not a real duel. The guy looked at her carefully and thought about what to do. He looked around and thought that the girl clearly wanted to ask for another match, and looked like she would bite him with her teeth if he refused. Hyunwoo passed her and said that he had to go. The girl frowned and shouted that she was not finished yet. The protagonist slightly turned his head and shouted that he had urgent matters, and then thought that he could not tell her that it was because of the main quest. He thought about changing the topic, then raised his finger and replied that he was preparing for the tour. He quickly ran forward and shouted for her to send all the details by mail. The girl looked forward in surprise and wondered if the guy was preparing for the desert tour. At this time, in Rising Star, the director asked how many of the top 10 guilds had gathered, to which Kim replied that all 10 teams. Wharton looked at the dim icon and wondered if the Abyss Guild would not come. He took a step forward and decided to express his gratitude to the guilds that decided to participate, then asked if they had heard about the Archmage tour. Looking at the screen, he decided to tell the reason why he called the guilds. He raised his finger and said that he wanted to give them a chance to participate in the auction for seats in the desert tour. The director said that everyone was interested in the hot topic of tickets for the Archmage tour, so they prepared it. The Heroes Guild offered a legendary level 220 magic explosion skill card. The Travelers Guild offered a Desert King set. The Undead Guild offered a +1 Desert King set, and the Sword Guild offered 2 Desert King sets and a sword. Orton folded his arms and thought that this was the first time he had seen a race where the guilds doubled their bets. The Abyss Guild joined them, apologizing for being late. They said that they were betting the royal key, which surprised the director, his mouth wide open. He thought that he had never imagined that such cool items would be offered at such a simple auction. Hunter Cafe. The guy's foot nervously tapped the floor. He knew he was in trouble. He bit his fingernails. It was the protagonist who said to himself that he didn't expect this. 10 days from now, he knew that he had to find the NPC even during this time. There was fear and fatigue in his eyes. He remembered his desert tour and said in his head that during it he had to adjust to the speed of the participants. Days passed one after another, and Henu wondered if he would make it. He understood that he could not force them to run, and he also could not openly use his clairvoyance. He imagined that the tour participants wanted to suggest a different route. Then he would be finished, and now the protagonist could not cancel anything. Out of despair, he grabbed his hair with his hands. You can go crazy like that. After a short pause, he stood up and said in his head that first he needed to at least get a little closer to Evany before the tour started. He walked up to Hekju, who was looking at his phone. Then he asked him to prepare the entrance to the game, but did not have time to finish. The guy put his finger to his mouth and said that he would do everything later because there was something important here. Hearing this, the protagonist was shocked because he was his client. The next second, he walked up to Hekju and asked what he was watching there, since it was more important than the client. On his phone, he saw Merlin from the Abyss Guild channel. The guy with his finger raised said that this VGA Archmage tour of the desert was acquired by the Abyss Guild, and the winning bet was the royal key. Getting ready to leave, he waved his hand and said at the end that the Abyss Guild would not directly participate in the tour. Hearing this, the protagonist was a little confused and asked himself if they were not going to participate. Then why did they buy the tour? Merlin turned around and loudly exclaimed that they had decided to show all the broadcasts and recordings of the tour for free so that everyone could watch it. As soon as the protagonist heard this, he was shocked even more than before. A drop of cold sweat ran down his cheek, and he asked himself what this meant. Did he really want Hyunwoo to play solo? Suddenly, a wide smile appeared on his face, and he shouted that this was great news. At this time, a fist violently slammed on the table, and its owner said in his head that he was very wrong. It was the president. Gritting his teeth, he added that by doing so, he set up VGA the Archmage, because they let him in with this royal key. After a few seconds, he raised his hand and said to himself that the Abyss Guild had obtained the royal key after defeating the Desert King first, and it had never dropped again after that. He placed 2 fingers above his eyebrow and added that perhaps such an item had to be used before it dropped again. In other words, there was only one such item in God Wars right now. If someone went to Evany with the royal key, it would open the path to the tomb. Once past it, one could reach the sacred tomb. While the president was saying that he had forced the protagonist to cross the desert alone, Asmo called him on the phone. Wharton picked up the phone. Asmo looked away and asked if he had seen the Abyss Guild's broadcast, adding that he should understand what the transfer of the royal key meant. Yes, the president answered firmly, adding that he understood. They were using the desert tour as an excuse for the protagonist to go on the royal tomb raid alone. Asmo continued to say with a smile on his face that this was a dungeon that even the Abyss Guild couldn't go to, so they had outdone the president. Emma picked up a cup of tea and took a sip. The long-haired guy sat on the table behind her and said that now that they had tracked the route, they needed to focus well, to which the girl replied that everything was ready. The guy was surprised, and Emma replied with a sly smile that this was a desert. She said that this was a location where monsters attacked from every crack. She said that if the guy focused too much on the monsters, it would be difficult for him to predict an ambush. She continued. Emma said that they could follow Henu on the stream, so they would choose the best time. The guy looked at her and asked when they would start acting. The girl smirked and replied that they were already acting. She said that they also had 3 poisoned royal swords. After a while, the comments asked if the main character was really going to go through the desert solo. Together with Lucky, Henu ran forward at a rapid pace. Under the stream, it was written that the monsters were hiding under the sand anyway. The sand immediately began to rise up. In the air, it began to disintegrate into small particles. A menacing sand snake with fiery red eyes immediately soared above the main character. Henu ran towards it at lightning speed. He began to laugh, saying that it was an unexpected attack by the sand snake, after which he called Silver. The comments wrote that the guy apparently prepared his lines in advance, calling it crap. Silver, with a loud scream, quickly ran towards the enraged snake. He grabbed the snake by the teeth and shouted that it did not dare to touch even the tip of his master's finger. The main character called Lucky, activating a flash of lightning. Magic suddenly enveloped Lucky, and he barked loudly. A strong blow immediately landed on the head of the sand snake. Henu frowned, activating the ice arrows. The weapons quickly flew towards the enemy. The message said that the protagonist killed the sand snake, which made him very happy. He carefully looked to the side and thought that people had been following him for a long time. 6 silhouettes were standing to the side not far from him. Henu saw that he had received a donation from Rappo for $10, after which the donator asked when the protagonist would demonstrate the power of the meteorite to them. Henu took a step forward and thought. He leaned towards Lucky and thought that he could pretend to put on a performance, but in fact attack them as if it was not intended and drive them away. He raised his index finger up and said that since there were no monsters in the desert, he would demonstrate it simply on the bare sand. He immediately activated Dragon Fever and Shooting Star. The masked guy indignantly asked why Henu suddenly started casting skills. Did he really notice them? To which the other replied that the main character was just trying out a new skill. Henu smiled and explained that the meteorite's power was a buff that added physical damage to magic. He immediately raised his hands and activated a beam, which he called an ice arrow. The masked guy asked if the main character was really shooting in their direction, to which the other replied that the guy shouldn't tell him that he couldn't dodge at such a distance. Ice shards began to fall rapidly downwards. The commentators said that the ice had become much larger. The shards began to rush towards the masked guys. Huge ice arrows began to hit the sand, raising pillars of sand 10 meters high. The spectators were shocked by such a sight. Once everything had calmed down, Henu raised his finger and said that he had accidentally gotten rid of some peekers while testing out new skills. The audience was very surprised by such words, so they asked if they had dropped anything worthwhile. Then the protagonist laid out 3 blades in front of him. One of the viewers recognized them as the 3 poisoned blades of the Desert King. The 3 blades were lying on the sand with brightly glowing blades. The poisoned blade of the Desert King was left by the Desert King, and was also soaked in poison that could easily destroy the body. After reading the description, the protagonist rubbed his nose and said that these were not bad items. After that, he stood up, saying that they had now dropped new items, so they needed to be tested. After saying these words, he waved his hand and 2 elemental warriors appeared behind him. After a while, he entered the city and saw a pillar of magical power in the Jalka that was hitting the sky. Henu looked ahead with a smile on his face and said in his head that it was Evany, adding that she had been in the 4th oasis the whole time. He gave the poison blades to the elemental warriors to test them, and the stream became almost boring because they killed the sand snakes too easily. Fortunately, they were able to get here quickly, however. There were 3 men standing at the entrance. The Travelers Guild had established their control here. Perhaps they had appropriated the passage to the royal tomb, which even the Abyss Guild could not clear. However, the protagonist approached one of the men and asked if he needed a tip. As soon as the man walked away, Henu waved his hand and said that he was going. Entering the door, he said in his head that free passage through the desert was just a miracle. A notification appeared in front of him that he had entered Evany's abode. Inside were palm trees, water, grass. Looking around, the protagonist said in shock that from the outside it looked like an ordinary dwelling. At this time, Silver picked a flower and happily said that such beauty blooms here. Gold also said that they seemed to be in a completely different world. Henu looked ahead and said that this was a flower field in the middle of the desert, when suddenly he heard a female voice who said that she was waiting for him. Hearing this, the protagonist lowered his head and asked if this was a voice from a flower. Suddenly, he saw small wings. They belonged to a small fairy who with a smile on her face said that she was Evany. She flew up to the guy and asked if she could sit on his shoulder. Henu was confused and said yes. A few seconds later, he pointed to his pendant, from which divine power was flowing, and said that he was being pursued by an unknown creature, but was there any way to fix it? The fairy heard this and said that there were 2 ways. Then she stretched out her hand and added to stop the leakage of power. One is with the help of her flower. She waved her hand and a flower appeared on the head of the protagonist. Immediately, a notification appeared in front of him, informing him that the power of the nameless god had subsided. In the flower's characteristics window, it was written that it would not wither as long as it calmed the power of the nameless god, and the remaining time was 15 days. After reading this, Henu looked at the flower and said in his head that it turns out that this quest has a time limit. At this time, Evany said that the second way is to dip the necklace in the royal oasis. Hearing this, the protagonist immediately ran to the oasis and picked up the necklace. A few minutes later, a notification appeared in front of him, informing him that he had completed the quest, so now a new chapter of the main scenario was open to him. Another system window appeared in front of him, informing him that his new quest was Oasis. To complete it, you need to find the royal oasis that Evany talked about to get rid of the curse, and in order to get to the royal oasis, you need the royal key, which can be obtained from the king of the desert in the sand forest. After reading everything to the end, the protagonist took out the key and asked if it was the royal key. Even he saw the item and happily exclaimed that he had already received it, adding that it was time to leave them. A notification appeared in front of Henu, informing him that he had completed the quest. The protagonist put his hand to his chin and said in his head that it was very strange that everything was going so smoothly, because they said that this location was so difficult that even the Abyss Guild could not pass. He thought that the path to the tomb would be the real main quest. Even he pointed to him and said that they should go there. Really? The protagonist asked in surprise. The fairy looked at him and replied that there were too many monsters there, so she was guiding him. Even he said that they could pass this way without any difficulties and flew forward. Henu wondered if it was normal that everything was so easy. After a while, the guy found himself near a cafe and thought that he had finished the quest, which was supposed to take 15 days, in a day. He stretched and thought that he didn't even expect to complete the quest to the royal tomb, but it was all thanks to Evany. He thought that he should be on his guard when everything was going so smoothly, after which he looked around and was surprised that everyone had gathered in the hall. He approached the guy and asked what they were all watching, to which he replied that it was the stream of the Abyss Guild because they had uploaded a video of their failure on the way to the royal tomb. Henu turned around at the screen in shock. Merlin said that they had sand snakes the size of a multi-story building and hundreds of stone scorpions on their way, so it was a hopeless battle. He raised his index finger and said that in the desert there was a limit of 20 participants in a party, and this was an impossible difficulty level. People were surprised, saying that even a level 300 party couldn't handle it. Merlin said with a smile on his face that this was why the Abyss Guild had asked the Archmage to do what they couldn't. He said that everyone already knew that they had given the Archmage the royal key. People asked if it was important news for the Archmage to start streaming. Merlin smiled and told everyone to wait for the Archmage's challenge. A drop of sweat appeared on Henwu's face and he swallowed nervously. He pursed his lips and thought that everything was going too well, but they would never give away such a rare item for nothing. The guy took a step forward and thought that this was impossible. He jumped up from his spot, running forward, and thought that he needed to hurry before things got out of hand. Merlin said that they had thrown a spark. Emma closed her eyes and said that Henwu would be going live soon. The notification said that the Archmage was live. Rappo donated $10 to the protagonist again, and then commented on whether the guy turned on the stream to announce the date. Gustav donated $10 to the guy and wrote that he thought it should start on Saturday. The protagonist put his hands together and began to apologize to people. People were confused and asked why this apology. Henu looked down and said that he thought he could not satisfy. He put his hand forward and continued that he could not satisfy people's expectations about the path to the royal tomb. He immediately pointed to the pyramid and said that he had already cleared it and arrived right at the entrance. The protagonist sheepishly scratched the back of his head and said with a smile that in exchange, he planned to start a raid on the royal tomb. People asked how the guy was able to clear it and what they would think of the Abyss Guild now. Emma was loudly indignant, asking if the protagonist had planned this all along. She folded her arms and said that he knew the moment he received the royal key from them and just wanted them to make a similar mistake. Merlin put his hand on his hip and said that all they did was publish their guild's failed raid. He gritted his teeth and said that they were just dancing to the protagonist's tune. The light inside the tomb was dimly lit. Silver said that it was somehow quiet inside. They came closer to the door and the protagonist said that it looked suspicious. He immediately inserted the key into the keyhole. After throwing the doors open, he said that they should go inside and then thought that he hoped that they would have an interesting stream. The notification said that the guy completed the quest. The comment said that there was something inside. They saw a silhouette and asked if it was a mob boss. Henu turned around and saw a royal guard in front of him. The quest details said to pass the royal guard's check and enter the royal catacombs. Suddenly, Merlin donated $10,154. The huge boss was walking towards the protagonist. Merlin started to write in the chat that they asked him to complete the quest road to the royal tomb. In the next message, he asked if it was too easy to jump over him. The protagonist read the message and asked himself in his head in fear if Merlin from the Abyss Guild was angry. Maybe it was not a good idea to change the topic of the stream to another quest. Merlin wrote in the chat again that he wanted him to show the walkthrough of the quest since he got the key. One of the viewers replied to this comment and asked if he was wrong. The boss was getting closer and closer, while the viewers wrote that the Abyss Guild could also be understood. The protagonist understood that he was in trouble, adding that he needed to focus on the boss. Henu scratched his cheek and said in confusion that he was sorry, but they would discuss it after the raid. Suddenly, he received a donation from Asmo in the amount of $10,156. He immediately wrote in the chat, asking why the Abyss Guild was acting like this wasn't the key given as payment for the desert tour. At this time, the boss slammed his weapon on the floor. The protagonist looked at him and said in his head that the boss was going to start the fight. He put his hand to his chest and said loudly that instead, he would defeat the royal guard alone. Hearing this, one of the viewers asked if he was really going to kill the boss alone. At that very second, the guard jumped high into the air, which surprised the viewers. They immediately began to ask if the Archmage could handle such a fast mob alone. The guard bared his teeth and flew towards the enemy. The protagonist looked at the enemy and said in his head with a smile on his face that, in general, it could be pure suicide, but he sees something. The guard landed in the place where his opponent stood, destroying the floor under him. Henu easily jumped back, saying in his head the place where the boss would land. A fierce fight began between two huge forces, which impressed the spectators. Henu attacked with a powerful stream of fire, which perfectly hit the opponent. Then he began to accumulate insane magical power in his hands, saying that thanks to the cast on the move and indomitable will, he can attack while dodging his attacks. After these words, he released a terrifying stream of magical power called Inferno. The effect of the Curse of Inferno was activated. The viewers in the chat started writing that they were already yawning from the tour, but finally the stream they were all waiting for from VGA Archmage started. A notification appeared, which said that the guardian of the royal family had started the last test. The boss was already very angry from the whole battle. The protagonist looked at the enemy and understood that he needed to prepare for the end. The guard landed on the floor and knelt down. Henu realized that he was coming. At that very second, the boss jumped up, rushing into the attack. In the chat, the viewers started writing that this was a powerful landing. Henu raised his head up in shock. The viewers began writing that such a skill cannot be dodged. The protagonist read all this and said in his head that with these eyes it is easy to dodge. After these thoughts, his eyes lit up. He understood that it would be too boring. Then he raised his finger and said that the powerful landing skill was easy to handle. Hearing this, the chat asked so the attack would be easy, although it was unclear where he would land. He smiled widely and said that if he just stood still, the boss would fall on him. Hearing this, the chat again asked if he had time to become a tank. Did he really want to slow down the enemy with his body? Suddenly, a guard fell from the ceiling. A powerful explosion was heard, and everything below broke. The audience asked if the protagonist survived. At this time, Henu said with a smile on his face, recirculation. The chat immediately realized that he was in the air. Two fireballs appeared in the protagonist's hands, and he said that he thought the boss would crush him, so he used a jump. After these words, he used the Hellfire technique and released a huge stream of fire at his opponent. A terrifyingly strong stream of fire hit the guard. The messages said that the protagonist had defeated the royal guard and his level had been raised, and the war dragon was giving him a choice. Hyunwoo exhaled heavily and said that he suddenly felt very tired, so he was ending today's stream at this point. People wrote that it took a long time and such nervous streams take a lot of energy. The broadcast was immediately ended. The protagonist thought that he was nervous, but he was able to finish it, after which cards appeared above him and he thought that this time there should be at least one legendary among them. Hyunwoo looked up with his mouth wide open. He was very angry to see that there was not a single card. He immediately called out to Gold, to which Gold was immediately ready to follow orders. Hyunwoo ordered him to change bodies. At this time in Rising Star, Emma called the director and told her to perceive Merlin's actions as nothing more than a game to raise everyone's spirits. Wharton replied that he had a condition. He smiled and asked for a Great Explosion skill card. The girl lowered her head, asking if that was all, to which Wharton asked if she would calm her indignation. Emma replied that she would send the map right away. The director said that there was one more thing. He thanked the guild for free passage through the desert, because they completed the quest without much difficulty. He said that they would need free passage through the next location as well. Emma asked if the director really wanted to make a deal. She said that if Wharton gave them 3 hints about the main quest, they would take it into account when they moved on to the next location. The director thought for a moment and said that he would talk to the Archmage. After a while, Henu yawned and said that such continuous streams were tiring, so he should make a stream today about the strategy for passing the royal tomb. He noticed Hugh sitting at the computer and said that he was constantly working. He raised his index finger indignantly and said that Tu didn't even have a full day and he still worked until dawn, then asked if his boss was crazy. Tu took a sip of tea and replied that he was now working full-time and also got a raise, so the company would pay his hospital bills. Hyunwoo asked if it was true that the company was in the United States. Then he heard a notification sound on his phone and asked his brother to wait. He picked up the phone and saw a message from the director and suddenly wondered if he had discussed everything with the Abyss Guild. Hyunwoo thought that the director first asked him about the incident in the chat with Merlin. The message contained a condition from the Abyss Guild, which stated that they would give the guy a free pass to the next location if he shared with them hints regarding the 3 quests of the main scenario. The protagonist was happy about another free pass and then thought that he could offer them more. Wharton received a letter from the Archmage. He scratched his temple and said that the guy always exceeded his expectations. Henu wrote that he could give them 4 hints, and Gold got a new body, so the guy needed another item, and then asked about the exchange. The notification said that the guy entered the royal tomb and received a title called the one who entered the royal tomb. The protagonist walked forward and said that last time he defeated the royal guard. He sat above the water and said that now he went deep into the tomb itself, and people on the air asked to show gold. The message said that the power of the royal oasis was washing away the power of an unnamed god. The commentator saw the pendant and said that this is what was rumored. The guy received a message that he will not be haunted by an unknown entity. He put on the pendant and said with a smile that now it's time to show. He was talking about the Desert King set from the Abyss Guild. A new gold appeared in front of him in the form of a dog, and people wrote that they were scared because it was unknown how strong he had become. Henu thought that a free passage was enough, but they also gave him the Desert King set, after which he asked if the Abyss Guild was really interested in him. Gold stood in the doorway, holding a staff in his hand. The protagonist smiled and said that it was time to test the capabilities of the new level, so he would demonstrate a solo from Gold. People wrote that Gold did not look like a monster. Gold looked forward from under his brows and said that he wanted to ask for something. A new chapter of the main scenario was opened. Gold said that the guy needed to protect the royal legacy. In the quest details, it was written that Henu was tasked with protecting the legacy of the sleeping king in the sand forest from the Desert King. A notification appeared in front of the protagonist, stating that the sand forest event had been created. The ground shook. Sand pillars began to rise up. The players who got into this area were shocked and scared. Trees began to appear, and the players immediately realized that this was a sand forest. Could it be because of BJ Archmage again? They immediately started to run away, shouting that there would definitely be a very high difficulty level here. One of them looked around and shouted, asking if they were really in the middle of a forest. Suddenly, a snake's crackling sound was heard. Two huge sand snakes appeared out of nowhere and hung over the two players, who noticed that their appearance had changed. The guy raised his hands, clenched into fists, and desperately screamed, asking why they were in such a mess for no reason. A powerful explosion was heard. The king's tomb. Torches were burning inside. In the chat, one of the viewers reported that the desert location had changed to the sand forest event. Another viewer wrote that BJ Archmage activated the event. The guard who entered the room ordered to defeat the king of the desert and protect the king's legacy. The protagonist looked at him and said in his head that this was not a monster, but just an NPC, adding that everything had become too confusing. The viewer wrote in the chat, asking if this was an NPC, then they would not be shown Gold's power. While Hyunwoo stood aside and said in his head that no matter what, it was best to just go to the sand forest, Gold approached the guard and offered to fight. The protagonist understood that if he went to the sand forest, then his promise to the Chungwon Guild. He did not finish and looked away. He remembered Yewa, who said that their match on the meteor field depended on many factors, so she did not consider its results fair. Then he just passed by, saying okay, adding that now he would go. After leaving the memories, he scratched his head in confusion and said in his head that first he needed to change the name of the stream, while saying that he thought that the king's tomb was a dungeon, but it turned out to be completely different. He looked at Lucky, who was happily playing with Gold, and said that there was nothing to do. He would have to quickly go to the sand forest, so he would raid the king of the desert. After these thoughts, he challenged Yewa, saying that he would first tell about the big match promised to the Chungwon Guild. When suddenly he received a donation from Yewa in the amount of $10,161. Then she wrote that there was no need. After reading the message, the protagonist was shocked. The girl also wrote that she decided that it was pointless to decide anything. She quickly typed on her laptop, given the recent events. In her next message, she suggested imagining that their confrontation never existed. She continued typing messages with a calm face. Viewers in the chat started asking if there really wouldn't be a match. And what then? People wrote, adding that they had screwed up such content. Reading this, the main character was terribly shocked. He was screaming in his head and asking what had suddenly happened. Drops of cold sweat were running down his neck while he was saying to himself that he had to think of something. After a short pause, he sat down on the table and said that there was no choice, adding that then he would have to do everything alone. Hearing this, one of the viewers asked if he was just going to continue streaming solo in the desert. Was there really nothing else? Hyunwoo read this, raised his finger and said that there would be hide and seek next. The audience immediately started asking if this was really a search for the hidden BJ Archmage. Like in the lands of the pioneers, the protagonist stroked jackpot and answered yes, then asked if it was true that there was no winner back then. He also said that he would give a cash prize to the one who found him in the sand forest. Suddenly, a donation of $10,165 came from Asmo. He was sitting in front of his laptop and said that it was already interesting to play hide and seek in the event location. After that, he asked if he could also be paid a cash prize. Then he smiled widely and said that if someone found BJ Archmage, he would pay $10,000. The protagonist read this and screamed in shock in his head, asking why Asmo suddenly decided to pay such a huge amount. Suddenly, another donation came from Rappo in the amount of $10,170. He asked if the Immortal Guild would also participate. Lucky was still running after Gold, who was running away from him. In the chat, people were asking if it was really $20,000 now. Gustav suddenly wrote that he was also participating. Sasaki Kajiro did not stand aside and wrote that they were also participating if after the broadcast. In the next message, he wrote that they would show their guild logo. At this time, the president, with his fingers to his temple, said that they agreed to the condition of the Sword Guild. Wharton smiled and said that the Rising Star channel would also participate. People in the cafe were surprised that they were giving $50,000 for finding the Archmage. The guy said that in the last event, no one could find him in hide and seek, to which his friend exclaimed that everything was different now. The guy said that thanks to the live broadcast, it is possible to determine the location of the Archmage in real time. His friend clenched his fist and said that it was also a chance to get on the stream of the Archmage, a chance to be seen on the broadcast, which would probably be watched by over 100 million viewers. Another guy ran into the cafe and shouted that there was an urgent announcement. He shouted in surprise that there was a rumor that one of the top guilds had formed an alliance to win a cash prize. The guy in the cap was very surprised, asking to show it to him, while Henu sat on the couch and worriedly thought that this was all getting too big. Beads of sweat appeared on his face and he thought that everything was fine. Why was he so worried? Now was not the time. In front of him appeared a card called Windcutter, which increased the number of blades that could be summoned as the skill rank increased. He thought that he had already drawn this card when he reached level 200, but cool time was no good for anything. Gold clenched his fist and said that he would destroy everyone. Silver replied that he would also help the Elder and they would destroy everyone together. The main character smiled and said that he was lucky that he had the Big Bang card that the Abyss Guild gave him. He also had a skill book that he received as a reward for the main scenario quest. The guy also had a master skill book and an epic skill book, so he needed to increase the Big Bang rank. He had the last book in his hands. He was sitting in the lotus position and said that he needed to use the book right here. The notification said that the skill card book was open. At this time in the sandy forest, the guy frowned and asked how many people had gathered, to which the girl replied that there were about 10 times more than usual. A guy in armor waved at them and asked if they wanted to create a party together. He smiled and said that the reward was also important, but this was a chance to shine on the Archmage streams. He said that the more people, the higher the chance, after which the player asked how many people were in their party. The guy in armor pointed his hand back and said that including them there would be exactly 500. The player thought that the rumors were not lying, because most of them came here for popularity, not money. He began to look around. In the party, he also noticed members of top guilds. The protagonist notification said that he had arrived in the sand forest and fulfilled the quest condition. He jumped onto a tree branch and a new chapter of the main scenario was opened for him. He was given a quest that said that he needed to destroy the Desert King, who had received the power of an unknown. Henu smiled, putting his hand on his hip and said that many people had gathered for the hide and seek event, so he had one thing to do today. He looked around and said that while he was chasing the Desert King, let people find him and take a picture of him as evidence. He said that the reward was prize money and a minute of airtime, after which the player thought that 1 minute of live broadcast would guarantee a surge in popularity. The main character turned around with a smile and said that it was time to begin. He quickly began jumping on the trees and told people to start looking for him in 10 seconds. As soon as 10 seconds passed, the players pointed their fingers in the direction he ran and ran after him. The knight in black armor began to push everyone. He stomped so hard that the sand shook. He was immediately asked to be careful, saying that the trees in the sand forest were also made of sand. But the knight did not listen and pushed the player's boyfriend into a tree with all his might. The tree trunk immediately broke. Everyone immediately covered their heads and screamed in horror that the tree was crumbling. A huge wave of sand washed over the players. The knight in black armor's leg was covered in sand. He, like the other players, got stuck in the sand, saying that such a misfortune had started from the very beginning. At this time, the main character was running forward while a crowd of monsters was chasing him. In his head, he said that he drank all the boosters and potions that were there, everything, just to run faster. He understood that they would definitely not catch up with him. The snake hissed furiously, trying to catch up and bite the prey. Viewers wrote in the chat that a huge number of monsters were following him. They also wrote that if they caught him, the game was over. Hyunwoo ran forward with a smile on his face, while viewers wrote that he would not even be able to attack, because he would be eaten as soon as he stopped and decided to do something. The army of monsters chasing the main character became larger and larger. Hyunwoo read everything that was written to him and replied that they did not need to worry so much, adding that if he continued to run away, the stream would be boring. After these words, he abruptly stopped, sliding on the sand, but said that he would play hide and seek and at the same time catch a couple of monsters. A huge snake immediately rushed at him. At the very last moment before the bite, the protagonist used the teleportation technique. The audience immediately asked in the chat if the monsters would go even more wild from this. The protagonist appeared in the village near the surprised and lost snakes. He turned to the chat, showed a thumbs up and said that he knew this would happen, so he pumped up his skills in advance. He was asked in the chat if he did not teleport, the monsters would not get angry. The teleportation skill card said that it moves the owner to a designated place, and aggression is reset after using the skill. Henu was enveloped in a powerful magical aura after using the Dragon's Heat skill, a revolver, and he loudly said that it was time to hunt. Suddenly, he received a donation from Asmo in the amount of $10,185. He wrote in the chat that since Hyunwoo was using a revolver, there would definitely be a big explosion. The protagonist read the message with glowing eyes and replied that he didn't expect anything else from Asmo himself. After these words, he used the Big Bang skill. The next second, an insanely powerful explosion was heard, which was heard many more times in other places. Asmo wrote in the chat that he blew up the desert in vain. At this time, one of the players crawled out of the sand. He raised his head and said that BJ Archmage was already far away, so they couldn't lag behind. He introduced his daughter and said that if he wasn't caught this time, he wouldn't be able to meet Jimin, because since he'd gotten stuck in games, he couldn't even play normally with her, adding that he didn't have capital, so even if he worked like a dog, they wouldn't pay attention to him anyway. He clenched his hand into a fist and said that he couldn't give up. Hearing the screams, he spread his arms out to the sides and asked what was going on there. Suddenly, he saw a huge wave of sand. It swept away everything in its path and was approaching the player, who screamed in horror, asking what the hell it was. At this time, there was silence in the place where the main character was. In the chat, viewers wrote that he was taking advantage of the fact that there was nothing but sand around him. In the distance, a column of sand rose high into the sky. Viewers had already started writing in the chat that he would definitely not give money to anyone. Hyunwoo scratched his cheek and replied that he himself did not think that it would turn out like this. After these words, he sat down on the ground. The main character sat on the ground in the lotus position and said that he would wait exactly in this place for 15 minutes. He said that the winner would receive a cash prize and an interview, let them just come first, because then they would have a joint broadcast. After some time, people's hands began to break through the sand. The guy helped everyone, thinking that he couldn't give up. He thought that he needed to save as many players as possible and organize a team. He took a weapon in his hands and thought that he just needed to apply more strength and move forward faster. After some time, Henu closed his eyes, lowering his head down. He saw the people in front of him and said that there were more of them than he thought. People wrote that there were more people than monsters, and then asked what the point of all this was if the main character chose one. The guy looked at the Archmage and thought that if he wanted to get there before the members of the top guilds, then he chose the right method. He looked at the people and thought that some of the players did not get there at all, and there were those who would definitely not get there alone. The guy spread his arms out to the sides and thought that he was the one who gathered the people and was now standing in front of the Archmage. He thought that he could still lose, but he had to attract the Archmage's attention at any cost. Henu awkwardly scratched his cheek, saying that he didn't think there would be so many people. Suddenly, he was interrupted by a guy who shouted loudly that their team would take the Archmage to the King of the Desert. The protagonist looked up at him with wide eyes. Asmo's servant brought him the guy's dossier. He said that his name was Mundok and he was very capable, but he couldn't show it, so he decided to help his guildmates first. Asmo took his dossier and understood why he was so eager for this opportunity, after which he noted that Mundok was capable, but unlucky. With a smile on his face, he said that if the Archmage gave the guy a chance, then his business would go uphill. He said that after the test with the desert, there would be many more nuggets like Mundok. Asmo said that now he understood what the Archmage wanted, because he apparently decided to take everything from the game. He handed the dossier to the servant and told him to write them down too and prepare a small gift. It was a clear day outside. Mundok shouted that they were almost there and if they went a little further, they would get to the territory of the King of the Desert. The protagonist was carried on a cloth stretched over sticks, and he wondered if this was too much. He thought that if there were many players, then hunting the monster would be even easier, but now it seemed to him that he had waited 15 minutes in vain, because why were the players helping him? The message said that the King of the Desert was angry at the uninvited guests. A strong blow was heard not far from the players, ejecting a bright beam into the sky. The commentators asked if the king was so strong. The King of the Desert smiled maliciously, baring his teeth. A lion appeared in front of them, leaning one paw on the ground. Hyunwoo jumped to the ground and thanked the players for giving him a ride. He took a few steps forward and said that he would catch the King of the Desert himself. After some time, the message said that the protagonist defeated the King of the Desert. The commentators were surprised that the guy caught the king so quickly. Hyunwoo sat down on the ground and said that the king of the desert was not much different from the royal guard, so he dealt with him quickly. After a while, the guy got up from the ground and said that it was time to choose the best player. The commentators wrote that it simply had to be Mundok, because without him, the protagonist simply would not have reached the king of the desert. Hyunwoo approached Mundok and said that he was the best player in this event. He said that he would not, as if he would find such a talented player in the desert, after which he thought that he should give the boy everything he deserved. He thought that $3,000 would definitely be enough for Mundok, when suddenly Asmo wrote that he would name the reward himself. Hyunwoo and Mundok looked forward with wide eyes. The notification said that Asmo donated $2 million. The protagonist immediately grabbed his head in shock, surprised by such a large number. The protagonist sadly furrowed his brows and pursed his lips, saying that he was jealous of $2 million. He was sitting near the soda machine, saying that he was very jealous because the protagonist did not even think that their improvisation would turn into this. Hyunwoo closed his eyes and sighed heavily, thinking that he attracted too much attention. The guy wondered how he would explain himself to the boss now. Two guys passed by, one of them put his hand to the side, saying that he was looking at Mundok. He only showed up once on the Archmage stream, and his popularity skyrocketed. The guy raised his eyebrows, saying that he had not heard of him before, because all the attention was pulled to themselves by the top guilds. He is an incredible player. His friend said that he was even jealous. He asked who would give him $2 million. The hero pressed the button on the machine, saying that he envied the rich like an archmage. The guy smiled and clenched his fist, asking if maybe he should also participate in every event of the main character, because it is not only about money, this way you can instantly become a famous player. Hyunwoo hugged his legs with his hands and opened his eyes wide, hiding behind the machine. The guy smiled widely, thinking that everyone was talking about only this. The system reported that the hero was at the altar of the king of the desert. The hero stood in front of the stairs to the temple. The voice noted that this altar is incredible. Gold frowned and clenched his hand into a fist, saying that if he has loyal subscribers who respect him, then he will have such altars all over the world. The hero twitched his ears, saying that Gold was right. Hyunwoo raised his eyebrows and smiled, asking if Silver liked his new body. The giant lion furrowed his brows and clenched his hands into fists, saying that he was full of strength. The protagonist looked at the black box in his hands, thinking that now it was time to move on to the unknown treasure that they took from the king of the desert. A question appeared in the system window asking if the guy was sure he wanted to open the unknown treasure. The hero decided that he wanted to open it. Hyunwoo raised his eyebrows in surprise and widened his eyes. Inside was a vial of yellow liquid. The system window showed information about the relic of the nameless god, rank, legendary. The relic is imbued with the power of the nameless god. The guy raised his eyebrows in surprise, looking at the box and asking if there was really only a bottle of potion here. The system reported that the unknown egg was absorbing the power of the nameless god. Dark streams of energy were directed towards the body of the main character. The heroes surrounding him opened their eyes in surprise. The system reported that this was a dragon egg. In order for the egg to absorb the power of the nameless god, it must hatch. At the moment it was ready to hatch at 52%. Hyunwoo opened his mouth wide and raised his eyebrows, saying that this scared him a lot. He asked if there was anything that could be done about it. The system reported that the hero protected the royal heritage from the king of the desert. The guy lowered his head, saying that now the egg is ready to hatch at 52%, it has already passed half. The heroes surrounding him raised their heads in surprise, seeing a silhouette in front. The system window showed information that the quest was completed. Gold and Silver frowned and gritted their teeth, telling the master to be careful. The system reported that a new quest was added to the main scenario quest panel. The hero stopped in front, saying that he was not their enemy, but a guard protecting the royal heritage. The guy had a golden falcon mask on his head and a bright gemstone on his golden belt. The system window showed the quest characteristic, royal potion, rank, main scenario, quest level, up to 259th, quest information. It is necessary to give the royal potion, the royal heritage, to the royal descendant in the last oasis. Reward for completing the quest, unknown. Reward for completing the quest, royal potion. Progress for completing the quest, ogre forest, will be available after completing it. The hero cut off a piece of steak, saying that he really liked the quest according to the main scenario. The guy closed his eyes and brought his fork closer, saying that the quest had a level cap, so if someone leveled up too quickly during the quest, they would have to start over and with a new character. Emma closed her eyes and raised her eyebrows, saying that knowing Minsu, she wasn't surprised. She looked up at the guy sitting across from her at the table, saying that God Wars wasn't originally intended to be a commercial success. The guy looked at her, saying that maybe the result wasn't quite right, but it wasn't that bad. Merlin smiled, asking what would happen if they leveled up the Archmage's character too quickly, because then he would have to start over. The guy noted that it was a shame, of course, but he could handle it. Bright wine was poured into the glass. Emma brought the glass closer and closed her eyes, asking what would happen if the main scenario quest data became publicly available after that. Then all the regular players will start going through it and block the Archmage's progress. She imagined Huna standing behind the crowd of people at the entrance of the quest. Merlin raised his eyebrows in surprise, saying that in that case they would have plenty of time before they were caught up. He asked what her plan was. Emma raised her eyebrows and looked down, saying that he was going to leak the data through the research guild. The guy looked at her, asking when she wanted to do it. Emma folded her hands on the table, saying that she hadn't decided yet. She stabbed her fork into the steak, saying that it would be funny to see how the main scenario that had helped him so much before would work against the protagonist. The guy blew on the hot noodles wrapped around his chopsticks. The hero frowned and began to eat, thinking about the fact that there was no news from the Zhongyuan Guild. After what happened to Mundok, the Archmage stream became popular among players. Yunjin stood next to the guy, who was holding a check for $2 million. A user named Frog in a Well asked why he had never heard of a player like Mundok. Another viewer noted that the protagonist saved this person's life. The guy frowned and rubbed his chin thoughtfully, thinking that it was strange that no one else had reacted. Previously, everyone was only interested in the top 10 guilds, but after the event, players like Mundok become known to the world. They are a threat to the top guilds no matter what, but you need to prepare well. The hero imagined the little people on the island who were praising one tall one with a red flag on his head. Mundok looked ahead from under his brows and took out his two swords. Yunjin knitted his brows and rubbed his chin thoughtfully, looking ahead. A notification appeared on the monitor that the main character had logged in. Yunjin said that the guy did a great job on the raid on the King of the Desert. Hyunwoo warmed up, thanking the boss for the praise. There was a name on the call icon. Yunjin was talking about how the players reacted well to the event. He suggested holding such events on a regular basis because this way the viewers could also participate in them. The protagonist covered his face with his hand and turned away, thinking that this event was improvised. He needed more time to prepare because there was no guarantee that another event would also take off like this one. Hyunwoo closed his eyes and smiled widely, saying that he had already thought about it. He suggested publishing the initial data on the main scenario quest, because most people already knew something, so it would be better if they got ahead of others. Yunjin frowned, listening to him attentively. The guy raised his eyebrows, thinking that he was interested in what they were planning. Did they really want to publish the data on the main scenario quest too? Because Hyunwoo himself hinted at it. The protagonist closed his eyes and smiled. Yunjin told him to register the event on the channel right now. The guy raised his hand to his head, thanking him for permission. Yunjin was typing something on his laptop, thinking that he needed people who were ready to respond to everyone in real time. First, he needed to find a safe place for the security department. The system reported that the hero entered the Ivar Palace. Above the palace with an unusual roof was a dark sky with bright stars. The system reported that the task of meeting the royal descendant was completed. A giant elephant in clothes stood in front of the main character, greeting him and introducing himself as Ivar. The guy thought about how incredibly huge it was. Hyunwoo raised his eyebrows and took a bottle of liquid in his hand, saying that the guard asked to give him this royal heritage. Ivar smiled and put his hands in front of himself, saying that this was not necessary because the guy had already passed the guard's tests and now the heritage belongs to him. There was a bright orange liquid in the bottle. The system window showed the characteristics of the royal potion: rank, legendary, permission. For users up to level 250, action. The potion contains the magical power of the royal family, turning the drinker into a guardian. Ivar opened his eyes, saying that if the bird on his head drinks this, it will turn into a guardian. Jackpot tilted his head to the side in surprise. Hyunwoo put the bird on his hand and gave it a potion to drink, saying that they would definitely not be advised anything bad, so they would prepare for the worst, but hope for the best. The system reported that Jackpot drank the royal potion. Now he became a guardian. The bird quickly disappeared from the hero's hand, leaving a bright trail behind it, and golden cards appeared above it. The system reported that the hero needed to choose a new skill for Jackpot. Hyunwoo raised his eyebrows in surprise, looking at the cards and thinking that he did not know what this was, but now he could choose a new ability. The protagonist rubbed his chin thoughtfully, thinking that there was a Dragon's Breath, Stigmata, and Holy Lightning Strike. The guy closed his eyes, thinking that they were all legendary cards with cool abilities, who knew that he would have to choose from them. Jackpot tilted his head, asking the master to hurry. The protagonist raised his eyebrows in surprise and looked up. Jackpot took the form of a guard. He spread his wings wide, saying that they had little time, so they needed to choose quickly. The guard frowned, asking if something was wrong. The events took place in the Ogre Forest. There was a dark sky above the forest with tall trees. The viewer noticed that the hero had dressed up. The guy frowned. He was wearing green armor. The user noticed that now he had to fork out. In front of the hero stood a giant ogre with one bright eye, possessing level 260. In his hands was a large bat. The guy moved forward. Mars swung his two blades, sneaking behind the monster and thinking that after the event in the desert, he needs to show himself, he needs to move forward as fast as possible. Mars frowned, telling everyone to line up and block the retreat. The system reported that the hero was killed by the game. The guy came closer to the giant ogre lying on the ground. User Bighead donated $10,000, saying that it was boring to watch the standard playthrough. That's why no one needs small guilds. The viewer will ask how much longer they will use the same tactics everywhere. Mars raised his eyebrows, looking ahead and thinking that he needs to show them something new. The user noted that the Archmage would not do that. The guy tightly clutched the weapon in his hand, thinking that no one thought that the hero could go so far. Mars rushed at the ogre standing in front of him, saying that he expected them to say that, so he acquired a new skill. The boy's eyes widened, asking him to stop because they hadn't formed up yet. Mars frowned, saying that he had recently bought a sword skill. The user noted that it was impossible to stay in this forest for long. The boy was moving towards the ogre standing near the tree trunks. The user asked why that was. The hero pushed off the ground. The user said that games usually like to run away, then they use the cry of death to call other ogres for help. The boy hovered in the sky above the ogre, raising sharp swords above himself. Mars used Excalibur. Bright streams from the swing of the swords remained in space. The ogre froze in place, lowering its head down. The boy screamed, saying that the ogre was running away. The monster headed in the opposite direction from him. Mars ordered to block the retreat. A bright flash appeared above the treetops. A crowd of giant ogres appeared in front of Mars and his team. User Big N donated $1, wishing him luck. The system reported that the hero had killed the ogre. Silver and Gold gave a thumbs up, saying that the monster hadn't even had time to attack them. The guy put his hands on his hips, saying that it had been a whole half hour. Hyunwoo raised his eyebrows and looked away, saying that he had only dealt with 10 monsters. He was thinking that it was good that he had received a quest from Ivar. The giant elephant handed him a letter, saying that he had received a letter asking for help in the ogre forest. The hero said that this couldn't be. The system reported that a new quest had been added to the main scenario quest panel. The quest characteristic appeared in the system window. Ogre Forest, quest category, main scenario, quest level, up to 279th, quest information. You need to kill 3,333 ogres in the Ogre Forest and show everyone what the hero is capable of. Reward for completing the quest, none. The Ogre Hunter quest will be unlocked after completing it. Hyunwoo's mouth widened and his eyebrows raised, surprised that he had to kill so many ogres. The guy sat down on the ground and folded his arms across his chest, thinking that at this rate, he would kill 3,000 ogres in 160 hours. The protagonist closed his eyes and thoughtfully rubbed his chin, thinking that even if he dealt with them quickly, it would take him at least 20 days, taking into account the rest time. He wondered what the viewers would say if he spent 20 days here. Users happily wrote that the streamer Gold and Lucky were here. The guy thought that he would not be surprised if half of the audience dropped out. The number of viewers dropped from 42 million to 21 million. Hyunwoo rested his hands on his knees, thinking about finishing this quest in 10 days. Silver and Gold frowned. The protagonist furrowed his brows, wondering if he really had to do something so crazy. The boy stood up, asking everyone to come closer to him. There was a bright blue sky above the tall building of the Abyss Guild. Merlin closed his eyes and rubbed his neck, saying that leveling up the side characters was not that easy. He looked away, asking how long it took him to get the Archmage again. The boy was going to finish the main scenario quest tomorrow. Emma raised her eyebrows, saying that he was doing well. The girl looked at him, saying that before leaking all the quest data, he needed to level up the side characters and complete the quest in advance. Merlin closed his eyes and pressed his hand to his forehead, saying that he still had a few things to do. Emma smiled, saying that since the quest had a level cap, the more characters he leveled up the better, so she had high hopes for him. The boy looked at her and raised his eyebrows, asking what to do with the Archmage. Emma folded her arms, saying that they had already agreed with the Explorers Guild. The biggest difficulty in the main scenario quest was leveling up quickly, but the ogre's levels were also high. She imagined the protagonist kneeling down, a red level up arrow rising above him. The boy with long black hair rested his foot on a rock in front of him. The girl said that she had informed the Explorers Guild about the start of Operation Bird's Nest. They would force the Archmage to level up. Niffle raised his eyebrows and smiled. He thought that they would pretend to help him. Their group would surround the protagonist, and he would have no choice but to fight. The boy imagined Hyuna next to the defeated ogre, who was surrounded by the guild members. They will make him level up beyond his limits. Niffle looked at the small camp ahead, thinking that the main character's main scenario quest had ended. The guy watched Hyunwoo, who was sitting by the fire and roasting marshmallows. The hero used the skill, Hellfire. A stream of bright flame rushed into the sky. The protagonist came closer to the flaming ogre, asking Lucky to leave it to him. The wolf quickly moved around the monster's body, leaving bright traces of energy in space. Niffle opened his mouth and raised his eyebrows, thinking that this streamer was even cooler up close. He said that the hero was really something, he needed to go to his location, and they would help. Hyunwoo raised his eyebrows and sighed heavily, thinking that he did not expect that they would send him a whole squad to help. Everything must have been agreed with the boss. Since they sent him help, the hunt would go much faster. The main character smiled, thinking that he should take advantage of this while he had the chance, because there wouldn't be a second time. The guy turned to Niffle, who was standing opposite him. Hyunwoo smiled and scratched his head, saying that they were all like one, they had a cool guild, but he had a stream soon. Niffle folded his arms across his chest, thinking that he was deliberately hiding behind the stream, but it wouldn't work. The guy closed his eyes and smiled. He showed a thumbs up, asking him not to worry and calmly start the stream. The main character asked if it would bother him if he behaved as he was used to. Niffle agreed. The guy noted that it would be more difficult for him, but the hero said that it was no problem. Dark trunks of tall trees were visible. Hyunwoo smiled and raised his hand, announcing the start of the stream. The system reported that the user had started the stream. Niffle and the heroes behind him raised their eyebrows in surprise. The user noticed that the protagonist and the Explorers Guild were now working together. The viewers were surprised to see the Explorers Guild members. Hyunwoo stood surrounded by Lucky, Gold, and Silver, with the guild members standing on either side. The protagonist smiled widely and said hello. He raised his index finger, saying that thanks to the help of the Explorers Guild guys, their hunt would be more interesting today. The guy closed his eyes and thoughtfully rubbed his chin, saying that killing 3,333 ogres to complete the quest was not enough. The viewers were surprised by such a large number. The hero smiled, saying that if he did it like everyone else, it would take him a long time, but now he had helpers. Hyunwoo raised his index finger and frowned, saying that he would make the ogres use the death cry. He announced the start of the hunt. A loud sound was heard. The viewers assumed that it was the death cry. The user noticed that the monster was calling other ogres. The ogre arched his back and spread his arms out to the sides, letting out a loud roar. The viewer asked what would happen to the guild members even if the protagonist completed the quest, since they had come to his aid. Niffle frowned and gritted his teeth. The user said that they would not kill a crowd of ogres, so at least let them bring them to the Archmage. The Explorers Guild members were surrounded by giant ogres. Niffle said that there were too many monsters here. He frowned and opened his mouth wide, telling his allies not to be afraid and to take their positions. The hero asked if they really wanted to tarnish the honor of the guild. The man and the girl frowned in concentration. Niffle said that their task was to gather all the ogres, bring them to the protagonist. He should only focus on his hunt. He imagined a group of people in front of 3 giant monsters, a red arrow pointing to Hyuna and Lucky attacking the ogre. Niffle frowned, saying that they would catch the ogres for the boy. The viewer was surprised, saying that he would probably never see such a number anywhere else. Gold rushed to attack, leaving bright traces of blades in the space. The users noticed that it was not going quickly. They asked if he needed a healer there. Lucky moved among the giant ogres, leaving a bright trace behind him. The viewer noticed that the Archmage did not have a healer. The hero used Hellfire. Hyunwoo opened his eyes wide and waved his hand. A bright stream of fiery energy rushed into the sky behind him. The user noticed that Silver seemed to have already dealt with the ogre, who was using Death Cry. Silver put out his hands, stopping the ogre's fist. The viewer noticed that the ogre had not yet been killed, so he needed to press on. Silver clenched his hands into fists and frowned, breathing heavily. The user noticed with fear that he was simply being beaten there. He asked if they would kill him. The guy smiled, telling Jackpot to use Holy Lightning. Bright flashes of lightning appeared in the sky. The viewer said that it was needed for healing from a distance. The viewer asked when Jackpot got such an ability. The system reported that Silver's life energy was restored. The user asked if that was really possible. Bright crosses of healing appeared around Silver. The viewer was surprised by Jackpot's skill. The main character smiled and scratched his head, saying that he completely forgot about it because of the ogre hunt. The guy said that they seemed to have time before the other ogres surged, so he decided to introduce the viewers to their team's new healer. Jackpot is now a guardian. The bright bird spread its wings wide, leaving a trace in space. There was a magic seal behind the guardian. The main character pointed at it with his hand and smiled. The user asked why he was glowing. Did he change form? Jackpot frowned, looking ahead and saying that the master was making too much noise. He needed to focus on hunting better. Niffle frowned, thinking about how the guy was introducing everyone to the new version of Jackpot while he was fighting 4 ogres. The viewer said that he got goosebumps because of everything that was happening. The user noticed that the Archmage seemed to have gathered almost all of his forces. Silver, Lucky, Gold, and 2 warrior spirits were fighting the ogres on the battlefield. The viewer asked if the others noticed that there were fewer ogres, meaning they had more time to rest. The user noticed that there were almost no assistants. Niffle frowned and gritted his teeth, thinking that the guy was making fun of them, because everyone was laughing at them on the other side of the screen. He asked why the heroes were digging for so long, couldn't they lure the ogres faster? A sound was heard from the treetops. Leaves fell down. The heroes of the Explorers Guild ran ahead of the monsters. The guy opened his mouth, saying that they were currently leading 15 ogres. Niffle turned around and raised his eyebrows, saying that this was true, because the main character needed to bring as many ogres as possible at once. The system reported that the ogres had regenerated. Niffle opened his mouth in surprise, asking how this was possible. The guy behind him frowned, saying that it seemed like several ogres nearby had just regenerated. He thought that they were in big trouble now, because he had completely forgotten about regeneration, and 15 ogres were coming here, plus some of them had already regenerated. The monsters widened their eyes, looking at the heroes. Niffle frowned, thinking that if any of them used the death cry now, they would all be lost. Behind him, the ogre slammed his fist into the ground. Silver dodged the blow. The ogre opened his mouth and screamed furiously. The guy screamed loudly, "The code is red." The monster raised its head up and opened its mouth wide, screaming loudly. A bright red light appeared behind him. The system reported that the hero increased his level. Hyunwoo arched his eyebrows and smiled. He said that thanks to the Explorers Guild, the level quickly increased. If he were alone, it would definitely not have happened so quickly and effectively. User Gustav donated $10,186, asking who would have thought that leveling up in God Wars would be so easy. The protagonist frowned, looking away with bright eyes. User Asmo donated $10,188, asking if not everyone hunts. The hero saw the silhouettes of ogres behind the tree trunks, thinking that there were more monsters. The guy raised his eyebrows, thinking that they wouldn't sound the alarm just because some of the ogres regenerated. Because he was sure that the problem was in the team itself, you can't show everyone that the Explorer Guild has problems. The heroes from the guild surrounded the ogres. The guy raised his hands to his mouth, shouting, "Code Red." Hyunwoo waved and turned around, saying that he had already shown a lot about how the Explorer Guild works. The broadcast was somehow delayed, so they would see each other next time. He thought that he was glad they were sent to him for help. Maybe they needed help now too. The main character smiled and ran forward, saying goodbye to the viewers until next time. He would try to make the next broadcast cooler. He mentally told the guys that he was going to help. The system reported that the broadcast was over. The hero petted the cheetah, saying that the Explorers Guild's reputation must have taken a big hit this time. Asmo put the phone to his ear, saying that they miscalculated and were now in danger. Even though they were sent to help, their client, streamer Hyunwoo, saved their lives, and he even showed it on his stream. Yoonjin smiled, saying that the Explorers Guild dug their own grave. Asmo closed his eyes and smiled, saying that the protagonist's plan was really something. The system reported that the protagonist had completed the quest. The guild members sat tiredly on the ground. Hyunwoo stood in the center and warmed up. Niffle wiped the sweat from his face and looked away, thinking that they barely caught up with him. Even though they were all high levels, he wondered where the guy got so much speed from. The protagonist smiled and raised his eyebrows, thanking them for their help, because it was his first time completing a quest so quickly. The horse's hooves appeared on the grass. The voice said that he had heard of a great hunter who had killed 3,333 ogres. The NPC Pioro was riding the horse, asking who the hero was. Hyunwoo raised his hand, saying that it was him. The man looked at him, asking if he would fulfill his request. The system reported that a new quest had been received. The status window showed the quest characteristic: Ogre Hunter, quest type, main scenario, quest level, level 279 and below. Quest description: listen to Pioro's request and save the man from the mysterious garden. Quest reward: unknown. Quest reward: skill book, legendary rank. After the hero saves the NPC, he will receive an additional reward. After completing the quest, Two-Headed Ogre will be opened. Pioro frowned, telling the boy to find someone. There was a bright blue sky above the Abyss Guild building. The hero asked what the other person thought about what had happened. Emma closed her eyes and raised her eyebrows, saying that they had achieved their goal to some extent. She folded her hands in her lap, saying that the Archmage had leveled up after all, much faster than he had expected. Merlin looked at her, saying that they had not taken into account that the Archmage would complete the main scenario quest. The guy raised his eyebrows, asking if he would go to the mysterious garden, since this time he would need to find someone. The tops of the tall trees were covered in red leaves. Among the tree trunks were crowds of ogres. The hero said that the mysterious garden was a forest teeming with ogres. Emma opened her mouth, saying that they were now taking a big risk to get the Aegis Sphere, since they were deliberately provoking the protagonist and raising the difficulty level of the quest. Hyunwoo smiled, looking ahead. Merlin frowned and smiled, saying that he liked their plan. The protagonist frowned, saying that he didn't like all of this. He thought that he knew the location of everyone he needed to find. There wasn't much to show. Among the red treetops, bright streams of energy rose into the sky. Hyunwoo frowned and put his hands on his hips, saying that this time he needed to give it his all for this nonsense. The description of the Ogre Hunter quest appeared. Putting the branches to his head, the protagonist whispered greetings to the viewers. The commentators were confused. Looking away, Hyunwoo explained that he was hiding from a huge crowd of ogres. Someone asked if this quest was really that difficult. The monsters approached the squad from behind. The guy said that they needed to find the NPC Seva, but in the mysterious garden, the monsters were gathering in groups. The giants turned away and left. Grinning, the young man thought that he had managed to scare the viewers. His eyes lit up. With the help of this ability, he could see where NPCs and groups of enemies were hiding. 3 level 260 ogres were standing next to the NPC. One of them looked away. Putting his hand to his forehead, the player thought that he needed to create the illusion of a vigorous search and save other characters along the way. The streamer crouched down next to the NPC. Standing in front of a group of ogres, he summoned several magic missiles. Smiling, the protagonist thought that the viewers wanted to see the battles. Covering his head with leaves, Hyunwoo decided to stall for time and save Seva last. Someone was typing on the keyboard. Merlin donated $10,000. Grinning, the man wrote in the chat that VGA the Archmage was too cautious. Shocked, his eyes widening, the guy wondered what this person was doing on his stream. Pressing the keys on the keyboard, the guild leader asked if the audience was bored and suggested making some noise. Squinting slyly, the blonde expressed a desire to celebrate his return. Opening his mouth in fear, the young man was upset because everything had started so well and now the audience was on edge. Having sent a donation, Asmo put his hand to his chin and wondered why he would provoke the Archmage. Sitting in the room in front of a huge screen with a broadcast, the Sheikh said that his friend would not have fallen for it so easily. Frowning, he asked if he did not think that the enemy should pay well for this. Resolutely knitting his brows, Merlin decided to give the weapon that Jackpot could use. Leaning on his hand, the man asked if they were talking about the Aegis Sphere. The answer was affirmative. Opening his mouth in amazement, the player realized that this was the best auxiliary item of all. Sitting in front of the laptop, the blonde promised to tell about how to get the Aegis Sphere, because this information cannot be bought for any money. The branches fell to the ground. Smiling happily, the streamer assumed that people were probably bored watching all this and thought that he could not refuse such a wonderful challenge. Clouds floated above the building. The Abyss Guild had planned everything. Yunjin put his fingers to his temple. An unknown object was in front of Emma and the guild leader. Only the Abyss knew how to get the Aegis Sphere. Raising his hand to his chin, the president wondered if they were trying to pump up the Archmage's BJ level by any means. Red leaves fell from the trees. Silver used gigantization. Waves of light energy appeared around him. The ogre's eyes widened in confusion. Using the ram skill, the lion knocked them down. Next to the flame golem stood a fire spirit warrior. At the command of the owner, the golems spread their arms to hold back the ogres. The commentator asked if the Explorers Guild hunted in the same way. Raising his index finger, the protagonist confirmed this and said that he learned this tactic while watching them. Jumping towards the ogre, he decided to deal with those who lagged behind the group. A smirk appeared on his face. A powerful explosion was heard in the middle of the forest. Closing her eyes, Emma said that it was wonderful. Crossing his arms over his chest, Merlin realized that at this rate, BJ the Archmage would level up very quickly. Frowning, the girl realized that if the player found Seva earlier, he would no longer need to hunt. Pointing at the man sitting on the ground, Hyunwoo said that he was a non-player character. Shocked, his eyes widened. The man could not believe that the streamer found him so quickly. The woman looked at the screen in confusion. Putting his hand to his chest, the guy said that he came to save him. Looking up, the old man replied that he was not Seva. The manager smiled nervously, realizing that it was another NPC, and decided that it would be strange if BJ the Archmage found the needed character half an hour after the start of the quest. Raising his hand, the NPC thanked the traveler for saving him. Handing him a book of master skills, he asked the savior to take it as a reward. Smiling, the guild leader realized that there were probably a lot of traps here since there were several NPCs in this location. Closing her eyes, Emma concluded that this quest could be much more difficult than they thought. Clutching his head, the young man screamed that he was unlucky again. The rescued girl handed him a rare skill book. Smiling, the player said that he still hadn't found Seva but received 2 skill books. Frowning tensely, the streamer thought about the rare book. After making a donation, Asmo wrote that BJ the Archmage got hold of something very valuable. The fire spirit warrior pointed at himself. The card showed a middle-class spirit. The skill book will allow him to be summoned. The other card showed a night spirit, which can be summoned after obtaining a legendary skill. Covered in beads of sweat, the protagonist realized that he did not have any summon cards for either the middle-class spirit or the night spirit. Asmo wrote that he had a few of these cards lying around and promised to send them to Rising Star. With his mouth open in amazement, Hyunwoo wondered how the night spirit summon card could be lying around, and realized that his sponsor wanted him to summon the night spirit at all costs. Lowering his head, the guy announced that today's broadcast had come to an end. Saluting, the young man said that they needed to reorganize. Sometime later, he snapped his fingers, deciding that the viewers were already waiting for him. Now his team was complete. 10 warrior spirits appeared on the battlefield with legendary weapons in their hands. Shaking out the empty bag, the player thought that he had given all his money to get this. The middle-class warrior spirits were holding fireballs in their hands. The night spirit opened his mouth wide. The viewers were shocked. The number of people watching the broadcast increased at an incredible speed. Smiling, the streamer introduced them to his legion of fire warriors. The main character stood on the battlefield surrounded by his companions, flame golems and warrior spirits. Thinking that the money was well spent, Hyunwoo saluted and declared that it was time to hunt. A fire raged in the forest. The ogre engulfed in flames raised its head and screamed. The monsters tried to run away from the fire. The guardians and summoned creatures held them back. The number of viewers exceeded 93 million. The monsters continued to run towards the fire spirits and golems. The boy smirked and asked if it was time to see all their firepower. The middle-class spirits swung their fireballs. The ogres stopped, seeing the flaming projectiles flying towards them. Bright flames engulfed the monster's body. The monster narrowed its eyes. The commentators realized that the spirits alone would not be enough to win. Summoning a fireball in his hand, the young man declared that they were not done yet. Swinging his hand, he summoned a shooting star. The ogres looked up. The viewers were delighted. Many flaming projectiles fell on the forest. The player smirked and noticed that there were a lot of enemies. Notifications about defeating monsters appeared. The streamer stood in the burning forest in front of the corpses of the monsters. The commentators were shocked that their idol destroyed such a large group of enemies at once. The number of viewers reached 100 million. Looking away, the protagonist thought that he managed to show all his power. It was time to leave. A pillar of bright light appeared in the forest. An NPC was sitting under a tree. Hyunwoo closed his eyes and greeted him and asked his name. Opening his eye, Seba said his name. Kneeling down, the guy said that Pioro asked him to save him. The man asked if his friend was okay. Closing his eyes, the young man confirmed it. Raising his eyebrows, the NPC exhaled and said that he was very happy about it. He handed the savior a glowing book as a reward. Viewers noticed that it was an unusual skill book. Sitting on a branch, Jackpot said that something was wrong here. Looking up, the player asked what they were talking about. Opening his mouth in fear, Seba shouted that they needed to get out of here because a terrible monster lived here. Hearing that the two-headed ogre was gathering an army, the streamer raised his eyebrows in surprise. The wind swayed the treetops. The viewer wrote that even demons would be afraid to go further. A huge number of monsters followed their leader. The protagonist wondered how it was possible to stop an entire army. Squinting, he decided to just finish the quest and leave as soon as possible. Smiling widely, Hyunwoo explained that people play this game because there are many interesting things ahead, and said that he had already thought of a name for the next stream. Putting a finger to his lips, the guy decided to find out about the main scenario quest and asked viewers to wait for his next stream, which will be a truly grand event. The blue sky hung above the huge building. Closing his eyes, Asmo asked if they really failed. Frowning, Yoonjin said that they remembered what should happen at the end of God Wars, so they have no choice but to be especially careful. The blonde asked if Minsu developed this game. The sheikh lowered his head, confirming that it was him, and said that it was natural to be cautious in the face of death. The man was lying on a hospital bed. All that remains of a person after death is his will and legacy. Covering his face with his hands, the president thought that there was a legacy of Minsu in God Wars. Looking down, he wondered if VGA the Archmage had guessed everything and responded to the provocation of the abyss. Remembering how the player smiled during the broadcast, the channel leader tried to understand why his partner would do such a thing, knowing everything. Leaves fell from the red trees. Sitting on the slain ogre, the warrior asked what they should do next. Yewa explained that they needed to catch the two-headed ogre. Raising his eyebrows, the man asked if they were really going to steal it. Closing her eyes, the girl answered that they needed to fight it, but no one knew where, when, and how the boss would appear. The woman crossed her arms over her chest and said that the main thing was the principle of whoever found it was the owner. She believed that BJ the Archmage didn't even suspect where and when the monster would appear. The main character stood in front of the system window, which said that there were 14 hours left until the boss appeared. Scratching his chin, Hyunwoo remembered that he had been rewarded with a teleport for reaching level 240. A map appeared with a description of the skill, the conditions of which were very strange. Looking at the map, the guy realized that this was just a way to escape, and he didn't need that. With his glowing eyes widened, he read what would happen if he upgraded the skill to the legendary epic level. Sitting next to Lucky, the young man asked if that could really happen. The trees shook from powerful blows. The leaves lying on the ground flew into the air. Looking around, the people realized that the boss had finally appeared. The monster stomped on the ground. The ogres frowned. They walked forward in a huge crowd, carrying the throne with their leader behind them. Putting his hands to his mouth, the man shouted that the two-headed ogre had appeared. Grinning, the warrior decided that the monster had arrived faster than he thought. Heading into the thicket of the forest, he declared that it was their turn to be famous for a brilliant victory. Notifications appeared that the Ast Guild and the Manhattan Guild had authorized themselves. Leaves were swirling above the trees. Looking back, the man in armor asked if the Archmage had come in. His comrade answered negatively. Frowning, Mars said that there were no notifications in Rising Star either. Sternly knitting his brows, the knight asked if something had happened, because there was no news from their rival, the Central Plain Guild, either. Coming out into the clearing, someone asked how long they had been looking for him. Yewa frowned menacingly, asking if they should wait for the Archmage to appear, saying that she didn't want the glory to go to just one person. That's exactly what would happen if that someone attacked the two-headed ogre before the others, and the guild members gaped in surprise. Raising his staff above his head, the boy agreed with his friend and ordered everyone to prepare for battle. Looking ahead, the woman thought that they wanted to steal the boss from the VGA Archmage. They studied the formation of the ogres, which could only be defeated in one way. The diagram showed how the entire team fought through the army directly to their leader. The two-headed ogre loomed over the travelers. With a determined frown, the sorceress thought that they could easily break through the enemies if they acted quickly, but they really lacked fire. It is difficult to defeat the monster with just agility. The knights raised their weapons, preparing for battle. In order for the guild to maintain the advantage and be in the center, everyone needs to apply maximum force. The main character waved his hand and greeted the viewers. Someone asked why he had only just come in now. Standing in front of the chat window, Hyunwoo apologized for the delay and said that he needed to catch up on everything he had missed. The commentator said that he would not be able to catch up with the other guilds. Looking back, the guy refuted this statement. His feet were on the green grass. Leaving his companions in the forest, the young man went ahead and explained that he would only be able to do what he had planned alone. Asmo donated 10,000 and asked how VGA the Archmage was going to deal with the boss alone. The player smirked. Resolutely looking ahead, he replied that his friend would soon see everything for himself. Using acceleration, the streamer jumped onto a tree and ran forward. The commentators tried to understand what their idol had planned. The crowns of the trees covered the sky. Someone reported that VGA the Archmage had authorized himself. The warrior cut the ogre's body with a sword. Looking away, the man explained that they needed to get to the boss before the competitor. Frowning, Yewa urged her comrades to hold their formation, because the competitor was still far away. The allies stood with their backs to each other, determined not to give up. Squinting, the girl thought that they already had an advantage, because VGA the Archmage would not have time to catch up with them. Surprised, wide-eyed, the guy reported that the player set off in pursuit alone and was already attacking the enemy. The main character pushed off from the branch. The commentators noticed that he was using double acceleration. Hyunwoo ran forward at a rapid pace. The viewers doubted that he would be able to cope alone. Peeking out from behind a tree, the guy noticed the enemy army. Using a fireball, the young man attacked the monster. The two-headed ogre approached him. The young man only now realized that he accidentally attacked it because he was in too much of a hurry. His eyes lit up. He thought that the boss's skills were the sum of all his subordinates' skills, so he needed to take him away from the army to lower his stats. The player smirked and said that he would continue the attack. The audience asked if their idol was really going to do this without the help of his guardians. The monster clenched his fist. The monster raised its hand to strike. The streamer reminded that he did not say that he was going to catch the boss alone. The moment the two-headed ogre hit the ground, the main character used teleport. Someone asked if VGA the Archmage was really going to run away. Smiling, Hyunwoo replied that this was nonsense. The guy explained that he just summoned his team. Silver stopped the ogre's fist. An improved version of the teleport card appeared next to it. After updating the skill, using teleport became much easier. The fire spirit warriors prepared for battle. The flame golems lined up. Jackpot and Gold frowned. The fight would be much easier now. Standing surrounded by his summoned creatures, the young man ordered them to take their places. Smiling, he declared that together they would definitely defeat the boss. The sun's rays broke through the foliage. Someone asked if this was another failure. Bowing, Yewa apologized for this. Emma said that next time there would be no room for error. Squinting, the girl realized that the next hunt was the last chance for the guild, and thought about how to defeat him if they were inferior to him in firepower and speed. The system reported that the quest conditions were completed and that a new item was added to the user's inventory. The player was sitting on the body of the dead boss. In the box lay the relic of the nameless god. Seeing waves of black energy in front of him, the streamer realized that the egg had again absorbed an unknown force. The description of the egg appeared. Squinting, the protagonist read that it unlocks the power of the dragon if the user finds the NPC Hawkwang. A wyvern appeared behind him. The writer said that he received a letter from the king. A new quest was added to the main quest panel. Smiling, Hyunwoo hoped that this time he would get a normal reward. Holding the reins in his hands, the man urged him to immediately go to the White Forest. Putting his hands on his waist, Yoonjin greeted the viewers on behalf of Rising Star. Pointing at the Archmage BJ, the man said that today they will reveal all the details of the big event that the guy was talking about. The sticks knocked on the drum. Putting his index finger up, the blonde said that they will talk about the starting location of the main scenario quest. The members of the Undead Guild watched the broadcast in surprise. Hearing that the secret lair of the Goblin Shaman was in the first city, the members of the Explorers Guild widened their eyes in shock. After exploring that area, they would be able to access the quest of the nameless god. Someone slammed their fist on the table. Gritting her teeth in anger, Emma wondered why this was happening now. Seagulls were flying in the sky. The waters of the ocean opened up. Holding a glass of wine, Asmo said that this had happened for the first time since the launch of God Wars. Closing his eyes, his assistant said that now all the top guilds were trying to gather expeditions for the main scenario quest. Taking a sip, the sheikh assumed that they would not have time to think about anything else. Pouring him more wine, the guy asked why they revealed the starting location of the main scenario quest now. The man explained that someone had to do it. Twirling the glass in his hand, he said that the Abyss Guild could have done it earlier. Asmo closed his eyes and said that BJ the Archmage had figured them out and decided to act ahead of the game to stay ahead of everyone else. Approaching the yacht's railing, the sheikh said that they themselves didn't really know how the game would end. The man grinned and added that his comrade was currently the closest to the end. The apartment building stood in the shadows and people began to show activity. Looking at his phone, the protagonist realized that he would have more advertising when they started talking more about the main scenario quest. Hyorin ran up to him with a drawing in her hands. Handing the notebook to her uncle, she asked if he liked the drawing. Pointing at the man holding the girl's hand, Hyunwoo asked if it was really him. Hearing a negative answer, the guy smiled sheepishly, realizing that he was drawn from the other side and thought that his niece had already accumulated a lot of her own things. The child drew a wizard and a dragon. It was high time she got her own room so that she could have her own space to manage. The door opened. Entering the apartment, Tu notified his family of his return. Approaching him, the young man asked if his brother was supposed to work from home and why he was forced to go to work. Smiling, the man replied that his boss wanted to show him something. Frowning, the player asked if he was sure he was not being exploited and what the boss wanted to show. Imagining a skyscraper, Tu replied that he went to see their new apartment and said that the company would cover the deposit. The streamer, with his mouth open in shock, asked him to continue working as long as he had the strength. The phone in his hand vibrated. The protagonist looked at the screen and saw a notification from the Rising Star channel. The letter said that the Central Plain Guild invited BJ the Archmage to fight in the White Forest. The sun's rays broke through the crown of the trees. Putting his hand to his chin, Hyunwoo said that he had summoned all his companions and put on a grand show during the battle with the two-headed ogre. At that moment, the guy hid the mana potions behind his back. Because of the large number of summons, a lot of mana is spent, so he had to just stand aside and watch. However, the viewers did not know about this. A lot of enthusiastic comments appeared in the broadcast chat. They began to write that they expected something more from the idol in the White Forest. Clutching his head, the young man reproached himself for his arrogance, because now he needed to somehow satisfy the interest of the audience. He also needed to cross the flower of a businessman. In the sea next to the pier there was a raft. This crossing was the only way to the White Forest. People were standing at the foot of the gorge. Running forward, the player realized that he had to attack here so that expectations become reality. Fire golems and warrior spirits attacked the two-headed ogre. Falling to the ground, the streamer realized that he couldn't do it because he didn't have enough mana. Closing his eyes, the main character thought that even now he had very little mana and that he would like to go back to the past. Someone approached him from behind. Looking back, Hyunwoo recognized a member of the AA Guild. Asio spread her arms and offered him to cross over with them. The guy's eyes widened in horror. Smiling happily, he thought that they would accept him as one of their own and that he wouldn't have to fight at full strength, then his reputation would be safe. The girl put her hands on her waist and laughed. After this she would definitely become more popular. Smiling widely and looking up, the young man decided that this was the perfect plan, but something went wrong. The raft sank into the water. Sailing along a mountain river, the guild members shouted that they were on the side of BJ the Archmage, who could safely conduct his stream. Pointing at a rock, the woman said that there was a monster there. Closing her eyes in disappointment, the player thought that he was unlucky again. A ball lightning appeared in his hand. Throwing the projectile, the sobbing streamer could not believe that Asio would be his ardent fan. Lightning pierced the goblin's body. Explosions were heard every now and then on the rocks. Notifications about defeating a monster and leveling up appeared. Looking away, the protagonist remembered that he had an Aegis sphere that allowed him to use the power of a dragon. Clenching his fist, he decided to continue leveling up. Because the success of his next stream depended on it, the enthusiastic girl said that it was a great honor for her to see VGA the Archmage use the power of fire live. Turning around, Hyunwoo asked his comrades to trust him. An exclamation mark appeared above Lucky's head. The wolf stuck out his tongue contentedly. All travelers had to believe in luck. White Forest, a sand pillar appeared in front of the guy. Smiling, the young man decided that this time it would be easier and that they were lucky that this quest was in the White Forest. Closing his eyes, he thought that the help of elite troops would not have been enough for them if it had been somewhere else. The pet status window appeared. The dog happily widened its eyes. The player realized that he would never be able to kill 100,000 monsters. Lucky pricked up his ears. Anthropomorphic ants were moving forward. Unlike ogres, they gather in huge flocks of several hundred individuals, so killing 100,000 of such monsters will not be a big problem. The wolf bared his fangs. The streamer ordered him to start the attack. The beetle opened its jaws. A crowd of monsters rushed forward. Grinning, the protagonist used the skills Blizzard and Shockwave. The moment the ants approached, Silver and Gold rushed to attack. The jackal scowled as he shouted that none of these creatures would approach the master. The lion gritted his teeth in displeasure. Hyunwoo hit the monster with a fireball. The system reported that the giant ant had been killed. The guardian cut the enemy's throat with a blade. The guardian struck the enemy with its powerful paws. Jackpot rose into the air in front of the monster. Lucky's fur glowed. He managed to level up. His body was overflowing with divine power. The system reported that a new power was available to the divine beast. Looking at many legendary cards, the guy said that he had not heard these words for a long time. Reaching out for the skill card, he said that it was time to put on a show. The White Forest was dark. Dancing, the young man said that it was finally over and that they had chosen a very good skill. The golden card contained a description of the first skill of the mythical beast werewolf, which allows it to take on human form. Closing his eyes, the player thought that this would attract a huge number of spectators. The description of the White Forest quest appeared. Taking a step forward, the streamer realized that he could now safely take on the main quest. A man passed by him. Smiling, the stranger asked if the traveler had really come here on the king's orders, and said that he had been found much faster than one might think. Confidently frowning, the protagonist confirmed that King Tunga had sent him here. Turning to him, the man asked him for a favor. Several arrows emanated from the sand pillar. The researcher explained that he was looking for a way to stop the spread of giant ants. Raising his index finger, the stranger said that the divine power emanating from the temple hidden underground prevented the ants from advancing further. Dark energy emanated from the arch in front of him. Squinting, Hyunwoo wondered if they were talking about the Aegis Temple and remembered that even the Abyss Guild took 2 days to capture it. Introducing a huge black bull, the researcher said that the temple guards were very strong, so it was very difficult to get there. Looking at Lucky, the guy realized that this was the perfect way to show everyone his new skill since they needed to get to the Aegis Temple. Introducing the preview and title of the new video on the channel, the young man thought that viewers would be bored watching this all day, even if this was the first video of its kind. The screen said that the video lasted 25 hours. The squad would have to stay in the temple for too long. The player closed his eyes, thinking about what to do in such a situation. The stranger handed him a package. Looking up, the man said that this was a map that would lead the traveler to a secret passage. Opening the map, the streamer realized that thanks to it, it would take much less time to complete the quest. White clouds floated above the Abyss Guild building. Frowning, Jackie said that the Central Plain Guild needed more time. Emma closed her eyes and asked him to tell them that there was no need to worry about it. The girl crossed her arms and said that considering the time to prepare for the quest in the Aegis Temple and to complete the quest itself, VGA Archmage would spend about 15 days on everything. At best, it would take 10 days. The woman asked the assistant to ask the Central Guild to unite with Scarf, Red Snake, and King Liang. Looking at the phone screen, the man said that he understood everything. The manager clasped her hands and said that this was Yewa's last chance to stay afloat. Pointing at the phone, Jackie reported that VGA Archmage was going to stream from the Aegis Temple in a week. The blue sky hung over the city. Raising his eyebrows, Puck asked if the Abyss Guild would allow the information on how to get the Aegis Orb to be made public. Holding a burger in his hands, Yoonjun explained that they still had to do it, since they didn't need their opponent's approval when they were so close to the end of the game. Looking at the tablet, the secretary suggested that Abyss might have some say in the matter. The blonde confirmed that it would definitely happen and said that then they would ask for the Tempest skill card in exchange for non-disclosure. The man froze in surprise. His mouth dropped open in amazement, finding his boss very cunning. The president ate a burger and looked at his phone. The channel leader smirked and said that Abyss would still have to make this information public. Showing his colleague the letter from the guild, Yunjin said that they had already decided everything. The blonde pressed the call button. Putting the phone to his ear, he told the sponsor that they were planning a really cool stream and asked what he would like to advertise in exchange for the Tempest skill card. Park raised his eyebrows in amazement, admiring his boss. The sun illuminated the sign above the entrance to the Capsule Cafe. Looking at the huge screen, the gamers noticed that the broadcast was about to start. Looking back, the man asked if BJ the Archmage would really show himself as a good solo player again. His friend decided that this would be the case. Holding the phone in his hands, Hyukju announced that the broadcast had started. Having sent a donation, Lapo asked what the player was going to show them. Gustav donated 10,000 and asked if the streamer would be able to handle the Temple of Aegis. Sasaki sent a donation and expressed his uncertainty about BJ the Archmage's victory. Waving his hand, the main character greeted the viewers and noticed that they were already in an excited anticipation. He hoped that all the fans did not take their eyes off the screen. Frowning, the computer club worker said that there was no other way here. Bowing, Hyunwoo said that he would not be able to show the power of his fire in the Aegis Temple today, but the viewers would see something else. White hair fluttered in the wind. The viewers did not understand what was happening and thought that this was some kind of joke. The man smirked. The man with dog ears looked ahead. The guy said that Lucky would be in the center of events today. Learning that the wolf can now turn into a human, the commentators were shocked. Blushing embarrassedly, the young man explained that this does not mean that he will not participate in today's stream. The viewer asked him to move away and not block the divine beast. In the Aegis Temple, the ceilings were dotted with lamps. The dungeon consisted of long tunnels, which were somewhat reminiscent of subway tunnels. In this narrow labyrinth, the mage is almost useless. Dust began to fall from the ceiling when one of the commentators asked if the Archmage was still in the tunnel. The sound of hoofbeats was heard as another commentator explained that there was little he could do here, and he was immediately asked why. A bull appeared in the tunnel as one of the commentators said that if the Archmage suddenly cast a spell in this narrow dungeon, then his team would suffer too. Henu smiled and asked Gold and Silver to deal with the bull. The animals immediately said that they would do so. The bull's eyes lit up red as the boy thought about how no one knew that the underground Temple of Aegis would be like this. Gold and Silver collided with the bull. Henu thought about how if it weren't for Lucky's new ability to turn into a human, then they would definitely have a hard time, since he can't really cast spells here. The guy said that it was their turn to attack, and the commentator immediately wrote that he finally talked about hunting. Henu commanded the rage to flare up, and immediately a fire demon appeared, to which one of the commentators wrote that he had only heard of auto-hunting before. Henu asked Lucky to appear since he was the icing on the cake. Lucky said he understood and bent down to attack using a flash of lightning. Under the lightning, Silver forced the bull to lower its head. Then Gold grabbed it by the horns and lifted it up. He threw the bull back as Lucky charged the animal. The system window reported that they defeated the spear bulls, and Asmo donated $10,218. Lucky rushed forward with a focused look, holding his saber in front of him. Asmo wrote that it was so cool that he couldn't help but donate, and the system windows reported that Henu leveled up and reached level 250. Henu was excited about his new level, looking at the cards in front of him. The commentators started chatting about how the Archmage was happy and looked like he was leveling up for the first time when a rumble came from the tunnel, and the system window announced that the War Dragon was giving him another try. Henu raised his hand and happily said that he was about to get another reward card, and the commentator immediately wrote for him to shout louder so that everyone would know for sure. Henu frowned, complaining that the viewers didn't care. He poked at the card and asked them if they weren't interested in what card he would get, and what would happen if he got the storm. But the commentators doubted it, to which the guy said that in that case he would immediately put the card up for auction at an acceptable price, to which people immediately started writing that they understood everything. But attracting attention in this way was low. Besides, did he himself believe that he would suddenly get the storm card? Hyunwoo thought that the viewers were right, because gold cards were legendary skills, so he needed to act surprised, and he said out loud, feigning surprise, that he really got the Tempest. The commentators immediately started writing surprised messages, and the guy looked at the Tempest card, which had a legendary type of skill which consisted of summoning a storm that fell on enemies. He remembered how they told him on the phone that they agreed to stream in the Aegis Temple, and then they would send the Tempest card as payment for advertising, after which he thought to himself that it was good that he already had one from the president. Henu picked up the card with trembling hands and said that as he promised, he was putting this card up for sale, to which one of the viewers wrote that it was like winning the lottery, so he admitted the coolness of the situation. To which another person wrote that the Archmage did not care whether he got the Tempest or not, and the guy himself was thinking about why in this game he was lucky only when it was not necessary. The lamps continued to illuminate the tunnel when people began to ask if there was anything there and were surprised that not even an hour had passed, and they had already arrived. Henu and his comrades stood in front of a huge door and said that it was good that they went through a secret passage since they got here in less than an hour. He opened the doors, and people in the comments were surprised that they went in without preparation. The guy urged everyone not to worry, after which he pointed to the shield on the altar near the statue. He explained that the battle would only begin when he touched the shield of Aegis. Henu explained that the Aegis shield increased the boss's defense, so the first thing to do was to destroy it. The statue looked at the world with an indifferent expression like a stone statue. Henu smiled and explained that then whoever destroyed the shield would become the boss's target until he was killed, and the sly one would pursue only one goal until the end. People immediately began to ask if the beasts could knock on the shield every time and switch their attention to themselves, since it didn't matter that he had higher defense. They could still damage him. Henu raised his finger and said with a smile that he would underestimate 498% defense, which greatly surprised the audience. The audience advised the guy to quickly destroy the shield and attack, and Henu was about to do so when something caught his attention. One of the commentators immediately asked him why he was frozen, but Henu saw a system message about the Aegis shield, which said that after destruction, the Aegis defense disappears, but in this case, it is impossible to get the Aegis shield skill card. He smiled tensely and said that if he did the same as in the Abyss Guild, then what kind of Archmage would he be? Henu summoned fire and said that he would attack while keeping the shield. People began to write that the Archmage was completely crazy. An explosion was heard and the statue attacked the guy when one of the viewers asked if a mage can even attack first. The stone warrior aimed his weapon to attack. Henu missed the spear when the commentator wrote that even to scratch him a little, you will have to try hard and that you just need to accept the inevitable. The beasts angrily screamed that the warrior is not worth a hair of their master. The viewers watching the battle were saying that even if silver and gold rushed to the defense, the warrior would still target the Archmage, which was interesting because that was the reason they watched his streams. Henu called Lucky and ordered him to attack now. He took off from the ground. Lucky said he understood and attacked from above. The commentator was doubtful that they would be able to outweigh the warrior's strength when Lucky slashed the warrior in a jump. However, the boss didn't care. Henu thought about how the viewers didn't see it the same way he did. It turned out that the boss's HP had been significantly reduced. Henu dodged the attack again when he thought that Lucky would soon return to his previous form, but he had already familiarized himself with the boss's data. Lucky looked at his master in surprise. The system window reported that the werewolf mode was disabled, and the audience noticed this when Lucky turned into a wolf again, so they began to ask Henu to give in and break the shield. The guy decided that it was his turn, so he summoned Inferno and released a stream of purple light at the warrior. He considered this an excellent result. The guy asked Lucky to divert attention to himself. The wolf touched the shield, after which the system window reported that the guardian switched its attention to Lucky. The warrior looked back. Henu asked the viewers if they remembered that there is magic that will break through any defense. The guy summoned Hellfire, and the commentator wrote that he should have conjured it earlier since he was going to do it anyway. Henu directed the fire at the enemy, thinking that in order to use Hellfire, it was necessary to first study the guardian's data, but the viewers thought that Lucky suffered in vain. Henu smiled and said that this is not all, since there is something important left. Henu decided to play the storm card, and lightning struck the warrior. And finally, the guy decided to add Hellfire, after which the system window reported that he defeated the Guardian of Aegis. Henu knelt down, exhaled and said that they defeated him, and they did not even have to destroy the Aegis shield. The audience immediately noticed that Lucky had something in his teeth. Henu looked at the shield in surprise when the audience finally realized that the shield was an item, and the system window reported that the shield was legendary epic tier. It was a divine item and cannot be exchanged after receiving it. It has no skill level, it can protect allies, and while the shield is used, allies cannot damage each other. Henu was surprised by this. The blue screen showed information about the Aegis shield, which protects allies. The protagonist sweated in shock. He looked at the system notification that said allies cannot damage each other while using the shield and thought it was too early to tell everyone. Hyunwoo raised his hand and said in surprise that he had just received an incredible item. He decided to do a separate live stream and show how the Aegis shield works. The commentators demanded that the protagonist show it right now. Asmo donated over $10,000. The young man asked how much it would cost. Hyunwoo closed his eyes and thought that he would show them everything later because it would cause chaos if he did it now. The protagonist pointed to the cover of the video and said that he was very sorry to disappoint everyone who was waiting for this so much and promised to talk to the channel and upload a video of the main scenario quest in exchange. The viewers assumed that this skill was so rare that Hyunwoo decided to share a video of the main scenario quest instead. The protagonist put his hand on Lucky's head and said with a smile that the broadcast was over for today. The viewers asked the dog to bite its owner. The system reported that the live broadcast was over. Henu closed his eyes and sighed tiredly. He sat on the floor, saying that now he would see what they got. The Aegis sphere emitted a fiery aura. The system reported that this artifact was of the legendary rank and gave many buffs. The protagonist completed the task. The man in the hat looked at the Aegis sphere in his hands in surprise. Henu sweated awkwardly, and Gold said that the sphere scared away the giant ants. The boy picked up the artifact, saying that this was not enough. The protagonist took the Aegis sphere, and the boy said that war was inevitable. Henu looked at him in confusion. An army of monsters stood by a tall tree, and the boy asked if the protagonist knew that something was wrong with the giant ants lately. The silhouette of an insect was visible, and the boy added that there was a war going on between the ant queens. The monster's eyes were bright red. The boy concluded that sooner or later the ant empress would come and lead all the giant ants. Henu smiled slightly and suggested that in that case, you just need to defeat this empress. The boy raised his eyebrows in surprise and replied that it was not that simple. He looked sternly at the protagonist and said that if that were the case, the king would not have sent him here. The boy turned away and said that he was going to ask his majesty for help and that Henu should hold out until then. The system announced that a new quest was available to the protagonist. The blue screen provided information about the Ant Empress. Henu touched his chin and thought that the boy wanted him to stay here and defend, not attack. The system reported that the Ant Empress would attack in 72 hours. For 4 hours, all players who were in the White Forest would have to band together to survive. There was a red sign above the establishment. Someone asked about the commotion in the White Forest. 2 men were talking about Henu plotting something again, while the protagonist was standing right behind them. Hyunwoo closed his eyes, thinking about how he could solve 2 problems at once. He imagined a giant ant with a crown on its head and thought that he needed to stand up to their empress while also showing off the full power of the Aegis shield on a live broadcast. The protagonist imagined a shield with a green stone and gold patterns and thought that his previous broadcast had alarmed people. With his eyes closed, Hyunwoo decided that he needed to think about how to handle this. He opened his eyes and thought that it would be better not to even try to kill the Ant Empress, because after all, he hadn't even received such an order. The protagonist shuddered in fear when Hyukju suddenly shouted, asking if he had seen the latest news. Hyunwoo turned around, and the youth asked if the protagonist had seen the announcement of the Central Plain Guild. Hyukju showed his phone screen with a big smile and shouted that they demanded to have a race with the Archmage to see who could defeat the Ant Empress first. Hyunwoo opened his mouth in shock and started sweating. An hour earlier, in the White Forest, someone was talking about the protagonist's new quest. The knight in black armor crossed his arms, saying that Hyunwoo needed to hold off the ant army, and his partner asked if they had told him to take a 4-hour break. Yewa closed her eyes and said that to complete the quest, they really needed to hold out, and they didn't need to defeat the Ant Empress. The girl crossed her arms, leaning against the tree trunk, and added that for this reason, Hyunwoo's goal was to hold out against the endless horde of monsters, but he would most likely decide on something more. The girl said that they needed to provoke the protagonist and make him compete with them. The man with the scar on his face furrowed his brows and said that the mission was simply to endure the onslaught, and asked if they were going to kill the boss of this mission. Yewa smirked and said that it would be a great finishing shot, and asked if her partner wanted to see Henu's reaction for himself. The air was filled with green and red flags belonging to the Scarf, Red Serpent, and Kinlaying guilds. Yewa pointed her hand back and confidently said that they would definitely be able to defeat some ants even with this composition. The protagonist covered his face with his hands and said that the situation couldn't be worse. He sat on the couch, thinking that he didn't expect the Central Plain Guild to do something like this, and that fighting them would be too reckless. He scrolled through the news on his phone, not understanding how this would look at all, because the guild itself was also acting recklessly. The protagonist imagined running away from the ants and thought that in a solo battle, speeding up would solve everything. The ants were standing on the defeated players and Hyunwoo thought that the chance of winning was about 70%. He touched his chin, closed his eyes and thought that he should pretend to be stupid and agree, but the Rising Star had done too much for him because they gave high-end items, ideas for live broadcasts, advertisements, etc. Tall buildings were visible and the protagonist decided that he should talk to them. A young man with brown hair was looking at the screen of his laptop, saying that he and Hyunwoo had not seen each other for a long time. The protagonist sat in the middle of the forest, saying that he was calling Yoonjun about the Central Plains Guild, and the young man replied that trying to kill a monster when the goal of the quest was only to hold the line was extremely dangerous. Hyunwoo looked straight ahead and replied that he knew about it, asking if it wasn't better for him to surrender to the guild instead of giving up the competition. Yoonjun's sweat dropped, asking if the protagonist really wanted to surrender to them. The protagonist looked at the blue screen and replied that he wasn't going to stand idly by. He imagined a knight pointing his sword at a person and asked if the loser shouldn't follow the winner's will. There were tall trees all around. Hyunwoo said with a smile that he would hunt the Ant Empress with the Central Plains Guild. The protagonist raised a white flag, saying that he and his pets were surrendering. The live broadcast viewers expressed their surprise. Yewa's mouth dropped open in shock. Hyunwoo lowered the flag and said that it was hard to surrender alone, so he gathered people. Yewa's sweat dropped and frowned, saying that she didn't understand. Suddenly, the protagonist dropped to one knee and said that in exchange, he would carry out any order from the Central Plains Guild. Hanu lowered his head, kneeling. Yewa frowned tensely, not understanding what the protagonist was planning this time. The girl smiled contentedly and said that she accepted his terms. She extended her hand to the side and loudly declared that they would hunt the Ant Empress, and that they were willing to do anything for their goal. Hanu raised his head and thought that Yewa was willing to take such a risk despite the fact that they would lose many people, and asked what the girl would order. Yewa imagined a large arrow and told Hanu to level up. She imagined the protagonist falling and added that this was his weakness. Yewa smirked slyly, raising her hand, and said that Hanu was now in his hands and there was no escape from his fate. The system announced that the event Ant Empress had begun. During the event, all points earned would be increased by 30%. For the next 4 hours, all players who were in the White Forest must work together to survive. A huge army of ants could be seen. The players raised their weapons, shouting loudly. A magical barrier appeared in front of the players. Hyunwoo stood in the middle of the crowd, thinking that he was fighting for the guild's central plane, but for some reason he was being treated as a VIP player. The knight turned around and angrily asked why the protagonist was not doing anything, since the final blow was his. Hyunwoo sweated, saying that he realized it 20 minutes ago. Yewa raised her hand and said that their only goal was the Ant Empress. The girl smiled slightly and added that they would lure the ants, and Hyunwoo would deal with them. Yewa smiled and thought to see how the protagonist would get out of this. Hyunwoo sweated in shock and asked if he would get all the experience points in that case. Yewa raised her hand and said that they didn't need to because their only goal was the Ant Empress. The girl looked straight ahead and thought that the protagonist seemed gloomy. She assumed that he had guessed. Hyunwoo was pale from worry, and Yewa assumed that he was afraid of leveling up and not getting to the main quest. The protagonist's eyes filled with tears and he thought that he should hold on, but he couldn't smile. Yewa turned away and asked with a smile if Hyunwoo was going to back down at a time like this. The protagonist clenched his fist and said that he agreed, and thought that the guild had come all this way so that he could complete the quest himself with everything prepared. Hanu looked at his pets and thought that they would probably be upset if he didn't show them his best, referring to the Aegis shield. Explosions were visible. The players were fighting the ants furiously. A spectator commented that if he used mass destruction magic, allies would also get hit. There was gray smoke in the air. Lucky took a step forward. Lucky ran forward, distracting the army of ants. The dog approached the crowd of enemies. Hanu asked them not to worry with a smile. A golden shield appeared around Lucky, reflecting all attacks. The system reported that the protagonist had defeated a giant ant. The insect's whisker was shaking. The ant fell to the ground. The system reported victory over the enemy again. Someone pressed the insect into the ground with their hand. Another ant was defeated. The protagonist's pets were holding the remains of insects in their hands. The system notified that Hanu had increased his level. The protagonist began to emit a yellow glow, thinking that everyone liked the Aegis shield, but they had only just started, and he was already level 258. The spectators said that Hanu had taken too many points for himself without sharing them with the guild. The protagonist's sweat dropped and thought that he actually agreed with this, and decided that he could pretend that he was out of mana elixirs and stand aside. Hanu bent his knees and shouted loudly that he had already killed so many ants and was out of mana elixirs. A young man with a bunch of vials in his hands cautiously called out to the protagonist. Holding a bag in his hands, he said with a smile that he brought Hanu mana elixirs. Yewa frowned and said that, although it was temporary, the protagonist was part of their guild, and asked him to continue attacking. Hanu put his hand to his forehead and thought that he needed to control the pace. The system reported the appearance of battle ants. There were many trees in the forest. The warriors looked at the monster. The knight with long hair sweat dropped and shouted that they were already having a hard time, and these ants were even stronger. The experience points gained increased by 45%. The ant looked at the players. Wings were visible. Enemies were flying across the sky. The player in black armor sweated and said that now there were also flying ants. Yewa stood in the middle of the warriors, shouting for the tankers to continue to hold the defense, and for the rest to focus on the flying ants. The protagonist increased his level. Hanu emitted a golden glow, thinking that he was already at level 266. He did not understand why it was still so easy to increase his level. Yewa looked to the side and asked Hanu to focus on the main army of ants. The system reported that the stats of all giant ants increased by 33%. A gray substance was visible in the distance. It suddenly became covered with cracks. The stone cracked more and more. Streams of air flew out from the cracks. The system reported that the Empress of the Ants appeared. The insect stretched its arms out to the side and looked up. The experience points gained increased by 100%. The Empress's eyes were purple. She jumped up. An earthquake began. The insect stomped its foot on the ground. The Empress had wings behind her back, and her blow caused the ground to split into small fragments. The system notified that many players had died. Hanu frowned and thought that more than 100 people from the Central Plain Guild had died, and he could die here too if he did nothing. The protagonist decided to set all the monsters on fire. A powerful fiery explosion was heard. Hanu had leveled up. The system reported that he had reached level 270. The protagonist gritted his teeth and thought that he could not exceed the maximum level allowed, and that it was time for them to finish if they wanted to last longer. The quest conditions had been completed. The hooded man wished for the Thunder Monarch's judgment to fall upon them. Hanu looked up, not understanding who it was. The system reported that they had survived the attack of the Ant Empress. The stranger took out a hammer, and bright lightning rushed towards the players. Now the protagonist had the glory of the one who had stood up to the Ant Empress. Yale was wary, trying to understand what was happening in the distance. The protagonist chuckled. This time he barely managed to avoid death, even his mana was almost depleted. All because the guy used the Aegis shield and the spirit summoning at the same time. He should have bought an item for storing mana or a new skill for this. At this time, the stranger raised his hammer and used a thunder strike. People in the chat immediately noticed his presence. The hammer was reflected in the pupils of the Fly Queen, from which lightning emanated. The spectators who saw this were very surprised and admired the guy's power. However, he did not hesitate to strike the Fly Queen's head. The protagonist looked at the guy and asked if the battle was over. The elf did not answer right away, but first took off his hood. Then he looked at Hanu and said that he came running to help as soon as he learned of his situation, after which he introduced himself as Bahar, the royal mage from Tonga. The viewers in the chat immediately began to discuss his identity. Emma slapped herself in the face saying that she had already done everything she could. Merlin, who was sitting next to him, chuckled saying that the Archmage was clearly pleased, because he had leveled up by 12 levels in one event. It was scary to even think about what would happen when Hanu reached the maximum level. Perhaps the guy himself was afraid to stand on the edge of the cliff. When Emma sat down opposite him, Merlin said that the war would begin on the next hunt. The girl chuckled saying that now when the Archmage really needs help, he will not be able to get it. The events take us to the sky, to a flying ship, where the protagonist was happy about acquiring level 270. Bahar, looking at the guy's back, asked his name. The protagonist felt awkward, realizing that he had been heard. Then he turned to the elf and introduced himself as Midas. Taking out a scroll, Bahar said that in that case, on behalf of the great and wisest king of Tonga, he, Bahar, rewards him for fulfilling the royal order. Now he was allowed to visit the royal forge. And when his words sounded on board the flying ship, the system informed the protagonist about the addition of a quest. Hanu himself was shocked to learn that he could visit the forge. The quest he received was called the Royal Reward, and the goal was a simple visit to the forge. Pointing to an island in the distance, Bahar said that the royal forge was located there. Smiling at the guy, the elf said that only recognized heroes can enter there, which means that he has become a hero of the kingdom. Hanu fell into a stupor and was very shocked. Soon they approached the forge, entering which Bahar told the guy to follow him. Hanu, who was examining the forge, was puzzled. He saw guards, whose level had already exceeded 300, and it was not a couple of people, but a dozen on both sides of the corridor. Walking through the hall, Bahar said that since all weapons and equipment for heroes are forged here, many want to rob the armory, which is why the security here is at the highest level. At this time, the blacksmith hit the metal with a hammer. Pointing to the forge, Bahar said that they had reached the deepest place, in which he wanted to introduce him to someone. The man raised his hammer. He frowned, asking the elf if another hero had arrived. The protagonist, recognizing Eitri, the blacksmith from the legends, became very nervous. Handing the man a staff, he imploringly asked him to look at it. Taking the staff, Eitri offered 3 options for strengthening. The first was strengthening abilities through fire. The second was to strengthen the spirit's abilities with water. And the third was a power that was neither one nor the other. Staring at the protagonist, he asked him what exactly he would choose. The protagonist became serious, realizing that he could now choose the scope of his weapon. Clenching his fist, the guy said that he chose the power of a free spirit. Soon, the next morning came, and soon night, the time when the protagonist entered the game. The system asked him if he would take the chance. Hanu happily said that he would finally open 2 legendary cards. The cards that fell to him were Mana Absorption and Thunder Spirit Knight. The protagonist froze in shock and anger when he saw the Spirit Knight. He already had many summoned creatures, because of which his mana almost always ran out. However, the second skill, Mana Absorption, was even worse because it was easier to drink a potion than to kill a monster for mana. Suddenly, his eyes widened. He stood up in amazement, realizing that if he applied the skill book he got after completing the quest and improved his Mana Absorption to Legendary Epic rank, he could change a lot. The events take us to Asmo's mansion, near which stood a servant and told the guy that the number of subscribers of the Mglaw Guild fell by 0.79% and of the Tyrannosaurus Guild by 0.52%. Looking at the tablet, the guy said that on average, each guild's number of subscribers decreased by 0.11%. all because the Archmage conducts the most interesting streams and many subscribers switch to him. Asmo, closing his eyes, said that the top guilds were most likely not happy about this because they always needed their subscribers. Asmo thoughtfully said that the guilds had already created an alliance, and many guilds had recently signed a secret treaty, and now anyone who helped the Archmage would be declared a traitor. Looking into the distance, the guy said that the next place of confrontation would be a new continent where a real war would begin. At this time, the system informed the protagonist that a new quest of the main scenario was available to him. Events take us to the Forge, where Eitri forged the Staff of Ra, which reduced mana consumption by 30%. Henu took the staff in his hands and stared at it in admiration. He understood that if he used it with pumped-up mana absorption, he would be able to summon as many spirit knights as he wanted. And while the protagonist was rejoicing, a cowboy approached him saying that the king had a new order for him. Smiling, the guy said that now he would have to go to another continent. The system immediately gave a quest, the task of which was to go to the new continent and find the Order of the Knights of the Azure Lion. Soon the protagonist arrived on the shores of the new continent on a flying ship. A couple of minutes later, the guy jumped off the ship, after which he happily said that he was finally on a new continent. However, seeing many players, the guy was puzzled. It was strange that so many players had gathered here on the outskirts. They acted as if they did not know the Archmage. Some players were just looking at him. Walking along the path, the puzzled protagonist assumed that people were simply embarrassed by him. The Hound, who recognized the protagonist, became nervous. He understood that no one here would dare to offend the Archmage. His partner looked at the protagonist warily, mentally saying that without the help of guilds, this guy definitely cannot do without if he wants to survive on the new continent. Henu nervously smiled and greeted everyone, saying that there should be many monsters on the new continent. The Hound got angry when the Archmage asked people if anyone wanted to join him. He gritted his teeth, assuming that the guy was mocking them. The protagonist himself, looking at the crowd, was surprised that no one even squeaked. Henu froze in amazement. Of course he knew about his bad relations with the guilds, but if he continued to be ignored, he would have no one to ask for help on streams. Suddenly, a message came to his mail. The protagonist stared at the system window in surprise. The events take us to the forest, where the protagonist was walking with a group of summoned subordinates. The protagonist was on guard. From the letter he learned about the current state of the guilds, as well as about a potential ally. Soon a man appeared in front of him. It was the former commander of the Mgla Guild, Vrek. The Mgal Guild, they were not going through the best of times now, they were on the verge of bankruptcy. But in the past, they were very successful and exalted themselves on a new continent. However, money and success corrupted many. The head of the guild and the top officials committed various crimes, such as large-scale embezzlement. Vrek was the only one who did not turn a blind eye to money. He reported on his acquaintances, and so the dark deeds of the guild became known. After that, Vrek, who thought only about the guild, was kicked out with a scandal, throwing down the microphone. This was not enough for the guild Nog Mgal, so they continued to take revenge on him, killing his character and leaving him with nothing. However, even so, Vrek did not give up and gathered all those who were unwanted by the dominant guilds. He created his own guild survivors alone, but it was difficult to develop alone, so he agreed to the offer of the Rising Star. And now he stared at the protagonist in shock. The surprised guy asked him if he wanted to be his guest. The protagonist smiled widely, saying that he also had his own channel, so he could make him his guest, and in return he would make this stream unforgettable. Vrek frowned slightly, looking at the protagonist, who said that other guilds would want to join him after seeing his stream. He said the last words with a satisfied smile on his face, after he turned around abruptly, saying that it was time for them to get to work. Events take us to another part of the forest, where one of the men was frying meat. Brahms, sitting in front of the monster's corpse, called out to his partner when he turned to him. The worried archer said that Vrek had started the stream. Looking at the fire, Brahms grinned, calling Vrek a fool. Hitting the fire, Brahms said that the guy couldn't listen to the advice again. After the man stood up, ordering the group to get ready. His eye flashed when he said that they would kill the guy so that he would never log into the game again. Events take us to a Triceratops. The audience was very surprised to see it. However, the monster was easily defeated by Vrek. People in the chat were glad to see the old tank. The guy was surprised to see this. No one was really happy about his appearance, although the Mgla Guild will not be happy with the steam. Trying not to look at the Archmage, the guy tried to understand what he was planning. Henu grinned and praised Vrek for his hunting skills. Having called his heroes, the protagonist realized that all he could do was wait. The guy was going to teleport and attack unexpectedly, calling on all the spirits he had. Smiling, the guy was convinced that it looked cool. Soon the magicians began firing fire arrows. Vrek, blocking some of the arrows, ordered them to hold the line. He shouted and ordered everyone to prepare for battle. At this time, Brahms ran at Vrek, saying that this time he would try to get rid of him forever. A fierce battle began. Everything around was exploding. Vrek stood in the center of the battle and shouted to his comrades to scatter. An ambush, they asked in the chat. The explosions cracked and broke tree trunks. In the chat, they wrote that it was better to stay alive on the new continent. The protagonist watched the horror unfold and asked why at the exact moment when he was supposed to make his entrance. He looked around, asking who was stopping them. He saw Brahms, who was running to attack and furiously shouting that Vrek should hide like a rat and not scream. Henu realized that it was a member of the Manga guild. He looked into the knight's furiously glowing red eye. He gritted his teeth and said that, apparently, the rumors were true and they really are shady guys, adding that if they continue the attack, the steam will fail. A fireball appeared in his hand, and he said that he must stop Brahms. Several insanely powerful explosions were heard from the Big Bang technique. Brahms looked at this in shock and asked if this was really a Big Bang. A huge fiery mushroom from the explosion rose into the sky, while he said that he only knew one player who was capable of arranging 2 Big Bangs in a row. Then he asked if the Archmage was with them. Unexpectedly for him, the main character came out to him and said that they needed to talk. Seeing him, Brahms and his comrades were very scared, because they did not understand how the Archmage knew that they were here. Brahms immediately began to look around and ask his comrades if they had really let it slip. Lowering his head, he said in his head that things were bad because he did not know that the Archmage was helping Vrek. He clutched his weapon in his hands and said to himself that he could not back down in front of Vrek either, because if he did so, he would get hit on the head. But now he should not think about that. He looked at the main character and said in his head that if he clashed with the Archmage, then there was no way out, that he was not the one who started it. He also asked himself what if it really came to a fight. He scratched his head in confusion, not knowing what to do. Behind him stood his comrade, who decided to report that now Vrek's stream is watched by more than 3 million. Hearing this, Brahms turned around in shock and shouted, asking for 3 million. The guy looked at the system screen in front of him and reported that Vrek received a donation from Asmo himself. What he heard horrified Brahms. Suddenly, a powerful explosion was heard. Brahms turned around and shouted with all his might, ordering them to immediately stop the attack and the fight because he would enter into negotiations with the Archmage. After a while, everything was calm. The protagonist said in his head that he had now managed to calm them down. He put his hand to his chin and added that as soon as he left, they would attack Vrek again. He understood that he could not leave him like that. Henu looked at Vrek, who lowered his head, not knowing what to do, especially when he decided to help him, although he himself was having a hard time on the new continent. The protagonist firmly said in his head that he would now reconcile Vrek with Brahms. The 3 of them sat at a small stump, like at an impromptu negotiating table. Henu said with satisfaction that at least he was able to seat these 2 at the same table. The viewers in the chat laughed at this situation. Vrek looked at the ground, saying nothing. Brahms did the same, not knowing what to say. The protagonist broke the silence, clapping his hands and asking how long they would sit with dissatisfied faces. With a wide smile on his face, he said that he, of course, knew about the complicated relationship between their guilds and did not rule out that there was something between the 2 of them that he did not know about. After these words, he looked at Brahms, ran his finger across his throat and said that if they continued in this spirit, then both guilds would collapse. Hearing this, Brahms became very scared and said that they almost wanted to cross them off the list. What could be worse? Then Henu asked if they really didn't want to restore their reputation. Hearing this, Brahms, very surprised, raised his head and asked, "Restore." The protagonist looked at Vrek and said that he had a deal with the Survivors Guild. They help him hunt while he is just getting used to the new continent. He raised his finger up and firmly said that if Brahms promises not to attack the survivors anymore, he will participate in some event with the Manga Guild. Brahms looked down and indignantly thought that the protagonist was just pretending to want to help, but in fact he was threatening. The commentators began to write that they got a joint event with the Archmage so easily because someone can't buy it even for billions of bucks. Brahms banged his fist on his knee and thought whether he really needed to agree because you can't lure him so easily. At this time, Asmo donated $10,000 and wrote that he was also ready to give them a chance. Henu smirked and thought that Asmo had come just in time when he needed help. Asmo had written that if the guilds made peace with each other, he would transfer them $1 million. Brahms had raised his fingers and shouted that he agreed to it. Merlin was on the phone asking how they could have screwed up so badly. He was shouting that the guild should have been stopped at the very beginning. Wharton replied that from now on he would not turn a blind eye to their guild acting independently. He immediately hung up and Merlin clutched the phone in his hand in anger. He threw it on the floor with all his might and shouted that they had managed to fall for it. Gritting his teeth, he said that he never even thought that the protagonist would use the survivors to lure the Mist Guild, and he had not even been on the new continent for a day. Emma took a sip of tea and said that Henu had planned everything in advance. She assumed that Brahms was his target from the beginning, and he must have an informant. Merlin replied that the protagonist must have bribed someone in the mist, otherwise he wouldn't have found out about Brahm so easily. A few seconds later, he said that he had already contacted the guild, so the mist wouldn't hold a joint event with the Archmage. Emma sighed and said that now they knew for sure that even the Archmage couldn't play alone. After a short silence, she continued that only if he wasn't pretending to be alone now. At this time, on an insurmountable mountain, Hen was given a quest called the One-Way Road, in which he had to find the remaining knights of the Order of the Azure Lion in the lands of no return. The protagonist, along with his pets, looked ahead, saying that there was a thick fog on the mountain. His eyes sparkled and he said that it was no problem for him, because with his special vision he could see both NPCs and monsters. The guy immediately thought about it. He remembered how Rek thanked him, because thanks to him they could now play without fear. Rek said with a smile that he would thoroughly prepare and hold a new stream in 4 days. Henu said that he had time to finish the main scenario quest when suddenly Gold shouted that he saw a monster. The protagonist with a smile began to warm up before the battle. In front of him, he saw a huge monster called a Chimerasaur, after which he excitedly asked if the developers had gone too far. They immediately turned in the other direction and the guy said that they were changing the plan so they would quietly find the knights and leave. After some time, the protagonist looked around, saying that the knights should be nearby when suddenly a voice called out to him, asking who they were. Henu replied that he came on the orders of King Tong, because he was looking for the remaining knights of the Order of the Azure Lion. In front of him sat a knight who said that his name was Luan and he was the captain of the Order of the Knights of the Azure Lion. He said that he wanted to ask about something, because an unknown creature was raging on the continent. He looked at the protagonist and asked to tell the king that very soon this creature would threaten the entire kingdom of Tonga. Henu anxiously wondered if Luan was talking about those dinosaurs. The knight handed the guy a sword, asking him to take it. Henu took it in his hands and Luan asked him to avenge him. The message showed that a new quest was available, which was called the Dungeon of the Great Magician. Henu needed to explore the Dungeon of a Great Magician. Having received the quest, he soon found himself in front of the huge gates of the dungeon. The protagonist glanced at it and said, "This is what it is, the Dungeon of the Great Magician." He remembered how Luan handed him the sword. With his last strength, he asked to avenge him. After leaving the memories, Hyunwoo held the knight's sword in his hands and said that it was Aitri's sword, which was given to him by the NPC Luan. He stared at the sword and said that since they were handing out legendary epic items so easily, it meant that completing the dungeon quest would be quite a task. At this time, a voice was heard in Rising Star saying that they needed a new set of items. What? Kim asked in surprise, adjusting his glasses. The president rested his chin in his hand and replied that they needed a new set of items for the Archmage. The secretary held his glasses and asked if there was really such a need, since he already had very decent equipment. Wharton looked at his subordinate and calmly replied that it was all for the sake of content. He introduced the mighty Hyunwoo and said that by playing alone, he creates unique content, showing unusual skills and the powerful power of fire. However, now he is on a new continent and it will be difficult to play alone. The president extended his hand and said that they didn't have to go far for proof, since the Archmage had recently proposed a joint event with the Mist Guild and had hunted with the Survivors Guild. Kim listened with his mouth open as the boss continued to say that such content could be found from other streamers, so they needed to knock out Hen's advantage. Wharton looked at the secretary and added that there were two opposing forces on the new continent. On one side was Asmo and his Aitri's Trace set, and on the other was Merlin and his Crimson T-Rex skin. Whose set was better? He asked. The president put 2 fingers to his temple and said that they had a good opportunity. Then he smiled widely and explained that the Archmage could try both sets at once, since he could ask them to give him the sets so that he could compare them and tell him which one was better. Hearing this, Kim was very surprised, adjusted his glasses and asked if they would really give away such expensive sets so easily. Wharton extended his hand and asked if the secretary really thought that people like Asmo and Merlin cared about money first, adding that it was more important for them to be known as men of their word who could be trusted, so they would have no choice but to hand over the kits. At this point, the protagonist received a notification informing him that he had destroyed a Tyrannosaur. The monster roared in death. Henu sat down in front of the fallen dinosaur and said that they were somehow too strong, then asked how it took him 14 minutes to finish one off. He wiped the sweat from his chin and said that he knew that the quests on the new continent were much more difficult. The entire dungeon was lit by torches. Henu said that he thought that he would somehow clean up this dungeon, but he would need to prepare his equipment immediately. He put his hand to his head and said that he would probably have to spend all his savings and sell his soul to level up. He looked at the huge doors in front of him and said that the boss was behind them. Then he turned to his pets and asked if they were ready. Gold raised his hand, clenched into a fist, and said loudly that they were always ready, and Lucky barked. Suddenly, the protagonist was very surprised and asked what Gold had there. He stared at Gold, who had an exclamation mark above him. Then Henu screamed in his head, "Is this really the first loyalty rank?" A system screen appeared in front of him, informing him of a duel. If the guard deals more than half the damage during a duel with the main monster, he is awarded the first loyalty rank. Upon receiving it, the guard's stats and combat skills increase, and access to personal dialogues with the guard is opened. Upon receiving the first loyalty rank, the guard can adopt the skills of the monster he is fighting. After reading everything to the end, the protagonist opened the doors to the boss. A notification appeared saying that he had entered the last chambers. It was very spacious inside, and in the middle of the hall stood a black silhouette. The next second, he was informed that the Dragon Knight had noticed him. The boss looked at Henu with glowing eyes. He turned to him, holding a huge sword in his hands. The protagonist smiled and said that gold and silver should cause him at least half the damage. Henu said that he would distract him during this time, after which he smiled and beckoned the monster with his hand. After some time, the notification showed that the guy had destroyed the Dragon Knight. With a swollen eye and a bloody nose, the protagonist said that he got hit much harder than he expected. He immediately turned around with a smile and said that gold now has a new look in the first rank of loyalty. A card called against the rules appeared in front of the guy, and thanks to this battle, they now have a new guard skill. He held a bag in his hand and said that now he only needs to update the sets of items, but in fact, not everything is sad, except for the fact that he has to spend a hefty fortune on this. Henu opened the door, asking for forgiveness, and the screen showed that he entered the dungeon of the Great Magician. In front of him was a stand with a book, and he said that the dungeon is the same as the first. While the guy was studying the power of a forgotten deity, he figured out how to extract power from some items and transfer it to others. He picked up the book, after which he created a cube that merges several powers together. With this cube, he studied how to extract and combine the power of the monsters of the new continent. After reading, Henu discovered a mysterious egg that could absorb the power of a forgotten deity, and when he extracted the power from the mysterious egg and combined it with other powers, a Dragon Knight was born. The power of the cube was weakening and the guy could not cope with it. A cube flew up above his head and the main character shouted in surprise that something was about to happen. He was given a cube of a great magician that combined several sets of items, but in order for the contents of the sets to combine, the sets must be completely collected. Henu was indignant, asking if the developers really thought it was that easy to find sets. After a while, the guy was sitting in a cafe and shouting that there was nothing on the site. He was scrolling through the feed and was indignant that the site had huge prices. He gritted his teeth and asked what he should do. He squeezed the phone in his hands and said that in addition to the Aura set that he had, there were 2 more new ones. With tears in his eyes, he said that he created the Archmage syndrome himself, but that was a bit too harsh. He suddenly remembered something. He got up from the couch and shouted happily, remembering the boss, and said that he could definitely be relied on. He scrolled through the list of items on his phone and said that he needed to send a recording from the underground mage dungeon. After some time, Rek started his stream and people started writing for him to get straight to the point. Rek greeted everyone and introduced himself, saying that he was from the Survivors Guild. The commentators asked to see the Archmage, asking why he hadn't been around lately. Asmo, with a smile on his face, donated $10,000 to Rek. He commented that he was having a showdown with Merlin today, after which he asked the others to leave the stream for a while. Merlin immediately donated $10,000. He wrote that if Asmo calls it a showdown, then so be it, because he is very interested to see it anyway, and then asked whose set will be better. Henu immediately appeared on camera with a smile, greeting and thanking Vrek for inviting him to his stream. A cube appeared in his hand and he asked if Asmo and Merlin were really having a showdown. Henu asked whose set was better from the very beginning of the new continent for level 300 players. He asked if it was the Itre's Trace set or the Crimson T-Rex skin set. He smiled sarcastically and replied that it was neither. He exclaimed that he would now show the best set of items. In front of Henu was a system screen with the stats of the Aura gloves. They gave plus 770 net to all stats, mana consumption increased by 120%, and damage done with magic increased by 70. A huge dinosaur ran out to them. Vrek immediately took the blow, blocking it with his shield. He ordered the attackers to attack, and the last blow would be left to the Archmage. The protagonist with a fireball in his hand looked at the monster and said that this was not what he expected. The viewers were shocked to write in the chat that he had combined 2 sets at once, but what would he show them now? Henu prepared to throw a fireball, saying to himself that it seemed too early to end the stream. After these thoughts, he used the Hellfire technique. A giant stream of fire engulfed a huge dinosaur. The chat immediately asked how much damage he had just dealt. The protagonist stuck out his finger and replied that he did not want to show what the new items were capable of yet, adding that it would be uninteresting if he revealed all his cards now. Seeing the indignation in the chat, he said that he would rather show Gold's new appearance. After these words, the pet's legs appeared from the bushes. Gold, in the guise of a Dragon Knight, came out to the master and said that for his sake he would wipe everyone out. The audience was very surprised. Gold looked straight into the camera with glowing eyes. The audience wrote that they shuddered before his greatness. Henu smiled widely and said that he still had so much to show them. As soon as he said this, the owner of incredible power, the Thunder Spirit Knight, appeared behind him. The rest of his set was Eitre's boots, which gave plus 702 to all stats, increased magical power by 50, movement speed by 30%, and other bonuses. Clothes made of Tyrannosaurus skin gave loose 701 stat to all stats, increased magical power by 49, the level of physical and magical defense by 20%, and also gave other bonuses. After a while, a ship sailed across the sky, on which a male voice was heard saying that it was amazing. The man in the hat stood in front of the protagonist and said, "Who would have thought that the great magician was conducting his research in such a place?" Henu replied that he himself had never seen anyone studying dragons. A flag was fluttering above from the strong wind. The ship slowly sailed in the wind while the man in the hat said that these creatures were very dangerous, so few people tried to study them. Then he pointed his finger at himself and said that he was one of them, adding that, however, thanks to Henu, they saved the captain. He also said that in gratitude, on behalf of the royal family, he would give him a reward. Hearing this, the protagonist smiled contentedly and said in his head, "Finally." A notification appeared in front of him, informing him that he had completed the quest. The man handed him a glowing book, and Henu immediately realized that it was a book of legendary epic skills. After that, the man extended his hand and said that he would have one more request for him. Hearing this, the protagonist asked, "Request?" Then the man smiled and said that somewhere in these parts there lived a dragon, which was spawned by that same great magician. He asked Henu to bring him the blood of that dragon. A notification appeared in front of the main character, which informed him that a new quest was available to him on the quest panel of the main scenario. Henu looked into the distance at a huge mountain. He had access to the unconquerable mountain. The entire forest was shrouded in fog and darkness. A notification appeared in front of the main character, which informed him of the quest Dragon's Egg. He needed to get the blood of a dragon spawned by a great magician in order to study the dragon's egg. After reading this, Henu said heavily, "One more task." He continued to look at the mountain and ask himself if he really needed to team up with the Survivors Guild again, adding that he was already sick from the very thought of having to share experience points. Suddenly, he remembered his new items, which he had recently acquired. He also remembered that he had an Ice Storm card, which was his reward for leveling up. He took out the book he had received and said in his head that if he improved this skill with the book he had just received, he would be able to play the game alone again. At that moment, Wharton called him. The protagonist looked up at the call and asked, "Boss." The president calmly said that he heard that a new quest had opened up for him. Hearing this, Henu smiled widely and said that he knew it, that he had eyes and ears everywhere. At the same time, he asked himself in his head, was he really going to get into trouble now? He put his hands on his hips while Wharton said that the Mist Guild had proposed a competition to see who could finish the hunt on the unconquerable mountain faster. Wharton said that they had demanded that the protagonist play alone, without the Survivors Guild. Henu replied that he had promised that they would have a joint event. He put his hand to his chin and thought that they were probably really pissed off about this situation, but he didn't really want to join the guild anyway. He looked ahead and thought that the help was making him too cocky, and with the current leveling, he could handle it on his own. He thoughtfully turned around at the boss's call and thought that he wouldn't get anything out of it. The protagonist replied that he wanted to ask for a raise since he would have restrictions, after which he thought that the company would also be able to earn more this way. Wharton replied that he understood the guy. Jackie said that they answered that Henu agreed to do the quest alone. He looked at Emma and continued that it was in exchange for a big reward. The girl folded her arms and asked if the boy had agreed so easily. She said that last time he had to team up with the Survivors Guild, and this quest should be even harder. She looked ahead and thought that the protagonist was just testing them. Emma brought her crossed arms to her mouth and thought that it was absolutely impossible for him to complete the quest alone, since he was thinking of refusing the offer no matter what, even if they raised the reward for it. She smirked and thought of offering Hen something he couldn't refuse, and if he still refused, they would claim that he was afraid of the Mist Guild. The girl looked at Jackie and told him to tell the director that the protagonist would receive a Dragon Flame skill card as a reward. The boy wondered if the most powerful skill for level 300 players was Dragon Flame. The notification said that Summon had started broadcasting live. After a while, people started writing that there was a thick fog in the mountain. The guy introduced himself as Salmon, and after greeting the viewers, he said that he was currently on the insurmountable mountain. The viewers asked if they knew anything about the mountain. Salmon smiled, pointing his hand at the people behind him and said that the fog was very thick, but they were trying their best to reach the victorious one. A fierce dragon voice was heard behind them. The guy smiled and said that their monster was just in time. His face immediately changed and he looked at the dragon with fear, his mouth wide open. He screamed that it was not a dinosaur. After examining the monster, he screamed that it was a chimera. Lapo donated $10,000, after which he wrote that he congratulated him on his return to single-player play and hoped that this would continue in the future. Gustav immediately donated $10,000 and wrote that since this was the case, he really hoped that the guy would complete the entire game alone. Sasaki Kohiro donated to the guy after a while and wrote that he wanted to see the Archmage go to the very end alone. Hanu scratched his head sheepishly and said that he was also glad that he was playing alone again, because very soon they would start a competition with the Mgla Guild, who would kill the main boss of this quest faster. The guy explained that the winner was the one who killed the boss first. He raised his index finger up and said that he was thinking of organizing an event where the viewers could participate. Hanu immediately activated fire, ice, and lightning. He said that when the viewers chose one of the three elements, he would hunt only with its help. Asmo immediately transferred $10,000 to the guy and commented that he does the same on his streams, and what's more, he wants to see gold. The main character was confused and said that there was no such option. Asmo persistently asked for gold. After a while, the monster fell to the ground and the guy said that one was ready. Brahms asked how long it took them to do it, to which Salmon replied 6 minutes. Rel, the Mgla Guildmaster, said they should try to do it in 4 minutes. Brahms replied that they would be able to kill 3 or 4 monsters at once, after which Rel asked how the Archmage was doing. Salmon replied that the Archmage had also killed 1 Chimerosaur in 10 minutes. Rel said that Henu was even slower than them, and asked why Salmon was so gloomy then. Salmon pointed ahead and said that Gold had killed that monster in 10 minutes alone. 10 minutes ago, Asmo wrote in the chat, Gold. The protagonist spread his arms out to the sides and said that this was unexpected for everyone. Then, Gold, the guy addressed the pet. The beast looked at the master. Hanu pointed his finger at the huge monster and ordered to deal with it. The next second, Gold jumped up. The protagonist ordered to switch to unlimited mode. The guard switched to unlimited mode. Gold was flying towards his opponent from a great height. He used Dragon's Fury. His eyes lit up and the aura around him changed color. All of the Guardian's stats increased significantly. A terrifying stream of fire rushed out and engulfed the monster. The audience asked if this would help him defeat the monster at least a little. But the Chimera screamed in pain. Suddenly, it opened its eyes wide, full of rage. The protagonist watched the fight and said that, of course, we should not forget about the boss of this quest, for which they gathered here. In addition to excellent physical data, his pet continued to fight fiercely while Henu continued to talk. Thanks to the unlimited mode, Gold can use the Dragon Knight skill several times. Although the protagonist does not need Aitri's sword because he is a mage, it is perfect for Gold. In the chat, people were very surprised by what was happening. The protagonist looked at the chat and with a smile on his face said in his head that he liked the mood of the viewers. Looking to the side, he saw the location of the boss and wondered if he should go and kill him. 10 minutes later, the Mist Guild was asking if Gold alone had 10 minutes. Rel sat on the slain monster and said that Henu had not revealed all his trump cards, and then asked where the bastard got those items and skills from. He closed his eyes and quietly said that since he spent so much money, he must have a lot of money. After saying these words, he jumped to his feet and shouted loudly, ordering everyone to get ready because their reputation would be ruined if they lost this time too. He said that they would find the boss before the Archmage. At this time, the protagonist looked at the boss with his vision, while Rel continued to order not to let Henu pass and to attack him from behind, because now all means are good. The protagonist smiled widely and said that they found the boss, and now. At the same time, Rel said, and then. The next second, they simultaneously said that they would kill him. At this time in Rising Star, the president was saying in his head that given the strength of the Archmage's fire this time, he would most likely kill the boss himself. Wharton was looking at his laptop and saying to himself that the Mist Guild, knowing this, would do everything to stop him. They had set themselves up by forcing the Archmage to play alone. He put 2 fingers to his temple and said that now they were ready to do anything to stop the Archmage. After these thoughts, he began to quickly type something on the keyboard. He was saying in his head that the Abyss Guild would also not miss this chance. They probably had another ace up their sleeve. They had promised such a reward just like that. There was silence in the mountains and its forest floor. The president pressed enter hard, saying that they would also have to use their trump card. He said it would be the Survivors Guild. Rex said loudly that it was time to move. After a while, the message said that the dragon was too strong. The commentators asked if the protagonist had already found the boss, since it was time for him to rename himself to Luckmage. Henu covered his mouth with his hands, trying not to make a sound, and asked if everyone had seen the boss's strength. Henu said that since the viewers had been waiting for their fight with the Mgla Guild for so long, he would not back down, but would give it his all. The viewers wrote that solo players had nothing to fear. The dragon looked menacingly forward. He was level 329, and the event would begin as soon as the dragon noticed the enemy. The protagonist was very surprised that the longer you fight the dragon, the stronger it becomes, so you need to defeat it very quickly. He took a step forward and asked if he could impose another restriction on himself. Together with his pets, he stepped forward and said with a sly smile that this time they would kill the boss in 10 minutes. The commentator was surprised by such a short amount of time. Henu ordered Lucky to take human form and Jackpot to guard mode. He immediately shouted loudly for gold and silver to get ready for battle. The guy also loudly called the fire golems. After that, he called out to the ice golems. The protagonist looked to the side and called the fire knight spirits, who shouted, "Let everything burn." He immediately called the thunder knight spirit. People in the chat wrote that it was impossible to defeat the boss in 10 minutes, after which they asked if the guy had enough mana. Henu quickly activated Dragon Heat, Ice Storm and Blizzard, gathering it all into a fireball. A trident appeared in his other hand. The guy's eyes lit up with a bright light and he said that the show was starting. There were many people on the broadcast who wrote that the protagonist was using too much mana. Henu, along with all the pets and summons, quickly ran towards the boss, and the viewers understood what he meant when he talked about the power of fire. The guy immediately froze the head of the enraged dragon. People were perplexed that the main character decided to use both ice and fire. The boss's body began to be covered with a layer of ice, and the viewers asked if the Archmage really pumped up the power of ice since he was so strong. Henu smiled and said that they would attack together as soon as they immobilized the dragon, after which he activated a blizzard. Everyone immediately surrounded the boss, while Henu pointed his trident towards the dragon and fired a blow from it. In the comments, they asked how much time had passed. The main character smirked and said that even 10 minutes was too long, so he would defeat the boss faster in 5. The guild was getting closer to the boss and Rel was shouting that the Archmage was already fighting him. Rel's assistant said that it was a 5-minute walk to them, to which the knight replied that the fight with the boss takes about 30 to 40 minutes, so they still have time to spare. He immediately shouted loudly that they would intervene at the very end. The guy suddenly began to stutter, calling for the master, to which Rel turned and menacingly asked what was going on. The guy said that the Archmage announced that he would defeat the boss in 5 minutes. Rel looked at him in horror and asked if it was really that fast. They immediately rushed to run towards the battle, asking if the main character really said that he would finish the hunt in 5 minutes. Rel ran ahead of everyone, wondering in his head if this was even possible, adding that for an Archmage, nothing was impossible. He did not stop and shouted to his comrades that they needed to move as quickly as possible. But suddenly a rough male voice was heard, asking where they were rushing to. The Mist Guild had stopped in front of those blocking their path. The guy asked if they were really trying to stop the Archmage from defeating the boss. It was Vrek and his guild. He raised his head proudly and said that the Mist Guild would not move until the Archmage killed the boss. Hearing this, Rel clenched his teeth in rage and asked if Vrek really thought that someone like him could stop them. Vrek's comrades stood like a wall, blocking the road. Their leader said that they would at least be able to delay them. Rel raised his hand and asked if he really thought the Archmage would continue to help him, adding that he would forget him once he reached the next level. Vrek took out his sword and firmly said that he didn't care because the main thing was to leave him here and now. Hearing this, Rel charged in rage, shouting that since he was so eager for death, he would gladly fulfill his wish. The entire Mist Guild charged the Survivors Guild. When suddenly they stopped, horrified. He stared ahead with his mouth open in shock. Fear and horror appeared in his eyes. A huge Chimerasaur appeared from behind the forest. A few minutes later, footsteps were heard behind. Suddenly, the protagonist appeared, asking what they were doing here. He said with a displeased face that they were all a bit tense, and then asked if they were really going to fight now. Rel and Vrek were horrified and cold sweat broke out on their faces. Archmage, they asked at the same time. The three of them were sitting behind a small stump again, while Rel was saying in his head what he should have realized then. He remembered the huge monster and added that he would not be able to compete with the Archmage. He could not believe that Chimerasaur was Silver's new hypostasis. The protagonist looked at Rel and said that he had already told them many times not to fight, and then asked if they were really back to their old ways. He looked at the man with a displeased face and said that an agreement was an agreement, they had to live in peace. Then he asked how much longer they would behave like this, adding that nothing good would come of it, they would only ruin their reputations. Rel sat with his head down and said to himself that he was worse than the devil himself. He knew that it was better to end this right now. He squeezed his eyes tightly, thinking that there was no other way. After these thoughts, he extended his hand. He pulled it out to Vrek, asking for forgiveness for everything he had done. Finally, Vrek said to himself. He looked at the hand extended to him and said in his head, after so much hardship on the new continent. He shook his rival's hand tightly. They had gained their long-awaited freedom. The next second, he jumped to his feet and shouted loudly, "Long live the Archmage." The protagonist said that from now on, the guilds should try not to quarrel, to which they began to thank and praise him. After some time, while on the ship, the man in the hat said that he saw that the guy managed to get what he asked for. He picked up the flask and said that it was indeed dragon blood. Silver said that it looked like the great mage had gotten dragon blood from an egg. The man was holding a bundle in his hand. He handed it to Hen and said that he would need it. The protagonist looked at it and asked what it was. The man folded his arms and smiled and said it was a map. He said he found it while exploring the ruins looking for records of a dragon. The protagonist opened the map and said it was blank. The message said it was a map leading to a dragon's lair, and the more dragon power the guy had, the clearer the elements of the map were. The map was the main scenario and it was necessary to find the dragon's lair. Hanu held the map in his hands and asked, puzzled, where this lair was. He said that it was not even a problem. He examined the map and asked if he would have to go through the giant's tomb. The protagonist asked with horror how hard this quest was. Merlin said that someone was suffering and hunting in a guild. He looked at Emma and continued that someone after hunting alone gets a dragon. The girl said that as a bonus, Hanu received the Dragon Flame skill. Merlin got up from the couch and said that they had fallen for the Archmage's hook again, and at this rate they would never win. He said that it was time to change strategy, then asked if the girl had any ideas. Archmage streamer versus the best guild. Emma said that the guild that manages to catch the Archmage will be allowed to enter the top 10 best. She said that the Abyss Guild will support this right, then joined her fingers and asked what Merlin would say to this. The guy frowned and asked if it was time to declare war. The girl answered that she would have to because she had already prepared something. She began to tell about the giant's tomb. The girl said that at the next location, the giant's tomb, 2 things of the giant's guild will be waiting for the Archmage. She said that she was much stronger than the Mist Guild and they had already prepared a trap. In the message, the protagonist read that he entered the dragon's lair. He moved forward quickly. He was given a quest for a dragon skeleton and he needed to absorb the dragon's power from its skeleton. Silver said that while they were getting to the lair, they killed many chimerosaurs, to which Hanu replied that they were able to level up quite a bit. He went ahead and said that it would have taken them much longer if they had followed the map, and at least they were lucky and found a shortcut thanks to the snow. Hanu exhaled heavily and asked if it was even possible to complete this quest. His attention was immediately drawn to a sound from the side. The dragon skeleton turned menacingly at the guy and he asked if it was it. Mana began to envelop the skeleton. In the notification, the protagonist read that the dragon's egg absorbed the power. The magical aura angrily picked up Hanu. In the message, he read that the dragon was awakening. He received a notification that said that in order for the dragon to hatch, it needed the power of a nameless god. Hanu grabbed his head, saying that these notifications popped up every time unexpectedly, and then asked if he really just needed to complete the next quest. The dragon skeleton was watching the guy. Hanu looked at him with fear. He smiled sarcastically and immediately called Gold. He told him to prepare for his new appearance. At this time, a question was heard in the Abyss Guild whether the Archmage had already passed the tomb of the giant. Yes, answered Emma, lowering her head. Merlin heard this and asked what about the red-haired and Medusa guilds. The girl folded her arms across her chest and replied that they had not even crossed paths. The guy was surprised and asked if someone had leaked information about the ambush to him. Emma picked up a few pieces from the table and replied that the best guilds were joining forces, and Hanu wasn't an idiot. He could see everything perfectly well. No matter how they tried to hide it, there were limits to everything. After these words, she threw the pieces back on the table. Merlin listened to the girl and asked if instead of playing tag with him, maybe they should change tactics. He raised a finger and said that instead of setting traps, as they had done before, they should make it so that he would come to them himself. He imagined a picture of a joyful Hanu running for a gift that would lead to a trap. Merlin continued to say that he would have no choice but to get caught on the hook. Hearing this, Emma asked if they really had such a hook. Then the guy smiled and replied that they would. For example, a dragon slayer sword. After a while, it was night in the game. Smoke from the fire rose into the sky and conversations could be heard asking if they had told you in the abyss how to get the dragon slayer sword. Several people were sitting by the cliff. One of them answered that they choose the best players from the top guilds and form their team. The guy with the big shield said that a maximum of 100 people can join the Dragon Slayer sword quest, so they choose the 100 best. Opposite him stood a girl in a cloak, asking what they planned to do with all this. She said with a serious face that the Archmage had announced that he would be doing the quest in the Black Desert alone. Gord was roasting a large piece of meat over a fire and said that he knew about it, but it was just bait, adding that they needed to become masters of the situation. Bait? The girl asked in surprise. Suddenly, the man threw out a piece of roasted meat and said that they would deliberately tell the Archmage how to get the Dragon Slayer sword, but they would be the first to find the sword. The piece of meat landed not far away on the sand, while the girl asked if this was really what they had planned. The hot meat began to steam, while the man answered that this was certainly not all, because the battle promised to be long. Gord took the shield and stood up, saying that he had heard that it would take about 2 weeks to complete the quest. The meat continued to lie on the sand, while the man said that if they completed this quest before the Archmage, the game would turn into a competition, and when all eyes are on them. Suddenly, a huge monster burst out of the sand, wanting to eat a hot piece of meat. Gord and his comrades immediately rushed to attack, saying that they would be the first to get the Dragon Slayer sword. The girl raised her staff, accumulating powerful magical energy and asking what they would do if he did not buy it. Gord firmly answered that it was impossible. He jumped up, saying that the Abyss Guild had already leaked all the information about the quest. He rammed the monster at high speed, saying that even if the main character did not need the Dragon Slayer sword, he would still announce it to everyone, posing as him. At this time, his comrade swung his long sword. He dealt many blows, destroying the monster. The girl smirked and said that then Gord would become an enemy of the Archmage, after which she asked what he knew about the quest. Gord said that they needed to find a red tree in the Black Desert, but the tree's location was random. He glanced at her sideways and continued that they needed to avoid the curse of the Black Desert and be prepared for a crocus ambush. The girl looked at him and replied that it would be difficult to act quickly in the cursed lands. Gord replied that it would be the same for the Archmage. The main character's task was to find a red tree in the Black Desert. He approached the tree and said that the further the game went, the more shameless the developers were. The guy said that he avoided the cursed lands and the crocus ambush only thanks to his snake vision, because without it, the game would have taken him 3 or 4 days. The wind immediately shook a tree branch. Its roots began to slowly emerge from the ground. In the sand, he noticed 2 legendary epic skill books at once. He immediately took them out and understood why they gave 2 at once, but if they had a conscience, they would have given more. His attention was immediately drawn to a sound from the side. The tree's eyes lit up red and it asked who the guy was, to which he stuttered and asked in horror if the tree had really spoken. The tree offered to negotiate. It said that if the guy lifted the curse from him, it would tell him how to get to the tomb. Hanu's eyes lit up with happiness and he asked what he needed to do for this. The tree replied that it had been cursed in a temple, so the main character needed to destroy it. A new quest immediately appeared on the taskbar. The main character needed to fulfill Dream's request and destroy the temple where he had been cursed. Henu was scared and wondered if they were really talking about the tomb of the Dragon Slayer who had that same sword from the legends. The guy looked ahead and thought that he shouldn't underestimate the difficulty of the quest, but needed to level up well. He immediately clenched his hand into a fist. He lifted it up and thought that before he took on the quest, he would reach level 320. Henu put his hands on his hips and asked where exactly the temple was. Tuama replied that he did not know, which surprised the guy. He quickly looked away. The protagonist looked into the distance and smiled, after which he said that it was okay. After a while, in the desert of red sands, the notification said that Henu had moved to a new level. He sat down to rest on Gold's tail. The guy scratched his head and said that he needed to do a stream here because he couldn't show how he was searching for and destroying the temple. He received a notification that he had reached level 320. Henu said that if he completed the quest, which should take 3 days and 4 nights and 3 hours, using his supervision. After a short pause, he continued that everyone would say that this was all a setup, but if you hunt like everyone else, it will be easier to immediately kick the bucket. The dragon skeleton spread its wings wide. Henu immediately decided to reach for the card. He received a message that the warrior dragon was offering him a new skill. He took the card and saw a long-range attack on it, after which he asked if such a skill really existed. He read all about the skill and realized that he could not attack further than 300 meters. He immediately wondered what would happen if he used a legendary epic card. The protagonist immediately opened the skill book. He read about a long-range attack, where it was written that when attacking with magic, he inflicts more damage to the enemy from a long distance. He held the card in his hands and was very surprised by what he read. At that very moment, the familiar world of God War's mages collapsed like a house of cards. After a while, a girl in a cloak stood by a tree and asked why all of a sudden, adding that it was difficult to find him, to which Gord replied that it was bait. He extended a finger and said that they did not yet know whether the Archmage was completing the Dragon Slayer quest. The girl turned to her comrade and asked if it was logical that he would not advertise it since the information had been leaked. Gord put his hand to his chin and replied that it was hard to say when you don't know for sure, adding that although their plan was to use the public's expectations and make sure he got to the end, they had too little information. He then smiled widely and said that it was their turn to act. Hunter Cafe. Inside, people were asking if this was a new streaming channel. Hyukju looked at his phone and asked in shock if all the TV stars were here. At this time, the protagonist was standing behind him, asking if he could extend it for a few more hours. Hyukju didn't answer and continued to look at his phone, which had Gord on it. The guy waved his hand and said that he was glad to see everyone, because he hadn't broadcasted for a long time. He showed all the guild members and said that their guild was currently going to do the Dragon Slayer sword quest. Then he pointed to a large tree and said that by talking to him, they would make significant progress in the quest. Suddenly, he pointed his finger at the camera and said loudly that they had a proposal for the Archmage. He said that if Hyunwoo defeated them in battle, they would reveal the location of the red tree to him. The number of viewers continued to grow, and the phone in Hyukju's hands was shaking. Gord continued to say that if he lost, they would get the right to hold an event match. Cold sweat poured down Hyukju's face as he listened to this. Gord said that of course, if the protagonist was not satisfied with the conditions, they could complete this quest together. At this time, everyone who was in the building was already standing behind Hyukju, shocked by the player's words. They all said to themselves that both of these options did not fit in their heads. The number of viewers at that second increased to 100 million people. At this time, in Rising Star, the president said in his head that All Star TV already had 100 million subscribers since the broadcast began. The description of the Dragon Slayer quest said that they had to fulfill Drevum's request and destroy the temple where he was cursed. Gord's guild appeared on the horizon. The guy with the bow's eyes lit up and he started looking around. A few seconds later, what he saw surprised him greatly. He pointed his finger forward and shouted loudly that he had found a red tree. Approaching it, Gord said, finally, adding that he couldn't believe that it had taken him 4 days to find it. They looked at the height of the tree and said that it was a damn game. The girl in the cloak stepped forward and extended her hand, but Gord suddenly stopped her in fear. He spread his arms out to the sides and shouted that they shouldn't approach the tree because it was too early to wake it up. At this time, Wharton put 2 fingers to his temple and said in his head that they had specially streamed for the Archmage. He looked at the tablet and said that they first used the Dragon Slayer sword to attract the audience, and then twisted everything so that they would deal with the Archmage. Whatever the protagonist chose, to continue playing alone but fight them, or to join them and play by their rules. In any case, they would take the Archmage by the throat, because otherwise they would not defeat him. The president put his hand to his chin and thoughtfully said that the Abyss Guild must have prepared thoroughly. He knew that this could only be avoided if, but before he could finish speaking, he received a new message. It was a message from the protagonist. He wrote that he could not accept their offer. In the next message, he wrote that all this was because he had already completed the quest with the red tree and was now doing the next one. After reading this, Wharton smiled contentedly and said that he knew it. At that moment, the door to his office opened. Kim came inside and asked the boss what he was going to do. The president spread his hand to the side and replied that the secretary was just in time. At the same time, he was saying to himself that the Archmage needed time. Then, Wharton said that he had just received a letter from the Archmage, but it was not entirely clear yet, but from what he understood, the guy would most likely join the All-Star team. Kim asked for glasses and said that they were witnessing the birth of a new powerful guild capable of fighting the top 10. The director thought that he had deliberately started a rumor that would become the most discussed topic. After some time, Merlin cut a piece of meat and said that Rising Star received information. He said that they were claiming that the Archmage expressed a desire to join the All-Star team. Emma picked up a glass of wine and replied that it was unexpected. She realized that the Archmage had figured out their intentions and wondered what would happen if the viewers criticized him. She continued that Henu would have decided that it would be best to give up the Dragon Slayer sword, and that way he would not have to deal with All-Star TV. Merlin looked at her and asked why the protagonist wanted to agree then. Emma replied that the Dragon Slayer sword quest was part of the main scenario. She picked up a glass and said that they needed to make sure that the Archmage did not have time to think and that they needed to put pressure on All-Star TV. The girl looked at Merlin with a smirk and said that they would announce that the team that got the Dragon Slayer sword first would have a unique opportunity to face the Abyss Guild. At that time, the protagonist was able to destroy the temple. The notification said that he would fulfill the quest conditions. He raised his head towards the tree and asked if something was coming out of there. A spirit suddenly burst out, happy that the curse of the gods had been lifted. Dream replied that the boy had kept his word. A new quest immediately appeared on the scenario's main quest panel. Hen had to follow the tracks and retrieve the sealed sword from the Dragon Slayer's tomb. Glowing tracks immediately appeared on the ground. The protagonist turned to Dream and asked if these were the tracks. Dream replied that the boy would see them until he reached the tomb. After a while, Gold replied that he thought they had arrived. The protagonist descended to the ground and said that this ability always came in handy. He approached the sword. It was enveloped in a red aura and the protagonist said that he had to pull it out first. He read in the message that this sword was left under the Dragon Slayer and that a powerful power was sealed in it, but the seal would be removed as soon as the dragon was beheaded with this sword. The next message said that the guy had completed the quest. Hyunwoo raised the sword up and shouted with a smile that he pulled it out. A new quest appeared on the main scenario quest panel. The guy had to kill a two-headed dragon with a sealed sword and become its master, while the two-headed dragon would appear when the guy stabbed the sword into the stone dragon statue. Hyunwoo began to examine the sword and asked if the dragon really appeared when he stabbed the stone dragon statue with the sword. He smiled and said that then he wouldn't have to wait for the revival time and could stream right now. The guy shouted loudly that the Archmage would announce important news on his stream. All the guys suddenly turned to look at him when they heard this. They immediately turned on the TV. The guy folded his arms and said with a smile that the Archmage would really join the All-Stars team, so the best stream of all time would begin now. The Archmage immediately started streaming. A viewer asked if Team All-Stars would become the 11th strongest guild. Hyunwoo sat in the lotus position and greeted all the viewers. The commentator congratulated Lucky on getting rid of the worthless master. The protagonist awkwardly clenched his teeth and asked if Lucky was too early to get rid of him. The comments asked why the protagonist was so embarrassed. At this time, Gord was sitting by the red tree when he was called out. His comrade said with a smile on his face that the Archmage was about to make a statement. Gord stood up and walked towards his comrade, saying that he had heard that he was positively considering joining Team All-Stars, to which the guy replied that everyone was almost certain that he would join them. Gord looked to the side and shouted loudly, ordering everyone to get ready for the broadcast. He also shouted that as soon as the Archmage expressed his intention to join the team, they would immediately start the stream. His comrades raised their fists in joy, shouting that everything was ready. The protagonist started a stream where he was sitting next to a statue of a two-headed dragon. People in the chat wrote that they already knew that he would be joining the All-Stars. Unexpectedly for everyone, Henu scratched his cheek in confusion and said that he was already completing the Dragon Slayer sword quest. Gord and everyone else watched the stream, where the protagonist laughed awkwardly and said that he had already found the red tree that the All-Stars were talking about. He also said that they would not work together. Hearing this, Gord and everyone else were shocked. Emma was also watching the stream and said that this was the worst possible scenario because he found it earlier than they thought. Merlin stood behind and said that not everything was lost yet, after which he ordered to contact the All-Stars. They both looked at the big screen while the guy said that there were still about 40 hours before the two-headed dragon would be reborn, so they needed to demand the battle to begin. At that moment, Henu waved the sword he had pulled out and said that he would summon the boss right now. Summon, Merlin and Gord asked at the same time. The quest description said that they needed to kill the two-headed dragon with the sealed sword and become its master. The protagonist, without a moment's hesitation, thrust the sword into the stone statue. Suddenly, Lapo donated $11,111. The statue began to shake. In the chat, Lapo asked what it was and why it suddenly appeared from the stone. The stone shell cracked and a huge two-headed dragon appeared. At that moment, another donation came from Gustav in the amount of $11,111. He wrote in the chat that it was not yet time for the two-headed dragon to awaken. A sphere of dark magic appeared in the protagonist's hands and he said that it was time to start the hunt. His audience cheered at this mood. Flames appeared in the dragon's mouth. The next second, he spat them out towards his opponent, who immediately called for gold. Gold, in the form of a bone dragon, rushed to the call, saying that not a hair would fall from his master's head. He covered Hina with his wing, protecting her from the fire. At this time, the protagonist continued to accumulate his strength for a counterattack. As soon as the flow of fire stopped, he stretched out his hand towards the two-headed dragon using the Inferno skill. A powerful magical flow hit the dragon in the chest. The protagonist watched this with a smile on his face and said to himself that such an attack should be visible even from 500 meters away, adding that it was time to show a new skill. He received a donation from Sasaki Kohiro in the amount of $11,111. At this time, the two-headed dragon raised its paw, swinging. Donator wrote in the chat that when he was doing this quest, this did not happen, so he was even jealous. The paw of a huge monster was flying towards the main character. At the last moment, Henu dodged and shouted to Silver and Gold to use gigantification. Silver and Gold rushed forward. The main character began to run away from the dragon, shouting that he was leaving it to his pets. He headed forward, thinking that he needed to hit from a long distance. People in the comments wrote that they did not know that the Archmage had retrained as a ninja. The dragon opened its mouth, activating fireballs, while viewers wrote that the Archmage was not needed here. The two-headed dragon released a fiery blow towards Silver and Gold. People wrote that watching the Battle of Dragons is much more interesting. Silver frowned and flew closer to the dragon. He wrapped his body around his neck and said that he would now rip his throat out and prove his loyalty to his master. He looked to the side and remembered that the dragon had another head. Viewers wrote that Silver was injured because his master had escaped. A huge fireball flew forward rapidly. It flew into the dragon's head and viewers wondered where it came from. A silhouette appeared nearby. Asmo donated $10,000 to Hen. The protagonist stood on the golem, holding a fireball in his hand. Asmo wrote, asking if since the Archmage attacks from a distance, it turns out that he improved the skill of attacking from a distance. Hen asked with a grin how he guessed, because Asmo really has it too. Asmo wrote that he had heard of such a thing, but the guy couldn't hide anything from him. Silver and Gold looked at the dragon. The protagonist activated 4 fireballs in his hands and said that since Asmo had figured him out, there was no point in hiding it any longer. He swung the ball and said that he had recently acquired the long-range attack skill, and that it was an improved version of the long-range attack skill. He launched a fireball at the dragon and said that it was his turn now. He started launching a bunch of balls while people were asking how much time had passed. A huge number of fireballs flew at the dragon's heads. People were asking if the Archmage could really take down the dragon in 10 minutes. Henu smiled and told Lucky to take human form and stall for time. Lucky took human form and said that his master could rely on him. The protagonist replied that he had something hidden that would help him the fight right now. Lucky stood in front of the dragon and the viewers wrote that they were looking only at him. Lucky suddenly jumped up and quickly ran towards the enemy. He swung his sword in different directions and attacked the dragon. Henu grinned and said that now it was his turn again, when suddenly the chat wrote that no one asked him and no one cares. He immediately used a large explosion, thunder strike and hellfire, which he directed towards the two-headed dragon. Commentators wrote that after this, the dragon should definitely die. The sand dispersed and suddenly the head of the dragon appeared, which was alive. The main character looked at it and said that now he would reveal all his cards. He immediately took out an axe. The bird soared high in the sky and people wrote that there was only one type of magic left. The bird grabbed the main character by the collar. Henu swung the axe and with a sharp movement cut the dragon in half. He received a message that he destroyed the two-headed dragon. The two-headed dragon raised its heads in insane pain. Viewers wrote in the chat that it was very cool. The monster fell dead to the ground. A notification appeared in front of the main character, stating that he had completed the quest. His satisfied smile was visible through all the dust. He had moved to a new level. As soon as the dust cleared, he raised his hand with the sword high and said loudly that this was the sword of the Dragon Slayer. At that very second, a donation of $10,277 came from Rappo. He immediately wrote in the chat that now he envied Hen, because even their guild did not have such a sword. The main character raised the glowing sword high up, when suddenly the sword asked if he was really its new owner. Hen pointed to the sword and answered, yes, from now on he is the owner of this sword, adding that now he will use it for physical magic. He put the sword in his hand, which said that the new owner is talking nonsense. When suddenly he opened his mouth in shock and read the question from the hour, who is he talking to? Viewers wrote that, apparently, the Archmage has gone crazy. The sword again lit up brightly and said that he is a great dragon slayer, the one who will pass on the teachings of Baman. Then he asked if the main character will become a disciple of the great Baman. Hearing this, the main character opened his mouth in shock and asked again, a dragon slayer. Then he realized that this voice was not from the donation chat. A notification appeared in front of him, which said that a new quest was available to him on the main taskbar. The description of the new quest, Dragon Slayer's Apprentice, said that you need to become a disciple of the Dragon Slayer Baman by passing the test prepared by the sword. The chat continued to ask who the streamer was talking to. Henu read this, laughed awkwardly and answered that the sword spoke to him. Silver and gold were flying in the sky while their owner was saying that this was his first time having one, so he was shocked. A viewer asked in the chat that he couldn't get it. The protagonist read this and cried out to himself in displeasure how annoying it was. They also asked in the chat if he was sure he wasn't joking. Henu saw 2 large donations, hit the ground with his sword and said that he got it in a different way. He looked closely at the sword and said that it was probably related to completing the main scenario quest. Hearing this, the viewers happily wrote that they had another mastodon. Henu looked at the chat and said that he would now talk to the sword and tell him everything, after which he asked the sword what kind of teachings it had. The sword lit up brightly and said that it first had to make sure that the protagonist was worthy of becoming a disciple of the great Baman, so for this it would pass a test. Hearing this, Henu was surprised and asked again, a test. He sat down in front of the sword, which ordered him to go to the White Desert and exterminate the mutated crocuses. A viewer in the chat asked what the sword was saying. Was it something important? The protagonist read the message and replied that it seemed like a new field would soon appear, the White Desert, because the sword asked to kill the mutated crocuses. After these words, a notification appeared in front of him, which said that a new field, the White Desert, was available to him. White sands appeared out of nowhere, spreading like water over a large distance. The sword continued to say that Henu must kill all the mutated crocuses, every single one. Red glowing eyes began to peek out from under the white sand. The sword said that it would be generous and give the protagonist 100 hours to complete this task. A crocodile appeared from under the white sand. Viewers in the chat began to happily write that they had a new field. Henu listened to the task, stood up and said that he had to go to the White Desert right now, but before he finished the stream. Without finishing, he called Silver. The dragon leaned over and asked what was going on. The protagonist asked him to show his new appearance. At this time, Gord was sitting on the ground in front of the girl in the cloak and saying that this was a complete failure. The girl replied that the protagonist bought himself time by spreading rumors that he would join their team, and they fell for it. Gord gritted his teeth and asked if Henu had fooled them, but now it was their turn to act. The girl folded her arms and asked if the knight was really going to threaten the protagonist, to which Gord replied that they would give him an impossible condition. He frowned and continued that they would be the first to exterminate the mutated crocuses in the White Desert if he refused. The girl replied that they didn't know how many of them needed to be killed to complete the quest, after which Gord lowered his head and said that they could hold him off in the spawn area and he wouldn't have time to kill any of them. He stood up from the ground and walked over to the girl, then smiled and said that then Henu wouldn't complete the quest and wouldn't be able to progress past the main scenario quest. The protagonist was talking to Wharton over the comm and was indignant that the All-Stars had really made such an offer. The director replied that in exchange for cooperation, they were demanding that Henu join their team. After a short silence, he continued that the guy had to give them a legendary item to each of the 99 players, and those were the only two conditions. Henu put his hand to his chin and thought that when completing this quest, the more people the better, and he was willing to accept almost any conditions if someone like the All-Stars offered them. He asked who would pay for the items if he agreed, and Wharton replied with a smile that the Rising Star would cover all the costs in that case. Henu folded his arms and asked if it would be too expensive, when the director suddenly replied that it was their responsibility. The protagonist shouted that it was unfair, since the All-Stars' demands were beyond the pale this time. He said that he should ignore their offer and that it would be different if he crossed paths with them in person, but because of them, he was forced to kill the two-headed dragon earlier than planned. The guy said that since this was the case, it would be better to post an announcement for everyone, and the guild that killed the most mutated crocuses in the White Desert would receive the reward. The protagonist put his hand on his chest and asked to post an announcement on his behalf. He closed his eyes and thought that this task was impossible to complete alone, and if he put out a call, many would come to the White Desert to kill crocuses. Wharton smirked and thought that he was hiding his anger that the Archmage had pulled this off by himself. He thought that since they had to open fire first, they should take a retaliatory step, so they would post an ad right now. Sometime later, in a cafe, the guy was holding a phone in his hand and shouted loudly for everyone to check the Rising Star channel. He shouted that the Archmage was promising a reward to the team that killed the most crocuses in the White Desert. The guy in the cap asked how much the Archmage would pay. The guy replied that the ad did not say so, to which the other guy excitedly asked if the main character would really pay a lot. They reasoned that if it was the Archmage, it would be at least 100 million. Henu heard this and pursed his lips, thinking that he forgot to mention the amount. The guy read the post and said that everyone would definitely be shocked. He shouted that the reward would be paid by Asmo. The protagonist was surprised to hear his name. He thought it was true because a letter had come from Rising Star. He saw that the reward was $7,770,000. Hyunwoo tensed up and wondered if he could also get the reward if he won first place, because nowhere did it say that he could not participate. That's how this video ends. If you have sat through to the end, please don't forget to press the subscribe button and leave feedback. See you in the next video.